Chapter 668. The land spirit of Xianxia looked at his swamp crab with a pained expression. This swamp crab was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. The 9 pairs of pincers were mostly dismembered, and even one of the largest pincers was shattered. Such a result made the Inkman-gu immortals and Tai Bai Yunxing feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan had used over 10,000 strength path phantoms, he had over 3,000 left. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms in his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a certain period of time. After the time limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would vanish. But if he could make use of them, Fang Yuan would make use of them without any wastage. Ever since he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains, he had not a single immortal Yuan stone, thus he had not replenished a large number of mortal gu. He had already probed at the start of the battle. Just the 8-arm immortal zombie body alone could not pose any threat to the swamp crab with its hard armor. Thus, his only choice was to use the killer move Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal gu in Fang Yuan's possession, thus it needed to expend green grape immortal essence. Earlier, the situation was unclear, so Fang Yuan resolutely gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to control the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was worthy of being the fusion of enslavement path, its power was extraordinary. The swamp crab that had once given Fang Yuan huge trouble and made Fang Yuan expend all his strength to deal with it could not even raise its head against Myriad Self. It was in a disadvantageous position with no hope of turning the tables. Brat, not only did you come to my house, you even injured my desolate beast. How are you going to compensate me? The land spirit of Xianxia glared at Fang Yuan furiously. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing behind Fang Yuan. He looked at this land spirit with interest. The land spirit of Xianxia had a tall and thin body, his hair was white like snow and his beard reached his chest. His face was rosy like a baby's, he wore a loose robe with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently burning with rage and glaring at Fang Yuan, his appearance would undoubtedly be even better, and he would look even more like an immortal. Fang Yuan was already familiar with the land spirit of Xianxia. He stared at the land spirit of Xianxia who was tied up. Furrowing his brows he said, "You're under a seal. No wonder I couldn't hear from you at the jewel yellow skies. According to Northern Plains time, it has only been half a year since we last met. What happened to you?" The land spirit of Xianxia's eyes widened and he immediately retorted, "How did you end up like this?" He was neither a human nor a ghost. He ascended to become an immortal, and then he fell into a zombie state. You should have plenty of lifespan left. Land spirit of Xianxia, you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the simplest way to make a choice? If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I appear in front of you again? How could I control such a powerful battle strength? But you, on the other hand, are regressing. You can't even refine gu now. You're really losing face for your main body. Fang Yuan sneered. He purposely provoked the land spirit. The land spirit of Xianxia's sore spot was touched, and he stomped his feet in anger. Not long ago, Xianxia Blessed Land was attacked by a mysterious force. Although the land spirit of Xianxia repelled the invading enemies, his body was sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus he invited his best friend to help him remove the seal. The land spirit of Xianxia scolded at Fang Yuan, "Brat, you still have the cheek to talk about me? The collapse of Truyang building was definitely caused by you. So many people died, the clansmen of 2 super forces lost their lives, the whole of Northern Plains gu immortals are looking for you, the culprit. You've already become a street rat that everyone wants to kill. Your days must not be good." The Inkman-gu immortal and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions changed. The Inkman-gu immortal's pupils shrunk, an intense impulse rose in his heart to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already blurted it out, it was too late. "How can you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being silenced by these 2? The Inkman-gu immortal's heart involuntarily trembled with fear. The 2 people in front of him were actually the culprits who turned Northern Plains upside down, and even destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Too dangerous. This situation was bad. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the Inkman-gu immortal with cold gazes. Even though the Inkman-gu immortal usually had a high status and extraordinary strength, he felt a chill in his heart being stared at by these 2 fierce people. "Land spirit of Xianxia, why aren't you introducing this person to us?" Fang Yuan chuckled. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear, making people feel uncomfortable. He did not want land spirit of Xianxia to reply, who knew what the straightforward land spirit would say. Thus, the Inkman-gu immortal braced himself and stepped forward, saying, I am Imo Tan Sang, I live in Inkman City, I am the Inkman King of Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunqing's brows rose, he had not expected this person to have such a background. He immediately had a whole new level of respect for the Inkman King. Right now the 5 regions were ruled by humans. Variant humans lived in the cracks, many of them were sold as slaves, their lives were quite difficult. But in Northern Plains, the Inkmen were one of the variant humans who had the best situation. Many variant humans did not have a fixed residence, they could only wander around. But the Inkmen had built a city in Northern Plains, they had 3 Inkman Gu Immortals. The Imo Tan Sang in front of them was the Inkman City Lord. Under his leadership, the Inkmen could resist the pressure from all sides, resist the greedy gazes of countless Gu Immortals and maintain the Inkmen's survival. This was not easy, it showed the Inkman King's talent and methods. Inkman King Imo Tan Sang. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He had an impression of this name. In his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Inkman King took advantage of the fact that humans were fighting amongst themselves and had no time to care about him. He seized the opportunity and developed vigorously, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to side with Lu tribe. He bowed to Lu tribe's first supreme elder as a servant, he had the status of a servant. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. From this, it could be seen that the Inkman king Imo Tan Sang was a very powerful ruler. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring, he could also adapt to circumstances, he could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lightly praised, "So it is the Inkman king, you indeed have a majestic aura that surpasses ordinary people." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." The Inkman king quickly replied humbly. The person in front of him was the main culprit who destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower, he was extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain, "I have been good friends with the land spirit of Xianxia for many years. In fact, Inkman City and Xianxia Blessed Land have always had a close relationship. Our Inkman City is most proficient in Chi Path, and coincidentally the land spirit of Xianxia was struck by a Chi Path seal. Thus we came to help. You are the dragon python that roams the world. You have stirred up the winds and clouds, causing the whole of Northern Plains to be in chaos. Such elegance, I cannot help but admire you. Our Inkman City. We have always been suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had been excessively demanding of Inkman City, offering countless Inkman women as tributes. This means that you have destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You have also helped us Inkmen take revenge. You are also the land spirit's friend. That means you are my Imo Tan Sang's friend. If you have any plans in the future, please come to Inkman City as a guest." As expected of the Inkman king, he was extremely eloquent, with just a few words, he was able to express his goodwill, and was neither servile nor overbearing, it was very rare. "Who is a friend of this brat?" The land spirit of Xianxia shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he was very happy to hear Fang Yuan praise his friend. His anger from before had weakened. Fang Yuan nodded at the Inkman king, replying with deep meaning, "There is a chance. I will definitely go to Inkman City to take a look." Saying so, he looked at the land spirit of Xianxia. Not buying the land spirit's words, he continued to provoke, "Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you have to welcome me and refine Gu for me. Did you forget, I still have one chance to ask you to refine Gu. If I ask you to refine Gu, you have to do it even if you don't want to." The land spirit of Xianxia had no shrewdness, his anger surged again. Normally, Gu Immortals would ask him to refine Gu. Their attitudes were all polite and even fawning. When had he ever been so angered by Fang Yuan? But what Fang Yuan said was the truth, he still had one last chance to refine Gu. The land spirit of Xianxia was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He had to abide by the agreement that his main body had agreed to back then. "Damn this scoundrel, I'm so angry, so angry." The land spirit of Xianxia's face was red with anger, shouting loudly. Suddenly he smiled happily, "Ah, I am trapped, this Chi Path seal is too troublesome, there are 17 to 18 layers of seals. Earlier the Inkman king only unlocked the first layer. Aha, I really can't help you refine Gu now, I can't do it, this is great." Ever since he was sealed, he had been bored to death, unable to refine Gu, his greatest hobby had been taken away. But this time he felt that he was very happy like this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's anger. Looking at this strange land spirit of Langia laughing and shouting like an old urchin, Tai Bai Yunxing felt this trip was not in vain. His horizons had been broadened. The Inkman King was silent. He had a huge business. He did not want to offend Fang Yuan easily. Fang Yuan coughed, saying with a solemn expression, "All right, let's talk about serious matters. Since you can't refine Gu, forget it. I came here for another matter. I want to make a deal with you." "Deal? What deal?" the land spirit of Langia asked. The Inkman King immediately became vigilant. Although the land spirit of Langia had high intelligence, he had an honest nature. It was hard to guarantee that he would not be deceived. As the land spirit's good friend, if Fang Yuan really had bad intentions, he would stand up and expose the other party's scheme. "The deal is simple. You should still remember that I am a wisdom path Gu master, right? I am willing to deduce an immortal Gu recipe for you, and you will pay me immortal Yuan stone as compensation. This is a win-win deal," Fang Yuan said. "Deduce a Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Langia stared with wide eyes. After being dazed for a while, he laughed loudly again. He was rocking back and forth in laughter. If his hands were not tied, he would probably be slapping his thighs in laughter. The land spirit of Langia mocked. "Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a zombie now. You still want to deduce a Gu recipe? Or an immortal Gu recipe? I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible." The Inkman King said, "If it is an immortal Gu recipe, even if it is an incomplete recipe, its value is extremely high. If I let Sir deduce it, if Sir cannot deduce it, wouldn't Sir also know the contents of the immortal Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Langia was reminded. He immediately shouted in anger, "Good lad, you actually want to swindle an old man's immortal Gu recipe." Chapter 669. At once, everyone's gazes were attracted to the Gu worm in Fang Yuan's hand. The Gu worm was brimming with immortal energy. It contained surging laws. It was no doubt an immortal Gu. But no one knew what immortal Gu it was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's heart jolted. He recalled what Fang Yuan had once revealed to him. This Gu. Land spirit of Langia's eyes shined. "I have never seen this Gu before. This is a new Gu." He jumped in front of Fang Yuan. His nose was only 2 to 3 inches away from the Gu worm. He sniffed it like he was smelling a flower. Next he shouted, "Ah, this is the aura of luck path. This is a luck path Gu worm. Good lad, you destroyed Truyang building, but it seems your gains are not small." Fang Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the great land spirit of Langia is so ignorant. This is not a new Gu. It had already appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me tell you, this Gu is called Calamity Beckoning. It was created by a certain generation's fairy Mo Yao of Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao? Inkman King's eyes shined. If I remember correctly, this woman is one of the few legends in the history of Inkmen. She cultivated to rank 7, her charisma was outstanding, even the famous sword immortal Bo Qing fell in love with her. The Inkman King seemed to be very familiar. When he spoke, his expression was somewhat fanatical. "Sire, please don't blame me. I have used Senior Mo Yao as my role model since young, thus I am very familiar with her deeds." Fang Yuan found it funny to think that this Inkman King was actually a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chat with Inkman King. Fang Yuan used this chance. He mocked Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia's face turned red from the humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide inside it. He snorted continuously. But he could not refute Fang Yuan. After all, he did not recognize this immortal Gu. Fang Yuan mocked for a while. Seeing that the time was ripe, he took back Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu and took out another immortal Gu. "Land Spirit of Langia, didn't you claim to be knowledgeable? I'll give you another chance. Let me show you what kind of Gu worm this is." The Land Spirit of Langia immediately widened its eyes. He hurried forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath. His nervous expression turned into pride. "Of course I recognize this immortal Gu. It was called Cleanse Soul. It was a supplementary item for Soul Path Gu Immortals. Soul Dao cultivation required strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu was the best choice for strengthening the soul, while Luopa Valley's Fog and Luopa Wind were the best choices for refining the soul. The Lake Calming Soup was the first choice for calming the soul. This was Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. It could refine a Gu Immortal's soul and get rid of the impurities. But if it is overused, it will expel the essence of the soul from the body." "You actually recognize this Gu?" Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked but inwardly thought, "So this immortal Gu is called Cleanse Soul. I called it Split Soul earlier wrongly. This cleansed soul immortal goo was the core goo of the killer move myriad self. The killer move myriad self allowed Fang Yuan to create his own strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms contained a trace of Fang Yuan's soul, thus Fang Yuan could command them. He could move them like an arm, nimbly and flexibly. But precisely because of this, using the killer move myriad self would expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. The land spirit of Xianxia saw Fang Yuan's shock and the pride on his face intensified. But Fang Yuan continued, "You are lucky this time, you happen to recognize this immortal goo." "Hey, what do you mean by luck? This is my strength." "If you have strength, you don't even know calamity beckoning immortal goo?" "You. Forget it, look at this immortal goo, you definitely won't recognize it." "Take it out, let me see its background." The land spirit of Xianxia shouted. Fang Yuan took out another goo. The land spirit of Xianxia concentrated, carefully identifying it. After a few breaths of time, he laughed, "Haha, this is the luck path immortal goo rising azure cloud." "Rising azure cloud?" Tai by Yunxing interrupted. "That's right." The land spirit of Xianxia was proud, shaking his head. "This goo is a movement immortal goo with a long history. Goo immortals can easily traverse mountains and rivers with it. What's more precious is that this goo can move up and down extremely quickly, far surpassing its peers. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud." Fang Yuan pondered for a while, but he was unwilling to give up, taking out another immortal goo. "Land spirit, you seem to have a little bit of strength. Take a look at this goo first." Fang Yuan said. "What do you mean by seem to have a little bit of strength? I definitely have it." The land spirit of Xianxia retorted, his eyes shining as he stared at Fang Yuan's palm. After a few breaths of time, his expression changed. "Ah, so it's you. What goo is this?" Tai by Yunxing spoke again at an appropriate time. At this point he had already seen through Fang Yuan's intentions. Although Fang Yuan had captured these immortal goo in Truyang building, he did not know their origins and had been trying to figure them out. Needless to say, familiarizing himself with the effects of an unfamiliar immortal goo was a troublesome matter. The most direct method was to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal goo, and see their effects. But there were many disadvantages to this. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo were powerful and might harm oneself. For example, calamity beckoning goo and spring-autumn cicada, these immortal goo could not be activated blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo's usage methods were very unusual. Even if they were activated without a suitable target and environment, there would be no effect. Although wisdom goo could assist Fang Yuan, this was a deduction based on Fang Yuan's knowledge. The land spirit of Xianxia did not suspect anything, he showed off his knowledge. "This immortal goo is vicious and peculiar, it is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have not seen it personally, I have heard of its appearance from historical records, and paid close attention to it back then. I have a special impression of it. This goo is called Woman's Heart, it is different from ordinary immortal goo, it combines nurturing and refinement." Fang Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Goo worms were divided into nurturing, usage and refinement, three aspects. Normally speaking, although these three aspects were related, they were independent of each other. Fang Yuan had never seen an immortal goo that combined nurturing and refinement. But there was a type of goo worm that combined nurturing and usage. Fang Yuan was very proficient in it in his previous life. It was the infamous rank 5 goo, blood guillotine. Then this woman's heart that combined nurturing and refinement. What goo was it? Fang Yuan was curious, but it was not convenient for him to ask this question directly. At this time, Tai by Yunxing cooperated. "It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. I have lived for so long. This is the first time I have heard of it." The land spirit of Xianxia glanced at Tai by Yunxing. "Lad, you are still young, you have not lived long enough. The number of goo worms is as vast as the sea, they vary greatly. Nurturing, usage and refinement, all three aspects are profound and profound. As the saying goes, woman's heart is the most vicious. This immortal goo, Woman's Heart, is a poison path immortal goo. Its poison is extremely fierce. We need to feed it. We need a woman's heart. The process of feeding it is a process of continuous refinement and refinement. The more hearts you feed it, the more venomous it will be." Tai by Yunxing's expression changed. "It needs a woman's heart? So vicious. This is a demonic goo." Actually, we can use a female variant human's heart as a substitute, but the effect is slightly worse than a human's heart. The same poison requires even more female variant human hearts. The land spirit of Xianxia recalled. Tai by Yunxing said with a solemn expression, "Even variant humans. They are living beings. They have parents, they have flesh and blood, they have feelings and hatred. How can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic goo? Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He put away the immortal goo woman's heart, and took out another immortal goo. Land spirit of Langia, I admit you do have some ability. But it is only at this level. You are slightly inferior to me. Haha, this immortal goo in my hand. You will definitely not be able to guess its origin. Fang Yuan was very confident. The land spirit of Langia's gaze was attracted by the new immortal goo. This is also a luck path immortal goo. He sniffed with his nose, his expression clearly becoming nervous. But after a few breaths of time, the nervousness on his face disappeared. He let out a breath of turbid air. I recognize this immortal goo. Haha, back then when my main body and Giant Sun Immortal discussed cultivation, I saw this immortal goo. Is there really such a coincidence? Fang Yuan said with an expression of disbelief. Of course. The land spirit of Langia's eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan's expression of disbelief made him feel very unhappy. To prove himself, he said everything he knew. This immortal goo is called Connect Luck. Its effect is very special. It can link the goo master's luck with other people's luck. If one side has good luck, it will be shared with the other side. Similarly, if one side has bad luck, it will also affect the other side. If you also have luck inspection goo, you can observe other people's luck. If you see a lucky person, you can use this Connect Luck immortal goo. But this is not the best way to use it. Because luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. If you want to use it like this, you will need another break luck immortal goo. A better way is to use other luck path immortal goo together, to link your luck with the luck of mountains and rivers, the luck of rivers, the luck of blessed lands and grotto heavens, or even the luck of immemorial desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing understood the logic and nodded in agreement. That's right, famous mountains and rivers have existed for a long time, blessed lands and grotto heavens are not easily destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are comparable to rank 8 goo immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than a person's luck. The land spirit of Langia sighed. Luck path is a different path, it points to the depths of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The one who created it, Giant Sun Immortal, had shocking talent and extraordinary talent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal discussed Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights, even my main body was filled with admiration towards him. The Inkman King added, the 10 venerables in history are all supreme monuments. Even as an Inkman, I have no choice but to admire them. He had already seen through Fang Yuan's scheme. He wanted to use the land spirit of Langia to obtain information about immortal goo. But he did not expose this. Fang Yuan did not harm the land spirit of Langia. Inkman King did not want to ruin his fragile relationship with Fang Yuan just for this. Fang Yuan nodded at Inkman King before looking at the land spirit of Langia. Let's return to the transaction. I am very sincere. I have never thought of using this chance to covet your immortal goo recipe. Land spirit, before I deduce the immortal goo recipe for you, I will give you an immortal goo as collateral. At that time, even if I cannot deduce it and see the immortal goo recipe, you can take my immortal goo. That way you can be at ease. The value of immortal goo usually far surpassed the immortal goo recipe. The land spirit of Langia and Inkman King looked at each other, shouting, Brat, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Alright, I will not take any risks in this transaction, I can even earn some. I will say the ugly words first, I will give you at most 3 immortal goo recipes. No matter which immortal goo recipe it is, you will have to deduce it completely to be considered a success. If you succeed in deducing an immortal goo recipe, give it to me, I will give you the immortal Yuan stone and another remnant recipe. Okay. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately agreeing. Chapter 670. After smoothly completing the transaction with the land spirit of Langia, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This transaction was too crucial. The profits could help Fang Yuan get out of his current predicament. Although in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there were many ways to obtain immortal Yuan stone. But these methods required time to plan or had high risks. Transacting with the land spirit of Langia was the only option with low risks and high profits. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan left the cloud path immortal goo, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langia Blessed Land as the collateral for the transaction. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement goo. Fang Yuan did not lack movement immortal goo, he already had worldly wave trace. The latter was suitable for water path goo immortals, it was more effective in the environment of rivers and seas. Rising Azure Cloud, on the other hand, specialized in ascending and descending, its speed was slower than worldly wave trace. Fang Yuan was a pragmatist, to him worldly wave trace was more practical. That night in northern plains, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yunxing stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he used a bead of green grape immortal essence, in that situation he did not know Langya Blessed Land's true state. He had to quickly defeat the swamp crab and take control of the situation. Immortal essence was precious, but he had to use it when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had no value. Not to mention one bead of green grape immortal essence. Even if it was 8 or 10, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to use it when needed. He concluded that he paid very little this time, but his gains were huge. Firstly, he got fixed immortal travel back. Getting fixed immortal travel back was indeed a huge surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross regional walls. His footprints were all over the 5 regions. He made full use of his rebirth advantage, making arrangements everywhere and obtaining the greatest benefits. Even if the worst came to worst and Crane Gate broke through Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could retreat with Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack or retreat. Fixed immortal travel might be a rank 6 movement immortal Gu, but it gave Fang Yuan a huge tactical advantage. This was the combination of soaring azure clouds and worldly waves. I can't do it. As a result, the pressure on Fang Yuan lessened. Next, he formed the Snow Mountain Alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. He Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 absolute techniques. His potential was immense. Once he ascended to become an immortal, his battle prowess would be no small matter. Fairy Li Shan was an influential person in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. On the other hand, she had a wide circle of friends. He had many dealings with Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had scum and weirdos, while Demonic Path Gu Immortals had all sorts of them. All disputes originated from benefits. The righteous and demonic Dao did not always fight and kill. They also traded with each other and even worked together in secret. Fairy Li Shan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular. Dongfang Naganori and the other Righteous Path forces discussed establishing an alliance. They needed Mountain Pledge Gu. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals were even more suspicious of each other. To be able to establish such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, they needed Mountain Pledge Gu even more. Mountain Pledge Gu was used to establish an inviolable guardian alliance. It was the main foundation of the trust between Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Li Shan had such a wide circle of friends, it was much easier for her to gather information than Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal Gu. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this Gu had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land Spirit of Langya. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart. It was a one-time consumable Gu, refining and nurturing in one. It had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable Gu was very powerful, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect far surpassed Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had Guts Gu. Strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. Its value was even higher. Fang Yuan compared it. If he did not use Myriad Self, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 Gu Immortals. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was a Demonic Path Overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying, firmly occupying the peak of rank 6. He had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was the biggest gain that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul slightly. Because even though Cleanse Soul was the core of Myriad Self, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu was unique to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal Gu created him. Without this mystical Gu, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, spring-autumn cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture or spring-autumn cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Fang Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Fang Yuan's ability, ruthlessness and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring-autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Goo now, he could resolve the flaw of spring-autumn cicada's luck. The land spirit of Xianxia provided many ways to use Connect Luck Immortal Goo. The most praiseworthy way was to use Other Luck Path Immortal Goo with Connect Luck Immortal Goo, connecting the Goo Master's luck to famous mountains and rivers, or immemorial desolate beasts, or grotto heavens and blessed lands. These existences had long luck, they were not easy to destroy. But Fang Yuan did not intend to use this method. Because he could not do it, he only had one luck path Immortal Goo, he did not have anything else to use with it. Fang Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link his luck with other people's luck. The land spirit of Xianxia had said not long ago, a person's luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. It is linked to one's luck, one has to pay attention to it at all times, otherwise the user would be a burden. If it was used with Break Luck Goo, it would expend precious immortal essence and it would be tiring. But this method's flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who had used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He knew who the influential figures of each era were, he even knew what their future achievements would be, and when they would end up. I can use my previous life's memories to find these future influential figures, and use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link my luck with them. Anyway, I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, my luck has always been terrible, after linking my luck I will always be the one to benefit. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt that fixed immortal travel brought him a huge strategic advantage. If not for fixed immortal travel he would not be able to roam the 5 regions, he would not have the time to travel long distances and find those insignificant people one by one. The final harvest of this trip were the 3 Immortal Goo remnant recipes that Fang Yuan had brought back from Xianxia Blessed Land. These Immortal Goo remnant recipes were very high in completion, they were all above 90%, one of them was even at 99%. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan came to the underground cave. There were too many factors to consider when deducing an Immortal Goo recipe, the wills produced by Mortal Goo were not enough. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. He decided to start with the easy part and deal with the 99% remnant recipe first. At the same time in Xianxia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Xianxia, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yunxing had his hands behind his back, standing in front of Land Spirit of Xianxia and Inkman King. Inkman King looked at the vast cloud soil that had returned to its original state. His eyes could not help but reveal a light of amazement. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yunxing stayed behind and suggested restoring the blessed land for Land Spirit of Xianxia, he did not have any expectations. But to think that Tai Bai Yunxing did it so well, the effect was beyond his imagination. Land Spirit of Xianxia sized up Tai Bai Yunxing, saying, "To think that you are so extraordinary at such a young age. How did you do it?" Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He was old, his hair and beard were white, but he was actually called young by others. This strange feeling was not common. He took out landscape as before Immortal Goo and showed it to the two, introducing it in detail. Inkman King could not help but praise, "To think that there is such a miraculous Immortal Goo. With this Immortal Goo, we can restore the terrain and rivers of the blessed land, greatly reducing the losses from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Goo is extremely valuable." Land Spirit of Xianxia was also interested. "I have heard of this Immortal Goo, it was once Immortal 9 Regrets' possession. Immortal 9 Regrets inherited a certain true inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, not only does he have landscape as before, he also has man as before. I have not seen this Immortal Goo of yours personally. Study it for me, it will definitely give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 Immortal Yuan Stones as compensation." Land Spirit of Xianxia had a huge business, he was a very wealthy person, he did not lack Immortal Yuan Stones. 5 Immortal Yuan Stones. Tai Bai Yunxing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. Immortal Goo were very private, they were not easily exposed. But Tai Bai Yunxing had to learn from Fairy Li Shan in order to make a living in the future. Thus he had no choice but to expose landscape as before Immortal Goo. How could he give it to Land Spirit of Xianxia? He said it was for research, but what if he messed up the research? Seeing that Tai Bai Yunxing did not agree, Land Spirit of Xianxia was very disappointed, but he still paid. "You restored all of my cloud soil according to the transaction, this is 3 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing, however, waved his hand and refused, I will not accept these 3 immortal yuan stones. When Fang Yuan delivers the goods later, I will have to trouble you to give them to him together. Chapter 671. Land Spirit of Langia, isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing, saying in a worried tone. The other party was the person who destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once the other party was angered, Inkman King was worried that Fang and Bai would harm Langia blessed land. Land Spirit of Langia was very straightforward. He did not hear the hidden meaning in Inkman King's words, instead saying proudly, Humph. That brat is crafty and sly, he dared to have such a bad attitude towards me, I did it on purpose. I will teach him a lesson and let him know the meaning of respecting the elderly. Aha, what goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie, does he think I can't see it? Little Tai Bai has blind trust in him. If he can deduce an immortal goo recipe, I will directly smash my medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the arrogant and laughing land spirit of Langia with a pitiful expression, not making a sound. He actually wanted to say, I am not confident in Fang Yuan but in wisdom goo. Fang Yuan quietly stood in the light of wisdom. After a while he opened his eyes shining with joy. Success. He sighed, in just a short while he had successfully deduced the first remnant recipe and perfected it to 100%. The perfected goo recipe was that remnant recipe that was 99% complete. Looking at this goo recipe again, Fang Yuan also exclaimed, this final step can be said to be miraculous, it is actually a goo recipe that I perfected myself. Even he found it hard to believe. Deducing goo recipes, one was foundation. Another was inspiration. Without enough refinement path foundation, deducing goo recipes would be very difficult. But goo masters with deep foundations, when deducing goo recipes, they would often encounter difficult obstacles. Even then they would be stuck, unable to advance an inch, often for years, even decades or even centuries. At this time, to break through the obstacles, inspiration was needed. But inspiration was extremely hard to come by. It was very likely that they would appear consecutively, but it was also very likely that they would not appear for many years. Even if there was inspiration, that was only a method. Need to verify. If he succeeded, it would be true inspiration. If it didn't succeed, then it was just an idea, a failed attempt. The power of wisdom goo. It could give the goo master unlimited inspiration. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough, I just lack inspiration. Fang Yuan once again felt the power of a rank 9 goo. And this was only him using the light of wisdom. If one day he truly activated wisdom goo, who knew what it would be like? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and checked his mind. There was still a large amount of happy left in his mind. The goo recipe just now was extremely complete, it was just one step away. Therefore, Fang Yuan didn't waste any of his joy. He calmed down and started to deduce the goo recipe again. Second goo recipe. It was a 97% immortal goo recipe. This time, Fang Yuan did not expend a lot of joyful will, he only used a third and passed the obstacle of the immortal goo recipe. Once this obstacle was passed, the biggest problem was solved. The next step was smooth sailing, his thoughts were clear and clear. Even if Fang Yuan relied on his own ability, he could complete the deduction. But when it came to the third immortal goo recipe, Fang Yuan met with some trouble. He used 3 beads of green grape immortal essence to complete this immortal goo recipe. This immortal goo recipe had many problems. After solving one, another appeared. Thus, although the completion rate was also extremely high, reaching 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence used to deduce it was 2 to 3 times more than before. But even so, according to the agreement, Fang Yuan made a huge profit. Because he urgently needed it, Fang Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and used Divine Sense Goo to contact the Land Spirit of Langia. The Land Spirit of Langia laughed loudly, thinking that Fang Yuan was admitting defeat. Thus, when Fang Yuan handed him an immortal goo recipe with 100% completion, he was stunned on the spot and could not react for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was attracted by the contents of the immortal goo recipe. Amazing, amazing. He actually used such a method to solve the problem. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? He shouted. If not for his hands being bound by the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thighs right now. The praises suddenly stopped, and the Land Spirit of Langia showed an awkward expression. He did not forget that not long ago he was extremely pessimistic about Fang Yuan's ability. Who could have thought that not long after, Fang Yuan would successfully deduce one of the immortal goo recipes and hand it over to him. The land spirit of Xianxia could not wipe away his embarrassment. He snorted, "Brat, to think that your thinking is so weird, you actually managed to find this immortal goo recipe through sheer luck. Consider yourself lucky this time. According to the previous agreement, if you perfect a rank 6 immortal goo remnant recipe with more than 90% completion, the reward will be 10 immortal yuan stones. Do I use Jewel Yellow Skies to give it to you, or do you want to collect it personally?" Transactions with Jewel Yellow Skies naturally required a certain fee. But if Fang Yuan went to collect it personally, he would need to use fixed immortal travel. Every time he used fixed immortal travel, he would need to expend a bead of green grape immortal essence. The price was not cheap. Fang Yuan thought about it. Although using Jewel Yellow Skies was cheaper, it would inevitably leave behind traces and might be deduced by a wisdom path goo master with evil intentions. But the price to collect it personally was too high. Fang Yuan felt some heartache. Xianxia Blessed Land was in northern plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region. Whole Earth goo could not be used. He could only use Stargate goo. Land Spirit, with your temper, you should have Stargate goo, right? Fang Yuan asked. "Ha, rascal, you know me quite well." Land Spirit of Xianxia admitted frankly. He obtained the Stargate goo's recipe from Fang Yuan. He refined the first set of Stargate goo and gave it to Fang Yuan, before refining the second set for his own collection. Fang Yuan nodded, transmitting, "Jewel Yellow Skies is not safe. Our transactions will be discovered by many people. If we do it often, it will attract huge trouble. Fixed immortal travel might be convenient, but the price is too high. Why don't our two blessed lands communicate and build a Stargate?" "Build a Stargate?" Land Spirit of Xianxia shook his head, rejecting Fang Yuan's suggestion without much thought. "Rascal, I have been cheated by you enough. Building a Stargate is no small matter. If your side suffers a calamity, my side will also suffer a calamity. If Xianxia Blessed Land is discovered by others, this old man will not have a good life." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not persuading him anymore, instead passing the second immortal goo recipe to Land Spirit of Xianxia. "You actually completed another one?" Land Spirit of Xianxia was shocked. "Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Such a solution is simply brilliant. You actually thought of using this goo and also a goo refinement material like intimate grass. How did you think of it?" Land Spirit of Xianxia chattered on, marveling at the wonders of this 100% complete immortal goo recipe. "Haha, old man, the new generation excels the old, the new generation replaces the old. You are already old, staying in Xianxia Blessed Land all day, you don't know the developments outside. Even if you have a good friend, the Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how can he come into contact with the essence of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius in wisdom path. One day I will surpass star constellation Immortal Venerable." Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly, speaking nonsense. Land Spirit of Xianxia was speechless. He wanted to retort, but the truth was in front of him. The two immortal goo remnant recipes that had troubled him for countless years were easily completed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. "Sigh, do you know the loneliness of geniuses? From birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around me who could communicate with me on equal terms. Some even thought I was a monster. They feared my wisdom and were jealous of my talent. I could only conceal myself and appear like a normal person, to the extent that others could no longer see the shocking talent that was about to overflow from my body. Wisdom path was like a path designed by the heavens for me, but due to a freak combination of factors, I became a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't this because my life is full of troubles? My talent has already incurred the jealousy of heaven." Saying so, Land Spirit of Xianxia finally could not endure it, stomping his feet. "Hey rascal, don't be so arrogant. What's so great about deducing two immortal goo recipes? If you have the guts, deduce the final immortal goo recipe as well, only then will I admire you." Fang Yuan was silent. Land Spirit of Xianxia raised his head. "Humph, kid, I admit you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body is stumped by this immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it for 7 to 8 years, maybe you will know the vastness of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the stars. Then you will know humility, ahaha." "Are you talking about this immortal goo recipe?" Fang Yuan's lips curled as he threw out the third immortal goo recipe. This was simply a trump card. Land Spirit of Xianxia's laughter stopped abruptly. He shouted in shock. What is this? What are you doing, what are you doing?" There was a trace of panic mixed in his voice. Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. He heaved a long sigh and said with melancholy, "I said before, my talent often attracts fear and jealousy. Sigh, there is no helping it, I am such a genius, I was born this way. Land spirit of Langya's shock was no small matter. He was after all formed from an obsession, he had no shrewdness. This final immortal goo recipe had a huge impact on him. You actually succeeded in your deduction? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This immortal goo recipe was actually solved like this train of thought was simply a complete reversal. Strange, even my main body could not think of this. It is truly like an old saying. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Land spirit of Langya mumbled. He was first completely shocked, before falling into wild joy. Finally he calmed down, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart. This immortal goo recipe had been troubling him all along. Even his main body was stumped. He could not take the final crucial step. Sometimes, Land spirit of Langya even thought that this immortal goo recipe had reached a dead end. There was no way to resolve it. He had thrown it to Fang Yuan earlier to deliberately make things difficult for Fang Yuan. He had never thought of obtaining the true solution. But he obtained it now. What he could not do, a problem that even his main body could not solve, Fang Yuan had deduced. Chapter 672. Don't tell me this kid is really a rare wisdom path genius goo master? No, this kind of wisdom is simply world-shaking. It is not just rare in 100 years, it is not an exaggeration to say it is rare in 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Land spirit of Langya immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was very reasonable. Right, only such a talented person would have such a bad temper. Just like my main body. Land spirit of Langya thought of this and immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was not so annoying. Instead, he felt a kind of sympathy for him. Over at Hu Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. Although he had become a zombie and his thoughts were rigid, it was more than enough to bully a land spirit. If possible, Fang Yuan was naturally not willing to take such a risk. He would rather give the immortal goo recipes to Land spirit of Langya over a long period of time. And not like now, directly handing over these 3 immortal goo recipes. This would be too eye-catching and high-profile. It would definitely attract suspicion from others. Land spirit of Langya might be frank, but he had a good friend, the Inkman King, who was a true formidable character. But Fang Yuan had no choice, he was forced by the situation. He had to get a large number of immortal yuan stones in a short period of time to increase his strength and get out of this dangerous situation, while also delaying the time when he would be exposed. If he kept the immortal goo recipes because of his misgivings and ended up dying in battle, who would Fang Yuan cry to? Fang Yuan smiled. Land spirit of Langya did not respond, but he knew. These 3 immortal goo recipes were thrown out one after another. Like 3 bombs, they had already caused Land spirit of Langya's mind to tremble. This was the best time to talk about conditions. Thus he spoke, Land spirit of Langya, I won't hide it from you. I need immortal yuan stones while you need immortal goo recipes. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Establishing a Stargate is beneficial to both of us. Build a Stargate. This time, the Land spirit of Langya hesitated and didn't reject it immediately. Fang Yuan displayed his extraordinary wisdom path talent. This truly changed the Land spirit of Langya. They had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's suggestion caused the Land spirit to pay more attention to it than ever before. Fang Yuan persuaded again, Land spirit, do you think we won't build a Stargate? Is your Langya blessed land safe? Don't forget, you've already suffered 3 waves of attacks, each wave stronger than the one before. Without a doubt, the location of Langya blessed land had been discovered. You've also been targeted by a certain powerful force. After we build the Stargate, we can even cooperate further. At the critical moment, I can protect you through the Stargate. Protect me? The Land spirit of Langya was finally moved. He thought of Fang Yuan's impressive battle record of beating up the swamp crab. He was indeed powerful. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted the peace and prosperity of Langya blessed land, causing the Land spirit of Langya to feel a huge sense of danger. At this time, Fang Yuan asked again, you haven't sold Stargate goo in jewel yellow skies, right? Not yet, I don't lack immortal yuan stone. The Land spirit of Langya said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, that makes things easier. Stargate goo is a new creation. It is not because whole earth goo is planted on the ground and can be easily discovered. Every time you open a Stargate, you need to activate the Stargate goo, thus it is very secretive. Even if you sense something amiss, you can destroy the Stargate goo in your hand at the critical moment, right? Building a Stargate is not a threat at all. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue, every word was in the heart of the Land spirit of Langya. The Land spirit of Langya finally agreed, Alright, let's build a Stargate. But let's not talk about deep cooperation for now, let's first proceed with the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes. Saying so, the land spirit added, also, I will provide the Stargate goo, I will lend it to you. This way he would be able to control the situation. He was still somewhat worried. On Hu Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fang Yuan showed a victorious smile, his 8 fists clenched tightly. Success. This way he had obtained the initial recognition of the land spirit of Xianxia. Communicating with Xianxia Blessed Land, it would be very beneficial for his future transactions. Not only would he be left with a sum of money, he would also have another path of retreat. Other than this, Fang Yuan also controlled the Stargate goo again, preventing it from entering the market of jewel yellow skies and giving other goo immortals a huge advantage. The appearance of the Stargate goo, the land spirit of Xianxia, saved Fang Yuan some trouble. By doing so, it would give the land spirit of Xianxia a sense of security. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. It is very necessary to have a good relationship with the land spirit of Xianxia. If I transact with him, I will not be cheated and I can also get a large amount of immortal yuan stone. As long as the relationship is handled well and deepens, I might even be able to borrow some immortal goo from the land spirit of Xianxia in the future. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. There were many immortal goo in Xianxia Blessed Land, especially Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. By borrowing immortal goo, Fang Yuan could save a huge amount of goo nurturing expenses. What a great deal. Fang Yuan took 1 step and calculated 10 steps. The land spirit of Xianxia was also very happy. He felt his luck was really good. Finding a wisdom path genius that appeared once in 10,000 years, there was hope to complete the immortal goo remnant recipes in his possession. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use jewel yellow skies to teleport Stargate goo, but was rejected by the cautious land spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan could only use his green grape immortal essence to make another trip to Xianxia Blessed Land and bring back Stargate goo. Tai Bai Yunxing was still there were still several rivers in the Blessed Land that he needed to restore. This trip consumed 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from Fang Yuan. But he brought back a Stargate goo, 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes, and 30 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to give Fang Yuan the 3 immortal yuan stones, but Fang Yuan did not accept them, leaving them to Tai Bai Yunxing. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing also needed resources to cultivate, he had become stronger, and the help he could provide to Fang Yuan was much greater than just 3 immortal yuan stones. The Stargate was not set up immediately. Fang Yuan's Starlight Firefly goo had already been used up. Without Starlight Firefly goo's Starlight, the 2 Stargates could not be opened. Fang Yuan summarized this transaction. In order to deduce the immortal goo recipe, he had spent a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence. Earlier, when he returned from Xianxia Blessed Land alone, he had spent 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. In order to obtain a Stargate goo to travel between Xianxia Blessed Land and Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had spent 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had spent a total of 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And what he had obtained was a total of 30 immortal yuan stones. I only have 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left now. Fang Yuan had become a middle-grade blessed land. The amount of green grape immortal essence he obtained was already very little, and this time, when he traveled between northern plains and back, his green grape immortal essence was greatly consumed. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Although he had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, he could no longer produce green grape immortal essence. But he could extract the immortal essence from the immortal yuan stone, and turn it into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, when Guiyue first generation turned into a blood ghost zombie, they had also used the yuan stone to recover their primeval essence. The principle between the two was the same, only the level was different. That is to say, Fang Yuan could completely use these 30 immortal yuan stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. 1 immortal yuan stone was 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. His green grape immortal essence would rise to 39 beads. But immortal yuan stone is much more valuable than green grape immortal essence. The former can be used as currency, while the latter can only be used by individuals. Unless it is necessary, I should not rush to refine immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. As long as the transaction with the land spirit of Xianxia continues, there will be more and more immortal yuan stone. Now, I will first communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, Fang Yuan was very confident in communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. The purchasing power of immortal yuan stone was very high. Back then, Fang Yuan used 1 immortal yuan stone to buy a myriad wolf king, a huge wolf group of over 30,000. 30 immortal yuan stone was enough to be called a huge sum of money. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan established the Blood-Wing demonic sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the most immortal yuan stone he had was only 64. Of course, in his previous life his expenditure was also huge. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits offsetting each other. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, sending his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was dead silent, the sky was gray and the ground was black, filled with a rotten stench. Mo Yao's will was still imprisoned inside, constantly monitored by Fang Yuan. The mirror willow that was transplanted here had already died, turning into a piece of rotten wood lying on the ground. With a thought, a new connecting heaven goo floated up from his immortal aperture, connecting to jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan willed again, activating divine sense goo, forming an endless stream of divine sense that followed the connecting heaven goo's passageway into jewel yellow skies. He was now an immortal zombie. He no longer needed little who immortals help, he could do the business himself. Jewel yellow skies was still the same. In the vast space, there was a yellow lemon-like light rippling. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fishes, there was not even heaven and earth, only all kinds of precious goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation or veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of materials were quietly floating, emitting colorful treasure lights of varying heights. The brighter the treasure light, the higher the value of the treasure. But the treasure light was only a preliminary estimate. If the goods were tampered with by goo immortals, the treasure light might not show any clues. This was the largest transaction market of the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed bargaining and charged a certain amount of processing fees. It also tested the goo immortals' eyesight. If they bought fake goods, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Jewel Yellow Skies was not responsible for compensation. The first thing Fang Yuan wanted to buy was Starlight Firefly Goo. This goo worm could emit pure blue starlight. It was the prerequisite to opening a stargate. He searched with his divine sense and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Goo. There were more than 1,000 of them. And the seller of this group of Starlight Firefly Goo, Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. It was Star-Lord Wuxia. Star-Lord Wuxia seemed to be a Star Path Goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Goo, but also Star Dark Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Star River Goo and so on. Evidently, Star-Lord Wuxia's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Goo. He sold these goo worms to generate income. Chapter 673. How much are you selling these Starlight Firefly Goo? Fang Yuan's divine sense probed. May I know your name, and how many Starlight Firefly Goo do you need? Although Star-Lord Wuxia was not here, he left a will beside the goods. This will had a great appearance, shining with starlight. It was very beautiful. Fang Yuan's wisdom path foundation was shallow. He did not recognize it. You can call me 8-Arm Immortal. I want all of these Starlight Firefly Goo. Fang Yuan transmitted. Fang Yuan used his blessed land to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, and exchanged for a set of Divine Sense Goo and Connecting Heaven Goo. Thus Star-Lord Wuxia's will did not recognize Fang Yuan as the former Fox Immortal, and only treated Fang Yuan as a stranger. But hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he sounded like a big customer. Star-Lord Wuxia's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly Goo is an ancient goo worm. It is almost extinct now. My Starlight Firefly Goo are of excellent quality. There are over 1,200 of them. How about this? Give me 4 immortal yuan stones, I will sell them all to you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You are deceiving me, don't think I do not know the normal selling price. I was only able to find you here after being introduced by someone. Starlight Firefly Goo are not only sold by your clan, there is also Fairy Yao Guang Di Yuan and others they can buy them from you. Fang Yuan had once ordered Little Hu Immortal to transact with these 3 goo immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, he even bought Star Fragment Grass seeds, and also bought the books of their experiences in growing Star Fragment Grass. He spent quite a bit. Star-Lord Wuxia's will was slightly shocked. He knew Fang Yuan was a knowledgeable person, and immediately changed his tone. I was just joking earlier. 8-Arm Immortal, please don't take it seriously. Fang Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will give you 2 immortal yuan stones for 1,500 Starlight Firefly Goo. Star-Lord Wuxia's will immediately rejected. Sir, you are lowering the price too much, I can't sell them. After haggling for a while, both sides finally took a step back and made a deal with the price of 3 Immortal Essence and 1,200 Starlight Firefly Goo. Fang Yuan bought the Starlight Firefly Goo but did not leave immediately, instead asking, Do you sell Star Path killer moves here? Sir, are you a Star Path Gu Immortal? Ah, of course it's for sale. You can take a look. I have 3 Star Path killer moves here. Fang Yuan browsed through it. The first Star Path killer move was Dazzling Star Armor. It needed a large number of Starlight Gu, a few Counter Star Gu, some Star Shield Gu and so on. This was a defensive killer move. It was activated. A full body armor would form on the Gu Immortal's body. The stars shone brilliantly. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It required a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu, a small number of Star Shoot Gu and so on. Once used, it would form a jade light drizzle that would rustle and last for 3 days and 3 nights. Rain is as precious as oil. It can make crops more nutritious and increase production. This was used to cultivate plants. A killer move to manage a blessed land. The third item was the Spiral Drill Star Spear. As the name suggested, this was an offensive killer move. It needed a small number of Spiral Bone Spear Gu, some Star River Gu, countless Star Dart Gu, a large number of Meteor Gu and so on. The content of this killer move was very interesting. The number of Gu worms was described as a large number, a few. These terms were used, the quantity was not clearly stated. At the same time, there was no detailed information on how to construct the killer move, what order to activate the Gu worms, or what Gu worms were used to support what Gu worms. It only stated the general situation, how many rank 5 Gu worms were needed, and what the effect of the killer move was. Only after the killer move was truly bought would the content be truly detailed. Star Lord Wanxiang's will gave a price at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold for half an Immortal Yuan Stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body, currently only a few Gu Immortals are buying it, thus the price is slightly higher, it costs 1.5 Immortal Yuan Stone. As for the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it costs 1 Immortal Yuan Stone. Killer moves had different prices according to their rarity, power, repercussions, whether they were easily countered, the Gu worms used to form the killer move and so on. But there was one similarity, they were generally not cheap. In Jewel Yellow Skies, mortal killer moves were usually more expensive than mortal Gu recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6, the price of immortal killer moves was much lower than immortal Gu recipes. Dazzling Star Armor, even if Fang Yuan was not a Star Path Gu Immortal, he knew that this killer move was a common item. Half an Immortal Yuan Stone was too expensive. Fang Yuan had intended to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered that there was a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide attack range, the Star Path Gu worms used to form it were very common, it was also very effective against enemies. The stardust that was emitted had the effect of penetrating defenses. Even if it could not penetrate the defense, when it stuck to the enemy, the cold air it emitted would slow down the enemy's movement. As for this Spiral Drill Star Spear that Star Lord Wanxiang was selling, Fang Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's price-to-performance ratio was not high. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the war eliminated rotten mechanisms and catalyzed new and better things. Fang Yuan could not remember the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it meant that it was not outstanding, it might have been eliminated long ago. Killer moves that were eliminated definitely had many flaws. But the killer move, Spring Star Rain, made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Fang Yuan thought of Star Fragment Grass. Star Fragment Grass was the food of Starlight Fireflies, but also their home. And the stronger the Starlight Firefly group, the more Starlight Firefly Gu could be produced. Fang Yuan's need for Starlight Firefly Gu would definitely last for a long time. Thus he needed this killer move. Fang Yuan looked at this Spring Star Rain killer move twice. He found a problem. Among the Gu worms used to form the killer move Spring Star Rain, there was a Star Path Gu called Star Shoot Gu, it was a one-time consumable Gu. Fang Yuan had never heard of this Gu, this was his first time seeing it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and quickly understood. This was Star Lord Wanxiang's scheme. After a Gu Immortal buys the killer move Spring Star Rain, every time they use Spring Star Rain, they would need to expend Star Shoot Gu. And this Star Shoot Gu could only be sold by Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang turned the one-time transaction of a killer move into a continuous transaction. Fang Yuan probed, I will pay 2 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy your Spring Star Rain killer move and Star Shoot Gu's recipe. Star Shoot Gu was only a rank 3 Gu, but this Mortal Gu's recipe was worth half an Immortal Yuan Stone, it was extremely high. But as Fang Yuan expected, Star Lord Wanxiang's will rejected him without any hesitation. He said the Star Shoot Gu was formed naturally in his blessed land, he did not have the recipe to refine it. This was a good reason. Some blessed lands, when managed well, would naturally produce new goo due to the unique environment. Not only could goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could also create new goo worms. Fang Yuan knew this was most likely just an excuse, but he could not ask to enter Star Lord Wanxiang's blessed land to verify it. Blessed lands were the headquarters of goo immortals, they were the most important individuals. Unless they had a good relationship and trusted each other, they would not invite goo immortals into their blessed land. Fang Yuan saw that Star Lord Wanxiang's will was unwilling, so he made a new suggestion. How about this? I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy the killer moves Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, as well as some Star Shoot Goo. These Star Shoot Goo are enough for me to use Spring Star Rain at least 10 times. Star Lord Wanxiang's will heard this and shook his head. The total amount of Star Shoot Goo needed to use 6 times is worth half an immortal yuan stone. Sir, you are only giving me 2 immortal yuan stones, but I still need to use Dazzling Star Armor. This is a losing deal, I will not do it. Fang Yuan sneered. Star Shoot Goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo, each killer move consumes at most 500. 6 killer moves would only require 3 to 4,000. You are actually selling half an immortal yuan stone? Sir, you might not know, Star Shoot Goo are naturally produced in my blessed land, their production is very low. They cannot be bought outside, they are a unique resource of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Wanxiang's will spoke politely, but the meaning behind his words was, if you want to buy it, do not. If you don't buy it, don't think of buying it anywhere else. This was the confidence to monopolize the business. Fang Yuan smiled and continued to bargain, but the other party did not budge. During this process, Fang Yuan found that in the other party's opinion, Dazzling Star Armor had a high value. It seems that before the 5 regions war, Dazzling Star Armor has not been spread widely among the forces. The price of the killer move is still high. War was an extremely efficient way to communicate, especially in this world. During times of peace, Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone had great value, they could not be used as currency, and the economy was not developed. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points and so on replaced Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone as currency, instead promoting the abnormal prosperity of all sides. After realizing this, Fang Yuan did not insist. Finally, he used 2 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy the Spring Star Rain, as well as enough Star Shoot Goo for 10 Spring Star Rains. After this transaction, Fang Yuan continued to search for Jewel Yellow Skies. He found that in Jewel Yellow Skies, the price of air bubble fish had already been raised by the goo immortals to over 10 times the original price. Fang Yuan inquired about it, the situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. At the end of this year, 2 goo immortals fought in the air bubble sea, causing intense poison to spread throughout the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The production of air bubble fish fell to rock bottom, the price naturally rose. The 5 regions have their own regional walls, isolating the inside from the outside, thus they each have their own structure and have little influence on each other. After my rebirth, I influenced southern border, central continent and northern plains. Among them, northern plains had the greatest change, it is already in chaos. Central continent is second, southern border is third. After all, southern border's changes are only limited to the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to conclude the inertia and butterfly effect of the river of time. This intertwining of immutability and change was proof that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's time law was getting deeper and deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fang Yuan remembered that in the future 5 regions war, this fish group would be even more popular among goo immortals, their price would be even higher than now. Chapter 674. During peaceful times when goo immortals nurtured goo, their demand for mortal goo was not high. Purchasing was only a secondary method, the main method was to produce the blessed land itself. There was a difference in the flow of time between the blessed land and the outside world. 1 day in the outside world was many days in the blessed land. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the blessed land. Every year there would be production. Goo immortals normally would not choose air bubble fish because the price was too high. They would rather wait a while. And during times of war, goo immortals would fight many times. Trump cards like Immortal Goo would not be used often, Mortal Goo would be used as common methods, the expenditure would be huge. During the 5 regions war, air bubble fish became an item that all goo immortals chased after. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had bought air bubble fish before to increase the production of the Starlight Firefly Goo. Unfortunately, at the final juncture of Northern Plains, He lacked money and had no choice but to sell almost all of his wolf groups, fox groups, air bubblefish and hairy men. Fang Yuan originally had the chance to make a profit, but life was unpredictable. In the end, because he sold it in a hurry, he lost some money. Now there were very few air bubblefish in Hu Immortal blessed land. I still have to buy air bubblefish, but not now. After a few years, the sea of air bubbles would be restored, and the price of air bubbles fish would decrease. At that time, I'll throw in some immortal yuan stone, and I'll be able to buy a large group of them. Maybe I should breed a lot of these air bubble fish, and when the 5 regions battle starts, I'll be able to make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly goo. They could be used for a long time. He was not in a hurry to increase the production of the air bubble fish group. Are you little deity Xing Luo? After a while, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. That's me. What does Senior want to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted over. He seemed very enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan looked at the goods she was selling. Not only were there very few of them, but they were also very common. Basically, no one would care about them, making them seem shabby and poor. It was true that she was a Gu Immortal, but not all Gu Immortals were wealthy. Battles, Gu refinement, research and tribulations would all greatly expend a Gu Immortal's foundation and wealth. Fang Yuan knew from his previous life's memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a female lone cultivator who had just become a Gu Immortal. His foundation was shallow, and he was in a difficult period of starting his career. If little immortal Xing Luo was in the mortal world, she would definitely be an indomitable big shot. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. But in jewel yellow skies, among the Gu Immortals, it was very inconspicuous. Who knows what will happen during the 5 Regions War? Little immortal Xing Luo gradually shone brightly. Using the killer move Icy Stardust to rise to power, he rapidly accumulated wealth from the battles and eventually became a famous person. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at the magic of fate and time. According to the 3 venerables, the 5 Regions War was the start of the Great Era. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born in this era. Every great era that gave birth to a rank 9 Gu Immortal had one similarity, that was during the chaos of war. A large number of new Gu Immortals were born. The new replaced the old, and the waves of the times stirred up sparkling waves. Between the sections, the clashes and exchanges between forces and individuals caused the Gu path to develop rapidly and change with each passing day. Fang Yuan was one of them. He made his fortune with Blood Path, becoming a central continent Gu Immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this great era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves here? After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan asked little immortal Xing Luo. Oh, I only have one killer move here. Little immortal Xing Luo was a little embarrassed. This is an ice path killer move that I obtained by chance. It is called Frost Veil. The price is half an immortal yuan stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. She said the last sentence, afraid that Fang Yuan would lower the price. Fang Yuan looked at the content and said in dissatisfaction, this Frost Veil killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and its defensive effect is a large area of effect. Activating a large number of rank 5 Gu at the same time required a Gu Immortal. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. It was basically impossible. A large area of effect meant that the defensive power was lower than a single target defensive killer move. And Gu Immortals usually fought alone, unless they were enslavement path. But enslavement path Gu Immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little immortal Xing Luo smiled bitterly in her heart. Fang Yuan was right. It was because of this that the killer move Frost Veil was hard to sell. But little immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods and was a lone cultivator. She needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Even though she advanced to Gu Immortal because she was untouched during the tribulation, most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She made a detailed plan to plant a vast number of shake trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable for planting shake trees, but she lacked the most crucial starting capital. She had billions of elemental stones on hand, but not a single immortal elemental stone. There were only a few sellers of shake trees. Most of them needed to exchange for specific resources or immortal yuan stone. They did not care about little immortal Xing Luo's items at all. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, little immortal Xing Luo did not have much hope in her heart. After several months she was already used to disappointment. But at the next moment Fang Yuan said, I have been researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this killer move Frost Veil. but half a piece of Immortal Yuan stone is too expensive. If you have any other small killer moves that are more novel, maybe I'll buy them for half a piece. New killer moves? Little Immortal Xing Luo's hope was reignited. She immediately thought of her Star Path killer move, 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her original creation. It used 6 rank 3 Gu and 9 rank 4 Gu, but it could deal an attack that surpassed rank 5 Gu. She had once been proud of it, but later on, her horizons were broadened and she understood that there was always someone stronger than her. She became humble. Little Immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment before her desire for Immortal Yuan stone took over. I do have a small killer move, but Senior might not be interested in it, she said carefully. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still calm. Oh? Tell me about it. After looking at the killer move 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan restrained the joy in his heart as he evaluated, this killer move is barely satisfactory, but it might give me new inspiration. Since I am in a good mood today, I will take care of you. Aha, this is half a piece of Immortal Yuan stone. I finally have half a piece, just half more. Little Immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, she excitedly gave many blessings to Fang Yuan. Next, Fang Yuan spent 2 pieces of Immortal Yuan stone to buy a large number of Gu refinement materials and mortal Gu worms. He spent another 2 to bring in a group of old hairy men. The price of hairy men was always the highest among all the slaves. Even though these old hairy men were old and would die in a few years, they were all skilled in Gu refinement. Fang Yuan wanted to refine a few sets of Stargate Gu, but the success rate was very low. Back then, even Land Spirit of Langya failed many times. If Fang Yuan did it himself, it would waste a lot of his time. He was going to hand these people to the old hairy men to refine. Central Continent, Crane Gate, Fu Hu Blessed Land. Fang Jing had a solemn expression as he walked into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and spacious. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was very tight. These rockmen were carefully trained by the Blessed Land's owner. Each of them had at least rank 4 battle strength, and were skilled in Earth Path Gu worms. Moreover, every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. They were 3 times the size of normal rockmen. Even such a wide tunnel was very narrow, they could only squat on the ground. But rockmen's nature was to dig holes underground and hibernate. These rockmen were used to it. Every time Fang Jing passed through this tunnel, he would feel a chill in his heart. Especially when he sensed that these huge rockmen were brimming with the aura of a rank 5 Gu master. Our Crane Gate strength is really too deep. If we let all these rank 5 rockmen out, the other sects would be scared to death. When passing by a huge rockman, Fang Jing muttered to the spirit incubating flea. The spirit incubating flea had Master Tenshuru's soul in it. It said, "That won't happen." Which sect did not have a deep and unfathomable foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are not weaker than our Crane Gate. But the owner of Fu Hu Blessed Land is our sect's 3rd supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockmen's slaves he nurtured are the best in Central Continent. They are the best even in jewel yellow skies. His strength and wealth are not something mortals like us can imagine. Fang Jing was fascinated. What realm is a Gu immortal? He can actually raise so many rockmen. He is really amazing. Master Tenshuru replied, every Gu immortal is a genius among the elites. They are dragons and phoenixes among men. They have their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. They cultivated step by step as mortals. Fang Jing, you are already rank 5. Maybe one day you can also become a Gu immortal. Fang Jing shook his head. Master, I know my own limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly built up by the sect using relic Gu. The sect nurtured me meticulously and poured all their resources into me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to the rank 5 that you cultivated step by step. Moreover, I feel that rank 5 is not rare now. Look at the 30 huge rockmen in this tunnel. Fang Jing, you can remember Crane Gate's nurturing of you and have a grateful heart. This is good. But you don't need to undervalue yourself. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Variant humans only have the word man attached to them. Don't think that these rockmen are strong and majestic, but in fact in a one-on-one battle, they cannot compare to the sect's rank 5 experts. They are more proficient in group battles. Master Tenshuru smiled. Is that so? Lord Sky Crane said, these rockmen are very stupid, and they coincidentally met a wealthy master. That's why they have such achievements. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders of the sect? If I were alive, I could deal with over 10 huge rockmen alone. Alright, we have arrived at the blood pool. Fang Jing heard the words blood pool, and his muscles tightened. Chapter 675. The cave was as big as a square, filled with layers of bloody light, and the smell of blood was strong. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a round pit. Blood was rolling inside and steam was rising from it. Fang Jing took a deep breath, took off his clothes and walked into the blood pool naked. His scalding blood made him gasp for air. He adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still in the middle of the blood pool. The blood flowed past his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Let's start. Let's do it one by one, don't rush. First, the iron blood goo, Master Tenshuru reminded. Fang Jing slowly closed his eyes and activated the iron blood goo. Immediately, the goo worm's power changed his blood. His originally bright red blood began to turn black and heavy, and his blood flow became extremely slow. Fang Jing's fair skin turned black as a result. Maintain the iron blood goo and activate the blood edge goo, Master Tenshuru said again. Fang Jing activated the blood edge goo, his body shook and his skin split open, forming hundreds of wounds in an instant. A large number of blood blades shot out, they were all pitch-black iron blood blades. Then molten blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fang Jing's expression was cold. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pleasure. This was the effect of the iron blood goo. It could turn pain into pleasure and help the goo master adapt to battle better, turning a cowardly goo master into a battle maniac. This was one of the results of Crane Gate's many years of research on blood paths. The blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, gradually dyeing the area around Fang Jing black. Next is the crucial step. Use mixed blood goo, Master Tenshuru said again. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, activating the blood mix goo. Immediately, under the effect of the goo worms, the hundreds of wounds on his body erupted with a fierce suction force. There was a lot of blood around. It was continuously absorbed by the wound. Ah! Fang Jing groaned softly as the intense pain turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. As a large amount of blood was sucked into his body, his entire body swelled up, and he became a deformed fatty. His body was more than 3 times his original size. His skin was forcefully stretched open, and his blood vessels were as thick as snakes. It was twisting inside Fang Jing's body. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a disgusting and ugly monster. Don't forget your business. Fight this pleasure, Fang Jing. Quick, it's time to activate the failed blood demon flower goo. Master Tenshuru was monitoring Fang Jing's situation at all times and quickly reminded. The words defeated blood demon flower goo made Fang Jing's heart tremble. He struggled to free himself from the intense pleasure. Breathing heavily, he activated defeated blood demon flower goo. Fang Jing clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body quickly deteriorated. Under the influence of the goo worm, vines grew out of his blood. These tiny vines pierced through Fang Jing's skin and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Flower buds sprouted from the vines and quickly bloomed. They formed a bewitching blue chrysanthemum-like flower. Fang Jing gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. His face was pale. His whole body had turned into soil, and so many demonic flowers grew out of it. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a pregnant woman giving birth. Even iron blood goo's effect could not compare to this pain. Fang Jing was in so much pain that he almost crushed his white teeth. His face was pale, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression was sinister and terrifying. Quick, all the blood in your body is boiling. If this goes on, your internal organs and skin will be cooked by your own blood. Use cold blood goo. Master Tenshuru's voice revealed a trace of nervousness. Fang Jing activated cold blood goo with difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down and he shuddered, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Enough, the demonic flowers will greatly amplify the effect of your blood path goo worm. You are only a step away from success. Use blood sense goo. Master Tenshuru's tone was urgent. Blood sense. Fang Jing lowered his head, his vision was starting to blur from the pain. Relying on the habit of many times of training, he persisted and activated this blood path investigative goo worm. After a few breaths of time, Fang Jing spoke. I sensed it. At the southeast corner of the ground, 5,600 steps away. Very good, you did it again. You are about to succeed. Next is the final step, you need to use blood scar goo to locate it. At that moment, Fang Jing began to shout subconsciously. His vision was completely blurry, and his thin body was on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength and squeezed out all his life's potential, trying to activate blood scar goo. His mind was not clear, his rank 5 aperture clearly had ample primeval essence, but he could only use a small portion. The primeval essence was like a stream, slowly pouring into blood scar goo. However, Blood Scar Gu required a huge amount of primeval essence. Fang Jing persisted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing, falling head first into the blood pool and fainting on the spot. Smoke rose from the incense burner. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dark. He Fengyang wore a white robe with a black belt, his sleeves fluttering as he sat on a cushion. His face was like a young man's, gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, hanging down to his waist. His serene eyes stared at the spirit-incubating flea in front of him. The spirit-incubating flea floated in the air, and Master Tenshiru's soul was reporting Fang Jing's training results. He Fengyang's tone was dissatisfied. As expected, even though he spent 8 years of his life in Fuhu Blessed Land and used many relic Gu, he still became a rank 5 Gu master in a short period of time. It's just activating 6 or 7 Gu worms at the same time, he can't even do such a simple thing. Master Tenshiru deliberated over his words. Fang Jing is indeed young, his multitasking skills are slightly lacking. But I feel that he is very hardworking and is improving very quickly. I remember the first time, he fainted from the pain after using the blood mix Gu for just 1 breath of time. Thus, I added the iron blood Gu to him, but the second time, because the pleasure was too intense, he released his semen and fainted, only lasting for 3 breaths of time. He Fengyang unhappily interrupted Master Tenshiru. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly said, Lord Supreme Elder, to tell you the truth, even I find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fang Jing is not far from success, he lasted for 8 breaths of time this time. In total, he needs 10 breaths of time to activate the Blood Scar Gu and succeed. And he only needs 2 breaths of time. As long as we persist in training a few more times, with a bit more time we can... Enough. Train a few more times? How many more times do you want to train? Time, tell me how much time did you spend on this plan? How long has it been? Over a year. You have not improved at all, Dang Hun Mountain is still not in our hands. Do you know how many dissatisfied voices there are in the sect, and how many disciples are asking the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts Gu? I did not do my job well and implicated Lord Supreme Elder, I deserve to die 1,000 times. Master Tenshiru saw his anger and quickly begged for mercy. He Fengyang breathed in deeply and waved his sleeves. You can leave, there is only 1 month left until the sect assembly. I want to hear the good news of your success before the assembly, and that you can launch the plan to take back Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, 1 month is too short, if we overtrain Fang Jing will not be able to endure it. We can use Gu worms to heal his body, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure his soul and cause his soul to collapse. Master Tenshiru shouted. He Fengyang chuckled. His soul collapsing, isn't that what you want to see? This way you can seize his body and revive. This was your original plan, wasn't it? Saying so, his smile became even more gentle. This Fang Jing is only a rank 5 Gu master who advanced quickly. He is very immature and lacks tempering. How can he compare to you, Sky Crane? After using him to take back Immortal Blessed Land, come back. Sai, ever since Susan and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you by my side. The gentler He Fengyang's tone was, the colder Master Tenshiru's heart became, he said with a grateful tone. With Lord Supreme Elder's high regard, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord with my life. Very good, you can leave. He Fengyang smiled and waved Master Tenshiru to leave. Only He Fengyang was left in the quiet room, his smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression, his gaze showing some irritation. Ever since Fang Yuan took back Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter. A year had passed and the pressure the sect was putting on him was increasing. Especially his rival in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, he had been mocking his incompetence in public many times. The sect assembly a month later was a difficult hurdle. If He Fengyang did not make any progress he would be very sad. It was as if he could already hear Lei Tan's mocking laughter resounding in the hall. But it won't be long as I succeed this time, Lei Tan and these lowly people will all shut up. I am the person with the greatest contribution to the sect these years. This time I will personally take action to attack Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsang Yu and Kanyang Laojun. Fairy Tsang Yu's battle strength is about the same as mine, she has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Kanyang Laojun is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit will ban all mortal Gu. I have no Immortal Gu to use, my hands are tied. The only way is to use Immortal Essence to expend it. Fortunately, Immortal Blessed Land is barren and not well managed, how much green grape Immortal Essence can it have accumulated? I don't believe Fang Yuan can outlast the 3 Gu Immortals on our side. As long as Hu Immortal's immortal essence is used up, the land spirit will have no way to ban mortal Gu. At that time Fengyang mumbled to himself, gradually calming down the irritation in his heart. At the same time, Hu Immortal blessed land underground cave. Fang Yuan slowly left the light of wisdom with a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 676. The starlight firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, spiraling in the air, releasing bright blue starlight. The starlight was drawn by a formless force, eventually gathering into a starry door. This was a huge arched door, completely made of starlight. It was dazzling like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. As time passed, the starlight firefly Gu group continued to lose members. The dead starlight firefly Gu fell to the ground weakly. One foot stepped into Hu Immortal blessed land from the starry door, and the entire person walked out of the starry door. The old man was an old man. He had snow-white hair and wrinkles. His eyes were bright but full of vicissitudes. He was Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just returned from Langya blessed land. I am back again? Tai Bai Yunxing was travel-worn. He looked at the sky and earth of Hu Immortal blessed land and sighed. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. But he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fang Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha, old Bai, you came back at the right time. Come up and take a look at the killer move I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? Coincidentally, I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Since we are fellow disciples, why don't we spar? Saying so, he flew up. Fang Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up and his 5 fingers spread out. A lump of starlight quickly formed in his palm. Don't tell me your killer move is a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing saw this lump of starlight and was slightly surprised. He flew to the sky. A circle of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunxing was at the center of the circle of white clouds. The white clouds were like a huge belt, moving along with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan slowly raised his 5 fingers. He held the starlight lightly in his palm. Old Bai, catch this. He shouted and flicked his finger. Immediately, a speck of starlight shot out. The speck of starlight was small but extremely fast. It streaked across the sky. He shot toward Tai Bai Yunxing at lightning speed. Your speed is not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded his head and evaluated. With such a long distance, coupled with the fact that he was on full alert, he had a chance to dodge. But now that they were sparring, he wanted to test his Cloud Path killer move, thus he stood still and resisted the star points. As the star approached Tai Bai Yunxing, the white ring of clouds suddenly began to spin. His speed was extremely fast. Cloud ring successfully blocked the star point. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped the cloud ring and looked over. He saw that the place where the cloud ring had blocked the star had turned blue. At the same time, cold air was seeping out, forming a layer of frost. He could not help but smile at Fang Yuan. It seems that the killer move you deduced is not much. You have to know that this killer move of mine is extremely powerful. But it hasn't been fully activated yet. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth cracked open, revealing his jagged fangs. Me too. Take this. He flicked his fingers continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless star points shot out. Tai Bai Yunxing did not move. A ring of clouds revolved rapidly around him. The speed was so fast that it had almost turned into a white ball. Fang Yuan's star points were completely blocked by this ring of clouds. Fang Yuan did not stop attacking. His eyes shined with interest. The pure white ring of clouds was gradually dyed blue by the star points, and its speed was also slowing down. Your killer move is filled with cold air, it can even slow down the enemy. Tai Bai Yunxing commented plainly, my killer move also has a change. Saying so, he continued to activate his killer move. The ring of clouds that was almost frozen into a blue ice pillar suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, the blue frozen air turned into a circle and spread rapidly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a joyful expression as he praised himself. My ring of clouds can absorb the enemy's attack and store it. When it reaches its limit, or when I activate a change in my killer move, the ring of clouds will self-detonate, and the enemy will have a taste of his own attack. Junior brother, it seems that this killer move of mine is stronger than what you deduced. Fang Yuan chuckled, Old Bai, it is still too early for you to say that. As he said so, he threw his right hand, the starry cluster in his hand flew towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook, he quickly activated his killer move, 5 rings of clouds immediately formed. With him as the center, from the inside to the outside, The rings grew in size, the 5 rings formed 5 concentric circles, protecting Tai by Yunxing at the center. As the starry cluster attacked, the 5 rings of clouds revolved around the center. Afterimages lingered and formed a white ball silhouette. Tai by Yunxing laughed heartily, he felt a strong sense of security inside. But right at this time the starry cluster exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang, a large number of star points shot out in all directions, colliding with each other. The explosion completely enveloped Tai by Yunxing's body, cold air was leaking from within. The power of this explosion far surpasses a simple superposition of star points. Tai by Yunxing's expression changed, the 5 rings of clouds quickly turned blue, their rotation speed fell sharply. Again? Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms, his 8 hands were like monstrous claws, grabbing at the air. At the next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his hands. Tai by Yunxing saw this, his pupils shrunk, he did not dare to be careless anymore, he immediately activated his goo worms and moved away. Fang Yuan did not move, his 8 arms shot out one after another, the starry cluster flew towards Tai by Yunxing and exploded. Bam bam bam. The explosions continued, Tai by Yunxing was in a sorry state, he dodged left and right. The 5 rings of clouds reached their limits, they self-detonated one after another, the power of the self-detonation was indeed of great help to him. Tai by Yunxing quickly replenished the 5 rings, no matter how Fang Yuan attacked, he maintained his defense. Enough. Fang Yuan stopped. Tai by Yunxing breathed roughly, he slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? How much of its power did you use? Fang Yuan replied bluntly, I named it Icy Drill Stardust, it is my own creation. When used with my full strength, I can shoot out a water vat-sized starry cluster 6 times. But the larger the starry cluster, the slower it is. Because the more stardust there is, the more they collide with each other, the more speed is expended. That means you did not even use 50% of your power earlier. How can your killer move be so powerful? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, it far surpasses most mortal killer moves. Tai by Yunxing exclaimed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I obtained an inheritance from a famous poet in Northern Plains, Du Minjun. I obtained an inheritance from a famous Northern Plains poet, Du Minjun. He took a different approach and created a brand new star goo. The star goo. It can increase the attack power of star path goo worms, it is like a weakened version of amplify effect goo. When I deduced my killer move this time, I fused this star goo into it, that is why its power is so great. This was the reason why Fang Yuan chose an offensive star path killer move. Tai by Yunxing realized at once. So that's it. I knew it, my defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Rings when activated with full strength. It can contain 9 Cloud Rings in total. Not only is its defense strong, it can also be replenished at any time, and can even counterattack the enemy's attacks. This cost me 2 Immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan nodded. This killer move of yours is definitely worth this price. It can even be sold for 2.5 Immortal Yuan stones and jewel yellow skies. Inkman King is doing you a favor. Tai by Yunxing laughed. I understand this, he wants my landscape as before Immortal Goo. He is also a Goo Immortal, he needs to undergo tribulation. When the blessed land is damaged in the future, he will definitely want me to repair it. Landscape as before Goo will be my way of making money from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, you will definitely be welcomed by many Goo Immortals. Come, let's talk while flying. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai by Yunxing took a glance behind him, only to see that in the sky above the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of azure nebulas. From within these nebulas, crackling sounds could be heard, it was caused by the collision of the starlight. The nebulas were emitting cold air. As time passed, it became fainter and fainter. Junior brother, you are very amazing. Your killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. If you want to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies, it would fetch at least 4 Immortal Yuan stones. Tai by Yunxing sighed. If not for Wisdom Goo, why would I have endless inspiration? Fang Yuan replied plainly. Actually, just relying on Wisdom Goo without little Immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Before little Immortal Xing Luo rose up, she was penniless, but with the help of the 5 Regions War, she created her own Icy Stardust killer move, gradually accumulating wealth and becoming famous for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to buy the predecessor of the Icy Stardust killer move from the current her with an attitude of trying it out. When he saw Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, He guessed that these two killer moves were the foundation of little immortal Xing Luo's new killer move. After spending half-space immortal yuan stones to buy them, he went to Wisdom Gu and used the Light of Wisdom to deduce. The Light of Wisdom gave him unlimited inspiration, and Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had seen the power of icy stardust. This way he had the most crucial direction and did not need to deduce aimlessly. Eventually he combined Do Minjun's inheritance and deduced Icy Drill Stardust killer move. This killer move was obviously different from the Icy Stardust. It covered a smaller area than the Icy Stardust, but its power was undoubtedly greater. One could say by relying on Do Minjun's inheritance, it had already surpassed Icy Stardust by a little. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is truly extraordinary. It is hard to imagine the scene when it is fully activated. To speak the truth, I am envious of you now. You actually have such benefits after becoming a zombie. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with envy. Fang Yuan shook his head. There are many drawbacks to becoming a zombie. Firstly, I need to thank Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Secondly, it was a coincidence that I was able to achieve this. If not for the special situation at that time where I made an agreement with Wisdom Gu, how could I have gotten the Light of Wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Immortal Venerable breaking Fate Gu, after we die, our souls would be sucked away by the door of life and death, forever trapped in the obsession death realm. How could we remain in this world and become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a long sigh. Alright, before I left, I told you to ask Land Spirit of Langia about the information of Luck Path. I wonder if you have any gains this time? Fang Yuan asked. Ever since he knew that Long-Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal had discussed the Tao for 7 days and 7 nights, he had this thought. Land Spirit of Langia was much easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, revealing a strange smile. I repaired several rivers, but was chased away by Land Spirit of Langia. He needs to eat medicine and grind it into pieces. He is very busy. Chapter 677. Half a month later, Fang Yuan arrived at Langia Blessed Land again. Clouds and mist drifted in front of him. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The 12 cloud buildings were still standing amidst the rumbling clouds. There were also several large rivers that moved above the cloud soil like swimming dragons. Langia Blessed Land had been restored to its former glory under Tai Bai Yunxing's treatment. Fang Yuan was led into a cloud building and saw Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia's body was still covered in layers of Chi Path seals. But with Inkman King's help, the original 18 layers of seals had been reduced by 3 layers, only 15 remained. Inkman King was standing beside Land Spirit of Langia. He did not dare to be careless when he saw Fang Yuan. He greeted first, Sir Fang Yuan, how have you been? Fang Yuan smiled at him. The protruding fangs made his smile look extremely sinister. He turned to Land Spirit of Langia and threw him a rank 4 East Window Gu. Take a look. East Window Gu quietly floated in front of Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia could not stretch out his hands, but Fang Yuan lent him East Window Gu, allowing him to look into his mind. After inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, not bad at all. You have completely perfected these 3 immortal Gu recipes. Amazing, this idea is simply superb. Land Spirit, I came here personally. I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Fang Yuan interrupted Land Spirit of Langia without any politeness, saying with a hidden meaning. Land Spirit of Langia was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 immortal yuan stones. This is your remuneration. Fang Yuan immediately received these immortal yuan stones and placed them in his immortal aperture. He earned it this time. But not as much as last time. That was because deducing the immortal Gu recipe this time had used up a whole 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. If not for the fact that the Stargate was already set up, he would have saved 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from using fixed immortal travel. His cost would be as high as 8 green grape immortal essence beads. Even though these immortal Gu recipes were more than 90% incomplete. But every immortal Gu recipe had to be analyzed. Some immortal Gu recipes were very difficult to deduce. After passing one obstacle, there would be another one. Thinking about it would expend even more willpower. But even so, the profits were still extremely high. The Inkman King looked at him enviously. After watching both parties complete the transaction, he smiled and said, Your Excellency Fang Yuan, in fact, in every transaction. He didn't necessarily need to pay with an immortal yuan stone, right? Here in Langia Paradise, there are many good things that can't be bought in Jewel Yellow Skies. We can barter for them. To tell you the truth, my Inkman City has also collected some goods. Perhaps your Excellency will be interested. Not long ago, Your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing, had once bought one of my killer moves. The Inkman King saw that Fang Yuan had sufficient funds. He also wanted to do business with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King's suggestion is very good. I am lacking 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. I wonder if you have them? This question stumped the Inkman King. An awkward expression appeared on his face. I am ashamed, the name of small swamp and pine island. This is the first time I have heard of it. These are all ancient goo worms. Small swamp goo can change the terrain. It can form a small swamp. The same is true for pine island goo. It can form a floating island on the sea surface, with a towering tree at the center of the island, its roots coiling and intertwining, stabilizing the land. Land Spirit of Xianxia explained at an appropriate time. Finally, he looked at Fang Yuan curiously. These goo worms have already been eliminated. Now, goo immortals have cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. What do you want these goo worms for? You don't need to ask about my goal. From your tone, Xianxia blessed land should have these goo worms, right? Fang Yuan smiled and said mysteriously. Of course. Land Spirit of Xianxia slightly raised his head, saying proudly, every time I obtain a goo recipe, I will refine some goo worms for my collection. I have over 100 small swamp goo and pine island goo in my collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo are already extinct now. You need to pay an immortal yuan stone. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Small swamp goo and pine island goo, these 2 goo worms could not even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately throwing an immortal yuan stone to Land Spirit of Xianxia, obtaining 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next he asked Land Spirit of Xianxia with interest, strange, you have so many goo worms in your collection, how do you solve the problem of feeding them? These days, Fang Yuan had been troubled by the matter of feeding goo worms, especially the immortal goo in his possession. Land Spirit of Xianxia gave him an answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is very simple. You can create a special environment and let them fall into hibernation. But immortal goo cannot do this. Even if they fall into hibernation, they need to be fed. But the feeding resources will be at least half of the normal amount. This answer made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed. Can you explain in detail? He asked. You have also been to the True Inheritance Secluded Domain in 88 Jianghu Tower, right? True Inheritance Secluded Domain is a special environment. It can make goo worms fall into hibernation. Mortal goo do not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo is also greatly reduced. Fang Yuan frowned. But even so, True Inheritance Secluded Domain has many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88 Jianghu Tower can gather enough food to feed these goo worms every 10 years. That is because Giant Sun Immortal use food path methods. Food path is a hidden path. It specializes in solving the problems of feeding goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. Don't ask me about food path, I do not know any information. The immortal goo in my possession are all honestly fed using the most orthodox methods. Fang Yuan did not give up. Back then, when your main body refined 88 Jianghu Tower with Giant Sun Immortal, how can you not know about the food path methods he used? Land Spirit of Xianxia rolled his eyes. My main body had once made a vow with Giant Sun Immortal not to divulge any information regarding food path methods. This is a huge secret, I actually want to know about it. But in my inherited memories, there is no information regarding this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew that the Land Spirit was upright and would not lie. He was only asking casually. Although the handover was completed, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He had another motive for coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, handing it to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Can you reverse deduce the refinement recipe of this goo? Land Spirit of Xianxia could not stretch out his hands, he could only sniff this star shoot goo, saying, this goo worm has clearly been tampered with, the goo recipe is hard to reverse deduce, we need at least a refinement grandmaster to do it. With just this new rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Because one new goo is not enough for the research. Unless you have 4,000 of these goo worms. Fang Yuan smiled, stretching out his right hand and spreading his fingers. I have over 5,000 star shoot goo. Star shoot goo was a necessary goo to form the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fang Yuan had tried using Spring Star Rain once, and found that this killer move was extremely effective. He bought so many star shoot goo at once, it was because he wanted to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Right now, this thought was even stronger. Over 5,000? Of course I can reverse deduce the goo recipe. Unfortunately, I'm sealed now, I cannot do it. Land Spirit of Xianxia heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan frowned. Your Chi Path seal still has 15 layers, how long will it take to completely remove it? At least a year. Inkman King said. So long? No choice, this seal is definitely an immortal killer move, the further I go the harder it will be to remove the seal. Inkman King revealed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 refinement grandmasters in history. His name was recorded in history. Land Spirit of Langya's refinement path attainment level was at least a refinement grandmaster. And Fang Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could ask Land Spirit of Langya for help, that would be the best. But now that Land Spirit of Langya was sealed, he could not refine goo, and could not reverse deduce the goo recipe. Actually, reverse deduce the goo recipe is not impossible. Inkman King suggested, isn't there a lot of old hairy men in Langya blessed land? These old hairy men have refinement path master attainment. At that time, we can ask them to assist the Land Spirit and have him guide us on the spot, isn't that enough? Land Spirit of Langya immediately rolled his eyes at Inkman King, an outsider's words. Refinement path is broad and profound, many methods and killer moves require corresponding intelligence, cultivation level, talent, and a lot of hard training. Do you think just because there are a lot of refinement path masters, you can match a refinement grandmaster? Nonsense. Inkman King was dazed from the scolding, he could only chuckle, not daring to retort. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed we will talk again. Fang Yuan said goodbye and left. This matter was not his top priority. Lad, even if my seal is unsealed, I will not reverse deduce it for free. When the time comes, prepare 3 immortal Yuan stone. Land Spirit of Langya shouted at Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan did not even turn his head, he waved his hand and stepped into the stargate, vanishing. Cocky lad. Land Spirit of Langya looked at his disappearing figure and could not help muttering. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and entered Danghun Palace, immediately starting the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Little Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo in hand, the last missing piece was finally made up. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fang Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms in his first aperture, as well as the abdomen near his dantian. The effects of these goo worms were interconnected and amplified each other, forming a powerful seal. On one hand, it helped the first aperture resist Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, a portion of Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was modified and released outside of his body. Thirdly, and also the most crucial point, after being sealed, Spring-Autumn Cicada's usage would not be affected. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada breaking the first aperture is temporarily solved. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief inwardly after checking that there were no problems. With this problem solved, the heavy pressure on his body also lightened. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, it was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was so tired that his soul turned dim. Chapter 678. 3 days later, Fang Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was at peace, he no longer felt the fatigue and restlessness from before. It seems that a zombie's body is inferior to a living one, my soul is easily fatigued and weak and also very restless. Fang Yuan found another flaw of a zombie's body. If the soul was weak, Guts Goo could be used to strengthen the soul. This was easy to resolve. There were many Guts Goo growing on Danghun Mountain, this was a top-quality method to strengthen the soul. But if the soul was restless, it needed to be pacified. The best way to pacify the soul was the lake water in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Verdant Great Sun praised it as a top-quality wine. Fang Yuan did not have the lake water, even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the old method, which was also the most effective method: sleep. If I were a normal person, I would only need to rest for a while to calm the restlessness of my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days. Soul path is divided into strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, but most soul path goo masters focus on the first 2. Now that I think about it, it should be because sleep itself has the best effect of pacifying the soul. I don't need to invest too much in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan's understanding of soul path deepened by another level. Next, he calculated the accounts for the last month. After 2 transactions with Land Spirit of Langya, he had earned a total of 60 immortal Yuan stones. But he had also used a lot. In Jewel Yellow Skies, he bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly Goo, the killer moves Spring Star Rain, Cold Yarn, 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of goo refinement materials, large numbers of mortal goo, and a group of old hairy men. Next, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, He bought small swamp goo and pine island goo. He spent a total of 20 immortal yuan stones. Right now Fang Yuan still had 30.5 immortal yuan stones. But don't look at the immortal yuan stones, the price Fang Yuan had to pay was his own green grape immortal essence. Deducing immortal goo recipes. He could only do it himself. After the first transaction with the land spirit of Xianxia, he only had 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left. The second calculation of green grape immortal essence consumed 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Optimizing the spring and autumn cicada seal plan also consumed 1 bead. Now, only 2 beads of green grape immortal essence were left. It was necessary to optimize the spring and autumn cicadas plans. The estimated cost was 23 immortal yuan stones. After the optimization, it was reduced to 20 yuan. In short, he had saved 2 immortal yuan stones. With only 2 green grape immortal essence left, it was a very dangerous thing to do. Once something bad happened, Fang Yuan could only use myriad self twice. He could not deal with the intense changes in the situation, especially when Crane Gate's attack was getting closer. Fang Yuan used 15 immortal yuan stones and converted them into his own green grape immortal energy. As such, his green grape immortal essence rose to 17 beads. As for the immortal yuan stone, it had dropped to 15.5 pieces. Now the spring-autumn cicada was in danger of bursting his aperture. It has been temporarily lifted. The predicament was also lifted because of the alliance with He Lulan. The transaction with the land spirit of Xianxia earned a large number of immortal yuan stones. It was the source of strength for Fang Yuan to solve the problem. The terrible situation had eased up a little. It was like the sky was dark and the earth was covered in layers of dark clouds. But after Fang Yuan's continuous efforts, the cracks gradually opened up, revealing bright and warm sunlight. Right now it was in front of him. It was another problem, and this problem had to be solved quickly. That was feeding immortal goo. The feeding of mortal goo. Fang Yuan was not worried. But feeding immortal goo was a problem that was getting more and more serious. In summary, Fang Yuan had many immortal goo: spring and autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, calamity beckoning, delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, cleanse soul, connect luck, and woman's heart. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have 1 immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This was a huge blessing but also a huge burden. Spring and autumn cicada was fine, it fed on the water of the river of time, it did not need to be fed. Fixed immortal travels. Fang Yuan had once fed it a green grape immortal essence bead a year ago in Central Continent time. It could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent time did not mean only 1 year had passed in fixed immortal travel. Imperial Court Blessed Lands time, Fang Yuan's immortal apertures time, and Hu immortal Blessed Lands time were many times faster than Central Continent's time. Moreover, 6 years was only a theoretical number. The more times Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel, the shorter this time would be. Right now, fixed immortal travel could still last for some time, but it was not long before it could be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These days, Fang Yuan had found some crucial information. Calamity beckoning immortal goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo needed large amounts of mountain chi, water chi, and laughter stones. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising azure cloud goo needed the scales of the desolate beast cloud dragon, and the eyeballs of tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. Cleanse soul immortal goo needed the flesh and blood of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Connect luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast heaven and earth sand gull. As for poison path immortal goo woman's heart, land spirit of Xianxia had also said that it needed to be fed with the hearts of women. This goo was nurtured and refined in one. The more women's hearts it fed, the stronger it would be. Among these goo worms, calamity beckoning immortal goo was refined not long ago. It should have been fed long ago. It is clearly weak now. Delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace immortal goo are components of the immortal goo house water pavilion. They have been hiding in Imperial Court Blessed Land all these years. They have been having a good meal. Cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart, and rising azure cloud are all hibernating in true inheritance secluded domain. Over these years, giant suns will has only used half of the resources to feed them. Right now they have all left true inheritance secluded domain and have completely awakened. They are now in a hungry state and need nourishment. Fortunately, I have mortgaged rising azure cloud to land spirit of Xianxia. Using him to feed them for me, I am not afraid of starving to death. Man as before and landscape as before, These two immortal Gu, I have also given them to Tai Bai Yunxing for him to worry about. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Even so, the heavy burden of feeding the immortal Gu was not an easy task. Feeding immortal Gu was not just a problem of immortal Yuan stone. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a commercialized society. As long as one had enough money they could buy anything. But in the Gu Master world, the economy was not developed, there were many monopolized businesses and countless scarce resources. Immortal Yuan stone was indeed a hard currency, but it was not omnipotent. For example, the desolate beast six-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, were hard to find and had powerful Gu immortal battle strength. Although Jewel Yellow Skies would also sell the flesh and bones of desolate beasts, it was rare and would be quickly sold out once they were put on the market. Even Earth Chi and Water Chi were not easy to extract. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, Laughter Stones and so on were all extremely rare items. They were also rarely seen in Jewel Yellow Skies. In contrast, the feeding of woman's heart was slightly more troublesome, but the difficulty was low. There was another crucial point, and that was time. Fang Yuan did not have enough time to slowly prepare these ingredients. Thus, he had no choice but to openly purchase these rare resources in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even though the price was high, it would also leave behind a large number of deductions for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. But now that Fang Yuan had the title of 8-Arm Immortal for the time being, no one would associate him with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if they were to be linked, Fang Yuan had to do this. After all, the survival of Immortal Gu was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had already asked Land Spirit of Langia, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, but he did not get the desired result from them. Land Spirit of Langia had laughter stones before, but they were used up during Gu refinement. Several years ago, a Gu immortal returned from Eastern Sea and gave Fairy Li Shan a group of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 or so, they were only for viewing. Later, Fairy Li Shan neglected to take care of them, causing these eels to die. But this news gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's previous life when he was immortal, he had roamed the 5 regions and stayed in Eastern Sea for a period of time. Eastern Sea had abundant resources, it could be said to be number 1 in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare. And these last years Eastern Sea had been in turmoil, there were many opportunities to profit from it, and the expected profits were also huge. If not for Danghun Mountain being damaged and Tai Bai Yunxing being the easiest to obtain, Fang Yuan's first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking of Blue Ruins Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island and others that had left a deep impression on him, Fang Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yunxing. Old Bai, how is your cultivation progress? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled as he rambled. Good, everything is going smoothly. I restored the cloud soil terrain for Land Spirit of Langia and earned 3 immortal Yuan stones. I also restored several large rivers and earned 2 immortal Yuan stones. Next, I bought the defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring and spent 2 stones. I also bought float ball tea grass seeds from Jewel Yellow Skies and spent 1. Float ball tea grass seeds are very ordinary, you actually spent 1 immortal Yuan stone, it seems you bought a huge amount. But your choice is correct, I have inspected your blessed land, there are far more time path resources than space path. Float ball tea grass grows slowly and floats in the air. You can make use of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After a few years, float ball tea grass will flourish and you can harvest them and sell them. Fang Yuan evaluated. That's right. Tai Bai Yunxing slapped his thigh. After float ball tea grass reaches a certain scale, I plan to move a group of jade hummingbirds and use them as the foundation to construct the blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts, the price of a jade hummingbird group is not cheap. Tai Bai Yunxing replied calmly, I have already thought it through, I will use landscape as before to earn immortal Yuan stones and learn from Fairy Li Shan. I believe my landscape as before will not be inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Fang Yuan nodded, you have landscape as before Gu, you will be welcomed wherever you go. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed, it is a pity I cannot show myself now. Imperial Court blessed land is destroyed, we are the only survivors. Right now we are the prime suspects of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, the crucial witness Ma Hongyun has gone missing, he seems to have been secretly captured by a Gu Immortal, maybe we are already being targeted by some Gu Immortals. Chapter 679. Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was astonished. Chapter, that's right. Eastern Sea has many sea areas, its culture is different from Northern Plains, after you go there, you will definitely gain something. Especially one sea area, it is called Air Bubble Sea. This sea is rich in air bubble fish, but because of the recent battles between Gu immortals, it has already been poisoned. The owners of this sea area and I clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan, are all having a headache over this. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing was immediately interested. This seems to be a huge business. Junior brother, you are right. If we cannot survive in northern plains, we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to cross them. But we have fixed immortal travel, we cannot see the regional walls. But old Bai, you need to be careful. Although Gu immortals cannot casually cross regions, the matter in northern plains is too huge. The other 4 regions already know about it. Central continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations. They have pawns in the other 4 regions. Originally, I wanted to obtain Dark Limit Immortal Gu and sneak into Eastern Sea. But He Lolan's side has not made any progress. This trip is filled with danger, you need to be careful. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Tai Bai Yunxing was moved. I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have roamed northern plains my entire life. I might not be able to fight them head-on, but I am more than capable of protecting myself. Fang Yuan nodded, he agreed with this, otherwise he would not have arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to enter Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was old and experienced, he was also a flying master, his escaping skills were top-notch. Moreover, he had obtained the Cloud Path Defensive Killer Move 9 Cloud Ring, it had great power. After entering Eastern Sea, don't be in a hurry to negotiate with Ni clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan, go to Haishur Blessed Land. There are 5 great trading markets in the world. Jewel Yellow Skies is ranked first, Haishur Blessed Land is ranked second. There should be a mission to save Air Bubble Sea in Haishur Blessed Land. You can use this channel to contact the 3 clans. It will save you a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing agreed, I'll definitely go take a look at the blessed land of Sea City. Fang Yuan continued, to feed the immortal Gu, I need tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Both of them were specialties of the East Sea. Also, can you see if there are any laughter stones, the blood of the 6-headed serpent, and the dragon scales of the cloud dragon? This is my list. Here you go. Tai Bai Yunxing took the list and revealed a solemn expression. Junior Marshal brother, your business is my business. I'll do my best to settle it for you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, just do your best. But before leaving, I hope you can make a trip to Danghun Mountain and digest some guts Gu. This Gu is a top-quality soul-strengthening Gu, it is always better to be prepared. Junior brother, you're here again. How many times have I told you? This guts Gu is your asset. As your senior brother, how can I take advantage of you? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately refused. This was the 6th time he had refused. Fang Yuan had already saved his life. Tai Bai Yunxing remembered this kindness in his heart and would never forget it. How could he be greedy for Fang Yuan's guts Gu? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and chose to concede. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial to you. How about this? Take out an immortal Yuan stone and I will sell this guts Gu to you. Coincidentally, I need to feed the immortal Gu recently. I lack immortal Yuan stone. Tai Bai Yunxing opened his mouth to speak, but Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, Senior Marshal brother. This trip to the East Sea is filled with danger, I want you to try your best to be rank 5, otherwise if something happens to you I will feel guilty. I always try my best, I hope you can understand. His words were sincere and filled with deep emotions. Especially when Fang Yuan called him Senior Marshal brother, Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that his eyes turned red, he quickly blinked his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Alright, I understand Junior Marshal brother's meaning, let's make this transaction. A day later, Tai Bai Yunxing prepared himself and left to Immortal Blessed Land with Fang Yuan, arriving in the East Sea. I will hand moving perspective Gu and Stargate Gu to you. We need to keep in contact, if there is any major movement inform me first. Fang Yuan instructed. Junior Marshal brother, go back. If Crane Gate attacks don't forget to call me back. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak, activating fixed immortal travel and disappearing on the spot. Tai Bai Yunxing stored the Stargate Gu and looked around the sea. After confirming the direction, he flew away. When he reappeared, Fang Yuan had already arrived in Western Desert from the East Sea. He stood on a sand dune that was over 10,000 feet tall, looking around. In the vast desert, countless sand dunes rose and fell, spreading out. The sun was high in the sky, there was no wind, the temperature of the air was so high that it could roast a person. However, Fang Yuan was currently an immortal zombie, he could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. The grains of sand of uniform thickness shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune below him. This sand dune was several times taller than the surrounding sand dune. The entire sand dune was golden, the lines were smooth, the sand dune was clean, only a short tree was growing at the top. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall, its branches were thin and crooked like strange claws, it looked extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, reaching 500 to 600 feet. The light shadow was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow, the flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. Among the flowers and leaves, there were many unripe fruits of different colors. This tree had a huge origin. It was an ancient desolate tree called Thousand Wish. It took 300 years to grow, 600 years to flower, and 900 years to bear fruit. The number of fruits it bore was exactly 1,000. When the fruits were fully ripe, someone brought the goo recipe to the tree to make a wish. If the wish was successful, the fruit would split open and the corresponding goo worm would fly out. These goo worms could be mortal goo or immortal goo. But if the wish was for an immortal goo, the number of fruits would decrease correspondingly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had caused Western Desert's goo immortals to fight several times because of this ancient desolate tree. Eventually, several super forces came to an agreement and tried to divide this tree. But on the day the fruits ripened, all the forces united and broke through the blockade of the super forces. The scene was chaotic. A lone cultivator rank 5 goo master named Han Li was the first to arrive at the Thousand Wish tree. He made a wish and obtained a space path immortal goo called Void Heaven. Fang Yuan was a rank 4 goo master back then. He tried to fish in troubled waters and went through many dangers to arrive at the ancient desolate tree. He also obtained a goo worm. But this goo worm was only a rare rank 4 goo. Even so, this rare rank 5 goo gave Fang Yuan a huge boost to his battle strength. When I fought my way out of the encirclement and arrived at the tree, the fruits on the tree were already sparse. There were only 50 to 60 of them left. But in this life I came here too early. The fruits will only ripen in another 200 years. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted this ancient desolate tree. The Thousand Wish tree did not move. This desolate tree's defense was astonishing. It could resist immortal goo attacks without falling. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. Regretfully, not long after that chaotic battle, Shi Clan's rank 8 goo immortal ancestor Shi Jianping came out of seclusion and suppressed everyone with his might. The Thousand Wish tree was taken away by the super force Shi Clan and planted in Shi Clan's blessed land. From then on, Fang Yuan never saw the Thousand Wish tree again. Fang Yuan did not have the method to transplant the Thousand Wish tree. Even if he did not have a place to plant it. Hu immortal blessed land was a grassland, not a desert. The Thousand Wish tree needed such an extreme environment to survive. And if he rashly moved the Thousand Wish tree now, it would cause its flowers and leaves to wither and the Thousand Wish fruits to wither and fall, wasting 1,000 years of effort. Fang Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. After walking for a long time and tens of thousands of li, he finally left the range of the Thousand Wish tree. Fang Yuan turned around and looked. There was not a single sand dune behind him. It was a flat desert, not to mention the golden sand dune and the colorful tree shadow that was 500 to 600 feet tall. He was not surprised. This Thousand Wish tree had the ability to envelop an area of tens of thousands of li in an illusion realm. When leaving, one had to walk on foot. When getting close, it was extremely troublesome. The illusion realm would reappear and even make one walk in circles without realizing it. Precisely because of this, I was able to fish in troubled waters in my previous life. Fang Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel anyway and could ignore this illusion realm. But his goal this time was not this ancient desolate tree. Rather, it was a person who obtained great benefits from this Thousand Wish tree and became a goo immortal expert later on. This person's name was Han Li. This person, Han Li, was originally immortal. But after continuous fortuitous encounters, his heart was steady and resolute. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he just started cultivating, I was already a rank 3 goo master in southern border. But when I self-detonated, he had already become a rank 7 peak stage goo immortal, a famous expert in western desert. Many influential figures in central continent's 10 great sects had suffered losses at his hands. But now he is still a child. According to the biography of Han Li, he should be living in a mortal village near Huang tribe's territory. Fang Yuan's target was Han Li. Ever since Fang Yuan understood the use of Connect Luck Immortal Goo, he planned to use the advantage of rebirth to get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness of wasting his luck. He meticulously planned and eliminated most people, leaving only a few targets. Han Li was one of them. These targets were people who would have great accomplishments in the future, had great potential, and were also people with great luck. People like Southern Borders hunting King Sun Gon had only reached rank 5 in his life. Fang Yuan looked down on them. Little immortal Xing Luo might be an immortal, but her luck was similarly bad. She would at most become famous for a short period of time. Fang Yuan also looked down on her. There was also Shi Chaoyu. Although he eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal, his life was not smooth sailing. It rose and fell from time to time. It could be seen that his luck was bad. He was also eliminated by Fang Yuan. Only people like Han Li and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth sailing and had many fortuitous encounters, were Fang Yuan's targets. But the latter's whereabouts were unknown. Fairy Li Shan was investigating with all her might. Fang Yuan's first target was Han Li. Chapter 680. The whole of Western Desert was a vast desert. And the oases were like stars in the sky, dotted among them. Humans relied on the oases to survive here. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. As a high-grade force, Huang tribe had hundreds of years of history here, occupying the essence resources at the center of the oasis. Outside the oasis, there were some small-scale forces that were attached to this Huang tribe. Even further outside, at the periphery of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals lived hard lives. They had a large population and were controlled by Huang tribe and other Gu master forces. Among these villages there was a Han village. At the periphery of Han village, there was a miniature natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was several times more desolate than northern plains. Yellow sand was everywhere here, red dagger grass was spaced apart, the blades were as sharp as swords, their roots piercing deep into the yellow sand, absorbing the meager water. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they painstakingly cut the grass. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to work to make up for the family's expenses. This was common among mortals. The dagger grass had sharp edges. Almost all the children wore leather gloves, only one was barehanded. This barehanded child had a runny nose, holding a sickle in one hand and a dagger grass in the other. He skillfully cut off the leaves and placed them in a small basket on his back. The afterglow of the setting sun was still scorching hot, causing the children to pant and sweat profusely. Finally, as the twilight deepened, the sun sank below the horizon, leaving only a small part of it. The children stopped what they were doing. Let's go. It's night, the little ghost jackals are coming out to look for food. The largest child spoke. He seemed to be the leader of the children. How much did you cut? Wow, so much. So many. As usual, they began to compare with each other. I ate my fill today, so I have plenty of energy, hee. But you still didn't cut as much grass as Han Li? Hey Han Li, you are so amazing. You can cut grass without gloves and there are no wounds on your hands. How did you do it? A little girl with a ponytail asked. Han Li laughed foolishly. The children returned to the village together, excitedly chatting along the way. When they reached the village entrance, they dispersed and returned to their homes. Han Li also returned home. He pushed open the tattered wooden door. He found that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer who grew steel wool in the farmland west of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, leaving early and returning late. His mother, on the other hand, had a job that the villagers envied. Every day he would enter the outer area of the oasis and do odd jobs for a small-sized forces Gu master. Han Li stood next to a stone mortar and poured the dagger grass from the basket into it. Then he picked up the wooden pestle and pounded the leaves. He worked very hard. Before long he was sweating profusely. The blades of grass were pounded into a paste. He took out a gunny sack and poured a small portion of the rice husks into the mortar. He stirred the mixture until it finally formed a paste of food. He dug out the food and put it in a wooden basin. Then he carried the wooden basin to the side room. There was a simple and crude beast pen in the side room, where 3 fat sand scorpions were kept. These scorpions were as fat as pigs, and their claws posed no threat at all. Upon hearing Han Li's footsteps, the 3 fat scorpions quickly emerged from the shadows of the beast pen. I spent a lot of effort to get them. Han Li turned the wooden basin upside down, and the paste inside fell on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions huddled together and ate with big mouthfuls, letting out grunting sounds. Eat more, grow up quickly. Han Li's small body leaned on the fence, looking at these sand scorpions as he muttered to himself. These fat sand scorpions were not goo, they were only ordinary insects. But the scorpion meat was tender and tasty, and the profit from selling the meat was a huge sum to a mortal family. To Han Li's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were the most important assets. Thus, even if Han Li did not eat dinner, he still had to feed these 3 scorpions. Goo goo goo. At this time Han Li's stomach suddenly growled in hunger. Han Li jumped off the fence and rubbed his stomach, immediately returning to the house and starting to cook. He had to cook for his parents every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. This rice had a terrible taste and was hard to swallow, but it was easy to grow and was a staple food for mortals. Han Li busied himself beside the stove, not knowing that he was being observed for a long time. Darkness descended. In the mass grave several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan quietly sat cross-legged like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because it was a desolate place. Fang Yuan arrived at dusk and activated 1,000 investigative Gu, covering the entire Han village under his surveillance. Gu immortals had unlimited primeval essence. As long as they had enough Gu worms, they could do things hundreds or even thousands of times faster than mortals. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, thinking, "The age seems to match, it should be this lad." While thinking, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection Gu. Looking from afar, he saw a lump of luck cloud in the sky above Han village. The luck cloud was not big, it was gray-white in color and was extremely thin. This was the collective luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, they thought of each other as a whole, thus their luck gathered together. Fang Yuan looked at the bottom of the luck cloud. Wisps of providence smoke rose from the bodies of the villagers. After reaching a height of 500 to 600 feet in the air, they plunged into the providence cloud. Amidst the smoke of providence, there was a particularly conspicuous providence. This luck was like a huge rock, floating above Han Li's village, 100 steps away from the ground. There were cracks on the surface of the rock, and a trace of luck smoke was emitted from the cracks. It was golden in color and continued upwards. The top of the smoke also fused into the collective luck cloud. What kind of luck is this? Fang Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not obtain the luck path true inheritance, he did not know the meaning of the form of luck. It was also very ignorant. He decided to call it monolith luck. Han Li was the only person in Han Li's village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this Han Li would become a rank 7 Gu immortal in the future. The person who had many fortuitous encounters. He looked at the sky above his head but could not see anything. It is a pity, after I became an immortal zombie I cannot check my luck anymore unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection Gu. I wonder how my luck is now. Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan mumbled to himself, he had always been curious about luck. However, just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Gu, suddenly a shout could be heard, "Little thiefling, who do you think I, the great plump lady, can't find you by hiding here? I chased you for an entire 80,000 li, quickly return my immortal Yuan stone." Fang Yuan was shocked, he quickly turned around, only to see a human figure formed from quicksand, shouting at him from not far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He said in a low voice, "Plump lady? You have the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing." "Bullshit. Little thiefling, who doesn't know you are skilled in disguise? You think I can't recognize you just because you look like this? You've got guts to steal from this old lady? I will beat the shit out of you this time." Not only was the human-shaped quicksand shouting, at the same time, there was also an angry shout in the sky. The voice was like thunder resounding in the sky. The whole oasis was instantly alarmed, it was in chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. To think that he disguised himself as a normal person, concealing his zombie appearance. But unexpectedly someone thought that he was a thief. He stood up and looked up. From the northeast direction, yellow sand filled the sky, intense winds blew, the sound of the wind was like the roar of a beast roaring continuously. The calm yellow sand on the ground was like a raging sea, creating huge waves. The yellow sand waves crashed down layer by layer. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving forward to face it. After a while he saw the person in question. This was an extremely plump female Gu immortal. She had large shoulders and a round waist like a water vat. Stepping on the yellow sand waves, she arrogantly looked down at Fang Yuan. She stretched out her plump fingers shouting, "Little thiefling, who you?" Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. Heavenly corpse transformation. Fang Yuan purposely shouted, removing his disguise Gu worm, revealing his immortal zombie appearance. Immediately, a 10-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, bloodshot eyes, 8 arms and claws, and bulging muscles appeared in front of the female Gu immortal, Plump Lady. It was sinister and filled with killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked, she spoke again, "You?" Fang Yuan stepped on the ground with a loud sound. The ground exploded. He shot towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fang Yuan's ferocious attack. Her heart shook. She quickly raised her hands. Swish, swish, swish. 3 huge waves of sand rose into the sky, reaching 100 meters. The huge waves crashed towards him. Fang Yuan sneered. He increased his speed and crashed into them. Bam, bam, bam. In an instant, he destroyed the 3 waves of sand, appearing in front of Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart jumped. She finally realized that she had recognized the wrong person. But she had a fiery temper. Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance ignited her anger. I'll let you have a taste of my Plump Lady's killer move, martial sand armor. She roared, and 2 streams of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her body. In a few breaths of time, she turned into a sand giant that was not inferior to Fang Yuan, but she was still fat. Fang Yuan charged forward. The sand giant roared and punched with both fists. It was fearless. Bam, bam. With 2 loud sounds, the 8-armed immortal zombie and the sand giant's fists collided. The sand giant's fists exploded into yellow sand, scattering away. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's fists were directly fractured. Plump Lady took a step back. The scattered yellow sand gathered towards the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a big step forward. His fractured fists were recovering rapidly. His remaining 6 monstrous hands attacked the sand giant. Bam, 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 bam. At once, the 2 fought intensely. Yellow sand flew in the sky. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Chapter 681. Fang Yuan laughed strangely. His 8 giant hands punched, slammed, slapped, pointed, or clawed. He displayed his incredible combat attainment. Plump Lady relied on her martial sand armor to bully other Gu immortals due to her strong defense and brave personality. But in front of Fang Yuan, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's punches flew rapidly. His movements were agile. Plump Lady was tired of dealing with them. She could only defend and could not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw a flaw. He got close to her. His arms were like strange pythons. His claws were like drills as he crushed the sand giant's arms. The sand giant roared. It raised its fat belly and charged at him. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He had expected this. He moved and arrived above the sand giant in an instant. His left knee slammed down with a loud sound. The sand giant's head was destroyed. Before the sand could recover, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom. The sand exploded. Her defensive killer move was directly destroyed. Plump Lady spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground like a meteor. Fang Yuan tore the sand apart. He was like a hunting eagle. He flew down from the sky, bringing with him fierce winds. He wanted to kill Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, showed a panicked expression when she saw Fang Yuan chasing after her. She tried to pull some distance away from Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was faster. Boom. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from the sky, directly knocking Plump Lady deep into the desert. A large amount of yellow sand was sent flying, and the huge impact instantly created a huge crater. It had a radius of 1,000 steps and a depth of 100 feet. Fang Yuan stood at the bottom of the crater looking surprised. He saw that Plump Lady's corpse in his hand suddenly turned into a lump of spirit sand and dissipated. At the same time, a coquettish laughter could be heard from the sky above him. Brute, I will let you have a taste of my offensive killer move, Dragon Burial Sand Coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow sand around the crater rushed down like a flood, flattening the entire crater in an instant. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. Buried in it, the surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. The Plump Lady was spitting out blood, sitting on a pile of yellow sand. Placing his palms together, his eyes were wide open as he activated his killer move. On the mirror-like surface of the desert, a winding sand sculpture of a horned dragon gradually appeared. This sand sculpture of a horned dragon. He circled it once. The dragon's head bit down on the dragon's tail, and together with the surrounding sand, they formed a powerful force that suppressed Fang Yuan under the sand. The originally intense battlefield had now regained its calm. Hoo! Plump Lady exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her mind relaxed. It's over. My hidden dragon sand coffin. It could form an unparalleled pressure that came from all directions, from head to toe. As long as the enemy was trapped, they would not be able to move and would eventually be crushed into meat paste. In the past, even a desolate beast dragon was suppressed to death by me, much less a human. The Plump Lady muttered to herself. These words were very effective. She quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the ground. Dong. What's that sound? Plump Lady shuddered, she became nervous again. Dong. The loud sound resounded again, it was as if a giant underground was beating a war drum. Damn it, it's the buried dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became extremely vigilant, she stood up abruptly, but soon her vision turned black, she staggered and almost fell down from the floating yellow sand. She was indeed injured. Fang Yuan tore apart the martial sand armor and heavily injured her with his powerful fist. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move Substitute Body to attract Fang Yuan's attention, while her true body hid in the yellow sand in the sky. Next, Plump Lady used her killer move, the buried dragon sand coffin, to trap Fang Yuan underground. Impossible. Even a desolate beast dragon would die to this killer move of mine. If this killer move is sold in jewel yellow skies, it can be sold for at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Dong. Right at this moment, another loud sound resounded. The originally mighty evil dragon sand sculpture trembled violently. Cracks appeared all over its surface and fine yellow sand spilled down from it. Plump Lady's heart also shook, her eyes widened as she stared at the desert beneath her feet. Dong, dong, dong. The loud sound resounded again, it was getting more frequent. The ground was also shaking. Plump Lady's mouth was dry, she was terrified, she felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, but a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the desolate beast dragon. Boom. The giant dragon sand sculpture could not suppress it anymore, it completely collapsed. The desert swelled up, quicksand flowed down like flowing water, a huge body appeared in front of Plump Lady again. The moonless night was filled with the sound of wind, it was eerie. Fang Yuan was 10 meters tall, he had 8 monstrous arms, he had a green face and sharp fangs, he was like a demon god that had appeared, bringing nightmares to the world. What was different from before was that he was covered in a layer of black armor. The armor was ferocious, there were sharp spikes at the edges. The armor was extremely thick, it made Fang Yuan's tall and strong heavenly zombie body look even more domineering, demonic aura was overflowing. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady had another 400 years, she would definitely recognize this. This was the most popular defensive killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war, hair armor. It used rank 5 unbreakable steel main goo as the core, with hundreds of other goo worms as support, it could allow a goo immortal's hair to grow wildly and form armor. Not only was it cheap and good, it also had great defense, it was easy to replenish goo worms that were damaged in battle. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his hair was as hard as steel, the effective hair armor was even better than an ordinary immortal's body. Fang Yuan relied on hair armor and his immortal zombie body to resist the burial dragon sand coffin. He was completely unharmed. This killer move had appeared more than 400 years in advance, Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not stop her from evaluating the value of this killer move. This defensive killer move is even stronger than my martial sand armor. If I sell it in jewel yellow skies, it will be sold at the price of 2 half-immortal yuan stone. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's fighting spirit fell again. Sir, I am a Mo Clan Gu immortal, I was chasing after a scoundrel but I misunderstood you. I am now sure that you are not Ling Hu Su. This is a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no discord no concord Fang Yuan smiled coldly. This is getting interesting. Mo Clan Gu immortal. If I kill you, I'm sure you will feel good about it. This was the first time Fang Yuan had spoken since the battle started. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear, Plump Lady shuddered when she heard it. Mo Clan was a super force in Western Desert, a tyrant of a region. But Fang Yuan was unbridled, he did not care about Mo Clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? His battle strength is at the top of rank 6. And his personality is so fierce and arrogant. Next, Plump Lady saw the phantom of a pair of wings appear behind Fang Yuan's back. These wings were like bat wings, pitch black and wide. Her body shook. The phantom of bat wings vanished, but Fang Yuan's body shot towards her like lightning. So fast. This is a movement killer move. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk, she made up her mind to escape. She screamed and her round, plump face could no longer hide the panic. She saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light pushed her body back rapidly. She escaped in the direction she came from at lightning speed. Fang Yuan activated his movement killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but he could not catch up. In a few breaths of time, Plump Lady vanished into the horizon. Plump Lady is in deep trouble now, she even used her killer move Light Sand Escape, her foundation is definitely damaged. This guy is too exaggerated, he actually forced Plump Lady to flee. Far away, Ling Husu was carefully hiding deep in the sand. He held his breath and concentrated. He did not dare to show any flaws. She escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, stopping on the battlefield. He continued to use investigative goo to search. Ling Husu did not even dare to breathe loudly. He could feel the waves of investigative goo sweeping through his hiding spot. Fang Yuan searched for a long time, but there was no effect. He left. He finally left. Something is wrong. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Husu was just about to come out to kill the enemy, but his heart jumped. He changed his mind. Time passed slowly. It was already past midnight. A figure descended from the sky like a phantom. It was Fang Yuan. He had purposely left earlier, making a detour and flying above the clouds, secretly observing the situation below. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search. He rushed towards Golden Sand Oasis again. So close, so close. This demon is truly sinister and crafty. Thankfully I was vigilant. I almost fell into his trap. Ling Husu curled up deep in the sand, his body breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyeballs started to move. What is this demon's background? Where did he come from? What ulterior motive does he have? Ling Husu's curiosity was aroused. But this demon's investigative method is clearly unable to find my traces. Should I follow him and see what he is trying to do? But he immediately thought of Fang Yuan's return. His budding idea was doused with a bucket of cold water. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also crafty and sinister. I should save it. After all, the immortal Yuan stone is already in my hands. Ling Husu dispelled this thought. He did not dare to leave the desert. He directly drilled into the ground. His battle strength was lacking, but he had many movement killer moves. His drilling speed was not slower than ordinary Gu Immortals flying. He directly chose the opposite direction from Fang Yuan, leaving this place. Fang Yuan returned to the sand oasis again. The oasis was brightly lit. It was filled with noise. Even though Fang Yuan purposely left this place, the commotion caused by the Gu Immortals' battle was not small. It caused the mortals to panic. Fang Yuan ignored these people. He used luck inspection Gu to find Han Li again. He was extremely vigilant. While concealing his traces, he secretly activated Connect Luck Gu. This time it was smooth sailing for him. There were no more accidents. The two's luck connected. Fang Yuan saw that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Next, the monolith luck was covered in cracks. It crumbled. After a few breaths of time, Han Li's luck fell to the same level as Immortal's, smoke rising in spirals. Next, the gray-white smoke rapidly turned black. Oh no. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had just returned. He was extremely hungry. He was stuffing food into his mouth. Eat slowly, kid. His mother smiled lovingly, showing concern for her son. Ugh ugh. Suddenly Han Li grabbed his neck. His eyes were wide open. He choked. Little rascal quickly spit it out. His parents were pale with fright. They were flustered. But in the end, Han Li was not saved by them. Chapter 682. Han Li was lying on the bed, slowly waking up and opening his eyes. Beside the bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an old Gu master, repeatedly thanking him. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother? Han Li opened his mouth with difficulty and softly called out. My son, my heart, alas. You are finally awake. Han Li's mother heard his voice and pounced on the bed, crying tears of joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo. If not for him, you would have really died. Han Li's father was also very happy, walking over and reminding him. Amo, Dr. Amo, thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. Amo and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. I am a Gu master stationed in Han village. Saving you is something I should do. Your luck is good today. I happen to be patrolling the village. Dr. Amo smiled. Soon after, under the endless thanks of Han Li's parents, he leisurely left. Oh, this is interesting. Fang Yuan did not go far. He hid far away and saw this scene. After he successfully connected his luck, Han Li's luck fell sharply, quickly turning into a faint black death luck. If Han Li was a Gu master with great strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was only a mortal, a weak child among mortals. He was immediately devoured by the black death luck and choked to death while eating. Fang Yuan immediately wanted to make a move and save them. He had a large number of healing mortal Gu. If he choked to death, as long as he did not die for long, he could be saved again. As long as he did not die, his luck would continue to flow endlessly. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's terrible luck would only be slightly alleviated, but it would still worsen. Treating the symptoms would not solve the root cause. If Han Li survived, he would connect his luck with Fang Yuan at all times, continuously improving Fang Yuan's bad luck. But just as he set off, he suddenly saw a figure. He ran out of a large house in the village and quickly rushed towards Han Li's house. Looking at his movement, it was obvious. He was a rank 2 Gu master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and quietly approached the village. He decided to wait and see. This rank 2 Gu master came to Han Li's house and tidied up his clothes. He pretended to be at ease. Soon after, he accidentally discovered Han Li choking to death. Under the pleading of Han Li's parents, he acted on the spot and saved Han Li. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing Gu master stationed in the village. However, from the looks of it, Han Li seems to have a secret relationship with this Dr. Mo. Fang Yuan's heart stirred. In order to control the mortals, Gu master forces would send 1 or 2 Gu masters to take turns to guard the village. Like Qingmao Mountain's Guya Jianghu, he was such a Gu master stationed here. Han Li and his family fell into a deep sleep. Fang Yuan snuck into the house. He came to Han Li's side and used Immortal Gu. It made him sleep even deeper. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 hands and touched various parts of Han Li's body. Not long after, he found some clues. There were many Gu worms living in Han Li's body, and his flesh and blood seemed to be affected by the Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt that this arrangement was very familiar. The weakness of zombies was that their thoughts were rigid. Fang Yuan could not think of the key point and could only use the will stored in his mind to help him think. He searched through his memories and quickly found the truth. So this so-called Dr. Mo wants to refine a human medicine Gu. This human medicine Gu was a rank 3 Gu. It used human children as the main material to refine the Gu and took several years to slowly refine it. Once the human medicine Gu was refined, it could only be used once. It could increase one's lifespan, but the side effects were huge. That Dr. Mo is not young anymore. He clearly wants to use the human medicine Gu to increase his lifespan, so he placed his attention on Han Li. No wonder when Han Li was cutting the grass, he could pinch the dagger grass with his bare hands. This was because his body had been secretly modified. No wonder when Han Li was in trouble, Dr. Mo rushed over quickly. This was because the Gu worms on Han Li's body could monitor his movements. No wonder after Han Li choked to death, he was easily saved. Because according to the human medicine Gu's refinement steps, it can greatly increase a person's bodily functions. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Although he discovered Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not want to stop it for the time being. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han village will definitely be investigated and misfortune will occur. If he does not die, he will definitely take care of Han Li in order to refine the human medicine Gu. There are still 3 to 4 years before the human medicine Gu is refined, and I only need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated the luck inspection Gu again and checked Han Li's luck. Ever since he succeeded in connecting his luck, Han Li's luck had plummeted. It was no longer as special as before and was like the surrounding mortals. His luck was thin and faint like smoke. Fang Yuan carefully observed and found that the black color of Han Li's luck had disappeared, and was replaced by a gray-white color. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From his experience, he concluded that the black color represented death. Without the black color, Han Li would not be in danger of death for the time being. As the saying goes, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. After Han Li went through this crisis of death, his luck had clearly improved. From this, I relied on my own strength and schemes to survive the calamity and tribulation in northern plains. After escaping from the wind veil of assimilation, the black coffin luck should have dissipated by more than half. But even so, Han Li was almost cursed to death by me. It seems I need to find a few more targets and connect my luck with them one by one. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but before he left, he secretly placed some Gu worms on Han Li's body. With his ingenious method, he could ensure that the rank 2 Dr. Mo would not find out. If one day Dr. Mo wanted to make a move on Han Li, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Kid, I gave you 3 protective talismans. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Fang Yuan came and left without a sound, not a single soul could detect him. He first left Shajing Oasis and found a secluded corner. Only then did he activate fixed immortal travel. The next moment he appeared in Central Continent. An enormous heavenly river fell from the sky, passing through the whole of Central Continent. Finally, it flowed out of central continent's eastern region and flowed towards eastern sea. At the middle and lower reaches of the heavenly river, due to the scouring of the heavenly river, a large fertile plain was formed. The plain was rich in natural resources and had many outstanding people. Countless small and medium-sized sects had taken root here. Among these sects, there was a very unremarkable small sect. Its name was extremely grand, called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in the forest, observing this Universal Life Academy from afar. The academy was situated in a valley. There were not many houses in the courtyard, there was a small plaza. It seemed that the sect was holding a competition. There were 2 stages in the plaza, and hundreds of Gu masters were watching from below the stages. It was a battle between mortal Gu masters. The duration was short. It was nothing special. But in the eyes of the people involved, it was incomparably exciting. Especially to the youngster Hong Yi who was standing among the crowd, this competition held great significance. I have bull strength and tiger strength, and because I had a fortuitous encounter with the Gu worm, passable, my battle strength has already reached the first rate of rank 2. In this competition I will shock the world with a single brilliant feat, and obtain the first seat of the academy. This way I can make my father lower his head. I will place my mother's memorial tablet in the clan's ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, making up his mind. At the same time, far away, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He muttered, "I found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not inferior to Han Li's. He was also a rank 7 legend that emerged during the 5 Regions War. He cultivated Strength Path and Soul Path. He had outstanding talent and was extremely proficient in creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained an ancient Rockman king's body, comprehended an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even subdued an ancient desolate beast White-horned Qilin by chance, turning it into his mount. But even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not make a move immediately. It is a clear day now, the sky is clear and boundless. If I want to connect my luck, the commotion will be huge, I might be discovered. This place was not like Han Village. In Han Village there was only a rank 2 Gu master guarding it. But here it was the gathering place of a Gu master sect. Not only that, there were 3 or 4 small and mid-sized forces around the valley. The whole of the plains in the middle and lower reaches of Heavenly River were densely packed with sections. Among these mortal Gu masters, there were even several lone cultivator Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had established their own sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu directly, he might be discovered. I can only wait until night time when everyone is asleep. I will arrange a large number of mortal Gu and try to conceal my aura. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he never lacked patience. When night fell, Universal Life Academy became silent. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Good, the 10,000 Gu worms arranged around the valley are ready. To conceal the immortal Gu's aura, I will need to use Connect Luck for most of the night. Right at this time, there was a spatial fluctuation in his immortal aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. Within the moving perspective cup Gu there was a letter. Did something happen to Tai Bai Yunxing? Fang Yuan probed with his consciousness and soon found that the letter was not from Tai Bai Yunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance was established, Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan a moving perspective cup Gu each, forming a set with his own. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown. This was Fairy Li Shan asking for help for He Lulan. He Lulan was being chased by her father, her life was in danger. How can this be? Damn it. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Due to the oath, he had to put down his matters and quickly rush to Northern Plains to help He Lulan. However, for the time being, Hong Yi was still living here. It was easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I will let you off this time. Fang Yuan quickly retrieved most of the Gu worms, trying not to leave any traces behind. Next, he went into a cave and secretly used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived at a secret room on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3rd peak. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing around anxiously. After seeing Fang Yuan, she immediately got closer. You are finally here. You made me anxious, the situation is urgent, little Lan is being chased by that scoundrel. Why didn't you go help her? Fang Yuan frowned. I was going to show myself, but little Lan strongly asked me to continue hiding. She did not want our relationship to be known to the public. Are you the only one here? Where is Tai Bai Yunxing? He has other matters to attend to. Fang Yuan asked, how many Gu immortals are chasing her? Only 2. One is He Qing, the other is Shuesongzi. I placed investigative Gu on He Lulan, Her situation is critical. Quick, I will transmit the scene to you, go save her. Chapter 683. Lulan, don't run. You are my daughter, why would I harm you? You cannot listen to other people's instigation. We have a deep misunderstanding between father and daughter. Indeed, I admit that I have the Yin-Yang life extension method inheritance, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really died because of the earthly calamity. He Qing floated in the air, speaking with an aggrieved tone as he tried to persuade He Lulan. He wore a black robe which made his skin look even fairer. His eyes were like ink, his face was like jade, he was handsome, worthy of being a famous handsome man among Northern Plains Gu immortals. When he persuaded He Lulan, his words were sincere, complimenting his appearance. If outsiders who did not know the truth heard it, they might really believe it. But He Lulan had already seen through the other party's true colors. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel, who can you deceive with your hypocritical lies? If the Yin-Yang life extension method really does not harm lives, you can show it to me. I believe Xianxia beside you will also be interested. Xianxia was tall and thin, he wore a light blue robe, his snow-white hair extended to his feet. Right now he was standing beside He Qing, not saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu immortal, in charge of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 7th peak. Earlier, because he had supported Ma tribe lost in the imperial court contest, and he was suppressed by He tribe. Afterwards, in order to obtain the strength path Immortal Gu, He Lulan exposed the secret of He Qing plotting to kill Su Xian'er to him. Thus Xianxia had a secret weapon to restrict He Qing. He Lulan had wanted to use Xianxia's mouth to destroy He Qing's reputation. But to think that Xianxia and He Qing were together. Right now, hearing He Lulan's words, Xianxia's blue pupils turned. He looked at He Qing with interest. Maybe I can help your daughter? He Qing snorted, ignoring Xianxia's words. His attitude had truly changed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly said to He Lulan, "Daughter, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." He Lulan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment she had already been beaten into her original form, and her entire body was bathed in blood. His armor was in tatters and he was in a sorry state, but his gaze was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his heart. A mocking expression appeared on her face. "Father?" The Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Lord He Qing had actually brought a demonic path Gu Immortal to threaten his daughter. If this situation were to be known by the world, I wonder what the result will be? He Qing was mocked like that. Instead, he smiled, displaying his unfathomable shrewdness. "Lulan, you won't be able to escape today. You have the great strength true martial physique. Becoming a Gu Immortal is 10 times harder than ordinary people. Without my help, you will not become a strength path Gu Immortal. If you have the guts, then kill me." He Lulan's face was twisted and ferocious. His aura increased instead of decreasing. "You forced me into a corner. At most, I'll self-detonate. I'll let you use all your schemes, all your efforts will be in vain. Let's see what you can do to me." He Qing laughed heartily. "If you die, how will you take revenge for your mother? You hid for so many years, painstakingly working, wasn't it all to kill me? Unfortunately, we are different immortals and mortals. Even if you have the 10 extreme physiques and can bully rank 6 Gu immortals with the lowest battle strength, you can. You want to kill a rank 7 Gu immortal like me? Humph, a fantasy." But even though he said that, He Qing was still feeling vexed in his heart. He Lulan spoke of He Qing's worries. Although he had the Immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this Immortal Gu was only used for offense. He Qing lacked capturing methods. If he forced her too much and He Lulan really self-detonated, he would not be able to stop her. Most importantly, this matter of harming his own daughter could not be exposed, it could not be spread, he could only act in secret. Otherwise, with He Qing's influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he would be able to gather 5 to 6 Gu immortals. But now he only brought one person, Xianxia. And Xianxia was a demonic path Gu immortal from Snowy Mountain. He always placed benefits above everything else, he could not be trusted. Although they seemed to be allies, He Qing had always been on guard against him. Earlier, when He Lulan exposed the secret, after Xianxia got hold of He Qing's weakness, he thought about it and did not make it public. If He Qing's reputation was tarnished, He tribe's Gu immortals would be able to suppress Xianxia. But if he used it to threaten He Qing, Xianxia could obtain even greater benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xianxia found He Qing alone and used this secret to threaten him. He Qing was shocked at that time. The secret he had kept for so many years was exposed. He almost lost his composure. But he was worthy of being an old and crafty person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to agree to a portion of Xianxia's threats. Afterwards, He Qing persuaded Xianxia to cooperate, and promised him that as long as his plan succeeded, he would give him even more rewards. Xianxia demanded an exorbitant price, saying that he was very interested in the Yinyang life extension method. Although Xianxia was only middle-aged and had lifespan Gu, which Gu Immortal would not covet a lifespan extension method. He Qing was helpless and furious, but he could only pretend to agree. Thus He Qing and Xianxia formed an alliance. Just as He Lulan, He Qing and Xianxia were in a deadlock, a dazzling jade light suddenly appeared beside He Lulan. The jade light soon dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 30 meters tall and had 8 arms, his face was green and eyes were red, his whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black armor, the armor was filled with sinister barbs. Facing a strong enemy, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. Thus, he first activated his defensive killer move hair armor before using fixed immortal travel to get here. Although fixed immortal travel could only be passed down to humans, Gu masters could use Gu worms to form clothes and armor, they would not have to run around naked. When Fang Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was pressed for time and did not have the appropriate Gu worms. He could only run around naked, leaving a deep impression on Feng Kim Hong. You are finally here. He Lulan's expression shook when she saw the reinforcements. What immortal Gu is this? Who are you? Xianxia was shocked. He quickly asked. Fang Yuan quickly looked at the two in the air, laughing with a hoarse voice, he said with killing intent, the person who will kill you in the future. He replied half-heartedly while transmitting to He Lulan, quick. We cannot stay here, enter my immortal aperture, I will bring you away. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, Xianxia was furious. You talk big. The Gu immortal beside him, He Qing, reacted faster than him. Attack. That is the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel, he only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give him any chance. As they spoke, He Lulan had already successfully entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Xianxia's expression turned solemn, he waved his sleeves and a crescent blade wheel the size of a horse carriage condensed. The blade wheel whistled as it flew, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Killer move Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel was made of ice and snow, its edges were extremely sharp, frost energy spread everywhere, and with the help of the wind, it was extremely fast. Before the blade wheel even reached him, Fang Yuan felt an intense cold wind assaulting him. This killer move is ferocious, it contains the essence of ice and wind path, it is worth at least 3 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan squinted, he wisely chose to dodge. Killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. 2 huge shadows of black bat wings flashed behind him. After the shadow flapped hard, it immediately dissipated into nothingness. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply, he moved like lightning, flying to the side and dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel landed on the ground and with a loud sound, it cut deep into the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel instantly created a huge ravine, the ravine was quickly filled with ice that was as hard as iron and stone. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Qing's attack was right in front of him. This was an inconspicuous small black arrow. The arrow was short, less than half an adult's arm, it was dark and gloomy, and did not emit any dangerous aura. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan felt a great sense of danger. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He Qing was experienced in battle, he was ruthless, he used his killer move at the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings, dodging continuously. But the small black arrow was like a maggot, it followed him closely. Moreover, it changed directions agilely, it had locked onto Fang Yuan, no matter how he tried he could not shake it off. The attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow could automatically find the enemy, it could change directions agilely and was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan was a flying master he could not use it well. The Dark Arrow was getting closer and closer to Fang Yuan, he was surrounded by danger several times. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio and was widely used in the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move, the Dark Arrow could break it with one stab. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, even though it was tough, could not block the power of the Dark Arrow. Especially this Dark Arrow, it directly ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart and other areas, it targeted Fang Yuan's only weakness, his brain. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his heart, throat, anus and other areas were no longer his weaknesses. Even if these areas were destroyed, they would not cause any damage, he could still move freely. But the brain was different. If the brain was destroyed, the mind would be destroyed. Fang Yuan could not think, it would affect his movements, he would be at the mercy of others. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time. But the dark arrow chased relentlessly, it did not give Fang Yuan enough time. Fang Yuan twisted and turned. The many mortal goo that formed the killer move light illusion bat wings could not hold on for much longer. It's over. He Qing sneered, he waved his sleeves and shot out another dark arrow. My dark arrow immortal goo is only rank 6, it can only shoot 3 dark arrows at once. No matter who you are, it is your honor to be able to make me shoot 2 dark arrows consecutively. He Qing looked down at Fang Yuan, seeing him struggling at the edge of life and death, he evaluated arrogantly. Humph, what are you so proud of? I was just playing with you. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly with his hoarse throat. 2 dark arrows approached him, he knew he could not save his green grape immortal essence anymore. Thus he activated Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace. Swoosh. A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet. The wave rumbled, Fang Yuan walked on it, quickly pulling away from the dark arrow. The power of an Immortal Goo was truly extraordinary. Chapter 684. Another Immortal Goo. Xianxia's expression changed, his gaze was burning with jealousy. To think that he himself had spent so much effort and schemes to obtain wooden chicken Immortal Goo, but it was all for naught. This mere immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo that ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had 2. He Qing Xianxia, let's stop here for today. Enjoy your remaining life because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was icy cold. He stepped on the waves at the same time, his body shone with jade green light again. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him, crossing endless space and leaving the battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived just in time, but they only hit a trace of the jade light in the air. Oh no, they escaped. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly, he questioned He Qing. Aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why didn't you capture them? Xianxia, watch your tone. He Qing was expressionless, he looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia was suppressed by He Qing's aura, his expression became more restrained. He Qing spoke slowly, the other party has 2 movement immortal goo. Unless we have immortal goo that can seal the battlefield, we can only let them escape. But the tracking method I used on He Lulan is extremely secretive, it is a peak mortal killer move. As long as she appears in northern plains again, I will definitely sense her. And we did not return empty-handed this time, we have already found out the force behind He Lulan. Without the help of others, He Lulan would not be able to do this. But I did not expect it. An immortal zombie with 2 immortal goo appeared. It seems that the force behind He Lulan is not simple. The situation is getting more interesting. Saying so, He Qing's lips curled into a smile, he did not show any signs of frustration. He did not make a move on He Lulan, on one hand he was wary of her self-detonation, on the other hand, he wanted to lure out the mysterious person behind her. You mean? Xianxia's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are usually formed when goo immortals are unable to extend their lifespan and are forced to transform into immortal zombies. Do you think this immortal zombie is the true mastermind behind He Lulan? He Qing asked meaningfully. Fang Yuan didn't fight them head-on. He only dodged the arrows. He displayed the attainments of a flying master. But this level of attainment was not rare for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. Therefore, He Qing and Xianxia didn't know Fang Yuan's true battle power. Fang Yuan didn't receive their attention, they only treated him as an ordinary immortal zombie. Xianxia's eyes flickered a few times. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie was not the crucial person, he had 2 movement immortal goo. It's very likely that someone lent it to him. He Qing nodded, that's right. This mysterious person behind the scenes could very well be someone we know. Since she has the heart to send an unfamiliar immortal zombie to save us, then there must be something that is inconvenient for him to do. This mysterious person behind the scenes doesn't reveal any flaws, how can we investigate them? Xianxia felt a headache. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most troublesome, they made him feel restricted when doing things, he didn't know who to trust or who to deal with. She has already revealed a flaw. He Qing laughed heartily. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace. They are both related to Central Continent. Such obvious clues are enough for us to dig out many things. As long as I find out the mysterious person who wants to harm me, I will capture them all. Saying so, He Qing's face showed a trace of malevolence. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's place. "Little Lan, how are your injuries?" Seeing the bloodied He Lulan coming out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous. She quickly went over to check. "Little aunt, it's fine. That old scoundrel did not deal a heavy blow, he was only bluffing." He Lulan smiled as if she was not the injured one. Fairy Li Shan relaxed, letting out a breath of air. "It seems that you guessed correctly, that old scoundrel really left a tracking method on you. This method is extremely secretive, we checked 5 or 6 times earlier but did not find anything." Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold. He stared at He Lulan. "That means you were discovered by He Qing on purpose?" "Not on purpose." He Lulan looked straight into Fang Yuan's eyes, not avoiding his gaze. "Earlier, little aunt collected crucial information regarding Ma Hongyun's whereabouts. Ma Hongyun was captured by Northern Plains Gu Immortal Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's blessed land is inside Crimson Reed Marsh. This time I wanted to sneak into the blessed land and investigate. To think that He Qing was nearby, the moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh I was discovered by him." Fang Yuan nodded. He believed He Lulan's words. Of course this was not because he trusted He Lulan, but because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a rule: allies could keep secrets but they could not lie to each other. If you did not want to say it, you could choose not to. But you had to be telling the truth, otherwise you would die from the oath. Ma Hongyun is like his name, he has fortune rivaling the heavens. If I connect my luck to him, it will be much more effective than Han Li and Hong Yi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, "How reliable is the information about Ma Hongyun being captured by Qin Baisheng?" He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other before Fairy Li Shan said, "According to our analysis, it is 70% reliable. The battle on the Wind Vale of Assimilation involved dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths. I was there as well. The scene was very chaotic. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses and rumors about who took Ma Hongyun away. As a result, more than 10 small conflicts occurred, but it was proven to be false. The information this time is different from the previous rumors. We have evidence. Evidently, someone in the know purposely spread this information. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal, a famous woodpath expert. He also relies on his blessed land to defend. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. But Ma Hongyun is related to Giant Sun Immortal's luck path true inheritance. It is too tempting to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baisheng does not have a Huangjin bloodline, he is the target of jealousy and hatred." Fang Yuan nodded. "This means that this is a dangerous situation. If Ma Hongyun is really captured by Qin Baisheng, not long after, a group of Gu immortals will attack Crimson Reed Marsh." "That's right." He Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black eyes shining with a strange light. "In my opinion, this information is most likely true. Thankfully, little aunt did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals unite, they will need her mountain pledge Gu. We can use this chance to participate in this matter. If there is a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will make a move. If there is no chance, we will take a step back. While old scoundrel He Qing is deep in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to an immortal." He Lulan was an ambitious person. She was similar to Fang Yuan. She was skilled in scheming. Fang Yuan asked coldly, "Although this is the first time I met He Qing, I can confirm that he is not easy to deal with. If he stays outside, what will you do?" To He Qing, the luck path true inheritance was important, but it was not as important as his lifespan. There were so many eyes on the luck path true inheritance, with so many fierce people fighting for it, he might as well stay out of it and get rid of the troublesome He Lulan first. Fang Yuan's question hit the nail on the head. He Lulan's brows rose as she replied with a high-spirited expression, "I don't have much time left, thanks to little aunt's help these days. Half a month later, I will ascend even if I don't want to. If He Qing comes to disturb us, then let's fight him to the death." Her words showed that she did not care about life and death, showing her heroic bearing. "That means I have a chance of facing He Qing head-on? By then I can't escape, I can only resist him to protect you?" Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fairy Li Shan said, "Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to an immortal, heaven and earth qi will fluctuate intensely. Such a special environment will severely weaken He Qing's battle strength. Little Lan's immortal ascension is very important. I will also participate. Together with Tai Bai Yunxing, we will have the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals on our side." He Lulan, however, understood his intentions. "Fang Yuan, in order to save me, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times and lost 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. Every time you use worldly wave trace goo, you will lose 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. According to our alliance agreement, double the compensation is 8 immortal yuan stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, thinking that it was easier to talk to intelligent people. Fairy Li Shan came to a realization, 8 immortal yuan stones, I can give them to you now. But I have other things here, maybe Fang Yuan, you will be more interested if you take a look. Saying so, she took out 2 killer moves and a goo recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was immediately interested. 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath. It was a poison path killer move. It could turn a goo immortal's normal breathing into poison gas. The killer move was weak, but it could last for a long time. After a long time, the goo immortal would be surrounded by a layer of poison gas that would corrode the surrounding people and objects. But this killer move had a flaw, it was easy to injure the user. Especially for a normal goo immortal's body, they needed to spend a lot of effort to protect their nose, throat, and lungs. This flaw was negligible to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Xing Tian. Kong Xing Tian was the name of a person, he was the goo immortal who created this killer move. He was famous in the history of goo masters, he had the 4th ranked mystical goo, Chi Escape Goo. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked 7th, while Chi Escape Goo was ranked 4th, it was created by reverse refining the legendary reputation goo. In terms of flying speed, it was number 1 in the world, no goo could compare to it. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Xing Tian had used Chi Escape Goo as a reference to it. It could open the tiny pores on the goo immortal's body and let out rapid air currents, propelling the goo immortal forward. Not only was it fast, it was also very agile. The killer move Kong Xing Tian was also very suitable for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a zombie body, his pores were tough, even if they were destroyed his recovery speed was shocking, he could recover rapidly. As for the goo recipe, it was an ancient strength path goo recipe, it could refine rank 5 group strength goo. Undeniably, these 3 things were gathered by Fairy Li Shan for a period of time, specially prepared for Fang Yuan. Chapter 685. Fang Yuan thought about it before saying to Fairy Li Shan, I want this poison breath killer move and the ancient strength path goo recipe. How many immortal yuan stones? Fairy Li Shan answered, poison breath needs 2 immortal yuan stones, and group strength goo's recipe is also sold for 2 immortal yuan stones. A total of 4 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing to Fairy Li Shan's price. Poison breath killer move was extraordinary, it was indeed worth 2 immortal yuan stones. Group strength goo might only be a rank 5 mortal goo, but it was already extinct. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was normal for the goo recipe to cost 2 immortal yuan stones. Fairy Li Shan offered 3 things, but this unremarkable group strength goo recipe was the most attractive to Fang Yuan. However, even though the price was fair, Fang Yuan was tight on money, he still wanted to bargain and save as much immortal yuan stones as possible. Thus, he said, this group strength goo recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient goo recipe, the goo refinement materials are ancient, they are not easy to find now. Fairy Li Shan smiled, oh Fang Yuan, I expected this. I had originally prepared this group strength goo's recipe for Little Lan. The reason why I am selling it to you now is because the main material to refine this goo, stone monkey hair, has appeared recently. He Lulan added, that's right, recently, a goo immortal in jewel yellow skies, Shirley, known as the Immortal Monkey King, produced stone monkey hair in his blessed land. This goo refinement material had been extinct for countless years, but it reappeared in his hands, it has already caused quite a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Among the goo recipes of group strength goo, the rarest material is the stone monkey hair. The other materials might be rare, but as long as you have the heart, you can buy them. You can find them. Or use your refinement path foundation to exchange them. Her meaning was that she would not accept a counteroffer. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey hair? This ancient goo refinement material, although it has reappeared, it is monopolized by Immortal Monkey King Shirley's family, its price should not be cheap. There's an old saying that goes, there's nothing good that's cheap. Fang Yuan. I saw your immortal killer move myriad self with my own eyes, its power is truly shocking, even now, it is deeply engraved in my heart. A straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Group strength goo's value to you, Fang Yuan, is much higher than ordinary goo immortals. 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone are already sold very cheaply, He Lulan said. She refused to budge an inch. The other party had seen through him. It was indeed not good. However, He Lulan was right. The price of 4 immortal yuan stones was not high, it was very fair. Fairy Li Shan did not earn any profit from Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone, but she did not sell it at a loss either. Fine. Fang Yuan assessed the situation and no longer insisted. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not the land spirit of Langia. Haggling over the price would be insulting the other party's intelligence. Soon after, both sides completed this transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move, as well as the ancient group strength goose recipe. There were also 4 immortal yuan stones. As for movement killer move Kong Xing Tian, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Kong Xing Tian opened all the pores on his body, breathing out air currents to move his body forward. This killer move's speed was not bad and it was very agile. But the opening of all the pores on his body caused Fang Yuan's defense to fall greatly. At the same time, Fang Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor covered his body, leaving no gaps. If he used Kong Xing Tian, he could not use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Xing Tian would be useless. The two were not compatible. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan gave up on using Kong Xing Tian. He now had 19.5 immortal yuan stones, but he had to convert them into green grape immortal essence, and he also had to bear the huge pressure of feeding immortal goo. Fang Yuan was still tight on money, he could not casually spend it on useless killer moves. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not use fixed immortal travel extravagantly, he used a Stargate. Before leaving, he took a look at He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was rank 5 peak stage, her luck could be sensed by rank 5 luck inspection goo. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the low point of dealing with Ma Hong Yun. Her luck was like a huge pillar, it had the color of a blue cloud, giving people a feeling that it would last for a long time. He Lulan's luck is clearly at the level of Han Li and Hong Yi. I can deduce that her immortal ascension has a higher chance of success. But luck cannot be relied on alone, otherwise why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? It can be seen that although luck is good, it also depends on whether one can grasp it or not. Now it seems that He Lulan's sudden death might have been caused by He Qing. Although He Lulan's luck was strong, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a detailed rule. Allies could not be harmed. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck. If he tried to connect his luck with her, he would indeed have the intention of harming her. Moreover, according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he was not optimistic about He Lulan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck goo, he could not randomly connect his luck, he had to choose his target carefully. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan first took out 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone and converted them into his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times to return to Western Desert, Central Continent, Southern Sea, and also used worldly wave trace immortal goo to fight He Qing, consuming a total of 6 green grape immortal essence beads. Out of the 17 green grape immortal essence beads, only 11 were left. Due to the recent frequent battles, after Fang Yuan refined 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone, his total green grape immortal essence beads increased to 19. This way Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone fell to 11.5. Looking back at the battle with He Qing, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. The result of victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not be angry or feel humiliated simply because of defeat. He would not feel proud or happy because of victory. He cared more about the gains and losses. In this battle, Fang Yuan had expended 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but he had gained more trust from He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he had obtained 4 immortal yuan stone, the killer move poison breath, and the group strength goose recipe. Evidently he had made a huge profit. However, in terms of losses, I have to remember worldly wave trace immortal goo. Fang Yuan took out the immortal goo worldly wave trace. Right now, the immortal goo's aura was not as stable as before, it gave off a feeling of weakness. The goo worm also did not have a healthy luster, it looked dark and lifeless. Fang Yuan understood. Worldly wave trace immortal goo was originally in Imperial Court Blessed Land, it would starve and eat until it was full. Under the wind veil of assimilation, Mo Yao's will used water pavilion to fight. After I obtained it, I also used this immortal goo many times. It has already reached some sort of bottom line, it needs to be fed. If I don't feed it and use it too much, it might starve to death. Worldly wave trace immortal goo was the first, hungry, immortal goo in Fang Yuan's possession. It could be foreseen that as time passed, Fang Yuan would have even more immortal goo that were hungry and needed to be fed. However, to feed worldly wave trace goo, he needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan asked Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Bai Yunxing left, the land spirit took over Tai Bai Yunxing's work and often paid attention to Jewel Yellow Skies' movements. But even though Fang Yuan took the initiative to buy them in jewel yellow skies, there were few responses. This was not the commercial society on Earth, the economy here was not developed, one could not buy anything they wanted. Fang Yuan used moving perspective cup gu to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing brought him good news. He had already arrived at Haishur Blessed Land, he had smoothly come into contact with some gu immortals, he even saw someone selling underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. It was just that deep-sea lightning eels were not commonly seen. Gu immortals needed to go deep into the sea to capture them. Not only was it dangerous, the sea areas that produced lightning eels were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It was a powerful force, even stronger than Eastern Sea's local super forces. Thus, Eastern Sea immortal zombies acted in a domineering and arrogant manner. They sealed off several large sea areas and kept a vast amount of resources for themselves. This way they maintained and increased their battle strength, making them even more domineering towards outsiders. Tai Bai Yunxing's letter suggested Fang Yuan to directly join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and purchase deep-sea lightning eels from within Zombie Alliance. This was not only convenient, the price inside Zombie Alliance would also be much lower than selling to outsiders. Although Fang Yuan was moved, he had ascended to Immortal Realm in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture was formed from the heaven and earth chi of Northern Plains. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions were all different. As long as one tested it, it would be clear at a glance, one's origin could not be concealed. If he was a Northern Plains immortal zombie, it was not impossible to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. But joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was related to one of Fang Yuan's great plans. This plan had huge expected profits, to the extent that even if Fang Yuan did not become an immortal zombie, he would have taken the risk to disguise his identity and sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Now that he was an immortal zombie, joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was no doubt more convenient. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it easier to buy lightning eels, but if I give Tai Bai Yunxing some time to socialize, I will be able to buy them. At most the price will be higher. If I do not use worldly wave trace immortal gu as much as possible, I will be able to last for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his plan, he rejected Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion. After resting in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel again, rushing to Central Continent. Universal Life Academy was located in a valley under the night sky. It was lit up with many lights, it was tranquil and peaceful. Hong Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, ending his daily cultivation of nurturing his aperture. He opened his eyes, they were shining brightly, revealing a look of anticipation and excitement. In today's competition, I have already entered the top 10, but I have not shown my true strength. This is heaven helping me. I coincidentally got a buy and was treated as a lucky person. Tomorrow is the competition of the top 10, they will underestimate me and will not be able to guess my true battle strength. The day after tomorrow is the battle of the top 10. As long as I use this gu, it will not be a problem to break through their defenses. Thinking of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 gu worm. This was a time path gu worm. It was extremely rare. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could make the opponent's gu worm return to before it was activated. For example, if the opponent condensed a fireball under the power of the fireball, the gu worm would return to before it was activated, and the fireball would vanish. Chapter 686. Hong Yi had already decided to use passable gu to deal with the enemy's defensive gu. As long as the enemy did not activate 2 defensive gu at the same time, Hong Yi would be able to land a light hit on the enemy's body and heavily injure them, before defeating them. If the enemy activated 2 defensive gu at the same time, Hong Yi would not be in a rush to attack, he would use a battle of attrition. If the enemy activated 2 defensive gu at the same time, his primeval essence expenditure would definitely be faster than Hong Yi. It could be said that Hong Yi had a huge advantage with this gu, he would most likely get first place in this competition. As long as I get first place, I will be able to move Mother's memorial tablet back to the ancestral hall. Suddenly Hong Yi frowned. In an instant, he felt as if his heart had become empty. It was as if something precious and important had been stolen by someone. Could it be that my wish of many years is about to come true, causing me to feel anxious? I am alone, other than passable gu I have nothing else. What can I have that is worth others seizing? Hong Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had forgotten about the uneasiness he had felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The luck connection succeeded. For this luck connection, he had made good use of his time. He had rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while before rushing over. thus he did not encounter any unexpected disturbances. Fang Yuan used luck inspection goo, observing Hong Yi's luck. His luck was milky white, it was very special, it gave off a feeling of vitality. His luck gathered into a lump, forming the posture of a scholar sitting down and reading. The scholar's appearance was somewhat similar to Hong Yi. He was in high spirits. But after connecting his luck with Fang Yuan, this white scholar's luck immediately shrunk, it was less than 30% of its original size. Moreover, the scholar's robe that was flowing like silk had become tattered, become ragged and patched here and there. It was like a young master of a rich family had become a poor man's son, his younger brother was a poor scholar. His face was no longer in high spirits, instead, his face was thin and his expression was gloomy, as if he was talented but had not been recognized. It seems that the luck connection is beneficial. There are benefits indeed. When I connected my luck with Han Li earlier, he almost choked to death. This time Hong Yi's luck did not bring him death. This shows my own luck, it has improved a lot. It has indeed improved a lot. Fang Yuan was secretly pleased. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly had a thought. He found two sneaky goo masters moving stealthily in this valley. Fang Yuan had been in the Universal Life Academy's valley in order to connect his luck. He arranged many goo worms. On one hand, it could conceal the aura of Immortal goo connect luck, on the other hand, it could scout the surroundings and give an early warning. It could be said that the whole valley was under Fang Yuan's surveillance. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed. These two sneaky goo masters were not weak, they were both rank 5 goo masters. They were on the other side of the valley, sneaking forward and whispering to each other. Sect Master Fanny. Are you sure there's an Ji forest and an earth horse beneath this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai. I can't be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't worry, follow me into the cave. When you see it with your own eyes, won't you be convinced? This is the territory of the Universal Life Academy. If Universal Life Academy's principal Hong Xianji discovers us, we won't be able to walk away unscathed. Although Hong Xianji is strong, his investigative methods are lacking, otherwise he would have discovered this great resource right in front of him. We are scheming against him, how can he discover us? Sigh, if we are discovered, our two sect leaders will investigate Universal Life Academy at night, our reputation and face will be ruined. Fang Yuan listened to the entire conversation between the two. Ji Forest, Earth Horse? His heart jumped. This Ji Forest grew in underground caves, often spanning tens of li. Each Lingji was as big as a tree, its flesh was fat and plump, it could be used to feed goo worms or be sold as goo refinement materials. Earth horses were mutated beasts that grew in the Ji Forest. There were usually only 2 or 3 of them in a forest, they lived in families. Earth horse hooves were one of the main materials of rank 5 Earth escape goo. Earth horse eyes could be used to refine X-ray vision goo. Earth horse tail hair could be used to refine smoke dust goo. Earth horses could be said to be full of treasures. It was no wonder Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, these 2 rank 5 goo masters, coveted them. But to Fang Yuan, Earth horses and Ji Forest did not have much attraction. Earth horses were mutated beasts. They were at most equivalent to myriad beast kings. An Earth horse family only had 2 or 3 myriad beast kings. Ji Forest was sold by many people in jewel yellow skies, they were ordinary goods. Fang Yuan did not need to use Immortal Yuan stone to buy them. However, for the Universal Life Academy, the large underground Ji Forest is an important resource that involves enormous benefits. It is a pity that they are still in the dark. Fang Yuan thought about it, he followed behind the 2 rank 5 goo masters, entering the underground Ji Forest. Just like he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji Forest, it was about 10 li in size. 3 earth horses, it was a family of 3, they lived in the Ji Forest. Such a large Ji Forest. Sect leader Yuan Bai sighed as he walked in the Ji Forest. This is a boundless land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Fan Yi affectionately caressed the branches of the Lingji, speaking with a tone of jealousy. Fang Yuan walked around them, arriving at the center of the Ji Forest. There was the largest Lingji here, it was over 6 meters tall, directly supporting the cave wall. The leaves of the Lingji were like a huge umbrella, covering a huge circle. This was the Lingji King. Fang Yuan lowered his head, arriving in front of the Lingji King. Beside the Lingji King, there were 3 earth horse guards as well as a group of metal-devouring ants. There were many metal path wild goo in the ant group, and there were even wild wood path goo worms on the Lingji King. But these were all mortal creatures. Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, directly coming here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan took out a monstrous claw, aiming at the position, He ruthlessly scratched the trunk of the Lingji king. The Lingji king shook intensely, causing the rocks on the ceiling to fall. The Earth Horse Guards were intimidated by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close, they could only whimper from afar. Fang Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji king. It was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh. It let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji king heart, not long later, a small Ji forest will form. Fang Yuan could be considered to be stealing. Hu Immortal blessed land soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course, there were not many benefits involved. Fang Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Ji forest and earth horses, Fang Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into Hu Immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome. When he needed it, it was most convenient to buy it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji king would not die. It was just that the Ji forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What is that sound? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fanny looked at each other. Fang Yuan took away the Lingji king heart. It caused quite a commotion. There was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fanny arrived before the Lingji king, Fang Yuan had already disappeared. He had left. The remaining earth horse guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fanny. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of Gu masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fanny sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fanny away. He ordered the academy elders who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fanny will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Ji forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academy's rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish, swish, swish. Water waves surged, moist winds blew on Fang Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Fang Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Fang Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Fang Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many Gu worms. These Gu worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck. He had many fortuitous encounters and went from a lowly existence to a legend. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, an influential person on the same level as Han Li and Hong Yi. But different from Han Li who joined a clan or Hong Yi who joined a sect, this person had always been a lone cultivator. He had several friends and relatives, but he had never joined any force. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, there were rumors that Central Continent's Celestial Court was preparing to recruit him. As for whether this was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But since Fang Yuan had reborn, this was not important anymore. In my memories, this person was ostracized by lowly people. After his clan was banished, he wandered here. Beside this river, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was enough for him. With this inheritance, he made a living and defended against the dangers of the wilderness. He grew stronger step by step, and by a huge fortuitous encounter, he obtained the Black-Yellow Mother Chi Gu and the Heavenly Teacher inheritance. He succeeded in rock gambling and swept through all of Southern Border's rock gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled. The reason why he knew of this place was because of biography of Yi Fan. Every biography of an important person was filled with pictures and text. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time. And this was Yi Fan's starting point. He obtained his first fortuitous encounter tonight. Chapter 687. The stars were like diamonds decorating the night sky, wind blew from the river, occasionally there would be the cries of beasts and birds, it made the surroundings even more tranquil. Fang Yuan waited patiently, but Yi Fan did not appear that night. As time passed, the second day, the third day, Yi Fan did not appear. Is there a mistake in biography of Yi Fan? Fang Yuan could not help but think, but soon he denied this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance is still there, Yi Fan did not take it away. Let's wait and see. Fang Yuan did not know that 1,000 li away Yi Fan was in trouble. Huff huff huff, Yi Fan breathed roughly, he looked at the huge beast at the entrance of the cave with fear and trepidation. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just chased out by the clan, I hid in a cave, but when I woke up, the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed internally, he was nervous and helpless. This cave only had one exit, but it was blocked by a ferocious beast. Yi Fan did not have the ability to dig holes in the ground, and his strength was still very low. However, this ferocious beast's body was enormous, it was actually a beast emperor. This beast emperor, why is it alone? There are no beast groups guarding it? Could it be an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him nervously as he analyzed the situation in his mind. As he observed, he soon found that this beast emperor was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in injuries, it was not big, it was lying on the ground, its eyelids were drooping, it was weak. On its snow-white fur there were colorful patterns. It was like a pink flower petal in the snow. Sniff sniff sniff. Yi Fan listened carefully, he could hear that the dog emperor was whimpering softly, its voice was very weak. Looking at its shriveled body. Looking at its ribs, Yi Fan finally understood. Even though this is a beast emperor, it is very hungry, it has no battle strength left. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of air, he relaxed but also felt pity for it. They were both in the same predicament. This beast emperor was in a similar situation as him. Yi Fan carefully got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor, the beast emperor did not react, it allowed him to get close. Yi Fan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Squatting down beside the beast emperor, he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the beast emperor's forehead. The fluffy fur made Yi Fan feel soft and comfortable. At the same time it was wet and hot. The beast king was having a fever. His whole body was drenched in sweat and his fur was wet. His bodily functions were at rock bottom. Beast emperor, you're about to die. Maybe one day I'll be just like you. But you're lucky to have met me. Who told me to be the most famous veterinarian in the village? Yi Fan muttered to himself as sympathy welled up in his heart. He began to heal the dog beast king. He activated a goo worm to heal the beast emperor's injuries. To alleviate its condition. Then he took out precious food and water and fed them to the beast emperor bit by bit, allowing it to slowly recover its strength. Yi Fan was no longer in a hurry. He stayed in the cave for 7 days until the dog-shaped beast king finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild goo on it, it could not even defeat 1,000 beast king. But at least it was out of danger, it was no longer feverish and could run freely following Yi Fan's legs. Yi Fan had saved it, so it treated Yi Fan as its closest friend. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave with food and water, it would greet him and run around Yi Fan's legs, wagging its tail happily. Later on, it recovered some battle strength and started to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him obtain food. One man and one dog, they quickly established a deep friendship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and travel far away, the dog-shaped beast emperor chose to follow him. It's already the 8th day, why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? Beside Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan was getting anxious from waiting. There were 5 to 6 days left until He Lolan's tribulation. By then, Fang Yuan would have to guard her. Not only would he have to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation, he might also have to face the joint attack of rank 7 Gu Immortal He Cheng and rank 6 Shui Songzi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many factors to consider, but there were only 4 main ones. Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's battle attainment. During the trip to Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just advanced to Gu Immortal, had bottom-tier rank 6 battle strength. Tai Bai Yunxing had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. And most importantly, his battle attainment was very low. Thus, he was suppressed by He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fang Yuan had little Immortal Essence. Even though he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed, he could not use them. But he had the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings and Hair Armor. Normally, his battle strength could reach upper tier rank 6. If he used the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would immediately rise to the peak of rank 6. Fang Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady, who had fled. Her battle strength was also upper tier rank 6. She had 3 kinds of powerful mortal killer moves, especially the last movement killer move. Fang Yuan could not catch up to her. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, with light illusion bat wings and hair armor, and most importantly Fang Yuan's abundant and ruthless battle talent. Plump Lady lost all her fighting spirit and could only escape. Xianxia's battle strength should also be upper tier rank 6. He was a wealthy Gu Immortal. Even though he had failed to sponsor Ma tribe and suffered a huge loss, he still had a foundation. He definitely did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had already purchased many killer moves in his early years. As a demonic path cultivator, he paid attention to battle strength. His battle attainment was also extraordinary. Xianxia was an experienced Gu Immortal. If Fang Yuan did not use Myriad Self or Immortal Gu to fight him, the victor would only be known after a battle. And He Cheng's battle strength was upper tier rank 7. He Cheng was older than Xianxia and He Bai. His rank 7 blessed land was already on the right track. The immortal essence it produced was Red Date Immortal Essence. It was a grade higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu Immortal of the Huangjin tribes. He did not lack killer moves. He had Immortal Gu Dark Arrow for a long time. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, several months ago, He Cheng seemed to have seized an Immortal Gu somewhere in northern plains. But as for what it was, He Cheng had not exposed it yet. He Cheng's battle achievements were also not bad. He had openly sparred with some righteous Path Gu Immortals, and also fought to the death with demonic Path Gu Immortals, killing several demonic Path Gu Immortals. He Cheng did not lack immortal essence or killer moves. His battle attainment was also not bad, but he lacked immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 Gu that could be used in battle, his battle strength would rise to upper tier rank 7. Fang Yuan had fought with He Cheng before. But the battle was very short. Fang Yuan did not fight head-on, instead retreating with He Lulan. In all fairness, even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, he did not have any immortal Gu for offense or defense. When the dark arrow attacked, Fang Yuan could only dodge. He could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the core Gu of Myriad Self-Killer move. Because of this, Fang Yuan had an immortal killer move. Because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the strength to fight He Cheng head-on. Fang Yuan was very clear about the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. He Lulan was about to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yi Fan has not arrived yet. The less time I have to prepare for He Lulan's tribulation. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations and raise my battle strength as much as possible. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart could not help but waver. Especially when he thought of the previous 2 luck connections. There were accidents that caused the luck connection to fail. When Han Li appeared. When Plump Lady appeared, Fang Yuan had no choice but to fight and show his fierceness, scaring Plump Lady away. When Hong Yi appeared, He Lulan was being chased. Fang Yuan was forced to put down what he was doing and save her. Could it be that my attempt to connect luck to Yi Fan also met with an accident? It was not because of me but because of Yi Fan? Fang Yuan's guess was right on the mark. Luck was constantly changing. It was like the tide, rising and falling at times. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Fang Yuan escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had already dissipated by half. Next, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all people with strong luck that were only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus changed greatly. This time he connected Yi Fan's luck. The contest of luck between the two was no longer Fang Yuan facing trouble. Instead, Yi Fan's luck was faintly evading, giving Yi Fan a chance to avoid danger. Yi Fan grabbed this chance and delayed for 7 days and 7 nights, successfully subduing a beast monarch. Unfortunately, when he neared the Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart only wavered, but he did not leave. Isn't the dog monarch beside Yi Fan the Yingming I met in the Three Kings Blessed Land? It did not die and even followed Yi Fan? Fang Yuan recognized the dog monarch and was astonished. This matter was not recorded in the biography of Yi Fan. The process of connecting Yi Fan's luck was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. It could also be said that Yi Fan's lateness was already an accident. Yi Fan's strength was low, and from start to finish he did not discover that Fang Yuan had plotted against him. This proved once again that good and bad luck were not decisive factors. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist bad luck and seize opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was also very special. There was actually a coffin in his luck. However, this coffin was not the black coffin that Fang Yuan had before. Instead, it was bronze in color and looked simple and mysterious. Around the coffin, there were 9 spiraling dragons of luck protecting it. After connecting with Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons of luck immediately shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin also shrunk to half its original size. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk by more than half, but there was still a large amount left. Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan have all connected their luck to me, and the luck of the 4 of them has been evenly divided. Yi Fan's luck is also the same as mine. Han Li's luck and Hong Yi's luck are equally dense. After working hard to this point, Fang Yuan finally resolved the second drawback of the spring-autumn cicada. Not only did he no longer have the bad luck from before, but he also had extraordinary luck. He could barely be considered a person with good luck. It is a pity that it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Although there are still a few in my memory, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan inwardly felt that it was a pity that there were very few people with strong luck. At this stage, Fang Yuan could only find these 3. At this point, the matter of connecting luck came to an end. As Fang Yuan watched Yi Fan continuously approach the treasure by the river, he could not help but smile. Chapter 688. He Lolan's tribulation made Fang Yuan feel that a huge battle was about to happen. He Cheng was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. His battle strength surpassed Fang Yuan's. Xuesong Zi had Snowy Mountain's 7th peak. He was not an easy opponent. Even without He Cheng and Xuesong Zi's interference, the great strength true martial physique's tribulation was far more severe than normal people. After returning to Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan immediately started preparing for battle. He wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. He had to start from 4 aspects: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and Personal Battle Attainment. Fang Yuan's personal battle attainment was already very high. It was hard to raise it in a short period of time. To raise his battle strength, he could only start from the other 3 aspects. Fang Yuan first checked his capital. Because of Yi Fan, Fang Yuan went to southern border. This trip had used up 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had 17 beads left. Evidently, this amount was far from enough for a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to expend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, sometimes even hundreds. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu. He needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. To replenish his green grape immortal essence, there was only one way for Fang Yuan, that was to refine immortal Yuan stone. And Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal Yuan stone left. Fang Yuan went into the underground cave and saw Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you something fun this time," he greeted. Even though in the Legends of Renzu, Wisdom Gu could communicate with Renzu normally. However, legends were not without their exaggerations. Fang Yuan could not figure it out. No matter what, Wisdom Gu remained silent, but the light of wisdom flickered a few times. Fang Yuan smiled. With his previous experience of dealing with Wisdom Gu, seeing the light of wisdom flicker, he knew that Wisdom Gu had agreed. Therefore, he planted the Lingji Ganoderma King's heart that he had conveniently stolen on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground split open. Mushroom-shaped Ganoderma grew at an observable speed, growing to the height of benches and tables. There was no other way. Hu Immortal blessed land soil was different from the Universal Life Academy's valley's soil. It was not suitable for the growth of a mushroom forest. This was already the limit of the mushroom forest's growth. Fang Yuan did not feel it was a pity either. He was just casually sitting on a stalk of Ganoderma. The Lingji violently trembled a few times. It was actually able to withstand the enormous weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave was originally empty, but now it was no longer monotonous. Wisdom Gu was like a new baby. It circled and danced in the short mushroom forest. At first it was cautious, but soon, its flight path revealed a cheerful mood, like a child who had discovered a new toy. "Wisdom Gu, it's time to get down to business," Fang Yuan said after watching for a while. Wisdom Gu stopped at the top of a stalk of Lingji, once again emitting the light of wisdom. It enveloped Fang Yuan within. Fang Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, deducing the Immortal Gu remnant recipe. 7 days later, he succeeded completely, once again perfecting 3 Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Using the Stargate, he completed the transaction with the land spirit of Langia, obtaining 40 Immortal Yuan stones. According to the previous price, Perfecting a 90% Immortal Gu remnant recipe required 10 Immortal Yuan stones. Perfecting an 80% Immortal Gu remnant recipe required 20 Immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan completed 2 Immortal Gu remnant recipes this time, while one was 89% Immortal Gu remnant recipes. The Immortal Gu remnant recipes in the land spirit of Langya's hands were not all 90% Immortal Gu remnant recipes, most of them had lower completion rates. Although Fang Yuan obtained a lot of Immortal Yuan stones each time, deducing Immortal Gu remnant recipes with lower completion rates also expended a lot of green grape Immortal essence. All in all, every time he transacted with the land spirit of Langya, his net profit was around 26 Immortal Yuan stones. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the land spirit Little Hu Immortal sent good news. A Gu Immortal in Treasure Imperial Heaven seemed to have accidentally found the corpse of a 6-headed snake. The corpse had already been sorted and was being sold in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately activated Divine Sense Gu to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using the identity of 8-Arm Immortal to contact the Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse. Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu in his possession required the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. But after Fang Yuan took a look, he found that this stall had skin, meat, bones, eyeballs, snake tendons, but there was no black blood of the 6-headed snake. When I accidentally found this desolate beast corpse, close to 100 years had passed since the 6-headed snake died. Thus, the snake's black blood had already flowed out. I'm sorry. The Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse replied. Fang Yuan inspected the 6-headed snake's corpse and found that the Gu Immortal was not lying, it was as he said. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged, he still decided to buy this 6-headed snake's corpse. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Its body was filled with treasures that could be used to refine Gu. Fang Yuan spent a large sum of money, directly buying the entire skeleton, spending 3 Immortal Yuan stones. The bone marrow was hidden in the skeleton, it could produce blood. Fang Yuan was a blood path expert in his previous life, he was most proficient in extracting blood. With this skeleton, Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu's food would be settled. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan went to Immortal Monkey King Shirley's stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. As expected, the divine sense activity here was booming, business was booming, everyone came for the stone monkey's hair, a Gu refinement material. Shirley did not personally pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies, he left behind pride to guard it. Wisdom Path inheritances were hard to come by, but Wisdom Path Gu worms were not rare in Jewel Yellow Skies. Almost every Gu Immortal had one, it was mainly for the convenience of buying and selling in Jewel Yellow Skies. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not have been able to buy so many Wisdom Path Gu worms here back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey hair? Fang Yuan used his divine sense to ask Shirley's will. Shirley's will said in a stiff tone, 100 hair for 1 Immortal Yuan stone. Even though Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked by this price. Why is it so expensive? Shirley proudly raised his head. If you think it is expensive, you can buy it elsewhere. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey hair had only been developed by Shirley. How could he sell it elsewhere? This was the advantage of a monopoly, the price could be set at will. But even with such a high price, many Gu Immortals still bought it. Which Gu Immortal did not have Gu recipes? Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Maybe they just happened to have 1 or 2, and needed this stone monkey hair as the material. There was also a portion of Gu Immortals who had other ideas. They wanted to buy the stone monkey hair to try and research the secret of its production. If their blessed land could produce it, then they would be able to get a share of the huge profits. Don't say I didn't tell you. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey hair, you need to buy at least 1,000 hair. If you don't buy enough, you won't be able to research it. Shirley proudly knew the Gu Immortal's intentions and directly shouted. He was not worried that the secret of the stone monkey hair's production would be researched by others. Fang Yuan tried to bargain, but Shirley proudly refused to budge, saying impatiently, Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to buy it. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. A pauper. He also wants to buy ancient Gu refinement materials. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had a fiery temper and was arrogant. Not only did he manage his blessed land well, he also had outstanding battle strength. He thought highly of himself, but he did have the capital to be so. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he dominated an area. Afterwards, Feng Jioga attacked Langya blessed land and died. He had no one to suppress him, and his forces expanded rapidly. Even the 10 great sects of Central Continent could not suppress him. He was arrogant and unruly, unwilling to submit to others. He disrupted Central Continent's order, and even openly declared that he wanted to attack Immortal Court. Fang Yuan was facing a huge battle now. He urgently needed the stone monkey hair to refine group strength goo. Thus, no matter how arrogant Shirley was, he could only buy the stone monkey hair. Eventually he spent 5 immortal essence to buy 500 stone monkey hair. With the stone monkey hair in hand, Fang Yuan started to refine group strength goo. Group strength goo was extinct long ago. It belonged to the strength path and could gather the strength of a group. If it was combined into the killer move myriad self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine one rank 5 group strength goo, but the more the better. At this time the old hairy men that Fang Yuan bought finally showed their use. These old hairy men could not live for long, but they were all experts in goo refinement. Fang Yuan broke down the steps of group strength goo, handing the unimportant steps that had a high success rate but were complicated to them. As a goo refinement master he specialized in the crucial steps. After 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Fang Yuan obtained a total of 45 rank 5 group strength goo. Goo worms were hard to refine. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If he succeeded every time, 500 stone monkey hair would be 500 group strength goo. But Fang Yuan expended a large number of goo refinement materials. He used up all the stone monkey hair, and only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was because the group strength goo recipe was easy to refine, and had a higher success rate. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to improve the group strength goo recipe, or find a replacement material for the stone monkey hair. But Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce now. Even if he had the time, he might not have the refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient strength path goo recipe. It was different from the current refinement path system. Even if he had the foundation and time, he had to calculate the expenditure and gains. Don't forget, during the entire deduction process, he needed to expend green grape immortal essence. And he could not estimate the amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength goo, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used the light of wisdom to think of the killer move myriad self. This took him a day, but he finally perfectly fused the 45 group strength goo into the killer move myriad self. During the goo refinement period, Little Hu Immortal completed the construction of the blood pool at the western part of Hu Immortal blessed land. The blood pool was like a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, the 6-headed snake skeleton was floating. The pungent smell of blood spread for 100 li. In the pool, there were large numbers of goo worms, forming a goo formation to continuously expend the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battle bone wheel goo that Fang Yuan obtained from northern plains. Hu Immortal blessed land's time flow was 5 times slower than the outside world of Central Continent. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could prepare as much as he could with only 5 to 6 days left in northern plains. As time passed, the day of He Lolan's tribulation approached. Tai by Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal blessed land through the Stargate. Chapter 689. Underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels? You actually collected all of these ingredients? Fang Yuan inspected them and looked at Tai by Yunxing in astonishment. Tai by Yunxing, with his own strength, had actually obtained the food of the worldly wave trace goo without anyone noticing. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. After I displayed landscape as before immortal goo, I was welcomed by many goo immortals. They took the initiative to befriend me, and there are already goo immortals inviting me to join Haishur blessed land. But this matter can only be approved by more than half of the elders in Haishur blessed land. Tai by Yunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Haishur blessed land was the #1 lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. The goo cultivators who joined Haishur blessed land were mostly lone cultivators, but it was different from Snowy Mountain blessed land. Snowy Mountain blessed land was the headquarters of the demonic path, and was in opposition to the righteous path forces. Meanwhile, Haishur blessed land was a mix of righteous and demonic. It had more goo immortals than Snowy Mountain. There were many factions, and they jointly controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Haishur blessed land became the best place for goo immortals to dispose of stolen goods. Tai by Yunxing was a lone cultivator, and most importantly, he had landscape as before immortal goo, which many goo immortals needed. But goo worms were hard to snatch, and Tai by Yunxing could self-destruct landscape as before with just a thought. It was completely understandable that goo immortals wanted to recruit Tai by Yunxing as one of their own. Tai by Yunxing continued, I bought a sufficient amount of underworld jellyfish in Haishur blessed land. After receiving Junior Brother's letter, I left Haishur blessed land and prepared to find a secluded island to use Stargate goo. Coincidentally, I met an immortal zombie on the way. He called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance and was bringing a large amount of goods to Haishur blessed land to sell. He had a large amount of deep-sea lightning eels. If these eels reached Haishur blessed land, there would definitely be many buyers. I stopped him and wanted to buy them in advance. Shark Demon was unwilling at first. However, after knowing that I was Tai by Yunxing, he immediately changed his mind. He was willing to sell all the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but he wanted me to help him repair a secret blessed land. So I agreed, and without wasting any Xianyuan stone, I managed to get this deep-sea lightning eel. This Shark Demon actually trusts you that much? Fang Yuan frowned. Tai by Yunxing chuckled. He said lightly, "Oh, he has a rule path immortal goo, it is called Death Date is Coming. I took the initiative to cooperate and accepted the exposure of death is coming in exchange for his trust. Death Date awaits, this is a rank 7 immortal goo, it is a rule path goo worm that can determine the time of death of others. Once death arrives, even goo immortals will die." Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Not bad. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai by Yunxing chuckled. Old Bai, you are giving him a weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal goo, it is not a problem for now. Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunxing, sighing. Tai by Yunxing laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's thigh. He could not reach Fang Yuan's shoulder. He purposely explained, "You think I am doing this for you? That's not it. That's secret blessed land. It is not owned by Shark Demon, but Yulu blessed land. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Unfortunately, Yulu blessed land's entrance is already destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before. To repair the entrance. By gaining his trust, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to explore Yulu blessed land." Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunxing deeply, not continuing on this topic. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake skeleton in the blood pool melted. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of black blood. He used this black blood to feed Calamity beckoning immortal goo. Then he used the jellyfish and eels that Tai by Yunxing brought back to feed worldly wave trace immortal goo. Tai by Yunxing had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, worldly wave trace immortal goo was indispensable. After Fang Yuan fed this goo, he no longer had to worry about it. He checked his assets. Fang Yuan had 29.5 immortal yuan stone. 17 green grape immortal essence. Without any hesitation he used almost all the immortal yuan stone he had. He refined them all into green grape immortal essence, obtaining 46 green grape immortal essence beads. Only half space immortal yuan stone was left. 46, it is still not enough. Fang Yuan borrowed from Fairy Li Shan and Land Spirit of Langia. Fairy Li Shan lent Fang Yuan 30 immortal yuan stone without saying a word. Land Spirit of Langia, on the other hand, took a long time to persuade him and finally obtained 15. He had made 3 transactions with Land Spirit of Langia, but their relationship was not deep enough. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow immortal goo, but seeing this situation he no longer fantasized. He refined the 45 immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence reached an unprecedented number of 91. The power of the River of Time could not be stopped by anyone. Time passed, it was finally the day of He Lolan's immortal ascension. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing went through the Stargate according to the agreement, arriving in northern plains. Looking around, all he could see was the spread of frost and silence. In the world of ice and snow, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were already waiting. This is... Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai by Yunxing had already answered, "This is the extreme ice battlefield at the north of northern plains. Legends say that reckless savage demon Venerable fought a strong enemy here, destroying this place and turning it into nothingness. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extreme frost profound ice, freezing this place again." "That's right." Fairy Li Shan nodded. "Thus, this place has little life force and the heaven and earth chi is not as dense as normal places." Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan and chuckled. "You purposely chose this place to undergo tribulation. Were you worried that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? However, the lack of heaven and earth chi will affect the foundation of your immortal aperture blessed land, and your potential to advance to goo immortal in the future." Fairy Li Shan opened her palm and a handful of goo worms appeared in her palm. "If there is not enough heaven and earth chi, we will use these goo worms." Fang Yuan looked over and his heart jumped. "Oh? It is actually an ancient chi path rank 5 goo. Small family chi goo? This is the first time I have seen it. Legends say that this goo worm can absorb all kinds of chi in heaven and earth and store them. If it advances further, it would be the immortal goo great family chi. The Qi Dao appeared earlier than the Strength Dao and also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was about to explain, but to think that Fang Yuan actually knew about it, she could not help but praise. Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable, not bad, not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and his eyes brightened. This goo worm is good. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are formed when the heaven and earth chi is too dense. With this goo worm, can't we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi, and influence the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? During the 10 extreme immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are very terrifying. Sai, if not for this small family chi goo, I would not have the confidence to let little Lan advance to goo immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, looking at He Lulan with a gaze full of worry. Shortly after, she turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, if He Lulan passes the tribulation successfully, you will only need to return half of the immortal Yuan stone I borrowed from you, and I will also give you the recipe of the small family chi goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shone with joy, while Fang Yuan nodded expressionlessly. What I am worried about now, other than the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, there is also that old ghost He Qing. The last time I went out to northern plains, that old ghost immediately found me. Evidently he left a tracking method on me, but I could not find him no matter how hard I tried. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan continued, we need to plan for the worst. He Cheng's tracking method is not simple. If he attacks at the crucial moment, the possibility of me diverting my attention to deal with him is very small. But if I can endure the Qi intake step, my body will be cleansed by the 3 Qi, strengthened by the Dao seal, cleansed and purified. Even He Cheng's immortal tracking method will be cleanly removed. As long as we pass the second stage, we can directly leave. I understand, go ahead. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, slowly closing her eyes. The first step of immortal ascension, shattering the aperture. The 10 extreme aperture was different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Gu Master to continuously use primeval essence to attack the aperture walls, while the 10 extreme aperture walls were already unable to endure it. He Lulan undid the seal of the Gu worms on her aperture, and the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally flawless body now had a hole, and a huge suction force towards the heaven and earth chi suddenly erupted. Clouds started to form in the originally blue sky. The icy plain under her feet slightly shook, and cracks started to appear on the thick ice surface. He Lulan relaxed her body, allowing the formless force to form between heaven and earth to lift her delicate body up into the air. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair casually drooped down, and she wore a black warrior robe, making her body look even more graceful and graceful. The wind started to blow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the wind became fiercer. From a small breeze, it turned into a fierce gale. The clouds in the sky connected into a huge patch, covering the entire sky above He Lulan's head. On the cracked ice layer, there were many cracks from which smoke and dust rose. This was the sign of earth chi being drawn out from the depths of the ice layer. Soon, snow started to fall from the sky. The cloud layer became thicker, and the color changed from gray-white to dark black. Everything within 1,000 li was dark and gloomy. The wind howled, causing bone-chilling ice and frost to fill the entire world. At the same time, earth chi erupted, and with puffing sounds the earth chi spread out like a fountain. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, concealing their figures. Only Fang Yuan was left standing on the spot, looking up at the sky. His tall body was like an unchanging stone statue. Even the fierce wind and snow could not move him at all. This was the ordinary wind and snow. No matter how big it was, it could not pose any threat to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The intense wind continued to howl, becoming louder and louder, like the cries of ghosts and deities. As expected of the tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques, the heaven and earth chi here is so thin, but it can still attract so much of it. If this were in other parts of northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Bai Yunxing was hiding far away. His figure could not be seen, but seeing this situation he could not help but feel shocked. In the wind and snow, the heaven and earth chi became denser. He Lulan started to sprinkle small family chi goo. Chapter 690. With small family chi goo, I have a way to influence heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Fang Yuan observed quietly at the side. The wind howled, the snow swept, and the hail that was as hard as iron continuously smashed onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan did not move at all, his immortal zombie body did not suffer any damage. Bang bang bang. He Lulan continued to throw out small family chi goo. When these ancient chi path goo worms reached their limit in absorbing heaven and earth chi, she immediately retrieved them. During this process, many small family chi goo self-detonated, the absorbed heaven and earth chi returned to heaven and earth. When a goo master becomes a goo immortal, heaven and earth chi will fluctuate intensely, be it mortal goo or immortal goo, they will suffer backlash. Even though He Lulan had prepared small family chi goo, it could only affect the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly, it could not control it. As time passed, it was inevitable that the chi of heaven and earth would become denser and denser, reaching the point where the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would occur. In the howling wind, He Lulan's black hair danced in the wind. The ends of her hair and the snow slapped against her face. Clothes made from goo worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, but they were still tenacious. Fang Yuan secretly felt strange. Why haven't there been any natural disasters and earthly calamities at this time? His eyes shone with a strange light as he activated his goo worm to observe carefully. Even the snow and wind could not obstruct his vision. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. There were many types of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. Some were grand and powerful, some were strange and terrifying. No one knew what would happen. Goo masters could only rely on their luck and prepare as much as they could. Counter every move. Woo woo woo, and the sound of the wind grew sharper and sharper, almost piercing his eardrums. Fang Yuan felt annoyed and irritated as he listened. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, forcefully activating the investigative goo and looking into the clouds. Suddenly, a violet-colored chime took shape. It rotated slowly, emitting a humming sound. As it turned out, the natural disaster had already quietly formed. The whimpering grew louder and sharper. Mixed with the wind, it spread for hundreds of miles. Even if Fang Yuan covered his ears, he couldn't block out the sound. Even though he had prepared some sound path mortal goo. But his sound path attainment was extremely low, he could not effectively defend against it. His heart was beating rapidly along with the sharp whistling sound, and all the blood in his body began to flow in reverse. The other side. He Lulan grunted. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his condition was even worse than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. This is a heart-shocking sound tribulation. Once a goo master hears it, their blood will flow backwards and their heart will beat faster. Over time, the blood would rush to the 7 apertures. The heart exploded. I have the body of an immortal zombie, my corpse blood is cold. It hardly flowed, so it was less affected. However, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, so her chi and blood were the most vigorous. Thus, she was restrained by the shocking sound tribulation. We must destroy the source of the sound tribulation, the purple chime. When he thought up to here, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He activated his light illusion bat wings and soared into the sky. The closer he got to the purple chime, the more shocked he became. When he was 300 steps away from the tribulation cloud, his heart was beating at an extreme speed, even the muscles in his body were twitching. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body froze, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green zombie blood. Just now, his heart could not take it anymore and exploded. But Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, his heart was no longer his weakness, such an injury instead aroused his ferocious nature. He laughed strangely, raising his 8 arms and activating a killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps quickly formed and shot towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud and hit the purple chime. The chime was not sturdy, it shattered instantly. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fang Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled, heaven and earth gathered, and a purple chime was about to form again. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. How could a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be destroyed so easily? This change was not out of his expectations. Icy drill stardust. He gathered his 8 arms and activated an offensive killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the deep blue starlight, stardust sparkled like diamonds, colliding with each other. Fang Yuan gave a light shout, his 8 arms pushed the starlight lumps deep into the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lumps, the slower their speed. But after destroying the purple chime that formed again, a large number of starlight lumps remained at the spot, emitting cracking sounds as they self-detonated. Heaven and earth gathered, forming the purple chime, but they were instantly destroyed by the starlight lumps. The starlight lumps melted at a visible speed, but the heart-shocking demonic sound did not enter Fang Yuan's ears again. Fang Yuan successfully suppressed the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let his guard down. How could it be so easy for a 10 extreme physique to advance to Gu Immortal? He continued to use Icy Drill Stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had extraordinary power, and after fusing with Do Min Jun's inheritance, it was worth 4 immortal yuan stones. The Icy Drill Stardust was continuously replenished, and the purple chime was constantly being destroyed. Fang Yuan took some time to look down at He Lulan. The latter's breathing stabilized again, her eyes were still shut. Her expression was resolute as she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her fair and beautiful face, there were traces of dried blood. But the great strength true martial physique's recovery speed was astonishing. It could be said to be number 1 among the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already healed completely. Her hands moved continuously, scattering small family Qi Gu with one hand and retrieving them with the other. She had clearly changed her battle strategy, scattering small family Qi Gu on the ground and rarely flying into the sky. From this, it could be inferred that there were not many small family Qi Gu. After all, they were ancient Qi Path Gu worms. Even with the Gu recipe, the Gu refinement materials were very hard to find. Even though He Lulan had prepared for a long time, she did not have many left. Fang Yuan had just retracted his gaze, when at this moment he heard a sobbing sound. The sound was mournful and pitiful, like the crying of a resentful woman in the palace, or the murmur of a young girl thinking of her lover in her dreams. The voice was suppressed, full of tenderness, but also resentment and resentment. When Fang Yuan heard this sound, even with his immortal zombie body, he felt waves of weakness. It was as if he could not exert any strength. He was a hero who was short of breath. He fell into an endless land of tenderness. His lofty ambitions could not be fully unleashed. His sturdy fists and legs felt like they were stuck in cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a serious illness. He felt weak and powerless. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He activated investigative Gu and looked up, seeing that not far away from the purple chime, there was a pink chime. The chime continued to vibrate, emitting a sobbing sound. This was decadent sound tribulation. Before Fang Yuan could activate his killer move. After breaking the pink chime, a demonic sound pierced his ears. Dong dong dong. The sound was like thunder. It was like a giant beating a drum. Every sound seemed to strike the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, his thoughts could not circulate, they were shattered by the thunderous sounds. Thought tremor sound tribulation. Immortal zombies had rigid thoughts to begin with. This heavenly tribulation countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He was unable to think, his body shook intensely, he almost fell from the sky. At the moment of danger, he activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu with just a trace of clarity. 3 beads of green grape immortal essence were poured into Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. The majestic joyful will gushed out and spread throughout Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his body. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound entered his ears. It was rapidly approaching. Fang Yuan subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. At the next moment, his 5 fingers were directly cut off. The 5 fingers were engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing in the boundless snow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sharp sound did not stop, it approached Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods. Finally, he could vaguely see transparent threads mixed in the snow. They were extraordinarily sharp. They formed a huge net that enveloped Fang Yuan from all directions. These transparent threads were not tangible, they were formed from sound. Fang Yuan's hair stood on end. This is flying blade sound tribulation. Hair armor. Light illusion bat wings. He activated a defensive killer move, before activating a movement killer move. Fang Yuan continued to move, the black armor broke into pieces. After leaving the hair armor, the pieces turned into black zombie hair. Fang Yuan moved left and right, he finally found a gap and broke through the sound net. But the transparent threads continued to attack him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths of time before it reached its limit, shattering loudly. Fang Yuan snorted, he quickly activated a defensive killer move, forming a new hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right, his body was like a phantom. At the same time, icy drill stardust rained down on him. When the stardust came into contact with the sound net, it was completely intercepted and cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan's fingers quickly grew back, and his shattered heart also formed back together. Howl howl howl, without the stardust to replenish him, the first purple chime finally grew out. Ghostly cries resounded again. Fang Yuan's blood flowed in reverse. His heart that had just recovered started to beat wildly again, heading towards self-detonation. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. Be it icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings or hair armor, they were all activated to their limits, but they could not resist this danger. This was only He Lulan's heavenly tribulation. The earthly calamity had not completely formed because of the small family Qigu's suppression. In Fang Yuan's mind, a huge amount of joyful will was expended. In just a short period of time, a tenth of it had already been expended. My current battle strength is already at upper tier rank 6, but I can't do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity of the 10 extreme physiques are truly terrifying. It is several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. Suddenly Fang Yuan's expression changed, his heart sank. He found that in the depths of this tribulation cloud, there were 4 chimes of different colors, slowly forming. Earlier the 4 chimes had already made Fang Yuan tired of dealing with them. Now that there were 4 more, Fang Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Bai Yunxing was speechless as he watched from the dark. It seems that the difficulty of the 10 extreme physiques is not just several times, it is at least 10 times that of ordinary Gu masters. He had thought that his tribulation was already very difficult. To think that He Lulan's difficulty was even higher than his, by a lot. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, they can spread over 880 li, shaking heaven and earth and killing gods and immortals. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, also saw the 8 chimes and recognized them. She almost wanted to help them. 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. If all 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, the power will be overwhelming, this tribulation will fail prematurely, there is no hope of success. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. The more difficult the situation was, the more his battle intent surged. Crack crack crack. Throughout the process the mortal Gu he used were exploding continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth caused him to lose a large number of mortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, he had more than enough spare Gu worms, his killer moves never stopped. Chapter 691. From He Lulan's eyes, a dazzling light burst out. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and shot towards the 2 chimes. With a loud sound, the chimes shattered and vanished, unable to be formed again. The pillar of light flashed as He Lulan closed her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, it only lasted for a breath of time. This was the light of Divert Disaster. He Lulan used Immortal Gu Divert Disaster. The power of an Immortal Gu was truly extraordinary, it was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan's mortal killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. He Lulan calmed down for a while before opening her eyes. 2 beams of light shot out in a flash, extinguishing 2 more chimes. Fang Yuan was shocked. Such power is not a simple use of Divert Disaster Immortal Gu, it is a combination of Mortal Gu. Through the attack of her gaze, the light of Divert Disaster is more solid and precise. In other words, this is an immortal killer move that He Lulan has already developed, using Divert Disaster Immortal Gu as the core. He Lulan was extremely talented. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Gu, she had already developed an immortal killer move? This made Fang Yuan feel incredulous, but the facts in front of him spoke louder than words. At this time He Lulan opened her eyes again and destroyed 2 chimes. But this time when she closed her eyes, 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as her body shook. In her hand, the Divert Disaster Gu that she was holding had cracks on it, it was emitting a faint sound. This immortal killer move that was developed in a hurry was not complete, it had a strong weakness. 2 chimes left. He Lulan did not care about anything else, she gritted her teeth. She forcefully opened her eyes again and destroyed the final 2 chimes of the heavenly calamity. Guh. Her beautiful eyes shattered at this moment, 2 streams of blood flowed out. Blood gushed out from her empty eye sockets. With a loud sound, Divert Disaster Immortal Gu in her hand also exploded. The fragments turned into specks of light that leaked out from the gaps of her fingers before vanishing completely. He Lulan was completely blinded. Although she had the great strength true martial physique and her recovery ability was astonishing, she was unable to withstand it. But his eyeball was injured, he forcefully used Immortal Gu Divert Disaster. Luck Path Dao marks remained in her eye sockets, preventing her from recovering. The rank 6 Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was also destroyed. It became a masterpiece. He Lulan was extremely resolute, she had the heart of an ambitious person, she paid a huge price to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Now only the earth tribulation was left. At this moment, Fang Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart, decisive. When the 10 absolutes ascended to immortality, the heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters were extremely terrifying. What was worse was that there might be powerful enemies who would disturb them. The huge pressure of survival forced He Lulan to give up divert disaster Immortal Gu, as well as her eyeballs. This was a decision that ordinary people would find hard to make. This kind of abandonment allowed He Lulan's ambitious and ruthless heart to be completely displayed. The sky hung down like a clear waterfall. Earth chi surged upward. It was like a golden fountain. The deep foundation that He Lulan had turned into a huge wave of human chi. Suddenly, it exploded. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Bai Yunxing was dumbfounded as he watched from afar. He Lulan's human chi was several times that of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's combined human chi. The human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely abundant. The main reason for this was the 10 extreme apertures. Even though they were mentally prepared, the spectators were still shocked. The 3 chi were separated, forming a huge chi cocoon that enveloped He Lulan. At this point she entered the second stage, taking in chi. He Lulan focused on balancing the 3 chi. She recalled the small family chi gu. She could not fight the enemy for the time being. Crack crack. The glacier cracked, heaven and earth shook. Right at this time, a thunderous roar resounded. A huge violent ape jumped out of the glacier. With a loud sound, the violent ape landed on the ground, creating 2 deep pits. The edges of the pits were covered in ice shards. The violent ape patted its chest, raising its head and roaring. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation clouds froze. Its body was white as snow, its eyes were red like blood, its fur were like icicles that pierced towards the sky. It was hundreds of feet tall, as large as a mountain. It had an overwhelming aura and was extremely ferocious. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a tiny beetle in front of a cat. The earthly tribulation has appeared. It is actually an ancient desolate beast tribulation. This is an earthly tribulation that only rank 7 Gu immortals can face. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank. Fairy Li Shan's mind was echoing with a name, Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was cast down. This was rank 7 battle strength. If it still had Immortal Gu on it, it would be even worse, it would be even more difficult to fight against it. He Lulan was focused on balancing the 3 chi. He Cheng had not appeared, Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing were hiding far away. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He patted his chest, activating his trump card in advance. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. Fist chi burst out. It was vast and majestic, like a gushing river or a raging sea. In a few breaths of time, over 10,000 Fang Yuan strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan's main body from all directions. In the sky and on the ground, they formed into a spherical formation. To prevent the battle from getting too intense and not having enough time, Fang Yuan had activated the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self many times before coming to Northern Plains. The strength path phantoms were stored in his immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could be maintained for some time. They were not living beings. They were not affected by the death energy in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan released a portion at this moment. He immediately regained his momentum. The Icefall Divine Ape had been itching to attack, but seeing the army of strength path phantoms hovering in the sky, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its muscles tensed up and it chose to confront them. Wind and snow howled. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His body was like a rock as he pointed at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the 3 armies moved together. Battle cries resounded in the sky. An army of tens of thousands of strength path phantoms surged towards the Icefall Divine Ape like a tidal wave. Such power. Tai Bai Yunxing's mind was shaken. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self, back in Langya Blessed Land. He had seen it once when Fang Yuan was beating up the desolate beast swamp crab. But back then, Fang Yuan had only expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. 10,000 phantoms shot out. Yet now, an army of tens of thousands had charged over in unison. As the might of the army spread out, it naturally carried a vast aura that covered the heavens and the earth. The army charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape, splitting into 4 groups along the way. One went to the left, one went to the right. One went to the left, one went to the right. The Icefall Divine Ape became ferocious. It advanced instead of retreating. It charged forward. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom army moved like an extension of his body. Under his will, they spread out with a loud rumble. It was like a huge net. It trapped the Icefall divine ape. Kill. Kill. The strength path phantoms roared. They were like ants as they attacked the Icefall divine ape. The Icefall divine ape charged left and right, destroying countless strength path phantoms, but it could not break through Fang Yuan's army's blockade. There is actually such a powerful killer move in this world. Together with his enslavement path master attainment, no wonder little Lan values Fang Yuan so much. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. Strength path phantoms flew out. They continued to fly out of his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had over 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, but only 80,000 came out. These strength path phantoms. The most ordinary ones had 2 arms followed by 4 and 6. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall divine ape roared angrily. It fought fiercely. Its huge body and monstrous strength, as well as the icicles all over its body, caused injuries to the strength path phantoms. If they touched them, they would die. But when the fist chi dissipated, a portion of it would be expended, while the remaining portion would condense into strength path phantoms again. This change greatly slowed the rate at which Fang Yuan's army was being expended. During this process, the joyful will in Fang Yuan's mind was being expended rapidly. Commanding an army of tens of thousands, the joyful will expenditure was terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already used delight in water and mountain immortal goo close to 10 times. Strange, this Icefall divine ape is an ancient desolate beast, but it has no immortal goo. It does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did this earthly calamity come from? Fang Yuan could see the Icefall divine ape's weakness. It did not have an immortal goo or even a mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly reduced. In that case, it is time to get rid of you. Fang Yuan's lips curled, a fierce light shined in his eyes. He personally went up, pouncing. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply. He was like a meteor. Along the way, sonic booms could be heard. In a few breaths of time, he crossed a huge distance. Like a demon god descending, he arrived above the Icefall divine ape's head. Come, group strength boost. Fang Yuan screamed in his mind. Immediately, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture activated at the same time. Group strength goo had already been incorporated into Fang Yuan's myriad self system. Now that it was activated, myriad self underwent a new change. Hundreds of strength path phantoms dissipated. Their strength was gathered on Fang Yuan's body under the effect of group strength goo. Fang Yuan raised his right arm, smashing it down on the Icefall divine ape's head. There was a loud bang. His entire forearm smashed on the divine ape's head with unparalleled force. The huge rebound caused Fang Yuan's forearm to explode. His bones broke into pieces, his flesh and blood turned into powder. And on the Icefall divine ape's head, there was a huge hole. Soon, cracks spread out from the hole, affecting the ape's entire head. The Icefall divine ape's head exploded. Seeing this scene, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yunxing, both of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? The entire ape's head exploded? Impossible, this is an ancient desolate beast. Myriad self was perfected by him. He was the one who added group strength goo. He was clear of the amplification of group strength. At most, the Icefall divine ape's head would bleed, but the ape's head would not explode. Be careful. Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but appear, warning loudly. Fang Yuan turned around, his pupils shrunk. Without Fang Yuan noticing, the Icefall divine ape's fist had silently approached. Like a venomous snake, it smashed down at lightning speed. Chapter 692. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was like a fly that was swatted away, flying back. He flew through the air like lightning before smashing onto the hard ice. Rumble. Ice shards splashed. The enormous force caused Fang Yuan to shoot through the ice layer like a cannonball, only stopping after a few thousand steps of distance. Fang Yuan was heavily injured. Lying on the ice, even with his immortal zombie body, he could not move. His body was like a tattered sack, green corpse blood flowed out, he was covered in wounds, his bones were broken, some were embedded in his flesh, some were protruding out of his body. 8 arms, only 3 were left. A severed arm fell on the ice path not far from Fang Yuan. This long ice path was created by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan kept coughing. His eyes were wide open as he looked in disbelief. The Icefall divine ape that had lost its head was still standing upright. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even if it was an ancient desolate beast, it would immediately collapse after its head was smashed. But this Icefall Divine Ape not only did not fall, it even gave Fang Yuan a powerful counterattack. Fang Yuan thought back to that huge punch earlier. According to common sense, such a huge force should have created a sonic boom. However, the entire process was completely silent. This was not something an Icefall Divine Ape could do, because there were no signs of goo worms on its body. Fang Yuan tried to move his body, his immortal zombie body shook, but he was still lying on the ice, his efforts were in vain. But Fang Yuan could feel it. His body was rapidly recovering. Zombies used death energy to replace life energy. As long as they were not instantly destroyed, they would be filled with death energy. He would always recover at a strange and fast speed. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing flew over. At the same time, rays of black light shot out from his hands and landed on Fang Yuan. These pitch-black lights were specially prepared for Fang Yuan by Tai Bai Yunxing. They were not ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms. It brought life force and stimulated life force, but it was useless against an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to strengthen the aura of death. The stronger the death chi, the faster his recovery speed. Therefore, zombies were also known as the living dead. With the help of Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan's recovery speed soared. Very good. Fang Yuan grinned. Soon he regained his mobility. He stood up from the ice. With a bang, the Icefall Divine Ape suddenly underwent a shocking transformation, and itself detonated. After the explosion, a large group of Pegasi took the place of the Icefall Divine Apes. These Pegasi were definitely not ordinary, they were not the current winged Pegasi. They were larger, 2 to 3 times the size of the winged Pegasi. On their backs there were at least 2 pairs of wings. Some even had as many as 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasi, the more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. 4 winged Pegasi were beast emperors. 6 winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, ancient Pegasi were already extinct. And right now, most of these Pegasi were 4 winged Pegasi, there were even a few with 6 wings. The Pegasi group roared as they collided with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. As the battle unfolded, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Bai Yunxing flew rapidly towards Fang Yuan, and seeing this he could not help but stare with wide-opened eyes. The ancient Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army fought each other, creating a chaotic situation. Fang Yuan was at a great disadvantage. Because the originally loose formation of the Strength Path Phantom Army was to deal with giant beasts like the Icefall Divine Ape. Now that it was the united Pegasi group, because their forces were scattered, the Pegasi group could easily cut through them. Even though the Strength Path Phantom Army cooperated well with each other and formed small battle formations, they still lost more than they won, suffering heavy casualties. The massacre continued and there were no corpses. The Strength Path Phantom Army was formed from fist force, so it was fine. The key was that the Pegasi group did not have physical bodies. After killing them they turned into nothingness. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. He racked his brains, searching for answers in his memories, and finally, a thought flashed in his mind, making him think of an indistinct possibility. This possibility made him turn back to look at He Lulan. He did not see He Lulan. He Lulan was wrapped in a huge 3-colored ball of air, and she was nowhere to be seen. As long as she digested this 3-colored ball of air, her potential after becoming an immortal would definitely be extremely deep, and her future would be bright. Fang Yuan turned back to face the Pegasi group. His eyes narrowed into slits, he smiled and waved his hand behind him. At the same time, he sent a message to stop Tai Bai Yunxing, who was rushing over. Old Bai, retreat to the side, help me control the formation. Then he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. He actually charged all the way, charging into the chaotic battle between the Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army. Immediately, countless ancient Pegasi swarmed over, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. He activated his hair armor, raising his arms to protect his head. After identifying his target, he suddenly shouted and pounced forward, forcefully pressing an injured 4-winged Pegasi from the sky to the ground. With a bang, the man and the Pegasi fell heavily to the ground, the ice surface shattered, and a deep pit was formed. Fang Yuan's body was covered in wounds, many of his bones were fractured and his flesh was torn. His body that had just been repaired was shattered again. When he charged into the chaotic battle and pressed down a 4-winged Pegasi, he was attacked by countless Pegasi. These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. A large number of Pegasi gathered into a white stream, charging down from the sky. Their target was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the struggling four-winged Pegasi below him. On the other hand, his will was surging like boiling water in his mind. It was being consumed intensely. In the sky, two strength path phantoms coordinated with each other, cutting the charging Pegasi group in half like a pair of giant scissors. At the same time, inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, a large number of strength path phantoms appeared and quickly spread, forming a circular formation above Fang Yuan's head. They disregarded the sacrifices and defended against the Pegasi group's attack. The four-winged Pegasi below Fang Yuan was not obedient. It neighed and struggled intensely. The immense strength was shocking. Even Fang Yuan, an 8-armed immortal zombie, a strength path Gu immortal, could not hold back. Time was pressing. There was no time to lose. Fang Yuan raised his fist and smashed down, immediately destroying the Pegasi's head. But the headless Pegasi continued to struggle, as if it was not affected at all. Fang Yuan punched with his 8 arms. Punches landed on the Pegasi's body. On the thick ice surface underground. It could not hold on. It shattered into pieces. Ordinary four-winged Pegasi were equivalent to beast emperors. They had rank 5 battle strength. But against Fang Yuan's ferocious might, even a powerful wild Gu would be smashed into meat paste. This strange four-winged Pegasi did not have any Gu worms on it. It dissipated after being smashed by Fang Yuan. No fur, bones, or blood was left behind. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. His eyes opened wide. Following the destruction of the four-winged Pegasi, a formless will entered his mind. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. At once, he half knelt on the broken ice surface. His movements paused like a statue. He ignored the attacks above him as if he was in a nightmare. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and was extremely worried. He flew over again. Come back, don't disturb him. To him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fairy Li Shan suddenly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunxing squinted his eyes, replying angrily, "It seems you know what this tribulation is?" Fairy Li Shan. We are allies. We are here to protect He Lulan during her tribulation. You have been deceiving us all along. What are your intentions? This is not deceiving. Don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have died long ago. This was only a guess. It has been verified now. Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only concealed this crucial information, but that did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allies, they could not share every secret. Fang Yuan would not be able to do this. Tai Bai Yunxing's breathing paused. He flew as he questioned angrily, "Then why are you still not telling me? What bullshit guess is this?" Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air, speaking quickly. Tai Bai Yunxing, you know the origin of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed a corner of northern plains, turning this place into nothingness. To make up for it, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, spitting out extreme frost profound ice to freeze this place, forming a huge icy plain. Get to the point. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bai Yunxing's emotions. She did not blame him, continuing to explain. As everyone knows, reckless savage demon Venerable is a strength path Gu Venerable, the ancestor of strength path. He also created transformation path. Any rank 9 Venerable is the child of the great Tao. They are the closest to the truth of heaven and earth. Not only does their words follow the law, their every action contains true meaning, even their gaze contains the profundities of nature. Even if they die, their trump card killer moves will be engraved in heaven and earth, forming a type of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but think of formless hands. Yes, I knew this long ago. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix, spitting out profound ice to create our current icy plain. Don't forget, Ice Phoenix is a transformation path killer move. Thus, as the creator of the icy plain, reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path is engraved in this world. Among a few Gu immortals there is a guess, or more accurately, a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in the icy plane, Tao marks will resonate and draw out reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing's body shook. Then doesn't that mean? That's right. The Icefall Divine Ape is only an illusion. The ancient Pegasus is also the same. They are only the true meaning of strength path and transformation path, manifested through the earthly calamity. Completely shattering these external manifestations, The small portion of true meaning contained within will burst forth and pour into the body. What is true meaning? It is the understanding towards heaven and earth, the great Tao and laws. Fang Yuan has just shattered the Pegasus, and received the true meaning pouring into his body. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving reckless savage demon venerable's teachings. Fairy Li Shan said these shocking words, but at the same time she also revealed a strong feeling of envy. Obtaining the teachings of a rank 9 venerable, what a great opportunity this was. Chapter 693. Fairy Li Shan continued, sighing. The rumor of reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning is said to have originated from Northern Plains rank 7 domination Immortal Chu Du. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu Immortal 300 years ago, he underwent tribulation in this icy plain. But after so many years, Gu Immortals have become rare. Among these new Gu Immortals, transformation path is rare, and strength path is even rarer. Thus, this conjecture has always been hard to prove. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly, no longer approaching Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had deceived him and Fang Yuan, he had obtained such a huge benefit. Tai Bai Yunxing's resentment had mostly dissipated. He turned around and looked at He Lulan with a profound gaze. He Lulan was wrapped in the 3 chi cocoons. Everything was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoons were shrinking in an orderly manner. This woman's ambition is really huge. She is not satisfied with becoming a 10 extreme true immortal. She still wants to learn from reckless savage demon venerable. She is not afraid of not having enough strength and bursting her belly. Speaking of which, this adventurous style is very similar to Fang Yuan. They are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly. As expected, these are true unexpected manifestations. Ah! Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His expression was in high spirits as he slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. He looked at the ancient Pegasus group in front of him again. This time, his gaze had already changed. His gaze had become extremely passionate, like a pervert who had endured for thousands of years seeing a peerless beauty. He was like an insatiable thief who had seen the greatest treasure in the world. I have advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but my strength path foundation is still shallow. My strength path attainment is only at quasi-grandmaster. Every slight increase in my attainment is extremely difficult. I need to trigger a qualitative change from the accumulation of quantitative changes over a long period of time. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning manifestations, I can rapidly raise my strength path attainment to true Grandmaster realm. With 500 years of hard work and experience, Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the difficulty of raising one's attainment level. Realm represented one's understanding of the great Tao. Strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of strength path. They were roughly divided into normal, quasi-master, master and quasi-grandmaster. Master level, great grandmaster level. Most Gu masters in their entire lives. They were all at normal rank. Quasi-master level were those geniuses or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced. Master level was already 1 in a million. For example, in the Imperial Court contest, the huge northern plains. Heroes gathered. Only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were master pilots. Enslavement path masters were Jiang Baoya, Yang Pering, Mazun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. In terms of refinement path great grandmasters, in the entire history of the human race, there were only long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. Every time one's realm increased, it would result in an earth-shattering increase in one's battle prowess. This was because a higher cultivation level meant a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It could allow Gu masters to refine even better new Gu, create even more killer moves, and display the greatest advantage of their path. Fang Yuan's understanding of the various paths. The highest was blood path. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a famous blood path grandmaster. Thus, his battle strength was outstanding. He created many new blood path Gu. These new Gu even surpassed blood sea ancestor in some aspects. He also created many blood path killer moves. Even though these were mortal killer moves, they were extremely powerful. Fang Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. It was a killer move created by squeezing out all of his potential, learning from nature and using wisdom Gu. It was a new starting point for the fusion of enslavement and strength path. But even with such a killer move, in terms of battle strength, he was not the match of the blood path peak in the 500 years of his previous life. Fang Yuan could suppress the immortal killer move Myriad Self just by using the combination of his blood path killer moves from his previous life. He even used his Grandmaster attainment level to create some remnant recipes of brand new blood path immortal Gu from scratch. Of course, the completion rate of these remnant recipes was very low. This was the world of goo worms and also the world of goo masters. The nurture, use and refinement of goo worms, the main body was still the goo master. Generation after generation of goo masters innovated and used their abundant creativity to research new goo worms and create new paths. Only then could there be a splendid goo path that encompassed all aspects and was full of splendor. Only then could there be stars shining brightly, heroes appearing in large numbers, and the grand history of humanity. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. The sages of the past had created many pinnacles. Even if people looked up to them, it was a great achievement that the later generations could not surpass. But all in all, the overall strength of the 5 regions was constantly improving, becoming more profound, surpassing the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and so on. Goo masters nurture, use and refine goo. In the end, they are all the exploration and learning of nature, heaven and earth, and the great Tao. Be it a Xianxia world, a magical world, or a scientific world, they are all the same, they are all exploring and learning the whole of nature. It is just that according to the laws of the world, the methods of exploration are different. Only by constantly exploring could one learn. Only by learning could one accumulate. Only by accumulating could one transcend. And in this world, the step-by-step result of learning the great Tao of heaven and earth is the attainment level of each path. The great Tao is a wordless heavenly book. Goo masters explore and learn the world. They need to use goo worms to probe around. They need to constantly summarize, comprehend, and need inspiration. They need sufficient experience and experience. But right now, I have obtained the true meaning infusion. It is like standing on the shoulders of a giant and looking at the world. It is to let reckless savage demon venerable translate the wordless heavenly book into words that I can understand, and then let me read it directly. This is such a wide shortcut, an extremely rare opportunity. It will save me a lot of hard work in the future. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hey Lulan. You are a lunatic. You actually want to learn from reckless savage demon venerable and obtain the true meaning infusion while learning from nature. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to comprehend it and become flustered, causing your immortal ascension to fail? But I like your greed. I'll accept all of your generous gifts without hesitation. Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. With such great benefits in front of him, he decided to not leave anything behind. Myriad self. Myriad self. Myriad self. He continued to activate immortal killer moves for the first time. Disregarding the cost, he activated them crazily. Countless strength path phantoms were created by him, instantly forming a strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. The scale was much larger than before. At the same time, the mortal goo used to form the immortal killer moves were destroyed in large numbers. This was the backlash of heaven and earth. This was also the result of Fang Yuan's crazed activation. But Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache, as long as his core cleansed soul immortal goo was fine. He had made ample preparations for this trip. He had a large number of substitute mortal goo. Come. Fang Yuan opened his chest. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from his immortal aperture. The strength path army was like a flood, pouring down on heaven and earth, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The sparse army was immediately replenished. Soon it surpassed its original limit and reached a new height. A large number. A vast number of strength path phantoms filled the entire battlefield. There are at least 300,000. This scene stunned Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan. The ancient Pegasus group was tightly surrounded by the strength path phantom army. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had reached a climax. Fang Yuan walked calmly. He walked on the icy surface of the battlefield. In his mind, joyful will was produced and expended rapidly. Under his command, the army formed a tacit understanding and cooperation. Waves of military power, like giant hands, beat down the four-winged heavenly horses one by one without caring about the losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together. The four-winged Pegasus were forcefully pressed down on the icy surface. After that, Fang Yuan slowly walked over. He raised his 8 thick giant arms, creating a curtain of fist shadows as he ruthlessly attacked. Amidst the cries of pain, the Pegasus were smashed into pieces. True meaning poured in. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken by the impact. The profundity of the great Tao was quickly absorbed by Fang Yuan. His movements were stiff for a few breaths of time, but he soon regained control. Like this, Fang Yuan slaughtered the ancient Pegasus crazily. This feels good. After receiving another true meaning infusion, he excitedly raised his head and roared. His gaze was like blood. One could not look straight at him. His strength path realm that had been slowly rising for several years, was rapidly rising with each true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak. Fang Yuan's craziness caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Fairy Li Shan's side also became silent. After half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity changed again. The Pegasus group fused together, turning into 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were covered in hard black armor that looked like shields. Their defense was very strong. The snake heads were as big as houses. When they landed on the ground, they occupied the terrain to defend. They became shield snakes again? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. His body did not move, but the strength path army in the air pressed down like a dark cloud. After occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend from above. It was no longer like flying in the air, where there were openings to attack from above and below. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell sharply. After a long time, he finally commanded a large force to move a shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally, pouncing forward. The shield snake was covered in injuries, but before it could raise its head, it was attacked by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength of 45 group strength Gu directly smashed the shield snake's head into pieces. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous one charged into Fang Yuan's mind. Half of the snake's body that had lost its head suddenly split into small snakes, forming a sinister and slippery snake sea in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the great Tao. His body could not move. He fell into the snake sea. The snake sea attacked crazily, quickly submerging his huge body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. Earlier, when the true meaning infusion was used, Fang Yuan was like a Pegasus, from birth to death, from small to large. His 4 hooves galloped on the solid ground, his wings flapping as he soared in the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of the Pegasus. He sensed the usage of all kinds of strength and the ingenuity of exerting strength. And now he had turned into a snake. From the moment he broke out of the snake egg, he started to devour his prey like a glutton. He could feel the twisting of the snake's body, the strength of the snake's coiling body, the rhythm of the snake's muscles as it swallowed its prey, the movement of the snake's head as it attacked like lightning. Not only did his strength path attainment rise, his transformation path and even his flying master attainment rose. Chapter 694. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's shout could be heard from afar. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from the sea of snakes. There were snakes everywhere from head to toe. Countless snakes coiled around his body trying to kill him and gnawing at him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor's protection, he might have already been devoured by these snakes. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He was not shocked but happy. He stretched out his 8 giant hands and clenched, instantly crushing dozens of snakes. Dozens of true meanings assaulted his mind. His consciousness blurred for a moment before recovering. As he gradually adapted and his attainment level increased, the speed at which he absorbed the true meanings also became faster. In a state of intoxication, he even removed his hair armor and opened his mouth, inhaling deeply. Immediately, countless snakes slid into his mouth. He opened his mouth and chewed, his sharp teeth crushing the snake's body, then he swallowed. The snake's body parts vanished into nothingness as soon as they entered his mouth. Waves of true meaning unceasingly filled his mind. Strength path true meaning and transformation path true meaning were rising bit by bit. At the same time, these advancements also gave Fang Yuan a deeper understanding of other domains, as if he had a deeper understanding of them. For example, flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the 3rd shield snake, his strength path attainment finally broke through from quasi-grandmaster realm to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That was to say, as long as Fang Yuan was given some time, he could reach his previous life's blood path attainment. Because his blood path attainment level was grandmaster. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and inspirations. His understanding of strength path had risen to a whole new level. He could create many brand new strength path Gu worms. He could create many mortal killer moves related to strength path. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. The slaughter continued. The earthly calamity could not transform into Icefall Divine Ape, Ancient Pegasus, or Shield Snake group. Finally, it transformed again into a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan commanded the army to kill the rockmen. Crush their skulls, devour their bodies, and experience the power of honesty. The earthly calamity turned into a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan continued to self-destruct his strength path phantoms to experience the power of craftiness. The earthly calamity then turned into a rhinoceros. Fang Yuan killed it and comprehended the power of collision. His strength path realm slowly rose. After stabilizing the Grandmaster level, he was sprinting toward becoming a quasi-Grandmaster. Right at this moment, two rays of light, one black and one white, tore through the sky and descended. I finally found you. It really is the ice plains. The rainbow dissipated, revealing He Cheng and Xianxia. The enemy had finally arrived. So many strength path phantoms, what's going on? Xianxia's pupils first shrunk, then immediately emitted a scorching light. This was actually... It seemed like the rumors were true. Transcending tribulation in the northern ice plains might really attract reckless savage demon venerables' true intent. He Cheng scanned the battlefield with his spectral eyes. Then it stopped on the three-colored cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had yet to completely absorb the three qis. Her human qi was simply too high. He Lulan, you have nowhere to run this time, why don't you obediently submit? He Cheng laughed heartily, opening his right hand and revealing an immortal goo. This immortal goo shone with eerie blue light. It was a rank 6-time path immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura surged, causing the 2-time path immortal goo in Tai by Yunqing's body to vibrate at the same time. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, "Immovable blink?" This was the rank 6-time path immortal goo immovable blink. It could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fang Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. He Cheng saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, "To think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan? What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which Gu Immortal would not covet the Yin-Yang life extension method in my possession?" At the end, He Cheng chuckled. His laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression. Her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth. "He Cheng, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of little lands, because the one stopping you is me." Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself. She erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. At the same time, the ice surface shook and shattered. Countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the surrounding several li. Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree. Her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still mediating the 3 qi floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. "He Cheng, you need to be careful. Third leader cultivates both earth and wood." She set up this battlefield in advance. "I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Li Shan." Xianxia immediately reminded. Fairy Li Shan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others. There were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. He Cheng had a calm expression. His gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai by Yunqing and Fairy Li Shan, before finally stopping on He Lulan. An immortal zombie, a rank 6 Gu Immortal, and a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He Cheng muttered. He snorted coldly and said to Xianxia, "Go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 Gu Immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, I will capture He Lulan." His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7, there was still a gap between her and He Cheng. Throwing the hardest bone to He Cheng, Xianxia immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person. He knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon venerable's true meaning. Even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu Immortal, he wanted a share. Gu Immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path, who would complain about their own attainment level being too high. "You are courting death." Fang Yuan saw Xianxia charging towards him. He shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. "A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly." Xianxia snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought with He Cheng, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus he did not expose his true battle strength. He Cheng and Xianxia analyzed and felt that Fang Yuan's 2-movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity. But firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed. Secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common. Thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals, and fourthly Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Xianxia subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Xianxia was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye he was above Fang Yuan's head. "I will let you have a taste of my power," he shouted as he pushed with both hands using killer moves. Wind and Snow Swing, Iceberg Drill, Snow Sparrow Crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go. Xianxia's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew, snow filled the sky, countless snowflakes turned into flying birds. They were like fish in water in the wind and snow. They were full of spirituality. There were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains. 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles. They crashed towards Fang Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fang Yuan and crush him. Fang Yuan sneered, he waved his hand, the myriad army moved. Myriad self raised their heads bravely, their battle cries shook the sky. Everywhere they went, icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out, and romantic scenes stopped. Xianxia's expression changed. Only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self. Seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Xianxia shouted angrily, his hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. Everlasting Pine Tree, Ice Hair Dragon Flow. Xianxia shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing. From small to large, the pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer, dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle, protecting Xianxia at the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled, the snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Xianxia's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear. He retreated towards the sky, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Qing and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. He Qing activated Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to the limit. 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. In the pear orchard there was a dense forest, pear blossoms were falling. Tree roots intertwined and grew. Suddenly hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. The lotuses bloomed, shooting out pillars of hot light towards He Qing. He Qing's body shook, black liquid flowed out of his black robe, occupying a part of the sky. This was also a battlefield killer move called Night Veil. In the night veil, black balls shot out, raining down like rain. The black balls smashed into the pear orchard and expanded, forming a huge dark vortex. It was the killer move that He Lulan had once used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The dark vortex expanded, corroding the surrounding trees and flowers, forming huge holes in the pear orchard. Rays of hot sunlight tore holes in the night veil. Both sides fought, the light pillars became sparse, but the dark vortexes increased in number. He Qing soon gained the upper hand. Chapter 695. Found her. He Qing's eyes suddenly shined, he laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move. He found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to the limit. 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted, countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving, trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind, "Earth Flower Consecutive Vault." The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. He Qing snorted, his gaze shined. The swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower, its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated. After 17 or 18 man-eating flowers, He Qing's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. He Qing knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time, thus he focused his attention on the remaining two. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted, "Heavenly flowers darken." The sky was filled with pear blossoms. They were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light. They were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow, sparks were produced and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. He Qing snorted. He knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open while the other party was in the dark. His immortal Gu dark arrow was widely known, thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. Even though he did not create an immortal killer move with dark arrow immortal Gu as the core. He had already tried many times, and the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the dark arrow. He Qing stared, activating a set of mortal Gu in his immortal aperture. The two arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in mid-air. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the dark arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The black arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In He Qing's vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice actually resounded from the other side. "You have been tricked, He Qing." The trees and flowers shed tears. A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The dark arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Li Shan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the dark arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the dark arrow inside. "He Qing, you will definitely lose today." Fairy Li Shan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright and she was full of vigor. A large part of He Qing's strength was due to dark arrow immortal Gu. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Li Shan only had one mountain pledge Gu. She could not defend against it directly. She could only think about it and use 3 mortal killer moves to temporarily imprison the dark arrow. With the dark arrow blocked, He Qing lost his strongest offensive method. "Is that so? You really think this is all I can do?" He Qing stood in the night sky, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile. Under Fairy Li Shan's gaze, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened his palm, revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface of the pearl, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast that was sleeping soundly. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl and her eyes widened, showing a look of shock and fear. "This is Dark Prison?" He Qing nodded. "That's right, this is my He tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, Dark Prison." His voice was plain but there was pride in it. He Qing was not He tribe's first supreme elder, but to ensure this trip, he had already borrowed this item from He tribe's first supreme elder without caring about the price. This is bad. Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast pen. Inside it was the ancient desolate beast Sharp Tusk Boar. If it was released now, Fairy Li Shan's side would be doomed. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Vault, Dim Heavenly Flower or Tree Flower Weeping, they were all mortal killer moves. To deal with He Qing's Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, Fairy Li Shan had racked her brains, using 3 killer moves to barely seal the Dark Arrow. But because of this she was mentally exhausted and had a splitting headache. Even though she occupied the Pear Orchard battlefield, she was already at a disadvantage against He Qing's Dark Veil. She could only hold on, hoping that He Lulan would succeed her tribulation and come to reinforce her. However, Sharp Tusk Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying Pear Orchard was as easy as destroying a vegetable garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 tricks attached to Pear Orchard would have their power greatly reduced, and the Dark Arrow would be able to break free. This way all my previous efforts will be in vain. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth. Right at this time she heard Tai Bai Yunxing's warning, "Be careful." Be careful of what? Fairy Li Shan turned around and saw a dark arrow shooting towards her silently. It was less than a foot away from her. How can this be? I set up the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow pierced through her forehead, piercing through her skull and coming out from the back of her head. "Little ant." He Lulan shouted. She had finally digested the 3 qi and regained her mobility. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the pitiful scene of her family member, who had always taken care of her, being pierced through by a dark arrow. It's over. He Cheng stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. The moment the 2 arrows merged together, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves to coordinate with the dark arrow. Fairy Li Shan's defenses quietly crumbled. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. All her injuries were gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. He was not angry at Tai Bai Yunxing for destroying his battle results. It was because Xianxia did not use his full strength. They had agreed that he would be in charge of killing Fairy Li Shan, while Xianxia would be in charge of killing Tai Bai Yunxing and immortal zombie Fang Yuan. But the result? Tai Bai Yunxing could actually interfere in his battle. Xianxia. He Cheng gritted his teeth. He looked at the other battlefield in the distance. Next, He Cheng saw that Xianxia's robe was in tatters. He was fleeing with a panicked expression. His long hair was now shaved short. He almost went bald. His face was covered with bruises. It was swollen, his whole body was covered in blood. One of his arms was hanging down, it was clearly fractured. He Cheng's pupils shrunk. Xianxia naturally had healing goo. To Gu immortals, a fracture was not a serious injury. But the crucial thing was the enemy's attacks did not even give Xianxia time to heal his fracture. How strong was he? As if to answer his question, the 200,000 strength Path Phantom army. Battle cries shook heaven and earth. It was a huge field, even thicker than the tribulation clouds in the sky. They chased after Xianxia alone. This was too much of a bully. Thus, this rank 7 Gu immortal He Cheng frowned deeply. What's going on? Why haven't these strength path phantoms been exterminated, and there are even more of them? Next, he saw that the strength path phantom army split into half and charged towards him. He Cheng snorted coldly. He willed and activated several sets of mortal killer moves. 1000 Demon Rampage, Dark Fire, Black Wind Break, Kill. The myriad self-army charged forward. After a few breaths of time, the demons screamed in pain, the dark fire ignored them and the black wind whimpered. He Cheng, who had been calm and composed, had a change of expression. This power is an immortal killer move. This unremarkable immortal zombie is actually the strongest? The myriad self-army surged forward, charging into He Cheng's dark battlefield without any politeness. The dark battlefield that occupied one side of the sky was quickly scattered. It was like a beggar's clothes were hanging in the sky, ragged. He Cheng's eyelids twitched. He could only retreat. He was handsome and elegant. Even when retreating, he still looked outstanding. His hands moved like butterflies, unleashing mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the myriad self-army's advance. It was like a torrential flood. No matter how outstanding the mortal killer move was, it was like a fragile reef in front of this flood, or a lowly fish. They were swept away and devoured. He Cheng squinted, his expression turning dark. He finally understood Xianxia's feelings. Facing the myriad self-army, he was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous Northern Plains expert, but he actually felt a sense of helplessness and powerlessness. The army had already formed an overwhelming momentum. It was simply unstoppable. This immortal killer move, even if I use Dark Prison and release sharp tusk boars, I might not be its match. He Cheng was forced to retreat by the army. In this situation, if He Cheng wanted to turn the situation around, he would have to use a dark arrow to kill Fang Yuan's main body. But 2 of the dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan. The remaining one could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who had worldly wave trace immortal Gu. This lunatic, how much immortal essence did he use? He Cheng cursed in his heart, his gaze fixed on Fang Yuan who was on the ground. Fang Yuan absorbed another demon venerable's will. He sensed He Cheng's dangerous gaze. He turned around and smiled at He Cheng in disdain. At the same time, an army on the ground charged towards He Cheng. This guy. He Cheng finally showed a trace of nervousness on his face. Being attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge and retreat in the air. He used countless mortal killer moves, but they only managed to slow down the army slightly. Thus, the battle became 2 Gu immortals were being chased by Fang Yuan alone. Junior brother, good job? Tai Bai Yunxing clenched his fists in excitement. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown, her expression froze as she saw this. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this. On the other side, Fang Yuan's main body had finally gotten rid of the earthly calamity. He obtained all of the true meaning infusion, but his strength path attainment level was still Grandmaster. He had not broken through to the next level. But his transformation path attainment level had risen instead. He had reached transformation master level. Furthermore, his flying attainment had also risen greatly. He broke through master level and became quasi-grandmaster. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He shouted at He Lulan, "Quick, don't you have small family Qi Gu? Release all of the earth Qi you collected. You might be able to attract even more earthly calamities." Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lulan immediately rolled her eyes. The infusion of 3 Qi had elevated her life essence. She had transcended mortality and become a Gu immortal. Her body had been purified completely, thus the injuries to her eye sockets had completely healed. I still need to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat first. He Lulan rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion, shouting. Fang Yuan licked his lips. He had not had enough, but he could not do anything about it since she did not agree. Everyone gathered together and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield reluctantly, before activating fixed immortal travel. 3 breaths of time later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain-blessed land. We are letting them leave just like that? Shuesongzi also gathered with He Cheng. He Cheng raised his brows, saying coldly, "Even if I have instant movement, can you break through the defense of this strength path phantom army?" Chapter 696. Snowy Mountain's third peak in a quiet room. The weather outside the window was perfect, the sky was clear and the air was cool. The white snow on the mountain combined with the vast blue sky formed a tranquil and distant scene. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea gradually spread. Fang Yuan was half lying down, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly. Small streams of corpse blood flowed down from the wounds on his body, forming a puddle on the ground. But he did not care, he did not feel any pain at all. He had been resting with his eyes closed for almost 15 minutes. Other than him, there were 3 other people in the quiet room. Tai Bai Yunxing stood beside Fang Yuan, his hands were moving rapidly as black lines shot out, healing Fang Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan sat at her usual spot by the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, but most of her attention was on He Lulan who was beside her. He Lulan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her expression solemn like a jade statue. Immortal Ascension had 3 steps, shattering aperture, taking in Qi and releasing Gu. She had completed the first 2 steps in the icy plane. After returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she proceeded to the 3rd step. With her foundation, it was certain that her immortal aperture would explode. Right now she was probably refining immortal Gu in the newly formed immortal aperture, resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in the immortal aperture. It seemed that she wanted to complete this step, and did not want outsiders to help her. But if things went wrong, He Lulan would immediately ask for help. At that time, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunxing would quickly enter He Lulan's immortal aperture to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When the new tea boiled, He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air. She slowly opened her eyes. This action immediately attracted the other 3's gazes. Fairy Li Shan immediately stopped, not caring about the teapot. She asked in concern, "You succeeded?" He Lulan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath, her eyes were red, her face was filled with excitement and gratification, she choked with sobs. "Xiaolan, you have the great strength true martial physique, now it has become the extreme immortal physique, you have a top-grade blessed land." His potential was extraordinary. This is really like seeing the blue sky after the clouds have parted. If my sister knew this in the underworld, she would definitely be very happy. Ordinary Gu Masters ascending to immortal. There were 3 grades of blessed lands. The 10 extreme physiques risked a great deal of danger in ascending to immortality, so naturally there would be greater benefits. Once they succeeded in their immortal ascension, their blessed lands would all be top-grade blessed lands. The top-grade blessed lands had 7 to 9 million areas, drawing upon a large-scale tributary of the River of Time. With over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence, he could use the remaining heaven and earth Qi in his immortal aperture to raise his vital Gu and core Gu to immortal Gu. As for the special grade blessed land, it was even more vast. It had an area of more than 10 million mu, and it could draw upon a huge tributary of the River of Time. The amount of green grape immortal essence required was more than 50 beads. If there were no accidents, he would obtain at least 2 immortal Gu. He Lulan had a calm expression. "Even though I became a Gu immortal, I did not kill that old scoundrel." In a calm tone. It contained a bone-deep hatred. Hey Lulan, forgive me for speaking bluntly. If we want to kill He Qing with the four of us working together, even if we deal with him alone, the chances are slim. Tai Bai Yunxing coughed and said. That's right, defeating a Gu Immortal is easy but killing one is difficult. Fang Yuan also sat up, sighing deeply. His injuries had basically healed. Last time, when he fought with Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady, he had the upper hand but Plump Lady ran away. This time, when he fought with He Qing and Shuesongzi, even though he had the upper hand, he could not trap the Gu Immortals, they had to retreat safely. Myriad Self might be strong, but if the enemy did not fight you head-on, there was nothing you could do. Gu Immortals were astute people, they knew the logic of avoiding the enemy's attacks. In fact, Fang Yuan's battle with He Qing could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, but he could not maintain it for long. After a long time, the strength path phantoms would dissipate on their own, and it would be He Qing's turn to counterattack. Immortal killer moves could indeed create a huge advantage, but they could not turn into an absolute victory against He Qing. Thus, when He Lulan asked to retreat, Fang Yuan did not object. He knew when to stop, he activated fixed immortal travel and brought them back here. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, smiling. This time I was able to resist the enemy and pass the tribulation. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This time he helped He Lulan, next time, Crane Gate attacked to Immortal Blessed Land, due to the alliance agreement they had to help Fang Yuan. Both sides were mutually beneficial. According to the agreement, this is the recipe of small family Qigu. Also, you only need to return half of the 30 Immortal Yuan stones that I lent you. Fairy Li Shan said. She now knew some of Fang Yuan's nature, only genuine benefits suited Fang Yuan's taste. Fang Yuan received the small family Qigu's recipe on the spot. He pretended to sigh. In this battle, although I won I lost, I spent over 60 green grape immortal essence beads. As for the 15 immortal yuan stones I owe you, I'm afraid I will need some time to return them. Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of He Lulan's immortal ascension. She immediately said, no rush, Fang Yuan, when you have enough money you can return them to me, I will not charge you any interest. Also, didn't you want us to inquire about the wisdom path inheritance on your behalf? Don't tell me you have some clues? Fang Yuan was inwardly joyful. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, there is a clue. You also know that several months ago the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, passed away. He left behind a complete wisdom path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Yuliang was only immortal, he could not protect the Gu Immortal inheritance, especially when it is a wisdom path inheritance. According to the information, this wisdom path inheritance was set up by Dongfang Naganori in a secret location. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals do not know the exact location. Only Dongfang Naganori has a crucial clue. Before Dongfang Naganori died, he had made an agreement with the Huangjin tribes and super forces not to attack each other. But he did not make an agreement with the demonic path Gu Immortals. His influence was not at the level where he could devour both sides. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous eyes of many demonic path Gu Immortals. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals had thoughts of it. Thus, Dongfang Naganori set up these methods to completely conceal his wisdom path inheritance, leaving it to his acknowledged successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Fang Yuan could not help but think, although I have the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, I can only use it crudely, I cannot display the essence of wisdom path. Although wisdom path Gu worms were sold in jewel yellow skies, they had never sold a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain, but wisdom path inheritances are hard to come by. If I can obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I can deduce even more things with fewer wills and thoughts. When Dongfang Naganori was alive, he was publicly recognized as the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. His inheritance naturally moved Fang Yuan. But in front of Fang Yuan was the colossal superforce Dongfang tribe. Although Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Naganori, they still had several Gu Immortals to maintain the situation. In contrast, Fang Yuan had just fought He Qing. He had expended most of his green grape immortal essence. He could not display the might of the myriad self-army again. Right now, many demonic path Gu Immortals have already secretly gathered together to scheme for Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori was alive, Northern Plains' righteous and demonic path suffered losses from him. Many fell into his schemes and fell into his hands. It is said that his successor, Dongfang Yuliang, has greater talent than Dongfang Naganori. Most Northern Plains Gu immortals do not want a second Dongfang Naganori to appear. Fairy Li Shan continued. A few days ago, some demonic path Gu immortals found me, hoping to use my mountain pledge Gu to form a temporary alliance for the wisdom path inheritance. But I have already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan, if you need it, I can help you to join this alliance. They have more detailed information. It will be of great help to you in the fight for the inheritance. Fang Yuan heard this and did not refuse, but also did not immediately agree. Let me think about it first. This matter is not urgent. He Lulan said, right now the biggest matter in Northern Plains is that Qin Baisheng has captured Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He has grasped the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already attracted most of the Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. Even those rank 8 old monsters are rumored to be coming out of seclusion. He Lulan revealed a mocking expression. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators. His wood path battle strength is strong, even slightly stronger than that old scoundrel He Cheng. But this luck path true inheritance is too troublesome. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals want to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals are running around everywhere trying to make connections. With Qin Baisheng's strength alone, even if he occupies the blessed land, he will not be able to resist them. His days will not be easy. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He said, you and I are lucky survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are insiders. They are involved in this. Even though they escaped early, they know our information. They will be a hindrance to us in Northern Plains in the future. Ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Formless hands brought many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains. The whole of Northern Plains Gu Master World was in chaos. There was unrest. Battles of all sizes occurred. Later, most of the immortal Gu that were left in the wild were captured. The situation calmed down. But now news of Qin Baisheng capturing Ma Hong and Zhao Lianyun had spread. Northern Plains' current situation was surging. It revolved around Qin Baisheng and the luck path true inheritance. As time passed, it would definitely develop into a huge storm that would affect the whole of Northern Plains. Compared to other Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a greater reason to get involved in this. But to get involved in such a huge storm, Fang Yuan's current strength was still too weak. Not long after, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Chapter 697. He Tribe Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The Blessed Land was huge. It was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to He Tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was only a small area. The higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains. Countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded. When the eagles flew, there were millions of them covering the sky. It was a magnificent sight. At the top of the blessed land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, He Tribe's 4 supreme elders sat around a square stone table. They had different expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression. Second Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed. Third Supreme Elder was frowning in deep thought. Fourth Supreme Elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was like the calm before the storm. My lord Third Supreme Elder, how long do you want to consider? Fourth Supreme Elder urged impatiently. Urge, don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain. Third Supreme Elder chattered on. He was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the first Supreme Elder on the opposite side, then looked at the second Supreme Elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The third Supreme Elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. He Tribe's second Supreme Elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh, so He Ching is back." He Ching entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 Supreme Elders one by one. These 4 Grand Elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar. How could they fight for real? And among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sects, the other 4 regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority. Even if He Ching had higher battle strength, When he saw these 4 supreme elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior. Grand Elder, this is the Black Dungeon. He Qing bowed to each of them before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison, it seems that this operation went smoothly?" During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder. He was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking He Qing casually. He Qing smiled. "Thanks to the 4 seniors, this trip was smooth sailing and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family." Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe. He tribe's entire tribe perished in Imperial Court-blessed land. Qiao tribe, which was originally He tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave He tribe. Qiao clan's Gu Immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The second Supreme Elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years there shouldn't be any accidents. He Qing smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. He Qing wanted to deal with his own daughter, He Lulan. It was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed Dark Prison to suppress He Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. But to the First Supreme Elder he could not say this directly. Thus he used Qiao tribe's excuse and said, to ensure that he could suppress Qiao tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years. Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Right now Northern Plains is in chaos. Truyang building has collapsed and the culprit has not been found. While the Immortal Gu are popping up one after another, all sides are fighting. Especially with the commotion caused by Qin Bai Sheng, it is getting bigger and bigger. It concerns Giant Sun's true inheritance. Those rank 8 old monsters are getting restless. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. Truyang building has collapsed. Imperial Court blessed land is also gone. That means there is no need to hold the Imperial Court contest anymore. What should we do next? It is hard to say what the Huangjin tribes and super forces will do. He Qing understood his intention, nodding. Junior understands. I will definitely look after the tribe, especially Qiao tribe, Hua tribe, and Zhua tribe, these 3 vassal tribes. That's right, this time He tribe's entire tribe died in Imperial Court blessed land. Northern Plains cannot be without He tribe's reputation. He Qing, go to the other blessed lands and choose a portion of the tribesmen, send them to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Third Supreme Elder thought hard about the problem as he instructed. Yes, Third Supreme Elder, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Half a month later, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Qing replied. All right, we can be at ease handing the tribe's matters to He Qing. Third Supreme Elder, you still have the heart to care about these matters, why don't you quickly think of a solution? Which card do you want to play? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered. He was hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing 1 card. At the same time he shouted, 3 cards. In an instant the other 3 Supreme Elders had different expressions. First Supreme Elder could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He laughed loudly and pushed his card down. Haha, I won. Third Supreme Elder slapped his thigh and scratched his snow-white beard, feeling annoyed. If I knew this, I would not have played 3 cards, I would have played 60,000 instead. Hearing this, it was the second Supreme Elder's turn to glare. He pushed down his cards and said to the third Elder, then you should play 60,000. This card of mine is really a pity. 40 or 60,000 each, it would be fine. All right, stop arguing, quickly make the deal. I am still waiting to win back my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is a Gu recipe that I spent over 30 years to research. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed an East Window Gu on First Supreme Elder's table. First Supreme Elder kept the East Window Gu. All right, let's move on to the next round. Good rules, you cannot use any Gu worms to cheat. Give your wager first, I have 2 Immortal Yuan stone here. Ancient Gu recipe, Crescent Moon Gu. 20 Grey Heart stones. A Dragon Eye fish group with a Mermaid Emperor. Swish swish swish. 8 hands rubbed the stone table as they started to shuffle the cards. He Qing stood at the side silently. He was already used to the gambling of these 4 Supreme Elders. This game they were playing was called 4 Sparrow Battle Method. It was invented by a mortal genius in He tribe in the early years. It was mainly to suck up to First Supreme Elder. Since the First Supreme Elder obtained it, he and the other 3 Supreme Elders would take time out every day to spar with each other, fighting to their heart's content. He Qing was in charge of almost all of He tribe's external affairs. Elders, this junior will take his leave. He Qing said. Go go. The supreme elders waved their hands and started to draw their cards, replying perfunctorily. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion, flying around and crying. Suddenly the eagle group dispersed, revealing 3 rank 6 desolate eagles. One was a dragon eagle, they had a grand aura. The 2 iron-crowned eagles were extremely powerful. Go go go. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves in displeasure. So noisy. First Supreme Elder had a benevolent smile. He waved his sleeves and threw out a lot of food that scattered in the sky. The eagle group cried out happily, fighting in the sky for food. He Qing left Iron Eagle blessed land, flying towards the southwest direction. After a few minutes he saw Xianxia. Xianxia had rested, he was no longer in a sorry state, but after seeing He Qing he sighed. Things have become troublesome, I just received information. Do you know which force controls fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu? He Qing said, you want to talk about Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Crane Gate? You already know? What? Xianxia's tone was slightly unhappy. He Qing snorted coldly, not long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori deduced that the case of 88-point Jianghu Tower is related to Central Continent. Right now, that mysterious immortal zombie beside He Lulan also has fixed immortal travel. They are likely to be the same group. Xianxia squinted, falling into silence. Honestly speaking, he did not expect this news. He had thought that he was only dealing with a mortal girl, but to think that a huge entity like Crane Gate was involved. Even though he joined Snowy Mountain, it was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu immortals were usually selfish, they were not as united as the righteous path. He Qing's situation was also awkward. Even though he was a He tribe Gu immortal, how could he expose such a vile matter like dealing with his own daughter? Even though many righteous path Gu immortals would act one way in public and another way in private, they would at least look righteous. He Qing's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even using dark prison, he had used other excuses. I only wanted to slap a cat to death, but to think that I provoked a tiger. He Qing, I don't care. Anyway, I have your weakness, I want 500 immortal yuan stone. Give me a copy of the Yinyang life extension method as well. Xianxia broke the silence with a ruthless expression. He was not cooperating with He Qing to begin with, and now that he realized that Fang Yuan and the rest had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat. He Qing's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light. He stared at Xianxia and said slowly, you are clear of my situation. If you force me into a corner, I will have a life and death struggle. You won't get anything. You? Aren't you afraid? I can't capture He Lulan, I can't absorb her lifespan, I am about to die, why would I care about my reputation? Xianxia was shaking from anger at He Qing's shameless behavior, his eyes were bloodshot. To think that the great Lord He Qing would have such an attitude. He Qing shrugged indifferently, think whatever you want. Xianxia, you are too naive. Do you think you can extricate yourself now that things have come to this? He Lulan is extremely vengeful, she also has Fairy Lishan's support. Do you think Snowy Mountain will value you, the 7th Peak's leader, or the 3rd leader? There is another piece of information I need to tell you. Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting restless. The 10 great ancient sects have formed an alliance to invade Northern Plains. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains is in chaos. I think with Fairy Lishan's methods, she can borrow the power of Central Continent's Gu immortals to kill her. It will not violate Snowy Mountain's oath, right? Chapter 698. He Qing, you are actually threatening me? If you anger me, I will make you do all these dirty things in broad daylight. Xianxia shouted furiously. He Qing sneered, then do it quickly. I will tell you the truth, Xianxia is a pawn of your Snowy Mountain. Decades ago, she purposely arranged a trap for me to get close to me and enter He tribe's higher-ups. The so-called Xian night elopement was just a scheme. Not long after Su tribe was exterminated, do you think it was done by my He tribe? It was your Snowy Mountain who cleaned up the mess for Xianxia. What? Why do I not know about this? Hearing this shocking news, Xianxia was in disbelief. What do you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. Snowy Mountain's higher-ups will always only have 3 leaders. I know you do not believe me, but I have concrete evidence. He Qing took out an East Window Gu and threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia received the East Window Gu and used his divine sense to inspect it. After a while, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He Qing looked up at the sky and sighed, his eyes showing a trace of melancholy. Back then, although I was a publicly recognized Gu immortal seed, I was young and ignorant, falling into a scheme. Suxian night elopement, Suxian night elopement, it was only a meticulously planned scheme by the righteous and demonic paths to infiltrate each other. I married Suxian heir and had Lulan. I thought my days would continue to be blissful. But one day, a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared in front of me and gave me concrete evidence. What you've seen is only a portion of the evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Xianxia mumbled. With this evidence, everything was turned upside down. Even if He Qing used the yin-yang life extension method. He schemed against his beloved wife, but this was a matter of opposing righteous and demonic paths. He Qing's righteous action was justified. There would be no criticism. Instead, everyone would praise him. You tricked me. You tricked me. Xianxia pointed at He Qing, extremely furious. He originally thought that he had always been in the active position and had something to use against He Qing. He didn't expect that he would be framed by He Qing instead. Xianxia followed behind He Qing in a daze, hunting He Lulan, then fighting with Fairy Li Shan and the rest, causing him to be in a worrying situation. He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan. And the power of the ancient sects of Jianghu state had become a shadow in Xianxia's heart that could not be dispelled. He Qing collected his emotions, turning his gaze back to Xianxia. And now, I've got new evidence. Do you still remember how He Lulan addressed Fairy Li Shan when she was undergoing her tribulation? Fairy Li Shan and Suxian heir were very likely related by blood. I have Suxian heir's blood and He Lulan's blood in my hands. When he confronted the Great Snow Mountain in the future. Another solid piece of evidence. Xianxia took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. What a good black castle, it is indeed extraordinary. I have only extorted a few dozen immortal yuan stones from you, but I was already dragged down by you and jumped into the pit. That's right, I have to admit, even if you attacked He Lulan and tried all ways to capture her. You can also push the blame of being a father disciplining his children. I hope that she will realize her mistake and turn back. As long as you do not use yin-yang life extension method on He Lulan, I will not have any evidence against you. But your scheme ends here. You are alone, the other party is working together with Central Continent forces. He Lulan has already become a strength path extreme immortal, it will be even harder for you to capture her. He Qing fell into silence. The more Xianxia spoke, the quicker his thoughts became. My situation is worrying, but your days will not be good either. You harmed Suxian heir, He Lulan's desire for revenge is deep in her bones. Central Continent forces might also find trouble with you. So, the two of you are already tied together, only by cooperating with us will you have a chance of victory. A female voice suddenly interrupted Xianxia and He Qing's conversation. Who is it? Xianxia was shocked. A graceful figure gradually appeared. This was a female Gu Immortal. She wore a purple robe and had an alluring smile on her beautiful face. Xianxia was not ignorant, he was stunned for a moment before reacting. So it is Fairy Jianghu. He then turned his gaze towards He Qing. Northern Plains Gu Immortals all knew that Fairy Jianghu was He Qing's 27th concubine. She was also a dark path Gu Immortal. She had Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal spiritual opportunity and interfere with deductions. The reason why He Lulan could last for so long without self-detonating due to the great strength true martial physique was because Fairy Jianghu had used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to conceal and seal the aura of the 10 extreme physiques for He Lulan, preventing heaven and earth from sensing it. But when He Qing saw Fairy Jianghu, his attitude was extremely cold. He snorted, "You came after all. Many years ago, when I brought evidence of Suxian's night elopement to you for the first time, I said one thing. When you need me to appear, I will appear." A mysterious smile appeared on Fairy Jianghu's face. How about it? I said it before, you cannot capture He Lulan by yourself, it will only cause more trouble. You can only have hope by cooperating with us. Xianxia looked at He Qing, then at Jianghu, his gaze moving back and forth between the two. He Qing and Jianghu's attitude made him inwardly shocked. Fairy Jianghu's identity was not simple, she seemed to be the representative of a mysterious force. The reason why He Qing could see through Suxian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jianghu's reminder. He Qing lowered his gaze. Fairy Jianghu was able to get so close to him without being discovered. This made He Qing's wariness towards Jianghu increase by another level. Although Fairy Jianghu was a lone cultivator of northern plains on the surface, and He Qing's beloved concubine, she was actually shrouded in mystery. He Qing fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army, in fact he felt some disdain towards it. Even though he did not have methods to fight against the myriad self-army, Gu Immortals fought in all aspects. Just from the fact that the myriad self-army could not catch up to He Qing, the Myriad Self army did not pose much of a threat to He Cheng. In the previous battle, if not for He Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, when the strength path phantoms dissipated, He Cheng would have undoubtedly gained the upper hand and even won the battle. Even Xianxia. After being chased around by the Myriad Self army, he was not worried about fighting with Fang Yuan again. The reason was, Myriad Self was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had invested too much immortal essence into it. But it could not truly kill the enemy. As long as Xianxia used a mortal killer move, he would be able to hold on. After expending it several times as an immortal zombie, how much immortal essence could Fang Yuan have left? Once he loses, it would be time for Xianxia to show his might and take care of Fang Yuan. He Cheng was wary of Fang Yuan's background, Crane Gate. A central continent Gu immortal. He had not expected that the investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a huge force. The collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Dongfang Naganori had already deduced that it was a central continent Gu immortal who was behind this. Central continent Gu immortals could even destroy giant sun immortals' arrangements. Not to mention dealing with a mere He Cheng. Like He Cheng, Xianxia also had the same worries. They were all frightened by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew that Crane Gate was trying to deal with Fang Yuan by all means, they would not be so nervous. Now it seems that I can only succeed by cooperating with you. But before that, as a sign of sincerity, shouldn't you tell me which force you represent? He Cheng thought about it and asked Fairy Jianghu. Fairy Jianghu was silent for a while. She knew that He Cheng was a difficult person to deal with. If she lied or refused, the other party might just leave in a huff. Thus, she decided to tell the truth. There is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread across the 5 regions. It is called Shadow Sect. He Cheng and Xianxia looked at each other. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 28 green grape immortal essence beads, half an immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected the wealth in his hands. After the Battle of He Lulan's tribulation, the capital that Fang Yuan had painstakingly built up was immediately reduced to its original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 green grape immortal essence beads, but Myriad Self-Killer move had been activated close to 50 times, forming an army of 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the intense battle, Fang Yuan had activated Delight in Mountain Immortal Gu, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu and others, expending over 10 green grape immortal essence beads. Thus, he had less than 30 green grape immortal essence beads left. Not only that, I still owe Fairy Lishan 15 immortal yuan stones and Land Spirit of Langya 15 immortal yuan stones. I will drag on Fairy Lishan's debt for as long as possible. I need to return the immortal yuan stones I owe Land Spirit of Langya as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the higher the interest. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya was only ordinary. When Land Spirit of Langya lent Fang Yuan immortal yuan stones, although she did not ask for an exorbitant price, she still charged 10% interest according to convention. That is to say, Fang Yuan had to return at least 16.5 immortal yuan stones to Land Spirit of Langya. If it was more than a month, she would have to add another 1.5. 2 months would mean 3 immortal yuan stones. And so on. Even if it was less than a month, she would still have to pay a half immortal yuan stone. This was the so-called minimum interest. If there were no benefits to speak of, why would others lend it to others for no reason? Originally, Fang Yuan and Fairy Lishan had an agreement in the alliance agreement. If one side supported the other, the price they paid would be doubled. This agreement had been fulfilled when Fang Yuan fought He Cheng. But this time, Fang Yuan not only paid the price, he also obtained huge benefits. His strength path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, his transformation path attainment rose from nothing to master level, his flying attainment rose to quasi-Grandmaster level. There was also the small family Qigu and the 15 immortal yuan stones that were waived. These benefits far exceeded the price Fang Yuan paid. Thus, Fairy Lishan would not compensate him. Now that I think about it, this He Lulan might have purposely set this up, trying to use the Demon Venerable's true meaning to make me work for her. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that he had fallen into He Lulan's trap. If not for the Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence to form the strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Fang Yuan could retreat. After all, the alliance agreement did not have a clause to fight to the death. The Snowy Mountain alliance agreement between him and He Lulan was very loose. Chapter 699. The underground cave was filled with the colorful light of wisdom. Short mushroom forests were growing everywhere. Wisdom Gu was lying on the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fang Yuan sat not far away, using the light of wisdom to deduce. After a long while he let out a breath of turbid air. The second immortal goo recipe is completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much to begin with, only over 20 beads. Now that he had deduced two 80% remnant recipes, he only had 11 beads left. The third immortal goo recipe is 86% complete. 11 beads of green grape immortal essence should be enough. Fang Yuan looked at the delight in mountain and forest immortal goo in his mind. It was shining brightly, there was nothing strange. Many days had passed since He Lulan underwent tribulation. Because it was used frequently during the intense battle, cleansed soul immortal goo was already weak from hunger. Delight in mountain and forest immortal goo had also been used many times, but it was in good condition and did not complain of hunger. Fang Yuan felt it was strange at first, but after asking Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture, he understood the reason. It turned out that Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished from time to time. Mo Yao did not have fake will goo. He used many goo worms to transform delight in mountain and forest into fake will. Thus, during the feeding process he first paid attention to delight in mountain and forest immortal goo. Delight in mountain and forest was fed by Mo Yao's fake will. It was not like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had been using delight in mountain and forest immortal goo frequently, there was still some time before he could feed delight in mountain and forest immortal goo again. This was clearly a good thing. After all, if an immortal goo was hungry, it would cause the immortal goo to die. Cleansed soul immortal goo was already complaining of hunger. As a result, the risk of Fang Yuan using myriad self-killer move had increased greatly. Maybe once he used this immortal killer move, cleansed soul immortal goo would not be able to hold on and be destroyed. Deducing immortal goo recipes was Fang Yuan's main method of making a living. If delight in mountain and forest immortal goo went on strike, Fang Yuan would no doubt fall into a predicament again. Fang Yuan activated delight in mountain and water immortal goo again, deducing the third immortal goo remnant recipe. This time he had obtained the infusion of the demon venerable's true meaning. It was a great help in deducing immortal goo remnant recipes. This was because the true meaning imbuement absorbed the reckless savage demon sovereign's understanding of cultivation, directly increasing Fang Yuan's foundation and raising Fang Yuan's cultivation realm. As for deducing goo recipes, it was based on one's own foundation. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the efficiency of calculation. Although it mainly focused on refinement path. But there were many factors to consider, including strength path, transformation path, etc. 2 days later, Fang Yuan finished deducing and obtained 3 complete immortal goo recipes. He brought these immortal goo recipes with him. They arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He had completed the handover with the land spirit of Langya. Not only did he pay off his debts, but he also earned a net profit of 11 pieces of fairy yuan stone after deducting the loss of green grape immortal core. Everything was back on track. 8 days later, Fang Yuan handed the 3 complete immortal goo recipes to the land spirit of Langya, completing the 5th transaction. At this point, he had 36 pieces of fairy yuan stone, and 27 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did Fang Yuan relax slightly. After the battle with He Cheng, he almost went into a deficit and his economy collapsed. According to the economic terms on Earth, he almost caused a rupture in his cash flow. Although the power of the immortal killer move myriad self is extraordinary, it consumes at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence every time it is used. The more I use it, the greater the consumption. I need to use it cautiously in the future, otherwise I will become poorer the more I fight, and even if I win I will still lose. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. When goo immortals cultivate, they need to consider all aspects, not just victory in battle. Just like the example of Liu Bang and Xiangyu on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xiangyu and lost every battle, while Xiangyu won every battle. But Liu Bang took care of the economy and had a stable base. Thus, even though he lost every battle, he had the capital to rise up again, thus he could fight every battle. In contrast, although Xiangyu won every battle, he did not have a good management. As time passed and the number of battles increased, the gap between him and Liu Bang shrunk. In the end, Liu Bang won every battle and it was a complete victory. For goo immortal cultivation it was the same logic. Battle was only a part of cultivation. Victory or defeat was not so important. What was important was the benefits behind the victory or defeat. One had to look forward, they could not be short-sighted. Although Fang Yuan had sent He Cheng and Xuesong Zi fleeing everywhere, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, He Cheng and Xuesong Zi's immortal essence expenditure was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan's economy almost collapsed, but He Qing and Shuizongzi were in good condition. If Fang Yuan fought with them again now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely fall by a level or two. The more they fought like this, the more obvious the outcome of the battle would be. He Qing had the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Could he not risk his life? It was not that he could not, but he had to assess the situation. Those who could become Gu Immortals were not hot-blooded boors. They would calculate their gains and losses in every battle. Of course, if not for the Demon Venerable's will, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence. Even if I run out of green grape immortal essence, I can refine immortal Yuan stone again. But the Demon Venerable's true meaning is a rare opportunity. If I accumulate it step by step, it will take at least decades. Fang Yuan calculated clearly in his mind. When Fang Yuan perfected 2 more immortal Gu remnant recipes, Tai Bai Yunxing finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the scene of a super-grade blessed land site. I saw it with my own eyes. It occupies an area of over 5 million square kilometers. The time flow in the blessed land is 38 times that of the outside world. It is full of vitality and great potential. Even I cannot help but feel jealous. I feel that the biggest winner of this tribulation is He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunxing returned and chattered endlessly, full of emotions. He Lulan had requested Tai Bai Yunxing to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was fortunate enough to enter Lulan blessed land. It was an eye-opener. A super-grade blessed land is like this. After all, one of the 10 extreme physiques is treading on thin ice, seeking life in the midst of death. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many immortal Gu He Lulan refined in the 3rd step of her immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. She used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu to detonate her immortal aperture. This Strength Path Immortal Gu was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Gu is now her vital Gu. She also raised her original core self-strength Gu to rank 6. Other than these, she also obtained a rank 6 strength Qi Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing answered. When Tai Bai Yunxing was undergoing immortal ascension, using the remaining heaven and earth Qi, he obtained man as before and landscape as before, 2 immortal Gu. Whether He Lulan had more heaven and earth Qi than Tai Bai Yunxing, outsiders had no way of knowing. But Fang Yuan knew that she had many small family Qi Gu. These Gu worms contained a lot of heaven and earth Qi. Fang Yuan evaluated He Lulan's assets. This means that He Lulan already has 4 immortal Gu. They are Flying Bear Strength Gu, Self-Strength Gu, Strength Qi Gu and Slavery Gu. The original rank 7 Divert Disaster Gu. It was destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed Flying Bear Phantom and seized Flying Bear Phantom Gu to suppress it. From then on, I lost contact with Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu. I don't know if this Immortal Gu was seized by formless hands or if it is still in her hands. He Lulan's strength grew rapidly. She had at least 4 immortal Gu. Now that she was a Gu Immortal, she soared to the sky with a bright future. Moreover, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's help, she directly surpassed the initial stage of becoming a new Gu Immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal Yuan Stone. With a large amount of resources invested, Lulan Blessed Land would develop rapidly. He Lulan, who has a super-grade Blessed Land, will greatly surpass me in cultivation. I have a high-grade Blessed Land. Compared to other Gu Immortals, it is already very fast. But He Lulan seems to have grown wings and is flying. Although we are in an alliance with them, the alliance has a time limit. If we exceed the time limit, we need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a wide circle of friends, while He Lulan is a formidable character. Tai Bai Yunxing said with a worried tone. As a genius, He Lulan's rapid growth gave Tai Bai Yunxing, a senior, enormous mental pressure. And Fang Yuan was in an even worse state. His cultivation had stagnated. As long as he did not get rid of his immortal zombie status, his cultivation would not be able to advance. As long as He Qing does not die and Ma Hongyun's matter is not resolved, we will have the foundation to cooperate with He Lulan. Don't be too careful on this trip to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon is not someone easy to deal with. If you need help, just use Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before rushing to Eastern Sea. He was poisoned by Death's End Immortal Gu. He had promised the Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Shark Demon to explore Yulu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to leave quickly. Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, deducing Gu recipes and earning immortal Yuan stones, while also dealing with the feeding of immortal Gu. After he completed the 6th transaction, the number of immortal Yuan stones had risen to over 60. Woman's Heart and Connect Luck also showed signs of weakening. It was evidently due to hunger. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan had 3 Immortal Goo to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo to feed. Connect Luck Immortal Goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast, the worldly sand gull. Poison Path Immortal Goo Woman's Heart needed the heart of a woman to feed it. He had no clue about the first 2, so Fang Yuan decided to start with the easier and harder ones. Western Desert. Sand dunes stretched endlessly, the land had a vast and soothing pulse. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, the air was so hot that it felt like it was going to steam people. A large caravan was moving forward. Camel bells were ringing, carriage shafts were making noises. The accompanying goo masters used all kinds of goo worms, some lowered the temperature, some blew wind, some created clear water, and some scouted the direction. "Who is it?" the caravan leader shouted. In front of the caravan, a malevolent monster suddenly appeared. This monster was 6 meters tall, it had bulging muscles and a tall and sturdy body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs, its eyes were red like blood. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart tighten, feeling a formless pressure. The caravan became restless. 2 rank 5s, 17 rank 4s, over 40 rank 3s. This is quite a strong group. The monster spoke, its voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. "Sir, who are you?" "I am the leader of Mo Clan's caravan, Mo Yen." One of the rank 5 goo masters in the caravan had a nervous expression as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, his 8 sharp claws spread out. The name of a super force, Mo Clan, was useless against him. He was like a demon god descending, charging into the caravan and creating a storm of blood. Chapter 700. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the massacre finally ended. The stench of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils, corpses were everywhere on the yellow sand. Fang Yuan stood among the corpses, summoning Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. The Immortal Goo rose up slowly, floating in the air as it let out a dark purple light. The light covered the silent battlefield. After a few breaths of time, all the female corpses on the battlefield started to shake. The shaking of the corpses became more intense. Finally, with loud sounds, hearts broke out of their bodies, flying towards Woman's Heart in the air. Before they got close, these bloody hearts were assimilated by the dark purple light, turning into lumps of dark purple light. The lumps of light flew towards Woman's Heart like swallows returning to their nest. Poison Path Immortal Goo Woman's Heart shook slightly, letting out a shrill cry, as if it was happy because it was eating. A moment later, all the hearts on the battlefield became food, feeding Woman's Heart. Fang Yuan called back Woman's Heart. This Immortal Goo's hunger was alleviated, but it was still not full. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. "According to this speed, to completely feed Woman's Heart Immortal Goo, I need at least 4,000 more hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered is quite powerful, such a large scale is rare in Western Desert." Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm and pressed on the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared out of nowhere, landing on the battlefield. With continuous explosions, rocks and sand flew, corpses burned. It turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move, it was just a simple stacking of Fire Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan threw out several brown and black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire. He immediately increased the intensity of the fire, burning the battlefield and destroying all traces. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying into the sky. He flew towards the northeast direction, passing several large oases, before finally finding his target, a small oasis. Looking down from the sky, the oasis was like a jewel, embedded in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis, it was blue and clear. The surroundings were lush with trees, there were many people living inside. The market was bustling with people, it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not hide his tracks. He appeared in the cloudless sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A group of Goo masters rode on their seagulls. He flew up from the oasis. What kind of monster is this? Looks like a zombie. There was no lack of youngsters among these Goo masters, and when they saw Fang Yuan's sinister and terrifying appearance, they could not help but whisper. Almost all of them were rank 2 and only one was a rank 3 Goo master, the leader. This group of people flew until they were 300 paces away from Fang Yuan. The leader's face was full of wariness. He cupped his fists and said, "This is the Porridge Thin Oasis. It will be hosted by our Lan family. The area above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope you can land immediately." If he wanted to enter the oasis. We have related Gu masters in charge of receiving foreign Gu masters. You only need to follow the procedures and meet the relevant criteria to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan was still looking at the oasis, using his Gu to scout. He was checking if there were any Gu immortals hiding in the oasis. Only Gu immortals posed a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, this kind of small oasis would not have any powerful forces, and should not have any Gu immortals. If there were Gu immortals, they would have already expanded or modified the oasis. After the leader finished speaking, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and frowned, saying coldly, "Did you hear that? Flying above the oasis is forbidden. This is common knowledge in Western Desert. You are flying above Lan family, this can be seen as a provocation. I hope you can land immediately, otherwise don't blame us." Bam. Before the leader finished speaking, Fang Yuan flicked his pinky finger and sent out a rank 5 attack. The rank 3 leader could not react in time, and directly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering everywhere. Lord Elder. The other rank 2 Gu masters were stunned for a moment before letting out ear-piercing screams. At this moment, incomparable fear filled their hearts. The family elder, who was usually very prestigious, didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed by the opponent in a single blow. This attack was too fast and sudden. The rank 2 Gu masters could not even see clearly what killed the leader. Lord Elder is dead, he was killed in an instant. Retreat, this person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The rank 2 Gu masters shouted loudly and scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fang Yuan snorted, lightly waving his palm. Bam bam bam. Under the continuous sounds of explosions, these rank 2 Gu masters exploded into pieces of flesh and blood without exception. Even their mounts, the sand gulls, were not spared. A deafening alarm resounded in the oasis. Everything that happened in the air was seen by the Gu masters guarding the oasis. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and saw the mortals panicking, running around, and the bustling market was in a mess. Large numbers of mortal Gu masters came out of the buildings, and looked up at the sky, looking at him with enmity. All living beings are like ants. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and put on his hair armor. The light illusion bat wings on his back flashed, and he charged towards the oasis like a meteor. Coming. Attack. Be careful, the enemy is very strong, he is at least a rank 4 Gu master. He is very likely a rank 5 Gu master. So what if he is strong? He is just one person. Attack. The Lan clan Gu masters in the oasis roared furiously, and attacked vigorously like fireworks. But Fang Yuan's momentum did not decrease, and easily broke through these obstructing firepower, directly crashing into the clan leader pavilion at the center of the oasis. Boom. The loud sound was deafening, and the huge impact caused the ground to tremble. The clan leader pavilion was also defended by Gu worms, but it was of no use, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Rocks and soil flew, bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and air waves surged, causing dust to soar into the sky. The dust gradually dispersed, and Fang Yuan's tall body. 8 monstrous arms appeared in front of the Lan clan Gu masters. He is not dead. Damn it. The clan leader pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestral tablets are all inside. Kill this monster. Everyone was riled up and surrounded Fang Yuan tightly. All of you shut up. Suddenly an old man shouted and walked out of the crowd. Lord clan leader. The surrounding people bowed to the old man. The old clan leader was scared witless. No one understood the defensive strength of the clan leader pavilion better than him. The patriarch's pavilion was the core of a family. It had deep defenses. Even if 10 old patriarchs joined hands, they would not be able to withstand it. Even if 10 old clan leaders joined hands, they might not be able to charge in. But Fang Yuan directly crashed down, and with just one strike he destroyed the clan leader pavilion. Destroyed in one strike. What kind of concept was this? The old clan leader forcefully suppressed his palpitations. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for generations and can be said to be aloof from worldly affairs. I don't know how we have offended you, but our Lan clan will definitely compensate you to your satisfaction. Once he said this, it immediately caused an intense backlash from the Gu masters. Lord clan leader. What are you talking about? This monster that is neither human nor ghost. He destroyed our patriarch's pavilion, and even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan leader, our Lan clan is not cowardly. The other party is already riding on our heads. We need to chop him into pieces to vent our hatred. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Everyone frowned when they heard it. There is actually someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. That's right. Such a small oasis is sandwiched in between the other large forces. If he does not adapt to circumstances, he might not be able to stabilize his position as clan leader. Then listen carefully, I will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to collect 6,000 hearts. Remember, these hearts should not be damaged, they must be women's hearts. Men's hearts and young girls' hearts are useless. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts. This is a demon, a lawless demon. He actually wants to instruct our clan to be his lackey and collect hearts for him. The Gu masters were in an uproar. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was not a small number, there were indeed many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was definitely not enough. Thus, to reach the standard of 6,000, Lan clan's clansmen must be sacrificed. This way the old clan leader's position would come to an end. No one would support such a person as the clan leader. Your request is a little too unreasonable. Sai, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, how can you do such a vicious and sinful thing in broad daylight? Please forgive Lan clan for not being able to cooperate. The old clan leader sighed compassionately. Then there is no other way. Although this is a little troublesome, forget it. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his killing intent pervading the air. Light illusion bat wings flashed behind his back, and the next moment Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie's monstrous claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck and easily lifting him up. So fast. The old clan leader's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. He was completely shocked. How did he get captured in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he was not a mortal, but a Gu immortal? A horrifying thought emerged in the old clan leader's mind. He quickly shouted, "1. Everything can be discussed. Please have mercy, subordinate, ugh." With a cracking sound, the old clan leader's neck was directly crushed by Fang Yuan. The old clan leader's head was crooked to one side, his eyes were wide open, he died with remaining grievances. It was not that he did not want to use Gu worms to counterattack, but Fang Yuan had many mortal Gu in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress them. He killed the old clan leader. No. Lord clan leader. You cannot die. Take revenge for Lord clan leader. The Gu masters reacted. They roared furiously and rushed towards Fang Yuan like a surging tide. At once, they displayed their abilities and unleashed dazzling attacks. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot and did not move, letting the endless attacks land on his body. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths of time before becoming sparse. Gu masters had limited primeval essence, such an intense burst could not last for long. Is he dead? He must have been smashed into pieces. Sigh, pitiful old clan leader, we did not manage to retrieve his corpse. However, when the smoke dissipated, the Gu master's eyes were wide open as they saw Fang Yuan still standing proudly on the spot. Even though the surroundings were in a mess, the black armor on his body was still intact. Even the broken spikes were rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's hair armor recovered to its original state. There was not even a trace of smoke. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was activated by hundreds of Gu worms. There were dozens of rank 5 Gu worms. And with the immortal zombie body as the foundation, its defense was not something these Gu masters could break. Among the people attacking Fang Yuan, the only rank 4 Gu master, the old clan leader, was already dead. There were less than 10 rank 3 Gu masters left. The rest were rank 2 Gu masters and rank 1 Gu masters. Their attacks were very chaotic, many of them were exhausted internally, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. This is your attack. It's not even enough to scratch an itch. Fang Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. A boundless chill rose in the hearts of the surrounding Gu masters, spreading rapidly. In this hot weather they felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. Who the hell are you? Everyone shivered, endless fear filling their hearts. Monster, this is a monster. Someone screamed, already on the verge of collapse. Escape, quickly escape. Their morale fell to the lowest point. One person escaping caused a large area of collapse. Fang Yuan was not surprised, the old clan leader was dead, they no longer had a backbone. At the same time he purposely resisted the attacks, it was to crush the morale of these mortals. Swoosh. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, immediately chasing after a female Gu master. The female Gu master's body froze, staring blankly at a monstrous claw growing out of her chest. Next, the monstrous claw retracted, taking the female Gu master's heart with it. Elder Lan Xan is also dead, quickly run. The surrounding Gu masters saw this and were scared out of their wits, running even faster. Fang Yuan waved his hand, large numbers of fireballs rained down in the sky, causing the houses to collapse and flames to spread everywhere. He waved his hand again, countless wind blades flew, cutting and slaughtering along the way, leaving corpses in pieces. No, I beg you, don't kill me. It was a mortal woman, she had a beautiful face and a slim body, she had maintained herself well, she should be the wife of a Gu master. Bam! Fang Yuan flicked his finger, the mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Fang Yuan walked past this corpse, he opened his hand slightly, the female corpse's heart broke out of her body and was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful cry, it stopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder, letting out a dark purple radiance. Be it the heart in Fang Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the criteria, they were assimilated by the purple light and absorbed by woman's heart. Fang Yuan moved like a chariot, wherever he went he slaughtered. Along the way there were pitiful cries and rivers of blood. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already hungry, using myriad self was risky and wasted immortal essence. Icy drill stardust could not be used either, because the explosions in the starry clusters would grind the fragile mortal bodies into dust. Even the hearts were no exception. Fang Yuan only used mortal Gu, he did not use killer moves, it was purely a simple accumulation of numbers. But even so, the killing efficiency was not low. Western Desert's terrain was different from the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan had his reasons for choosing this place. There was a vast desert here, the oases were like islands, even if mortals escaped from the oases, they would not be able to escape far. The desert was boundless, it was very easy for Fang Yuan to chase and kill. Chapter 701. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the porridge oasis. The smoke from kitchen chimneys in the past was replaced by thick smoke and flames today. The tranquility and serenity had vanished without a trace. The houses and buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. In the ruins, on the streets, by the lake, under the trees, pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan returned to the clan pavilion, standing on a pile of broken tiles, he stored the poison path immortal Gu woman's heart into his immortal aperture with satisfaction. After slaughtering for half a day, woman's heart was finally full. Woman's heart combined nurturing and refinement. If he continued to feed it, woman's heart would enter the Gu refinement process. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger woman's heart would be. But Fang Yuan did not have any plans to refine Gu for now. With his strength alone, slaughtering mortals was easier than slaughtering pigs and dogs, but there were so many mortals he still wasted half a day. Moreover, woman's heart was a one-time consumable immortal Gu. No matter how strong it was, it could only be used once. The investment prospects were not great. Unless Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the ruins of the clan pavilion, the hundreds of Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were activated at the same time, investigating in all directions. After 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan found an underground entrance. He walked close to the entrance and stomped on the ground, destroying it and revealing an entrance. This entrance could allow ordinary people to enter and exit, but it was too small for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan forcefully tore it down. After hundreds of steps, the space became wider, it was enough for Fang Yuan to walk with his back bent. A moment later a huge stone door appeared. It appeared in front of Fang Yuan. On the door there were large words, "Restricted area of the clan treasury, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Fang Yuan sneered. He directly broke the stone door, hundreds of golden blades of light slashed at Fang Yuan's body. At the same time a sharp alarm sounded. This was Lan Clan's method to defend against thieves, but unfortunately, not even one of the barbs on Fang Yuan's hair armor was damaged. Fang Yuan entered the stone door and saw a large pile of yuan stone. Fang Yuan roughly estimated. It was more than 100,000 yuan. If Fang Yuan was still immortal, these yuan stones would be a huge fortune. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was now an immortal. With unlimited Zhen yuan, the demand for yuan stone had dropped to the lowest point. However, he still kept the yuan stone in his immortal aperture, it was just a matter of convenience. After a while, he broke through the second stone door. Enter it. He saw a large pile of Gu refinement materials, arranged according to their categories. They were all ordinary materials. Although Fang Yuan needed them, there were not many of them. If Fang Yuan really wanted to refine Gu, he would need a lot of them. They still needed existences like Gu immortals to purchase them in large quantities. But it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan did not leave empty-handed, He also entered the Immortal aperture. Then the third, fourth and fifth stone doors. They were all goo refinement materials, but they were of different types. The storage requirements were also different. Fang Yuan collected all of them. At the sixth stone door he finally found a goo worm. A large number of mortal goo were stored here. This was Lan clan's goo worm storage, the foundation of the clan. Fang Yuan took them all. With his rich memories and experience, he could recognize these mortal goo, they were all dispensable. But for mortal goo masters, these goo worms were not lacking in rare goo worms, there were also rank 5 and rank 4 goo. If one of them was obtained, their entire life might change or even their life trajectory might change. This was like how Fang Yuan obtained the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain, the bone-flesh connection goo on Baigoo Mountain, and the all-out effort goo in Xiangclan City. There were 3 such goo worm secret repositories. There were 5 yuan stone storage. Other than these, there was also a storage within a storage and a small hidden storage. None of them escaped Fang Yuan's search. Some storage rooms were already in a mess. There were goo master corpses and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fang Yuan massacred the living beings on the surface, some greedy goo masters knew that Lan clan was finished, so they barged in and snatched all the resources they could use. They fought here, snatching treasures that could be taken away, and some died to the storage's defensive goo worms. Fang Yuan was calm as he walked past these storage rooms, following a main tunnel underground. Along the way there were more and more goo master corpses. There were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like the combination of ostriches and seagulls. Their legs were thick and muscular, and their wings were wide. They could use air currents to soar in the sky. Sand gulls could run quickly in the desert and could also fly with people. They only ate water and grass. They were easy to feed and had a gentle temperament. They were the most common means of transportation for western desert goo masters. The only flaw was that sand gulls had low fertility. 10 sand gull eggs, only 3 or 4 could hatch into healthy sand gulls. However, Lan clan raised a lot of sand gulls, surpassing other forces. When Fang Yuan went on a killing spree, he killed many sand gulls. He guessed that Lan clan might have some unique method of breeding sand gulls. If they really had it, then this would be the only thing in the entire Lan clan that Fang Yuan was interested in. Fang Yuan walked down thousands of steps. He saw more and more goo master corpses. Finally, at a certain area, he found a large number of goo master corpses as well as many sand gulls. It seems that the goo masters who entered here were obstructed by sand gulls. After an intense battle, they all died here. They took the risk to come here. There must be huge benefits enticing them. Fang Yuan analyzed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After walking another few hundred steps, Fang Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were over 100 sand gulls. The sand gull 100 beast king among them had fresh injuries. It should have fought with the goo masters not long ago. How could a mere beast group be Fang Yuan's match? After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued forward. The tunnel clearly extended downwards. The depth surprised even Fang Yuan. After dealing with over a dozen waves of sand gulls, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His vision immediately widened as he arrived at a huge underground cave. This cave was so big that it was like a square. At the center of the cave there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform there was a huge bird egg. It was the size of a house. It was sandy yellow in color, rough and dim. Around the stone platform, there was a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. Stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. One by one, the eggs were laid out in the yellow sand, sinking slightly into it. Some of these eggs were big, some were small, there were even broken eggshells. These eggs are sand gulls' eggs. This is the breeding ground of Lan clan's sand gulls. Fang Yuan walked into the cave. In order to protect their homes and eggs, large numbers of sand gulls flew up and surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he first scattered a wind blade, cutting down most of the sand gulls like cutting wheat, and then sprinkled a smear of frost to freeze the other half. The number of surviving sand gulls was small, and they were no longer as aggressive as before. Instead they fled in panic. Fang Yuan was not in the mood to chase after them. As he got closer and closer to the stone platform, his eyes were gradually attracted by the giant egg on the stone platform, and his eyes revealed an even more joyful light. Could this egg be the egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone platform and came in front of the giant egg. He reached out and stroked the rough eggshell. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes, from which transparent egg white constantly flowed out. These egg white fell on the stone platform, flowed along the channels carved on the surface of the stone platform, and flowed under the surrounding yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient wild beast sand gulls of heaven and earth. The life born in the egg had long died. The egg white was leaking out, it was clearly a dead egg. Sand gulls had a low hatching rate, and for the same bloodline sand gulls of heaven and earth, the hatching rate was even lower. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Just using the egg white in such a crude manner greatly increased the hatching rate of the sand gull's egg. Feng Yuan did not obtain the hatching method he had expected, but he obtained the dead egg of an ancient desolate beast. This was an unexpected surprise. As expected, after connecting luck, there are fortuitous encounters? After slaughtering a small tribe, I obtained something useful to me. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. His connect luck immortal gu needed the sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast sand gulls. This sand was called sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed after ordinary sand was infected by the sand gulls of heaven and earth. If Feng Yuan wanted sand, he would have to buy it from others, or find the nests of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, and take a huge risk to sneak in and collect the sand gull soil. But now that he had the dead egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn the ordinary sand into sand gull soil. To feed connect luck immortal gu, I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. There is still enough life essence in this dead egg, it should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it can help me get through this difficult period. Connect luck immortal gu does not have to be fed to its fullest, it can be used even if it is only half full. After all, for the next period of time, there will not be any suitable targets, connect luck immortal gu might not be used. With a joyful mood, Feng Yuan stored this dead egg. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he immediately started to make arrangements. He was a blood path grandmaster in his previous life, and now he was a strength path grandmaster. These two paths were related to life and blood. He quickly thought of a method, using over 600 mortal gu to form a gu formation and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of wisdom gu, Feng Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed connect luck immortal gu. This way he was only left with the problem of feeding cleanse soul immortal gu. To feed cleanse soul immortal gu, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm gu, but white lotus giant silkworm gu were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late antiquity era, soul path was flourishing. This gu worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately now, even in jewel yellow skies, white lotus giant silkworm gu were rarely seen. Chapter 702. Husband, Huang Er has already been like this for over 3 months. What should we do? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Kim Hong, sobbing softly. She was a grand spirit affinity house gu immortal. She was graceful and elegant in the past. But now that it concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her sense of propriety. She no longer had her usual carefree demeanor. And in front of her, Feng Kim Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. He was in a posture of polishing his aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet, her golden eyebrows were long and slender, there was a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with her father, Feng Jioga's heroicness. She looked dignified and graceful, but also extremely handsome. She had outstanding talent, far surpassing her peers in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Feng Yuan disrupting her ascension, Feng Kim Hong would already be the owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were closed, her breathing was even and long as if she was sleeping soundly. Over 3 months ago, Feng Kim Hong was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture walls. But during this ordinary cultivation an accident happened. From then on she fell into a deep slumber. No matter what method anyone used, they could not wake her up. Ever since they found out that Feng Kim Hong was in a strange state, Feng Jioga and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their beloved daughter, but there was little effect. They invited Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders and tried all sorts of methods, but they were all helpless. Husband, do you think our Huang Er will never wake up from her slumber? Will she never be able to open her eyes to look at us? Fairy Bai Qing thought of the terrifying possibility. She could not help but feel sorrow. Feng Jioga heaved a long sigh in his heart. He stretched out his arms and hugged his beloved wife. He consoled her. Qing Er, don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say so? Our daughter discovered the true use of Dream Wings immortal gu. She fell into a state of emptiness. His entire soul had entered some kind of mysterious and unexplainable state. She did not lose her life. She was still alive and well. We should trust her. Maybe this will be a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jioge and Bai Qing did not wake up Feng Kim Hong, their attempts were not in vain. They had already ascertained that the reason why Feng Kim Hong was in a deep sleep was Dream Wing's immortal goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned into her husband's embrace, feeling Feng Jioge's firm and strong chest. Her heart calmed down. She said hesitantly, "When Huang Air was 3, Dream Wing's immortal goo came to me of its own accord. My heart was constantly on tenterhooks. We have never seen this immortal goo before. Even after going through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. The effect we found out before is that it consumes souls." A pair of dazzling wings appeared. Now it seemed that, "I'm afraid this is not the true use of Dream Wing's immortal goo." Feng Jioge nodded in agreement. "Your analysis is very reasonable. Goo masters nurture, use and refine goo worms that they do not know of. They will often make new discoveries as they use them, and finally understand the details of the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are some aspects that are not known to others. And goo masters and goo immortals always keep the precious experiences they obtain to themselves, to prevent others from finding out about them. When Huang Air wakes up, I am sure she will have great gains. I think we will definitely have great gains. We will know how to truly use Dream Wing's immortal goo. I will go to Northern Plains this time. I will be relying on you. When Huang Air wakes up, inform me immediately." Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had planned for countless years, expending countless manpower and resources, painstakingly making arrangements. Only then did they achieve some results in 88-point Xianxia Tower. In the end, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, turning these arrangements into his own. Eventually, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed. When the news arrived, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had been planning for a long time, were undoubtedly a nightmare. As the leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, they were facing pressure from all directions, from the other 9 great ancient sects, and also from Spirit Affinity House itself. The plan to take 88-point Xianxia Tower started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has always been the leader, and we have the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only do we need to clear our suspicions, we also need to investigate the truth. As the #1 battle strength of our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter's side, regretfully, the other elders want me to investigate. Feng Jioge sighed. "Husband, you need to be careful in Northern Plains. If the situation is bad, retreat first. After all, that is not Central Continent. If something happens, there will be no one to help. Don't trust the goo immortals of the other 9 sects too much. Back then, you fought against the 10 great sects and won every battle without a single loss, causing so many people to lose face. All these years, you are publicly recognized as the #1 expert of the 10 great sects, suppressing them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful." Feng Jioge caressed Fairy Bai Qing's face, lightly kissing her lips. After their lips parted, he took out a rank 5 messenger green bird goo. "This is a letter from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal called Fang Yuan has accepted Huang Air's challenge." Feng Jioge said. "Tim? Since Huang Air was born, Fang Yuan was the only one who suffered a huge setback. After Huang Air returned, she was indignant and swore to take revenge. Earlier, she sent a challenge letter to him, but there was no reply. To think that he would suddenly reply now, what is his motive?" Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge's gaze was solemn. "Ever since Huang Air failed, we have investigated this rascal Fang Yuan in detail. His background is not small, he has a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to take advantage of the situation and take Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under the 10 great ancient sects' noses. But Crane Gate thought himself clever and admitted that he is from Crane Gate, causing us to be unable to do anything. This way, Crane Gate can exclude our 9 sects and take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. If it were me, I would probably do the same." Fairy Bai Qing said. "More than a year has passed in Central Continent. Even Northern Plains' True Yang building has fallen. The laughable thing is, Crane Gate still did not succeed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is still in this rascal's hands." "What a joke." Feng Jioge sneered in disdain. "You can't say that. In the last year, Crane Gate had to expend a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast spirit rhinoceros, and many of our goo immortals were trapped in the reincarnation battlefield. Now, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which is under our jurisdiction, wants to become independent, Crane Gate is overwhelmed and under pressure. Moreover, after our 9 sects learned of the truth, we secretly pressured them many times and indirectly obstructed them from attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not fall. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jioge shook his head. The force behind Fang Yuan has always been shrouded in mystery, we have yet to find out. Yesterday, Crane Gate publicly announced that Fang Yuan was disloyal because he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and viewed him as a traitor of the sect. Clearly their conciliatory tactic did not work. It seems that Crane Gate's big move against Hu Immortal Blessed Land will happen in the next few days. I want to see what force can challenge our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She suddenly realized something, saying, I know this Fang Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Crane Gate, but he seems to have sensed that Crane Gate wants to deal with him. Thus, he replied and wants to establish relations with the outside world, using our spirit affinity house to restrict Crane Gate. But now, Crane Gate has the moral high ground while Fang Yuan is a traitor of Crane Gate. Crane Gate can openly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but we cannot interfere in this matter. Feng Jioge said. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. Is there really no way to interfere in this matter? If Crane Gate obtains Danghun Mountain, the entire sect's foundation will rise by several levels. Righteous sects naturally have their own rules and regulations. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent watching them. If the 10 great sects break the rules first, how will they be able to command others in the future? Although Crane Gate deceived them first, the 9 sects were indeed deceived for a while. After all, there is a Fangjing in Crane Gate, we can make use of him. Since Crane Gate won, we have to admit it. At least this time we cannot interfere. But if Crane Gate fails in their attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have a chance to interfere. After all, everyone is aware of this situation, they are only feigning ignorance because of the rules and reputation. If Crane Gate fails this time and still wants to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves, our 9 sects will not agree. Feng Jioge analyzed. He paused before continuing, before going to Northern Plains, I intend to give my own Wei Gu to Crane Gate. Husband, what do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was slightly shocked. Feng Jioge strategized, Fang Yuan's strength is unknown, whether he can protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land or not is still unknown. If he wins and Crane Gate loses, our 10 great sects will work together and divide Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If he loses and Crane Gate wins, we can use the reason of my own Wei Gu to get a share of the benefits on Danghun Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Declaring me as a traitor of the sect, this means that Crane Gate's attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land is imminent. Fang Yuan looked at the information in his hands with a heavy heart. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was not full yet. In this situation, activating the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was very risky. In the worst case, he might lose Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. This way, without Myriad Self, Fang Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Crane Gate declared me as a traitor in advance, but did not attack immediately. They are clearly trying to lure the force behind me to make a move so that they can have a good fight. This is indeed the style and confidence of the 10 great sections. Fang Yuan thought about it and knew that Crane Gate's attack this time would be extremely fierce. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. At the same time, he needed to gather funds and store enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Gu needed Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu they had, they could not display their full power. What was war fought for? Money. In this world, what did Gu Immortals fight for? Immortal Essence. An Immortal Yuan Stone. Sigh, this is not a small problem. My economy, which had just recovered, is going to suffer a heavy blow again. 2 battles in a row will cause my weak economy to collapse. Chapter 703. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, discussion hall. Gu Immortals sat in a circle, they were brimming with immortal energy, they were discussing the matters of Crane Gate. Ling Shi's condition has worsened. I need to purchase a large number of materials to refine healing Gu that can alleviate the condition. But to completely cure Ling Shi, I need a large number of healing Gu recipes to research. My initial estimate is 360 Immortal Yuan Stone. Gu Immortal Shuji Gu said loudly. Immediately, a Gu Immortal frowned and asked, Ling Shi is an ancient desolate beast, it is very strong. But its condition has already persisted for half a year, why has it not recovered yet? Shuji Gu, are you purposely delaying Ling Shi's condition so that you can reap some benefits? A Gu Immortal said loudly. Hearing this, Shuji Gu's brows furrowed and he roared, Fan Shilu, go fuck yourself. Isn't this because you used a poison path immortal goo to capture it? Back then, I had already persuaded you not to use it. But to save trouble you poison Lingxi. Now that there is trouble, I need to deal with it. You are the one talking nonsense. Do you know how hard it is to capture a Lingxi alive? It's easy for you to say that. Fan Shilu did not back down, he shouted. Ding. At this time a bell rang, it was clear and melodious. The voices of the Gu immortals were assimilated by the bell sound. Thus, the bell sound became louder and louder. No matter how Shu Jigu and Fan Shilu spoke, their voices would only become louder and louder. They shut up. Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the bell sound. That was the main seat at the center. An old man sat there. He was the most authoritative person in Crane Gate, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder who was in charge of the overall situation. It was Crane Gate's First Supreme Elder's voice. His voice was deep and calm. Now, Shu Jiji's suggestion is that we need 360 Immortal Yuan Stone to purchase Gu worms, Gu recipes, and heal Lingxi. I do not agree. 360 Immortal Yuan Stone is too much. I only asked for 200 Immortal Yuan Stone in my previous budget. Is it more important than healing a Lingxi? More important than healing Gu immortals? Fan Shilu was the first to object. A Gu immortal beside him pondered, Lingxi is important, but it is not a crucial moment. The urgent matter at hand was still the situation in the northwest. I give up on this decision. Regarding the Great Heavenly Sword School, there will be an important discussion. Right now we're only discussing the matter of healing Lingxi. The Grand Supreme Elder interrupted. I object. The third Gu immortal said concisely. Before I give my personal advice, I would like to hear Madame Xianxia's. The reason why my sect spent so much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, spirit rhinoceros, was to use its blood. To develop an even more secretive information path Gu worm. I wonder how Madame Xianxia is progressing? The fourth Gu immortal looked at Madame Xianxia. Lady Xianxia was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Hearing this he smiled, I am ashamed. Currently there is little progress because Lingxi's body is covered in poisonous blood. The research on letter Gu is progressing very slowly. The fourth Gu immortal nodded. This means that the future of this area is bleak. In that case I object. Of the 8 Gu immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Jigu only obtained 200 Immortal Yuan stones. Obviously, there was a big gap between the 360 yuan he asked for and the price he asked for. Shu Jigu snorted coldly, muttering to himself. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding. Another bell rang regardless of whether Shu Jigu was satisfied or not. The Grand Supreme Elder said, Next, we will discuss the matters of reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a tall and sturdy body, his blue hair reaching the sky. I have been in charge of the affairs of reincarnation battlefield for over 30 years. I believe everyone has a deep understanding of the importance of reincarnation battlefield. In the middle of this year, our sect suffered a huge loss in reincarnation battlefield. Even though we sent reinforcements in time and stabilized our situation, the current situation is still terrible. I need the support of a rank 6 Gu immortal or 3 desolate beasts, and among these desolate beasts, there must be at least a 9 palace crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted, a Gu immortal's battle strength? Do you know the current situation of Crane Gate? Mu Xiaoxiao is recovering from heavy injuries, Lin Sanmei is in closed cultivation, their battle strength is lacking. You still have the cheek to make such a request? Lei Tan snorted coldly, if Crane Gate is chased out of reincarnation battlefield, He Fengyang, can you take responsibility? He Fengyang sneered, we have already invested a lot of resources into reincarnation battlefield, we have 2 Gu immortals inside, we can defend and maintain stability. Our reinforcements will not solve the problem, because our competitors in reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. If we send reinforcements, the other 9 sects will also send reinforcements or even more. Shu Jigu nodded, I agree. Reincarnation battlefield situation is already stabilizing, we should take a conservative approach and stabilize our territory first. The rest of the people looked around and expressed their opinions one by one. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the support of 2 desolate beasts. He looked at He Fengyang with hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next we will discuss Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Guili heard this and his expression shook, he sat up straight. Facing everyone's gazes he said, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been subordinate to Crane Gate for close to 1,000 years. With our protection they have been operating for a long time and now have 3 Gu immortals. They want to get rid of their vassal status and leave our sect. Once they succeed, our sect's control over the northwestern region will be greatly reduced. Crane Gate's reputation will also be greatly damaged. Even though there is no evidence, I have deduced several times, I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect leaves us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation will be even worse. We are adjacent to Myriad Dragon Dock, the territory around Great Heavenly Sword Sect will be annexed to Myriad Dragon Dock. We all know the severity of this matter. There is no need for you to elaborate on this. I will ask you directly, which Gu Immortal are you planning to instigate in Great Heavenly Sword Sect to defect? How confident were they? Could it be a ploy by the other party? And most importantly, how much do we need to pay to instigate a Gu Immortal to defect? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large force, it could not afford the cultivation resources of 3 Gu Immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects were firmly in control of Central Continent. About 60% of Central Continent's cultivation resources were split among the 10 great ancient sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could provide for a large number of Gu Immortals. Like Great Heavenly Sword Sect. It was a vassal of Crane Gate to begin with, it needed to pay a large amount of resources every once in a while. The Gu Immortals and Great Heavenly Sword Sect lacked resources. From this point, if they were given huge benefits, there was a possibility of them defecting. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals, if one was removed there would only be 2 left. If their forces fell they would not be able to cause any trouble. Guili thought about his words before saying, there is an old saying. There is no such thing as cheap goods. After all, we are not trying to recruit a mortal but a Gu Immortal. I promised him the same treatment as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Crane Gate. Other than that, there are also some resources. They are worth about 75 Immortal Yuan stones. After pausing for a while, Guili continued, in my humble opinion, it is best if we do not use force in this matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the deadline for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to be our vassal is up. They want to break this relationship and leave us, it is perfectly justifiable. We cannot forcefully interfere. There is no justifiable reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also at the border, it might give Myriad Dragon Dock an excuse to interfere. From start to finish. Guili did not reveal which Gu Immortal he wanted to recruit. The second Supreme Elder did not pursue the matter. The Gu Immortals present were all Supreme Elders of Crane Gate, but there were internal conflicts between them. Where there were people, there were conflicts of interest, and conflicts of interest led to conflicts. If Guili said it now, there might be unnecessary twists and turns. The matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was an important matter that everyone in Crane Gate attached great importance to. After some discussion, Guili's suggestion was passed. Ding. A bell rang. First Supreme Elder said slowly, next, we will be discussing the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Yifengyang, tell us. Lei Tan snorted coldly, immediately giving Yifengyang a malicious gaze. Yifengyang stood up from his seat, showing his solemn attitude. Everyone Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land. Although Hu Immortal did not manage it well, it has Danghun Mountain. As everyone knows, Danghun Mountain's Gutsgu can greatly increase the sect's foundation. It is also very helpful to us Gu Immortals. Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan spoke. Yifengyang. It has already been over a year, why have we not obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet? There is no progress at all. Don't you know the other 9 sects are already laughing at us? Yifengyang was prepared, he said unhurriedly, those who achieve great things will have to endure the ridicule and mockery of others. If we cannot even endure this, how can we have any achievements? I am here to discuss matters, not to listen to lectures. No matter what, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has not been taken back, this is an indisputable fact. Lei Tan said. For the past year, I have been working on this matter, I have not relaxed for even a moment. A few days ago, I have already publicly announced that Fang Yuan is a traitor of our sect, he will be dealt with in a few days. These days, I have spread informants to monitor the other 9 great ancient sects, but I have not found any sect that is showing any special reaction. The crucial people for this mission have already been trained, we only need old ancestor Kenyang and Fairy Tsongyu's help to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Yifengyang said. Old ancestor Kenyang has rank 7 battle strength, while Fairy Tsongyu is not bad among rank 6, you have the nerve to make such a request? You are also a Grand Gu Immortal, but you need the battle strength of 3 Gu Immortals to deal with a mortal. You are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, is this the result of your 1 year of preparation? Lei Tan mocked without restraint. He Fingyang's eyelids twitched, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, he looked around and said calmly, "To ensure nothing goes wrong, I have no choice but to make this request. I'm sure everyone here is aware of the situation. My sect used Fangjing to deceive the 9 great ancient sects, taking over Hu Immortal blessed land in name. But after the 9 great sects found out the truth, they have been coveting Danghun Mountain and obstructed us many times in the dark. This mission must succeed, it cannot fail, otherwise they will interfere. At that time, the situation will not be something our sect can control." Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed, "They have already obstructed us. Yifeng, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news." Yifengyang's heart shook. "First Supreme Elder, please speak." "Forget it, take a look yourself." First Supreme Elder flicked his finger, a rank 5 messenger green bird goo flew out. Yifeng received it and sent his divine sense in. Looking at the contents, his expression turned ashen. "Who is it? They actually want old ancestor Kenyang to go to northern plains?" In Yifengyang's plan, old ancestor Kenyang had the highest battle strength, he had offensive immortal goo and was a heavyweight. But before Yifeng even set off, he had lost this general. Second Supreme Elder said, "There is no way to reject him. True Yang building collapsed for no reason. It caused our 10 sects alliance to fail prematurely in our plan to overthrow True Yang building. Many years of hard work went up in smoke, countless investments were wasted. This matter is too important, we need to organize a group to go to northern plains and investigate the truth. At the same time, all sorts of immortal goo have appeared in northern plains, thus there is another important goal in this trip, that is to capture as many immortal goo as possible. If the goo immortals we send have low battle strength, not only will we not get any benefits, we might even be ostracized and turn into shields, suffering losses everywhere." Chapter 704. But Lord Kenyang's departure concerns Danghun Mountain and the ownership of Guts Gu. Yifeng still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jioga is publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength of the 10 great sects, he is also the leader of the Northern Plains group. We have no reason to reject his request. You are clear about the sect's lack of battle strength. Even if we reject him forcefully, I believe the other 9 sects will use the excuse of not needing a burden to pressure us. Hearing First Supreme Elder say this, Yifeng expression turned ashen. Lei Tan smiled silently, not concealing his gloating attitude. Yifeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, he forced himself to continue watching. Suddenly his expression froze, he had mixed feelings. This? Feng Jioga is actually lending me one's way Immortal Gu? And he has already raised one's way Immortal Gu to rank 7. Rank 6 one's way Immortal Gu is an expendable Gu worm, it can only be used 3 times. But rank 7 one's way Gu can be used continuously, it just requires a lot more immortal essence. What? I remember that Yifeng's one's way Gu only has 1 use left. To think that Feng Jioga actually refined one's way Gu to rank 7. No wonder he asked for one's way Immortal Gu, it was premeditated. But his luck is really good. Immortal Gu are hard to refine, the chances of success are very small, and one's way Gu is not his vital Gu, but he actually succeeded. Guili spoke. Shuji Gu said, Spirit Affinity House is a huge force, they have a close relationship with Celestial Court, their foundation is much deeper than our Crane Gate. It is not strange for him to refine a rank 7 Immortal Gu. With one's way Gu, he will not be suppressed by the blessed land, he can use Mortal Gu freely. Madame Sang Xen looked at Yifeng. Feng Jioga is really scheming, on one hand he borrowed one's way Gu, after our sect successfully takes Hu Immortal blessed land, he will be able to interfere. On the other hand he sent old ancestor Kenyang out. In fact, he lowered our sect's strength in attacking Hu Immortal blessed land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. The third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, finished the Ascension wine in his bowl and crushed it. Damn it. The 9 great ancient sects have targeted Hu Immortal blessed land and obstructed our sect more than once. Yifeng. The matter of Hu Immortal blessed land was handled by you, I hope that you can succeed this time and not give the other 9 sects any chances. Hit them hard in the face. I want them to shamelessly cooperate with us for the Guts Gu. I understand, Third Elder. Yifeng nodded. The Gu Immortals discussed for a day and a night, they decided on the direction and actions of Crane Gate for the next few months. 2 days later, Fangjing pushed open the stone door and entered the blood pool. Fangjing, you've trained so hard and you've finally come to this moment. Today we will take revenge for your clan, we will gain merit for the sect and we will benefit the people. We must succeed. In the aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled as Master Tenshuru's voice resounded. Yes, Master. We will definitely succeed. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his expression was firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood cover most of his body. Next he breathed in deeply and activated iron blood goo. His blood turned black and his skin also turned black. Next, Fangjing activated blood edge goo at the same time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. From all over his body hundreds of iron blood flying blades shot out in all directions. On his body, there were hundreds of wounds as molten blood flowed out. An intense feeling of pleasure assaulted his heart. Fangjing gritted his teeth and proceeded to the crucial step, activating blood mix goo. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 goo immortals arrived. One was a young man, gentle like jade, wearing a green robe and with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of eyebrows. They were dark green and slender, extending all the way to his waist. It was the rank 6 goo immortal of Crane Gate, known as Feather Crane Flying Immortal, He Fengyang. The other was young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, a face like a flower, eyes like autumn waves. She wore a pink and blue flowery skirt, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was also a rank 6 goo immortal of Crane Gate, Fairy Tsangyu. The two slowly walked up Tianti Mountain, arriving at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In front of them was a verdant forest. It was very ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a small world, different from the large world of Central Continent. As long as the Blessed Land did not have any loopholes, or its doors were not open, there would be no abnormalities from the outside. If one did not know the details, even if a goo immortal passed by, they would not be able to sense that there was a blessed land hidden here. Fairy Tsangyu looked around at the verdant green mountains. The occasional chirping of birds added to the tranquility. There was not a single person in sight. But she smiled at He Fengyang. There are quite a lot of people here today. There are many familiar faces. She and He Fengyang did not conceal their movements. In fact, if the commotion was too big, they would not be able to conceal it. Thus, when they moved from Feihe Mountain, the other 9 great ancient sects had already received information. Right now, the 9 goo immortals from the 9 great ancient sects were already hiding in the sky and on the ground, observing He Fengyang and Sangyu's movements, gathering first-hand information. He Fengyang waved his goo worms as he praised. I have long heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move called Micro-Thought. It can be sold for 5 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. It is indeed very effective. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. It was only a fortuitous encounter in the past. I obtained it in reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. In today's battle I will need Fairy's help. He Fengyang's attitude was very gentle. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. How can this little girl's methods compare to the Grand Feather Crane Flying Immortal's myriad crane soaring? It would be great if I could witness it today. Fairy Tsangyu clicked her tongue in admiration. He Fengyang smiled. While they were talking, he had already thrown out close to 10,000 mortal goo. After several minutes, the arrangements were finally completed. Next we will wait for the opportunity. Fairy please. He Fengyang waved his sleeve. A white cloud flew out. The white cloud was only 10 feet above the ground, forming the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang jumped up and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion goo rank 5. It could assist goo masters in their cultivation and increase the effect of primeval essence nurturing the aperture. Although the effect was not great, it would accumulate over time and would be considerable. After He Fengyang ascended to goo immortal, the white cloud cushion goo lost its effect on him. It was only used as a cushion. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengyang had specially left some space for Fairy Tsangyu. But Fairy Tsangyu only took a glance and did not get on the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger and shot out a woodpath goo worm. The goo worm drilled into the ground, and in a few breaths of time, a peach tree grew out. Its branches tangled together and formed a comfortable bed with peach blossoms. Fairy Tsangyu giggled and climbed onto the peach tree bed, half lying down, her eyes closed as she dozed off. At the same time in Fuhu Blessed Land, Fangjing had already reached the final step. He activated failed blood demon flower goo. His entire body's flesh and blood became the nourishment and soil for the demonic flower's growth. Countless laughing vines drilled out of his skin and coiled around his body. Bright and bewitching blue chrysanthemums bloomed fiercely. Intense pain came from all parts of his body. Even iron blood goo had no effect. Fangjing gritted his teeth. His expression was distorted as he endured with all his might. Quickly use cold blood goo to lower the temperature. Master Tenshuru's soul was monitoring Fangjing's condition at all times, and after a while he reminded. Fangjing endured the inhuman pain and successfully mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood goo. His body shivered intensely for a while before the temperature of his boiling blood dropped, avoiding the tragic fate of being cooked alive. Use blood-sensing goo. Master Tenshiro instructed. Fangjing gritted his teeth until blood flowed out. He activated this rank 5 investigative blood path goo with great difficulty. This goo allowed him to sense existences with the same bloodline as him. Moreover, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the effect. But this time, no matter how Fangjing tried, he could not sense any image. How can this be? You are brothers with Fang Yuan? Your bloodline is the thickest and closest. Moreover, failed blood demon flower goo can increase the effect of blood path goo worms. Why can't you sense anything after so long? Fangjing was already in so much pain that he could not speak, but Master Tenshiro was still trying to sense it. After a long time without any effect, he became nervous and shouted strangely. Fangjing, persevere. You have trained for so long, you have gone through inhuman trials, all you have to do is gamble on this. My sect's 2 Gu immortals have already moved out, they are waiting for you to guide them. You must persevere, you cannot relax. Master Tenshiro shouted anxiously. Fangjing's body was trembling intensely, he could not reply, he could only use his actions to show his obedience to his master. You still can't sense it? Strange. This is too strange. Fangjing, you need to follow the whole earth goo in the blood pool and extend your senses out. If that whole earth goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not destroyed, then this whole earth goo is connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It will be of great help to you in sensing Fang Yuan. Master Tenshiro continued to remind him. But Fangjing had already extended his senses along the whole earth goo, but there was little effect. To him, it was like he was in darkness, the target he was looking for was that bit of light in the darkness. But be it Fangjing or Master Tenshiro, they did not know about the change in Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. The blood in his body had already turned from healthy red to dark green and cold zombie blood. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fangjing's senses. No matter how hard Fangjing tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenshiro was extremely anxious. According to his past training experience, Fangjing had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed, he was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tenshiro was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fangjing's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Chapter 705. Master Tenshiro was hesitant. On one hand, he received orders from Fengyang, he had a difficult mission. Reason told him that for the sake of Crane Gate, sacrificing this mortal kid Fangjing was the best choice. But on the other hand, his emotions stopped him. Humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Spending time with Fangjing, watching him grow step by step, watching him make mistakes sometimes, watching him cultivate hard for revenge, he was very much like his past self. Master Tenshiro could not bear it. Fangjing, you brat, how many times have I taught you? This is the most basic refinement path technique. I'm sorry, Master. Fangjing's palm emitted smoke. The goo worm in his palm had already turned into a pile of charcoal. Fangjing, practice, practice, practice again. I am Master Tenshiro's disciple, but I can't even arrange the flying crane arrow formation. If this gets out, where would I put my old face? Master Tenshiro shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Master. I will definitely work hard, ugh. The more nervous Fangjing was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. The 2 groups of cranes in the sky collided with each other due to his mistake. At once, the cranes wailed in pain, the sounds of bones breaking could be heard, they fell down like dumplings in a pot. Seeing this scene, the spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture froze, it immediately flew into a rage. You big idiot. Master, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Locked in the confinement room, Fangjing faced the wall and apologized to Master Tenshiro. Silly kid, why are you apologizing? Well beaten. Ah? Master. Isn't the sect rule forbidding disciples from fighting? Zhongnan's master is Xianxia. Back then Master was already unhappy with Xianxia. You beat him into a pig's head. I've been locked here longer than you. Although I am already dead as my disciple, how can you be bullied like this? Master Tenshiro sneered. Master. Fangjing choked with sobs. His eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man doesn't cry easily. Master Tenshiro lectured. Yes, Master. I'm sorry, Master. At this critical moment, time seemed to be stretched out endlessly. Scenes from the past. It appeared in Master Tenshiro's mind. The words "Master" echoed in his ears. Master Tenshuru roared in a deafening voice, "Fangjing, you must do your best. Have you forgotten the pain Fang Yuan brought you? Have you forgotten that you were bullied by your fellow disciples when you first came to the Crane Gate? He had forgotten about the ghosts in his family. Have you forgotten that your uncle and aunt died in the hands of Fang Yuan? Your hatred, your hard work depends on this moment. You cannot fail. You cannot give up. I must sense it. I must sense it." Fangjing heard Master Tenshuru's roar and his spirit was lifted. However, in his senses there was still endless darkness. No matter how hard he tried, he could not sense any signs of it. What? Fangjing's state of mind was in turmoil. Scenes of the past that he could not bear to recall appeared in his mind again. Ever since he was young, the shadow that Fang Yuan had cast on Fangjing seemed to have become one with the darkness in his senses. It gave Fangjing infinite pressure. Everything was dim. Fangjing seemed to have become a tiny dot in this vast darkness. Hesitation, helplessness, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of negative emotions filled his mind. "I'm sorry, Master. I failed," Fangjing cried. His body had reached its limit and his state of mind was on the verge of collapse. "No, you cannot fail. Absolutely not." Master Tenshuru was anxious as he shouted. But Fangjing could not hear him anymore. He was about to fall unconscious just like in the previous training. Damn it. Master Tenshuru cursed in his heart. At this moment he thought of his possession plan. He thought of the punishment Fengyang would give him when he returned after the mission failed. "Fangjing, you bastard. It's a waste of my effort to nurture you. But in the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that's the case, let me help you." Master Tenshuru's thoughts flickered as he finally convinced himself. The situation forced him to make this choice. He revealed his trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool started to shine brightly, sweeping away the darkness. The goo worms hidden around Fangjing's blood pool started to activate. Fangjing's body shook like he was electrocuted. He raised his head and opened his arms, clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms. An unparalleled pain assaulted his heart, causing him to roll his eyes. Almost at the next breath, Fangjing's screams stopped as he lost consciousness. But under the effect of the goo worms, he was still activating the failed blood demon flower goo and using the blood-sensing goo to sense Fang Yuan's existence. The blood pool started to boil and gurgling. Creak! The failed blood demon flower grew rapidly, emitting a hair-raising sound. Fangjing maintained his posture of raising his head and spreading his arms, motionless like a statue. The demonic flower's vines were as thin as needles. But now these vines grew thicker than a finger. The largest vine grew out from the depths of Fangjing's throat like an anaconda. It burrowed out of his mouth and grew upwards. Other than that, vines also grew out of his ears and nostrils. Soon vines drilled out of all the pores on his skin. Fangjing had completely turned into the demonic flower's nourishment. His flesh was torn and his appearance was unrecognizable, like a well-trimmed flower statue. Brat! Seeing Fangjing in such a miserable state, Master Tenshuru's anxiety and nervousness vanished. He felt an emptiness in his heart. It was unbearable. Soon, this unbearable feeling turned into deep guilt, filling Master Tenshuru's heart. Brat Master has let you down. Master Tenshuru's soul, which was hiding in the spirit incubating flea, was also shedding soul tears. Fengyang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Hu blessed land, Crane Gate's third supreme elder slowly opened his eyes, muttering. He thought of what Fengyang had specially asked him to do before he left. Thus, the third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon, expended his immortal essence and activated an immortal goo, flying out of the hall in a flash. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's. Fengyang had borrowed it from Lady Xianxia. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo, called empathy. 10 breaths of time later, the immortal goo descended above the blood pool, above Fangjing's head. This is an immortal goo. Master Tenshuru stared with wide eyes, his heart shaking. Empathy immortal goo let out a gray-white pillar of light. The pillar of light was like fog covering Fangjing. After a few breaths of time, the gray-white pillar of light was dyed blood-red by Fangjing. Where is this? Fangjing's remnant consciousness. He looked around. It was complete darkness. No matter where he went, no matter how far he walked, it was still darkness, deep and vast. But at this time, a blood-red light appeared in front of Fangjing. That is. Fangjing tried to walk over, and as he got closer, he sensed a familiar aura from this blood-red light. He sensed a familiar aura. This is Big Brother. No, it is Fang Yuan's aura. Master, did you hear me? I succeeded. I finally sensed it. Fang Jing was extremely excited. He tried to speak but could not speak. His mouth was wide open, almost deformed from the thick demonic flower vines. But at the corner of his eyes, a tear of joy flowed down. Sensing this tear, Master Tenshuru's soul shook intensely. He fell into a deathly silence. Fang Jing got close to the blood-red light. Suddenly the light burst out with an extremely strong suction force. The unprepared Fang Jing's remnant consciousness was completely sucked in. At this moment, Fang Yuan, who was in Immortal blessed land, gasped lightly. He slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool, he sensed Fang Jing's body, he sensed the flourishing failed blood demon flower, he sensed the spirit incubating flea in his aperture, he sensed the information path immortal goo above his head. So it was like this. Fang Yuan sneered, "My adorable little brother, are you finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the collective?" What happened? Tai Bai Yunxing, who was sitting at the side, quickly asked when he saw Fang Yuan speak. On his other side, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were also looking at Fang Yuan with questioning gazes. What a coincidence. I wanted to discuss the Guts Goo business, but the crane gate attack came knocking on my door. Fang Yuan laughed, intentionally lowering his eyelids as he waved his hand. The other party used my brother and also used the Immortal Goo same sense. Everyone, leave Danghun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal Goo same sense could allow both sides to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Fang Jing and Fang Yuan sensed each other's situation through blood sense and empathy Immortal Goo. Of course, because of the difference in strength between them, Fang Yuan could see everything about Fang Jing, but Fang Jing could only see things through Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Jing's perception was limited. He could not even sense the location of Fang Yuan's aperture or immortal aperture. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They could see each other's heavy mood. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, they could not avoid it. They could only brace themselves and fight alongside Fang Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Fengyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the white cloud cushion goo, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. His eyes shined with brilliance as he took out an Immortal Goo. Expand space Immortal Goo. Fairy Tsangyu heard the commotion and called out softly. This Immortal Goo belonged to the second Supreme Elder of Crane Gate. It could expand the Blessed Land space. He Fengyang borrowed it to use as the core of an Immortal Killer move. Immortal Killer move, breaking door entry. Over 10 green grape Immortal Essence beads were expended in an instant. An enormous aura rose as translucent ripples appeared in the air. Crack crack. Like the sound of glass shattering, space shattered in front of He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu, revealing a corner of Immortal Blessed Land's terrain. He Fengyang slowly put away expand space Immortal Goo. He looked at Fairy Tsangyu and invited with a graceful demeanor, "Fairy, please." Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. She took a step forward and was about to enter Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 706. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many Goo Immortals here, our sect's scheme one. According to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the Goo Immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path Goo Immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my crane gate? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fairy Tsangyu's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow. Her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, He Fengyang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying so, he pulled Fairy Tsangyu to the side, opening up the hole in Immortal Blessed Land. The lightning did not care about the two of them. It followed the hole and plunged into Immortal Blessed Land. Using this chance, Fairy Tsangyu also saw the lightning's true appearance. "This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow?" He Fengyang smiled lightly. "This is an earthly calamity targeting Immortal Blessed Land." After Fang Yuan cut off a large portion of Immortal Blessed Land, he also threw it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate, it has been hiding on Tianti Mountain all along. Great. The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad. It is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard, we will have an easier time. Fairy Tsangyu's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Fang Yuan is decisive. He is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking. No matter how many schemes he has, it is useless. He Fengyang sighed, stepping into Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fairy Xianxia. Once they entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal goo in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way immortal goo on them. It allowed mortal goo to not be suppressed by the blessed land and could be used normally. Fairy Xianxia closed her eyes and after a few breaths she opened them again. We are at the west of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blue charm shadow is already heading towards Jianghu Mountain in the center of the blessed land. He Fengyang nodded. As I expected. Within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the safest opponent was Jianghu Mountain. The blue charm shadow's first target was the blessed land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox. Caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charm shadow. Since it was heading straight for Jianghu Mountain, it meant that Feng Yuan was hiding in Jianghu Mountain. Let's follow it. All right. I've long wanted to see what the legendary Jianghu Mountain looks like. Fairy Xianxia chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. He Fengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Goo and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the blessed land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. They are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Bai Weng, do you think Crane Gate has a high chance of succeeding this time? Gu immortal Zhang Wenjiu casually asked. It might be quite high. Even though we are secretly suppressing Crane Gate, forcing them to send only 2 Gu immortals to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But they have the battle strength of 2 Gu immortals after all, and they also used the blue charm lightning shadow. Feng Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is only Immortal Junior. How can he stop Crane Gate? Bai Weng replied. I don't think so. According to our Spirit Butterfly Valley's investigation, Feng Yuan refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings Blessed Land and came here alone. But how is that possible? He is immortal, how can he refine an immortal goo, and how can he know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation? There is clearly a mastermind behind him. Since the other party could snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, then the battle strength defending Hu Immortal Blessed Land will be quite impressive. Maybe they can resist Crane Gate's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kaixian said. Immortal Concubine's words are not without reason. Gu Immortal Du Ting chuckled. If Crane Gate fails this time, should we compete on the spot and decide the winner, or should we wait for the 10 sects to discuss before deciding? This was a crucial question. The Gu immortals of the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we will wait for a later date. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not hyenas that snatch food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Guan Chaozhe immediately spoke. Among the Gu immortals present, Guan Chaozhe's battle strength was at the bottom. If they competed on the spot, he would be at a huge disadvantage. This is not good, this is not good. Green Phoenix Boy shook his head. Cut the Gordian knot, it is only a blessed land, let's settle it this morning and not waste time. Great Lord Blazing Sun pretended to be confused. Strange, didn't your Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend just come out of closed cultivation? Why did they send you for this contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Poison Count Lu Yu sneered, directly pointing out Guan Chaozhe's weakness. The Gu immortals immediately agreed that if Crane Gate fails, they would compete on the spot to decide the ownership of the blessed land. If Crane Gate wins, they would also compete, and the winner would compete with Crane Gate on the spot to complete the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could increase a sect's foundation. It was helpful to Gu immortals. No sect could monopolize it, the other 9 sects would work together to pressure them, they would have to sell it even if they did not want to. You. Guan Chaozhe snorted angrily, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. While the 9 sects Gu immortals were scheming against each other, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia were also slowly flying towards Jianghu Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Fengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph, another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Xianxia frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings. The crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Blood Sea ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down, immediately jade lightning crashed down. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the two immortals continued flying towards Danghun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Xianxia repeatedly shook her head. The management of this immortal blessed land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Feng Yuan was immortal after all. He only thought of using Get's Gu to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Hu Immortal blessed land has fallen into his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, Hu Immortal blessed land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Xianxia sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, Hu Immortal blessed land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Danghun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Xianxia nodded in agreement. The two talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the blessed land's decline. This caused the two's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Danghun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of, if Hu Immortal blessed land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Danghun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Danghun Mountain shook its soul. It was its forbidden land. Feng Yuan, come out. You should know that Danghun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no Gu worms. Even if you use Danghun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two Gu immortals. He Fengyang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Feng Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you. Then you should know by now that Hu Immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal Gu on us. Moreover, we have an immortal Gu on us. Fairy Xianxia immediately spoke, pressuring Feng Yuan. Thereupon, Feng Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Danghun Mountain. He Fengyang's heart tightened but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw. They could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time. Thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary Gu immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore? You want my blessed land? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Feng Yuan spoke. You are Feng Yuan? He Fengyang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year. How did Feng Yuan become an immortal zombie? While He Fengyang was hesitating, Fairy Xianxia beside him smiled and said, We came prepared this time. How could we let you destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think you can use Danghun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. All right, we can even weaken Danghun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move, just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Feng Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him. This human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Danghun Mountain's power. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Xianxia immediately felt that there was hope. She urged, As long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our Crane Gate can let bygones be bygones. We can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that Crane Gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Feng Yuan asked. He Fengyang sneered, Times have changed, Feng Yuan. You are a smart person. Don't tell me you can't see the current situation. Feng Yuan heard this and muttered, Oh? The current situation is like this. Let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal Gu burst out from his body. This is... Fairy Xiangyu's expression changed. Immortal goo, so many immortal goo. He Fengyang could not tell what immortal goo it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal goo. His eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Feng Yuan. He Lulan Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura, they did not conceal it. Fairy Xiangyu's expression changed greatly. He Fengyang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed. The strength of Feng Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Danghun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. He Fengyang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Xiangyu suddenly felt helpless and her face turned pale, unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. Chapter 707. 8 desolate beasts approached, surrounding He Fengyang and Fairy Xiangyu. It's all real. Fairy Xiangyu had an excellent investigative killer move. After observing for a while, her beautiful face turned even paler. He Fengyang looked around only to see. To the east there was an ice spike divine ape. Its size was only slightly smaller than Danghun Mountain. It was overflowing with frost energy as it moved. It left behind a path of pure white frost. Its fur was like icicles, covering the surface of its body, giving the 2 immortals an oppressive feeling. The sclera of its eyes was emerald green, and its pupils were a frosty blue. This showed that this ice-spiked divine ape's bloodline was very dense. If its eyes were frost blue, then it would be an ancient desolate beast icefall divine ape. Its battle strength could match rank 7 goo immortals. To the west there was a phoenix feather crocodile floating in the air. This crocodile was only 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary crocodile. It was not as large as the ice-spiked divine ape, but its aura was surging. Every breath it took caused a scorching heat wave. Its crocodile armor was thick, it was brownish red in color, its long and slender crocodile tail was over 6 meters long. There were no scales on it. Instead, it had phoenix feathers that were beautiful and colorful like flames. To the north there was a golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge, its head could reach the chest of the ice-spiked divine ape. It had 6 hooves that looked like they were carved from metal, its muscles were bulging, its body was strong like a dragon, and its whole body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only its 6 hooves were dark and deep. To the south there was a green dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, it was a plant. The vine condensed into the shape of a long dragon. When its roots pierced into the soil, its defense and recovery were extremely shocking. It was most suited for prolonged battles. If it pulled out its roots, it could fly in the sky like an azure dragon. To the southeast there was a swamp crab. It was the king of the swamp. Its mountain-like body could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain's height when it stood up. Its eyes had regressed to nothingness. Its thick carapace made He Fengyang feel powerless in front of a tortoise's shell. It had a total of 19 pincers, especially the first pincer. It could break mountain rocks with a light pinch. Even with Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, he did not dare to try the power of this pair of pincers. Northeast. Squatting there was a peach wolf. This wolf was the smallest, like a newborn puppy. It looked extremely simple and adorable, with a round body and chubby claws. A pink, tender tongue. Black round eyes. It looked harmless, but He Fengyang's pupils shrank. If he had to choose a direction to break out of the encirclement, he would first reject this direction. An iron-crowned eagle circled in the northwest. The eagle hovered in the sky, its valiance threatening. Its pair of eagle eyes locked onto He Fengyang and Fairy Xiangyu. Its wings were broad and heavy, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. The eagle's claws were hard and ferocious as it clenched down. It could crush rocks and tear apart dragons and tigers. Finally, in the southwest, stood a desolate earth pillar beast. It had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Its face was like that of a bat, and its nose was pointed upwards. Its ears were conspicuous, and its entire body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 meat whips around its chest. Each of them was over 60 feet long. On the surface of the meat whips, there were suction discs. Once one was entangled, it would be extremely difficult to escape. At the front of the meat whips, there were chrysanthemum-like holes that would shoot out milky white liquid at crucial moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms that could drill into a person's pores, entering their body and wreaking havoc. These 8 desolate beasts were all borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langia. More accurately speaking, Fang Yuan had directly borrowed the rank 7 beast enslavement goo of the land spirit of Langia. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast king, beast emperor, as well as desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts could battle rank 6 goo immortals, especially when the wild goo in their bodies were unknown. They were even harder to deal with. The 8 desolate beasts surrounded He Fengyang and ferried Xianxia, eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. The two were silent, they no longer had the carefree attitude from before. He Fengyang turned his solemn gaze towards the peak of Danghun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Fang Yuan and the rest. Desolate beasts could not use killer moves, but goo immortals had enough intelligence to use and research killer moves. He Fengyang's heart sank to rock bottom. He forced himself to remain calm as he shouted at Fang Yuan, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan and the rest. Other than Fang Yuan, the other 3 were wearing masks. He Lulan was wearing a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan was wearing a green bird mask, while Tai Bai Yunxing was wearing a deer mask. The 3 were covered in a layer of light, concealing their true appearances and isolating He Fengyang and Fairy Li Shan from their detection. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Before asking for our identities, shouldn't the 2 of you first introduce yourselves?" He Fengyang was silent for a while. He looked at Fairy Li Shan, sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had thought that this would be an easy task, and in the worst-case scenario, the other party had the battle strength of a goo immortal. But they had never thought that the other party's force would be so strong. Thus, they had an arrogant attitude earlier, persuading the other party to surrender and not introducing themselves. "I am He Fengyang, a rank 6 enslavement path goo immortal from Crane Gate." "I am Xianxia, a rank 6 water path goo immortal from Crane Gate." The 2 immortals spoke one after another. Their attitude was no longer as high and mighty as before. They called themselves I and I respectively. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become goo immortals were all geniuses among geniuses. Now that Fang Yuan was forcefully pressuring them, He Fengyang and Xianxia decisively changed their attitude, lowering their proud heads. Although goo immortals were easy to defeat but hard to kill, He Fengyang had expand space immortal goo. He could destroy who immortal blessed land and leave directly. But they did not know Fang Yuan's background. If Fang Yuan had an immortal goo that could prevent him from escaping, it would be terrible. "So it is brother," he ferried Xianxia. Fang Yuan's tone was very polite. "I am Fang Yuan, welcome to my blessed land." These words were somewhat piercing to He Fengyang and Xiangxia's ears, giving them a feeling of mockery. He Fengyang could not help feeling stifled. He had clearly asked for these people's true identities, but Fang Yuan pretended to be confused and gave an irrelevant answer, saying his name. Who in the 10 great sects of Central Continent did not know his name? Fang Yuan purposely avoided this topic, but He Fengyang was in a disadvantageous position and did not dare to ask forcefully. "I wonder why the 2 of you have come?" Fang Yuan asked again. He Fengyang was silent. He cursed inwardly, "What else can we come for? We are here to seize who immortal blessed land in Danghun Mountain. This brat is asking even though he already knows the answer." Fairy Xianxia snorted coldly, "Sir, why must you be so sarcastic? Where is your mockery? Sir's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Since when did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today the 2 of us admit defeat. After all, your excellency is the one with the strategy and skills. What will be the next course of action? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why the need for such nonsense? We will accompany you to the end. At most we will die here with our blood splattered everywhere." These words made Fang Yuan take another look at Fairy Xianxia. Shortly after, he smiled, "Fairy is brave, I really admire you. I can roughly guess your purpose in coming here. It should be the guts goo on Danghun Mountain." "That's right," He Fengyang admitted frankly. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that he had painstakingly planned for over a year to reclaim who immortal blessed land. It had completely failed. But at the same time, he could not help but feel some hope. If Fang Yuan wanted to fight, he would have done so long ago. But now he is clearly wary of Crane Gate's power. As long as I make good use of it, I might be able to escape easily. Fang Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. "You came at the right time. I have been wanting to sell guts goo for a long time. What do you think of this goo?" Saying so, a rank 3 goo worm flew out of his hand. The goo worm was in the hands of 6 goo immortals, 8 desolate beasts. Under the gaze of a blue charm lightning shadow, it slowly flew some distance away. It landed in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang did not know what was going on. He was worried that Fang Yuan was scheming, so he carefully received this mortal goo. This rank 3 goo worm was shaped like a ladybug. It was the size of a bowl, its head was extremely small, but its stomach was huge, occupying 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a light bulb, it was translucent, there was no carapace on its back and no wings. In this translucent stomach there was a goo hidden. A goo within a goo? Fairy Xianxia muttered. Evidently this rank 3 mortal goo was a storage goo worm, specially used to store goo worms. This storage goo worm was very common, like the earth treasury flower, it was of the same type. But this goo worm in its stomach made He Fengyang's gaze seem to be glued to it, he stared fixedly at it. Next, his gaze wavered as he said, "Inside, is it guts goo?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Exactly." What? Fairy Xianxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Although she knew little about Getsu, she knew one thing, Getsu could not leave Danghun Mountain, once it left it would vanish. Thus previously Fang Yuan was not willing to trade Getsu. Because if others wanted to use Getsu, they would have to personally come to Danghun Mountain. And allowing so many outsiders to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was undoubtedly a huge threat to Fang Yuan's life. Moreover, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to snatch Danghun Mountain. Because Getsu could not leave Danghun Mountain, controlling Danghun Mountain meant controlling Getsu. But now the truth was in front of her, Getsu could actually be stored and left Danghun Mountain. Fairy Xianxia immediately realized the great significance of this unremarkable ladybug-shaped goo worm. Her gaze was tightly glued to it for a moment. This goo worm, what is it called? He Fengyang raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan as he asked with a slightly trembling tone. In fact, Fang Yuan had not thought of a name yet, he casually thought about it and said, "Air sac goo." He Fengyang was silent. In an instant he thought of many things. It was not that the higher-ups of Crane Gate had not tried this before. Back then many goo immortals participated, but all of them failed. Now the fruits of their efforts were in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang's palms were trembling. Once Getsu can leave Danghun Mountain, it can be sold to many places: Jewel Yellow Skies, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How huge of a profit would that be? Even our Crane Gate could not research this, but the force behind Fang Yuan succeeded. What is their background? Maybe they had planned this for a long time, using all sorts of methods to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land just to sell Getsu. Fang Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to, with our Crane Gate? He Fengyang was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke, "Since you two are so interested in my Getsu, why don't we do business in this aspect?" Chapter 708. He Fengyang was moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. When Fang Yuan activated the ambush, He Fengyang fell into a heavy encirclement. He had thought that this operation had failed completely. The best outcome was to use Expand Space Immortal Goo to break through the encirclement with heavy injuries. Even if he expended a lot of immortal essence in the process of escaping, he could not care less. After all, Red Date Immortal Essence was more important compared to his life. But back in Crane Gate, He Fengyang's days were not going to be good. Crane Gate had such high hopes for him, he had prepared for over a year, but he failed. If his rival Goo Immortal Lei Tan knew about this, he would probably come to his door excitedly and mock him. Second Supreme Elder would be extremely disappointed in him. He Fengyang would not be able to raise his head for years to come. This failure would be a stain on his life, he would only have a chance to be mocked and ridiculed by others. If he could trade Getsu with Fang Yuan, He Fengyang would be many times better than breaking out of the encirclement. He Fengyang thought, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 Goo Immortals and 8 desolate beasts, together with the terrain advantage, it is simply impregnable. Even any one of the 10 great ancient sects has the ability to attack it. But that is only the ability, they might not be able to mobilize enough Goo Immortal battle strength. Even if they can mobilize them to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and engage in a chaotic battle of Goo Immortals, the expenditure of immortal essence and other resources would be enormous. Even if they can mobilize their battle strength and have the courage to invest a large amount of resources, the other party is also a Goo Immortal, they can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if they attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their efforts would be in vain. In the outside world of Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Goo Immortals. They could challenge Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sections. This was because to deal with 3 Goo Immortals, the resources and manpower needed to be invested was so huge that Crane Gate had to consider it carefully. If they failed, not only would they lose their reputation, the huge losses could cause a commotion in the sect and indirectly lead to other problems. Goo Immortals were easy to defeat, but killing them was difficult. Who wouldn't have a trump card to escape from this predicament? If they failed, they would thoroughly offend the Gu Immortal. Provoking Gu Immortals to plot against mortals, Crane Gate had a huge business. He would probably have to put out fires everywhere. Now that Feng Yuan had displayed such power, it could be said that the Crane Gate faction had lost all hope of forcibly attacking. Unless a few ancient sects joined hands. But if they worked together. It also involved many aspects such as the distribution of benefits. If He Fengyang agreed to cooperate with Feng Yuan and establish the trade of Guts Gu, then this would be the result. It was definitely not a complete failure. Because Crane Gate's main goal was to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Was the Guts Gu. Being able to obtain the greatest benefits with the least amount of effort was what the Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were most concerned about. Before this, Crane Gate had already requested Feng Yuan to open the transactions of Guts Gu. If I can establish a trade with them, I won't need to break out of the encirclement with heavy injuries. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have an explanation when I return to the sect. He Fengyang thought for a long time. Feng Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Fengyang was very shrewd and expressionless. But thinking for a long time showed that he was moved. Thus, Feng Yuan continued, My Guts Gu, put them in jewel yellow skies, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 100. I will sell them to Crane Gate, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. However, in exchange, I need Crane Gate to recognize my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's vassal force. And this vassal can leave at any time. With this vassal status, if the other 9 ancient sects wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, they would not be able to avoid Crane Gate. This was the rule of the righteous path. It was like Crane Gate was the boss and Hu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. Even if they wanted to beat up the lackey, they had to ask the boss first. He Fengyang smiled insincerely. Feng Yuan, you want to use my sect as your shield? With your strength, you can completely establish your own sect, can't you? No one is allowed to establish a sect on the Stairway Mountain. I don't want to leave Tianti Mountain, this precious land. Feng Yuan laughed. Tianti Mountain was once connected to Celestial Court. Even Gu Immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Crane Gate had not declared Feng Yuan to be a traitor of the sect, they would not have rashly attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land because of the righteous cause of cleansing the sect. Moreover, if Hu Immortal Blessed Land becomes Crane Gate's vassal, wouldn't it take care of your sect's reputation? Feng Yuan continued. He Fengyang fell into silence again. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. This is an important matter, I cannot make the decision, I will have to personally report to the sect. Feng Yuan nodded. It would be best if brother he goes personally. But Fairy Tsang Yu will have to stay here as a guest for some time. He Fengyang and Tsang Yu glanced at each other. Fairy Tsang Yu said, Lord Fengyang, go ahead and return, I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Fengyang nodded heavily at her, then looked deeply at Feng Yuan and the others. He wanted to engrave these people in the deepest part of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out. Feng Yuan instructed. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. On Tianti Mountain, platinum light suddenly shone. Within the light, a vermilion red gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall and had a 9-colored signboard. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered and rays of light formed a stairway of light. He Fengyang broke the door and entered, but when he came out, he went through the front door. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Gu Immortals of the 9 great sects who were hiding nearby. They conversed. He came out. So fast? Did he not put up any resistance at all? When He Fengyang entered, he used Expand Space Immortal Gu, but when he came out, he could already go through the front door. This is clearly a sign of success. Something is wrong, look at his expression, there is no trace of true joy of victory, nor is there any trace of calmness. Even though they were puzzled, none of them directly showed up to ask. This was a secret confrontation between the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Directly confronting them would be a loss of face. He Fengyang had no time to care about their feelings, he only wanted to quickly return to Feihe Mountain. Report this matter. He flew rapidly and soon left Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang's brows were tightly furrowed, he was unwilling and puzzled. Feng Yuan's force. Where did they come from? Other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 Gu Immortals are wearing masks and using Gu worms to block investigations. Why do they not want to expose themselves? Don't tell me they are Gu Immortals from the other 9 sects? They don't want our sect to obtain Danghun Mountain and take advantage of it. Thus, they secretly discussed with Feng Yuan beforehand? Just as he thought of this, He Fengyang rejected this thought. Paper could not conceal fire, secrets were temporary. The 9 great sects would not do this, it went against the style of large sections. Then maybe they are the alliance of Gu immortals from Central Continent's small sects? Yi Fengyang thought. Central Continent had many sects, other than the 10 great ancient sects that occupied the peak. There were also large sections. Medium-sized sects, small-sized sects, micro-sized sections. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were naturally Gu immortals as well. If it was really them, these Gu immortals had foundations in Central Continent, to prevent their foundations from being suppressed by the ancient sects or being split up by the ancient sects, it made sense that they did not want to expose themselves. Right. Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to pass through the regional walls. Every once in a while, they would need to place their immortal aperture in the immortal ascension region to absorb earth chi to stabilize the blessed land. But the other party has fixed immortal travel and can resolve these problems. Yi Fengyang's thoughts flashed, he quickly guessed the identities of Fang Yuan and the others. But he had too little evidence, he could not be sure. In short, Hu immortal blessed land is very complicated. Before I investigate the details, I cannot act rashly. I suffered a huge loss this time. The root cause is that the enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. I suffered from a lack of information. Yi Fengyang concluded his experience. He suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Who is it? You dare to trap me here? Yi Fengyang raised his guard and shouted. You are very vigilant. A voice could be heard faintly, sometimes high and sometimes low. It was a hoarse male voice at the start before turning into a clear female voice. Evidently, this person had used a Gu worm to conceal his original voice. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one at the back, sandwiching Yi Fengyang in the middle. What changed next was the whole sky. The clear and bright sky had turned gloomy and gloomy, with dense fog and vengeful spirits flying everywhere. This was a battlefield killer move. It could create a battle environment and amplify some Gu worms. It was not something ordinary Gu immortals could possess. I am Crane Gate Gu immortal Yi Fengyang. You two are concealing your appearances. What is your intention? Yi Fengyang shouted again. The 2 Gu immortals blocking him were covered in a layer of dark light. Their appearances could not be seen clearly. So what if it is Crane Gate? The mysterious Gu immortal in front sneered. The Gu immortal behind was even more direct. Kill them all. The moment he said that, the Gu immortal who spoke attacked. His 5 fingers opened as thousands of gray-white threads shot out of his palm. The threads approached Yi Fengyang rapidly. Yi Fengyang's heart jumped. This was a mortal killer move used to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would not be easy to escape. Yi Fengyang quickly summoned his crane group. He had raised a vast number of flying cranes in his immortal aperture. He had never lacked troops. The crane group was a huge mass: iron beak flying cranes, pellet fire cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, stellar aurora cranes, and illusion lightning cranes were mixed together, but they were orderly, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, letting out a long cry as the surrounding fog was blown away. Yi Fengyang stepped on the 9 palace crane's back, his long hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze was like lightning as his suppressed anger erupted. Do you really think I am easy to deal with? Today I will let you taste the power of the feathered crane flying immortal. The threads flew over, the iron beak flying cranes flew out and blocked them with their bodies. Another mysterious Gu immortal puffed up his cheeks, breathing out flames that soared to the sky. This flame was a pale green. It was even more powerful in this battlefield. The flying cranes fell to the ground from the fire. Yi Fengyang was not to be outdone. He activated an enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, breathing out lightning that gathered into a pillar that pierced through the battlefield. Another group of pellet fire cranes flew out, their bodies burning with flames. They only harmed the enemy but not themselves. The 2 groups of flying cranes charged towards the 2 mysterious Gu immortals like 2 heavy punches. Bam bam bam. Chapter 709. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of iron beak flying cranes had bodies that were black like iron. Their defense rose sharply. They did not fear death as they charged towards the 2 mysterious Gu immortals. One of the mysterious Gu immortals suddenly screeched. His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the surroundings. This was a sound path killer move. The iron beak flying cranes formation fell into chaos as they screeched. The dense battle formation became sparse and showed many flaws. Go! The other mysterious Gu immortal saw the chance and grabbed the other person's arm. The 2 turned into 2 lumps of gray-white fire. passing through the Iron Beak Flying Crane's battle formation and attacking He Fengyang. Against Enslavement Path Gu Immortals, they could not fight too intensely with beast groups. The best tactic was to capture the leader first. He Fengyang saw the enemies approaching, but he did not panic. Instead he smiled coldly. "You fell for my trap." He took out a 5-hole jade flute Gu and blew into it. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was the lord of myriad beasts. His clothes fluttered without wind, his eyes shined with divine light. Enslavement Path Killer Move, 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of cranes moved upon hearing the sound. Groups of hidden flying cranes revealed themselves and surrounded the two mysterious Gu Immortals. He Fengyang had purposely left an empty space in the formation. It was a trap. He was waiting for the two enemies to fall into it. Now that the trap was in his hands, he did not stop. He played the flute loudly as 3 5-string zither Gu flew out of his body. The flute music was melodious, the zither music was clear and rapid. They turned into another Enslavement Path Killer Move, formation like water. Countless cranes flew outwards while countless cranes flew inwards. The entire battle formation was like precise gears moving together. It was huge but orderly. The cranes weaved in and out. The formation was like flowing water. The two mysterious Gu Immortals were inside, looking at the dazzling changes of the cranes. They felt like they were beans in a millstone about to be crushed. He Fengyang continued to blow his flute. He stood at the center of the beast group, standing proudly on the back of the desolate cranes as he looked at the cranes fighting with the two mysterious enemies. He thought, ever since they started fighting, these two have used countless killer moves involving sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and so on. He did it on purpose because he didn't want to use his true methods to avoid exposing his identity. Gu Masters ascending to Immortal. According to their foundation, as well as what Gu worms they used to detonate the Immortal aperture, they were divided into different sections. There were Fire Path Gu Immortals, Wind Path Gu Immortals, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and others who had their own immortal bodies. The immortal body is when a Gu Master ascends to an immortal. They were transformed by the 3 Qi. The impurities were removed, and the essence of life was sublimated. The Wind Path immortal body had Wind Path Dao marks and laws, thus the effect of using Wind Path Gu worms was better. Fire Path immortal physique was cleansed by the great Dao of fire. It was closer to Fire Path. The effect of using Fire Path killer moves was extraordinary. For example, Fang Yuan. Although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a Strength Path Gu immortal. He had a Strength Path immortal body to begin with. When he used Gu worms and killer moves of other paths, the effect would be ordinary. The two mysterious Gu Immortals who tried to kill He Fengyang did not use their true methods, thus they were suppressed by He Fengyang even though they were 2 against 1. How long are you two going to hide your identities for? If you don't use your true abilities you will die here. He Fengyang snickered, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. The two mysterious Gu Immortals breathed heavily. The crane group's attacks were like a torrential river. They were endless. The two immortals were tired from dealing with them. Just like He Fengyang said, if the two did not use their true methods they would be killed. The two looked at each other and nodded. They had made up their minds. One sighed, as expected of a righteous sect. I have witnessed the reputation of the winged crane flying immortal today. The other said, but even if we do not use our true abilities we can still kill you. He Fengyang looked around. He Fengyang's gaze quickly looked around. The battlefield that was shrouded in fog and filled with cries of pain finally changed. Dark blue soul beasts started to form in the thick mist. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased sharply. They were on par with He Fengyang's crane group. Don't tell me this is Soul Taker Battlefield? He Fengyang's heart jumped. He blurted out. Ehe, winged crane flying immortal, you are really knowledgeable. The mysterious Gu Immortal laughed. His voice was changing continuously. Sometimes it was a male voice, sometimes it was a female voice. He Fengyang's expression sank. This Soul Taker Battlefield killer move was infamous. It was very hard to deal with. The souls of living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming soul beasts that could be controlled by the killer move's owner. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move had an even greater origin. It was created by one of the 10 venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the strongest killing nature when he was young. What was the origin of these two mysterious Gu Immortals? They actually had the lost battlefield killer move Soul Taker. Once the soul beasts appeared, they immediately fought with the crane group. The battle situation changed abruptly. He Fengyang quickly commanded the crane group to change their formation, resisting the soul beasts' attacks. The pressure on the two mysterious Gu Immortals decreased. they charged out of the Crane group's encirclement. The size of the Soul Beast group was about the same as the Crane group, but they could not defeat the Crane group. 10 Soul Beasts were sacrificed to kill one flying crane. But He Fengyang became even more vigilant. The Soul Beasts were torn to pieces, but these pieces could condense into new Soul Beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. And when a flying crane died, its soul would be extracted by the battlefield, forming a Soul Beast that would become the enemy's army. No matter how high He Fengyang's cultivation level was, he could not be completely unscathed. Once there were casualties, the Soul Beasts would gain the upper hand. The longer this dragged on, He Fengyang's advantage would weaken. Eventually, the Crane group would be exterminated by the Soul Beasts. He Fengyang, let me tell you, we purposely showed weakness earlier to stall for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has taken shape, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Feather Crane Flying Immortal, you will die here today. The two mysterious Gu Immortals arrived together. Wind Path Killer Move, Tornado Dragon Whip. The Wind Whip was 100 meters long, it whipped from afar, destroying countless flying cranes. Poison Path Killer Move, Myriad Bee Sting. Thousands of stings rained down like a torrential rain. The lid was pressed down. The poison was so strong that any flying crane that was stabbed died on the spot. Their bones and flesh melted instantly. The two mysterious Gu Immortals finally used their true methods. One was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, the other was a Poison Path Gu Immortal. The Crane group was exterminated in large numbers. A large number of souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming batches of Soul Beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared, they had planned this out. I cannot stay here for long. He Fengyang saw this and immediately thought of retreating. Only a fool would stay in the Soul Taker battlefield. They would fight the enemy to the death. This Soul Taker battlefield is covered in fog. It is easy to lose one's sense of direction. It is hard to escape. But I have Expand Space Immortal Gu now. I need to escape. It should not be hard. He Fengyang thought of this and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will formed into a muscular man. When He Fengyang left Fei He Mountain, he hid in his immortal aperture and used Gu worms to observe the outside world. He Fengyang's experiences along the way, from leaving Fei He Mountain to entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he was attacked by Fang Yuan and the rest, He Fengyang left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Then he entered the Soul Taker battlefield and was attacked by two mysterious Gu Immortals. This will was very clear. He Fengyang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move again to break out of the battlefield and leave this place. This will was Crane Gate's third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat cross-legged in the air as he opened his eyes expressionlessly. You know, every time I use Unravel Door, I expend 2 beads of red date immortal essence from my main body. He Fengyang quickly said, Junior understands, I will definitely compensate you when I return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded and did not speak. He grabbed 2 beads of red date immortal essence and threw them to Expand Space Immortal Gu. At the same time, a large number of mortal Gu also flew up. After a moment of preparation, He Fengyang opened his palm and took out Expand Space Immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The immortal Gu was covered in a layer of yellow light. He Fengyang struck towards the left. The yellow light shot out and immediately destroyed the Soul Taker battlefield, creating a hole. He Fengyang was overjoyed. He stored Expand Space Immortal Gu as the 9 palace crane below him screeched and flapped its wings, flying out of the Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, the sky was still clear and cloudless. Oh no. He actually has Expand Space Immortal Gu, he escaped. He Fengyang, don't run if you have the guts, let us fight for 300 rounds. 2 mysterious Gu Immortals shouted from behind him, they sounded quite anxious. He Fengyang laughed heartily, he was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap me. No matter who you are, I will remember the grudge of ambushing me today. Don't think I cannot find out who you are just because you concealed your appearances. You too used your true methods. When I return to the sect, I will investigate thoroughly. I don't believe I cannot find out who you are. No. Suddenly He Fengyang sensed something amiss, his expression changed. He had always been vigilant and calm, he restrained himself. Why was his mood soaring after leaving Soul Taker battlefield, as if he had won a battle? He had failed in taking over Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations. His mood should be heavy. Oh no. An intense sense of danger rose in his mind. He Fengyang turned around in shock. He saw a Gu Immortal with a small body like a child, covered in a layer of dark light, holding a dagger-shaped Gu worm, flying behind him, less than 30 centimeters away. A third Gu Immortal. There was actually a third Gu Immortal lying in ambush. This was the true killer move, a plot within a plot. Taking advantage of the moment, He Fengyang left Soul Taker battlefield and relaxed his mind. A fatal assassination was carried out. He Fengyang was shocked and furious. He stared with bloodshot eyes. His anger was boiling. He did not retreat. Instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with this person. Dodge. The other party is an emotion path Gu Immortal. He can influence your emotions and interfere with your judgment. Inside the immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will shouted anxiously. It's too late. The third Gu Immortal raised his dagger and lightly stabbed at He Fengyang. The dagger-shaped Gu worm suddenly erupted with an intense immortal Gu aura. He Fengyang's eyes were bloodshot. He was horrified. The other party had an offensive immortal Gu. Chapter 7:10. Seeing that the dagger immortal Gu was about to stab him, He Fengyang's heart was filled with anger, fear, confusion, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions. They were boiling like lava, greatly affecting his actions. Am I going to die here today? He Fengyang could not help but have this thought. But right at this moment of danger, the desolate beast Nine Palace Crane below him suddenly let out a clear cry and flipped its body. This way He Fengyang was sent flying, while the Nine Palace Crane stood in front of the Gu Immortal who was trying to assassinate him. Wuxia. With a soft sound, the dagger immortal Gu stabbed into the Nine Palace Crane's chest. The third Gu Immortal had a look of shock on his face. He had thought that by interfering with He Fengyang, he would be able to affect the Nine Palace Crane. After all, He Fengyang was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. He enslaved the Nine Palace Crane. If he was affected, the Nine Palace Crane would not be a problem. He used several emotion path killer moves to interfere with He Fengyang, but he did not expect that at the crucial moment, this Nine Palace Crane would actually protect its master. Little Nine. He Fengyang fell down. Seeing the Nine Palace Crane in trouble, he cried out in pain. His face was covered in tears. He had nurtured this Nine Palace Crane meticulously. He had never used any methods to enslave it. When he was young, he went out on a mission and was chased down. His life was hanging by a thread, but he met the similarly injured Nine Palace Crane. After a series of coincidences and accidents, he and the Nine Palace Crane helped each other out of their predicament. The Nine Palace Crane was on the verge of death. He Fengyang brought it back to the sect, using all his wealth to barely hold on to the Nine Palace Crane's life force. For the next few decades, He Fengyang risked his life for it. He earned money. He saved the Nine Palace Crane bit by bit, slowly pulling it back from the brink of death. From this man to the crane. They had a deep relationship. They were closer than brothers. Later, due to an accident, the rank 5 Gu Master He Fengyang failed his mission. He was heavily injured. The resources he had were only enough to save him alone. If he saved the crane, he would die. If he saved the crane would die. At this crucial moment, He Fengyang thought for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally decided to sacrifice himself to save the crane. This caused the third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to sigh. With his help, He Fengyang and the Nine Palace Crane were saved. Afterwards, He Fengyang lived up to expectations and became a Gu Immortal. Thus, he attached himself to Lord Tiger Devil's faction. The Nine Palace Crane let out a mournful wail. Its huge and slender body was covered in a layer of gray light. Within the gray light, its body rapidly shrunk. It was actually growing in reverse from an adult to a youth, and then to a child. This was the power of an immortal Gu. The dagger-shaped immortal Gu was actually a time path immortal Gu. It could restore the target's body to a younger state. Let's withdraw. Don't let down that friend of yours. Inside the immortal aperture, the Tiger Demon let out a long sigh. Little Nine. He Fengyang roared, ignoring the Tiger Demon's advice. He turned around and pounced forward. The clothes on his body fluttered about, turning into a crane feather cloak. His eyes were wide open, releasing bloody light. His long and slender green eyebrows fluttered about, looking as agile as snakes and dragons. The mysterious Gu Immortal showed a surprised expression. Earlier He Fengyang could have escaped, but to think that he would actually turn around and attack. He was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. He Fengyang raised his palms and pushed, sending out surging jade green lightning. The mysterious Gu Immortal snorted coldly, raising his dagger and colliding with it. At the same time, he activated an emotion path killer move, hoping to influence He Fengyang's emotions. But He Fengyang was filled with anger. He could not be influenced. Boom. With an explosion, the mysterious Gu Immortal was sent flying. He Fengyang's body shook intensely. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcefully pulling himself together and grabbing the young Nine Palace Crane. Little Nine. Fengyang hugged the nine-palace crane, turning around and escaping. He had no intention of staying any longer. The nine-palace crane had already turned into the size of a white goose. Fengyang held it in his arms, chirping lightly. The emotion path Gu Immortal was left far away. He could not catch up in this short while. The other two mysterious Gu Immortals left the battlefield and rushed over. Sigh, we let him escape in the end. The wind path Gu Immortal sighed in regret. This guy is clearly an enslavement path Gu Immortal, but he is not weak in close combat. That Jade Lightning Killer move earlier seemed to have reminded me of something. The emotion path Gu Immortal said. If not for the fact that we could not gather enough people in such a short time, would we not be able to take him down? If we chase after him we might be able to. The poison path Gu Immortal said unwillingly. He has expand space Immortal Gu, Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, we cannot stay here for long. The wind path Gu Immortal was very calm. That's right, this ambush was only an improvised plan. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, exposing our identities and affecting Master's plan. Let's retreat. The emotion path Gu Immortal came to his senses and shouted. His status seemed to be higher than the other two mysterious Gu Immortals. He had the power to make the final decision. I'm leaving. The wind path Gu Immortal flew into the sky, quickly turning into a small black dot. The poison path Gu Immortal landed on the ground, directly burrowing into the ground. The emotion path Gu Immortal paused for a while. Seeing that the two had left, his figure vanished in the air as if he had never appeared. Fengyang flew rapidly, returning to Feihe Mountain without stopping, directly entering Fuhu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing at the edge of a huge rock pit, looking at the 10,000 rockmen working in the pit. Junior was incompetent. I have failed Lord's trust. Fengyang saw Lord Tiger Demon and bowed. He was injured and had an ashamed expression. You are injured? Go and heal yourself first. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask Fengyang anything. He only waved his hand and that anger will flew out of Fengyang's immortal aperture, entering his mind. In an instant he understood everything that Fengyang had experienced. His gaze flickered as he activated Anger Will Gu, producing another surge of Anger Will. The Anger Will flew into the sky, out of Fuhu Blessed Land, flying towards the peak of Feihe Mountain. When it reached the discussion hall at the peak, the three wills that were left behind sensed something. These three wills came from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of supervising the sect, and also handled some small matters that the sect leader could not handle. As for the important matters, they would gather all the Gu Immortals to discuss them after a certain period of time. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall, first fusing with the previous will, and told them about Fengyang's matter. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills fell into silence, thinking rapidly. At the same time, their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After shrinking to half their original size, Second Supreme Elder's will said, the matter of who Immortal Blessed Land will be decided by Lord Tiger Demon. First Supreme Elder's will continued. Fengyang was ambushed and was attacked. This matter is even more serious than who Immortal Blessed Land. Where did the culprit make the move? Saying so, a Gu worm flew out of the hall, turning into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nodded, saying solemnly, this location is the best for setting up an ambush. It is not close to the front or back, this is the greatest concealment. It seems the culprit is very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. Since when did someone dare to kill Gu Immortals of our 10 great ancient sects? Second Supreme Elders will shouted angrily. This is what I am worried about. Elders, where do you think these Gu Immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will said. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills looked at each other, showing a grave expression. Third Supreme Elder is worried that these Gu Immortals are Central Continent Gu Immortals? First Supreme Elder said in a low voice. Tiger Demon's anger will began to speak. That's right. How many years has our 10 great ancient sects controlled Central Continent? These years the situation has been getting more and more difficult. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. With primordial origin Immortal Venerable as the leader, we had already reformed and established a sect system in the remote antiquity era. In the remote antiquity era, sects were rare. In the olden antiquity era, clan forces far surpassed sect forces. In the medieval antiquity era, sects and clans had intense conflicts, they were neck and neck. In the late antiquity era, clans showed weakness while sects prospered. Now there are countless sects in Central Continent, there are almost no clans left. The clan system only selects clan disciples as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is the history of the struggle between these two systems. After over 3 million years of struggle, evolution, and accumulation, thanks to the sect system, the number of Gu immortals in Central Continent far exceeds the other 4 regions. They are increasing in number and are about to break away from our 10 great sects' control. How many Gu immortals do our 10 great sects have? The number of other Central Continent Gu immortals is several times that of us. These small sects Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals, and lone cultivator Gu immortals need more cultivation resources to continue cultivating. Conflicts are unavoidable because our 10 great sects control 80% of Central Continent's cultivation resources. Haven't there been examples of great heavenly sword sect before? It was only that our 10 great ancient sects suppressed them secretly. But these last years, new sects have been emerging, new ideologies and new paths are common. Extraordinary geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and monstrous geniuses are constantly emerging among mortals, while our 10 great ancient sects have limited space. Even though we recruit talented people every year, Central Continent is simply too big. Saying this, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will subside. The 2 elders remained silent. The 10 great ancient sects controlled 80% of Central Continent's resources, but when it was distributed to each person, to each Gu immortal, how much was left? The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more resources they needed to manage their blessed land. Especially when the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were stronger, after each tribulation, there would be huge losses, they would need to invest more resources to recover and reach a higher level. The Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects could not share their resources with others. In the past, even though there were many sects outside of the 10 great ancient sects, they did not have many Gu immortals. There was a difference between mortals and mortals, there was a huge gap in battle strength between mortals and immortals, thus they could be suppressed. But now, there were more and more Gu immortals outside of the 10 great ancient sects. Even though these Gu immortals did not have much battle strength, their huge numbers created a huge impact on the 10 great ancient sections. Chapter 7:11. Lord Tiger Demon continued, our 10 great ancient sects have been in a bad situation all these years. It can be said that we're treading on thin ice. It's like we're stuck in the crater of a volcano. Sooner or later, the magma at the bottom of the crater will erupt and cause a great impact to the 10 major sects. What third elder said is the general trend of Jianghu state. However, the general trend is like this, how can it be changed? The will of the second supreme elder sighed. Lord Tiger Demons will continued, the example of the great heavenly sword school is right before our eyes. The group of Gu immortals in who immortal blessed land could be from another region's forces, but they were more likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators. And the ones who attacked Hefengyang today might also be a Gu immortal force of this prefecture. But if that's the case, then it's terrifying. The second supreme elder nodded. Indeed. The power that attacked Hefengyang obviously did not want who immortal blessed land to remain in the hands of Fang Yuan's side. If Hefengyang dies, our Crane Gate will have to forcefully attack who immortal blessed land to protect our reputation. Although this is a very obvious move to shift the blame, our Crane Gate has no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The dignity that the 10 great ancient sects had maintained for millions of years was not to be offended. If they could not even take revenge for the death of their own Gu immortals, then their reputation would fall to the ground, people's hearts would waver, everyone would want to offend Crane Gate. The Crane Gate was surrounded by beacons, and it would no longer be able to control such a vast territory and resources. When the time came, the Crane Gate would be strained and show signs of fatigue, which would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious circle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The 3 grand elders of the Crane Gate were all very experienced. The old monster with plenty of life experience had long since calculated this terrifying prospect in his heart. Not only them, how could the other 9 great ancient sects of the Central Continent not understand this? In today's Jianghu state, his strength was expanding but his resources were limited. He was like a bucket that was getting bigger and bigger. As for the 10 great ancient sects, they were sitting on the barrels. If they weren't careful, they would be blown to smithereens. Tiger Demon. Today you used this as a pretext to make a big fuss. You must have your own views. Why don't you just say it? The first supreme elder said directly. The Tiger Demon laughed heartily. His words were shocking. My current decision is to agree to Fang Yuan's condition, to admit that who immortal blessed land belongs to our sect. At the same time, they investigated the identity of the Gu Immortal who killed He Fengyang. Once we figure out who these rogue cultivators are, we'll join hands with the other 9 sections. Carry out a large-scale plan to slaughter immortals. Immortal slaying? The will of the second Supreme Elder heard this. His eyes shone with excitement. First Supreme Elders will closed its eyes and said slowly, Tiger Demon, I won't hide it from you, this suggestion of yours was made by Combat Immortal Sect's Gu Immortal Shirley many years ago. They even wrote to the Celestial Court, asking the Celestial Court to intervene. Organize the 10 great ancient sects to carry out this grand plan. That Immortal Monkey King? That's right, even though our 10 great ancient sects have changed our names in history, we've always been orthodox in our roots. It's always been the rotation of branches and main branches, all of which are inextricably linked to the Celestial Court. The 10 sects working together to slaughter immortals is a huge matter, it involves countless benefits. Only the Celestial Court can convince the masses and lead us to victory. The Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But the Celestial Court rejected this suggestion. They even warned our 10 great ancient sects not to target the other sects or lone cultivator Gu Immortals. We cannot kill them casually, those who disobey will be punished. The first Supreme Elders will said. What? The Tiger Demon's anger will exclaimed in shock. Why don't I know about this? The second Supreme Elder also mumbled. The first Supreme Elder heaved a long sigh looking at the sky. The meaning of the Celestial Court is providence. Providence cannot be violated, providence cannot be measured. He Fengyang arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Feng Yuan and Fairy Tsang Yu were walking on Danghun Mountain, observing the growth of Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing far away looking at Fairy Tsang Yu. As for that blue charm lightning shadow, it was surrounded by 8 desolate beasts. Every once in a while, a desolate beast would attack it using a rotation tactic. Brother, he is a bit slow. Feng Yuan looked at He Fengyang and said with a light tone. He Fengyang first looked at Fairy Tsang Yu, seeing her nod, implying that she was unharmed. He turned to Feng Yuan and said, My sect has already agreed to recognize your sect as our vassal. The vassal relationship is indefinite, you can leave at any time. At the same time we will establish the Guts Gu trade, the price is 1 Immortal Yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. This is the rank 6 Immortal Gu Promise. Immortal Gu Promise was also an information path Gu worm, it had similar effects to Mountain Pledge Gu and Sea Vow Gu. Immediately He Fengyang activated the Immortal Gu and made the promise. When it was Feng Yuan's turn, he received the Immortal Gu and inspected it, expending green grape immortal essence to make the promise. The promise was like a lump of gold, the 2 sides exchanged it as a guarantee. Fairy Tsang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, the trade was established, she was finally safe. Feng Yuan also let out a sigh of relief, his painstaking plan had finally succeeded. Fighting to the death with Crane Gate was definitely not a good idea. Crane Gate was a huge force, if they were truly angered, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be lost. Feng Yuan's finances would not be able to support a Gu Immortal level battle. But He Fengyang's next words made his heart jump. On the way back I was ambushed by 3 Gu Immortals, my life was hanging by a thread. The other party was clearly trying to frame your sect, my sect is currently investigating, I wonder if your sect has offended any force? What? In Central Continent, there are Gu Immortals who dare to kill Gu Immortals of the 10 great sects? Feng Yuan did not conceal his astonishment. He clearly remembered that such a situation would only happen after the 5 regions' chaotic war had lasted for a period of time. At that time, the 5 regions would be filled with flames of war, people would have no way of making a living and all sides would be fighting endlessly. Celestial Court's authority was also useless. The 10 great sects Gu Immortals were repeatedly ambushed and killed, there were revenge from the other 4 regions, and also Central Continent's lone cultivator Gu Immortals trying to fish in troubled waters. The situation became more and more chaotic. Feng Yuan could even lead a group of demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Tianti Mountain's Hu Immortal Blessed Land, eventually killing Feng Kim Hong. For some reason, Feng Yuan immediately thought of that mysterious force that had ambushed him in Jewel Yellow Skies over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not casually expose this information to He Fengyang. Thus he shook his head. I occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land and do not leave, how can I offend other forces? I have no intention of offending Brother Crane. But thinking about it, Crane Gate is indeed more conspicuous than us, maybe some force wants to deal with you and wants to use us to divert their attention? He Fengyang did not obtain any information, he was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force Feng Yuan. Crane Gate had its own concerns. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie. But the force behind him was enough for both sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu did not stay for long. Fang Yuan opened the door of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He sent them out. Fang Yuan stood at the door bidding farewell to them. Seeing this, the Gu immortals of the other 9 great sects immediately sensed that something had happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What's going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu came in high spirits. But when they came out, their expressions were not good. It seems there is a problem. Did they not manage to take it down? That's not possible. The Gu immortals were confused. They made guesses. The 10 great ancient sects came from the same source. They were the overlords of Central Continent. These years there had been many open and secret conflicts. The contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an open one. The disciples of the various sects competed to decide the ownership, but Fang Yuan took advantage of it. Now it was a secret conflict. He could not jump out and ask questions in front of them or he would lose face. The Gu immortals did not know what had happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were all hesitant. Fang Yuan closed the door. He Lulan and Fairy Tsangshan congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan, I have a whole new level of respect for you. This time you cooperated with Crane Gate. It could be said that you subdued them without fighting. It was a great victory. Fairy Tsangshan praised. This was the kind of victory that Gu immortals appreciated the most. There was no battle, there was no huge investment, but it brought huge profits. Senior is not right. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me cooperating with Crane Gate, it is us cooperating with Crane Gate. To refine Air Sac Gu, we need the strength chi of He Lolan's strength chi immortal Gu. As for the profits of Guts Gu, you will get 40% and we will get 60%. Fairy Tsangshan heard this and her smile became even more intense. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the great prospects of the Guts Gu trade. She naturally understood that Fang Yuan wanted to stabilize the alliance between the two sides, binding them to Danghun Mountain. In the future, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, they would definitely be there to defend it. But in front of such huge profits, Fairy Tsangshan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan deeply, saying, to think that Fang Yuan had such a method, you could actually think of Air Sac Gu. To refine rank 3 Air Sac Gu, you need rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. This Gu recipe is quite special. Among them, Wisdom Gu naturally played a part. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Wisdom Gu, he had been thinking about whether he could extract Guts Gu with the help of unlimited inspiration. He succeeded this time because he accidentally heard from Tai by Yunxing that He Lulan had Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Only immortal level strength could envelop Guts Gu and allow it to leave Danghun Mountain unscathed. Fang Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we need a large number of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you for this. Northern Plains is warlike, there are frequent battles, beast groups and tribes move around, souls are a common thing, we can easily collect them. We will go back and deal with them. He Lulan was swift and decisive. She succeeded in her immortal ascension, her need for resources was huge, especially the lack of immortal Yuan stone. She could not rely on Fairy Tsangshan. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Tsangshan nodded in agreement. That's right, Danghun Mountain does not have many requirements for souls. We can purchase them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and other forces. It will be more expensive than collecting them ourselves, but the price is still acceptable, we can save a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wait, don't be anxious, follow me first, we will go and suppress a Gu immortal. This immortal is inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai by Yunxing asked. Chapter 7:12. Fang Yuan smiled mysteriously. This immortal is right in front of you, follow me. Under Fang Yuan's lead, everyone arrived in front of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Right now, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was fighting with the Iron Crown Eagle in the sky. The petite blue shadow was clashing with the huge body of the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle. They were evenly matched. He Lulan was even more confused. The Gu immortal you are talking about, is it the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow? Fang Yuan smiled without speaking. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. Now that you mention it, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is indeed strange. That's right. Fairy Li Shan also showed a vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Its main target is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Fang Yuan. But it is fighting with these desolate beasts without showing any signs of attacking. He Lulan continued, no wonder I felt it was strange. Earlier, when the desolate beast's ambush was exposed, This blue charm lightning shadow seemed to be startled and stopped roaring. This blue charm lightning shadow is strange, it might not have a proper origin. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, saying, there was nothing wrong with the blue charm lightning shadow earlier, but after I chased it out of the blessed land, a lightning path Gu Immortal captured it and refined it into a clone killer move. Next, when Crane Gate attacked my blessed land, this Gu Immortal took the chance to use the blue charm lightning shadow to barge in. His motive was to take advantage of the situation. If Crane Gate failed, this Gu Immortal would be able to act as the representative of his sect and strike first. Is my analysis correct, Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? How do you know it is me, Vicious Lightning Fiend? The blue charm lightning shadow could not keep up the act. It abandoned the Iron Crown Eagle and flew towards Fang Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased after it. Fang Yuan waved his hand, the eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? He Lulan and Fairy Lishan looked at each other. They both knew that Myriad Dragon Doc was the same as Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, they did not know who exactly the Vicious Lightning Fiend was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. After coming to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, with Fang Yuan's introduction and the information he had gathered, he knew a lot of information about Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and once fought to a draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal. However, he had gone into seclusion several years ago. In recent years, it hasn't appeared in Jianghu State, Tai Bai Yunxing said. A draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze flashed. He Lulan, on the other hand, snorted arrogantly. The blue charm film scanned the crowd and finally locked its gaze on Fang Yuan. Who are you people? This immortal killer move of mine was the result of my many years of seclusion, thinking hard on how to raise my battle strength. A year ago I learned that there was a blue charm film on Tianti Mountain, but it refused to leave. Thus, I secretly made a move and captured the blue charm film. Several months ago, my immortal killer move was truly perfected and I was able to use the blue charm film for my own use. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually have such detailed information. Speak, who are you people? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying in an unfriendly tone, Vicious Lightning Fiend, you have a bad reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You must have paid a huge price to refine the blue charm film into your clone. I am not in a good mood, you need to be careful, otherwise I might kill your blue charm film in a fit of anger. What can you do to me then? The blue charm film immediately roared in anger, showing its violent nature. You dare. I am a Gu Immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue being arrogant. Occupying Hu Immortal Blessed Land is only temporary. Once your identities are exposed, our 10 great ancient sects will take care of you lone and demonic cultivators. Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a sinister light. You saw our previous transaction. We are already a vassal of Crane Gate. Both of us have made a promise. Even if your entire Myriad Dragon Doc wants to touch me, they will have to go through Crane Gate first. Right, earlier when he Fengyang was attacked by Crane Gate, don't tell me the mastermind was you, your Myriad Dragon Doc? Bullshit. Our 10 great ancient sects are like brothers. Even if we fight openly and covertly, how can we be like you lone and demonic cultivators with no bottom line? The blue charm film was furious. Fang Yuan did not speak. His gaze drifted towards He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character like him. She immediately cooperated with him, pretending to have a sudden realization. Fang Yuan, you are right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, Gutsgu, these are huge benefits. If we assassinate He Fengyang, Crane Gate will attack us. At that time, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and Myriad Dragon Doc will be able to profit from our misfortune. Bullshit. How can I be such a despicable person? The blue charm film's anger soared to the sky. It shouted continuously. He Lulan laughed sinisterly, but the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. He Fengyang attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How could the outside world know what happened inside? Why did He Fengyang get assassinated the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? You must have acted as a spy and used some method to inform the main body, then the main body set up the ambush. He Lulan displayed her dark thoughts to the fullest. Her words stunned even the blue charm lightning shadow. But soon it reacted and retorted furiously, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a world of its own. Unless I have an immortal killer move, I cannot communicate with the main body in the outside world. But when I use an immortal killer move, there is such an intense fluctuation, how could you not sense it? But there was a moment when Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened its door, This way, it became one with the outside world. At that moment you took the chance to communicate with the main body. He Lulan immediately said. Get lost. Bullshit. I am a righteous person, how could I be that kind of person? No, I almost got confused by you. He Fengyang getting ambushed, what does that have to do with me? The Blue Charm Film's information. Even if the other party does not know what happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they can still plot against He Fengyang. There is no relationship between the two. The Blue Charm Film shouted. He Lulan said sinisterly, we don't care whether there is a relationship or not. We will tell this information to Crane Gate, explain it to Crane Gate. Go ahead, I am a righteous person, why would I be afraid of these malicious words? The Blue Charm Film tried to maintain its composure. At this time Tai Bai Yunxing spoke. Oh. I remember, didn't Great Heavenly Sword Sect's plan appear in Crane Gate's territory recently? There are rumors that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter. I know. If we kill He Fengyang, Crane Gate's main focus will be on attacking our blessed land. This way, Great Heavenly Sword Sect will have an easier time. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect joined Myriad Dragon Dock and became their vassal, then Immortal Crane Sect's northwest territory would be rightfully annexed by Myriad Dragon Dock. At that time, even if Crane Gate takes down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their strength will be greatly reduced. By then it will be too late to deal with Myriad Dragon Dock's matter, and they will not have the strength to do so. Tai Bai Yunxing's words not only stunned the Blue Charm Film, even Fang Yuan was shocked. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person and had a kind nature, he was a shrewd old fox, his words were like a stab to vicious lightning fiend's weakness. The Blue Charm Film finally fell silent. After more than 10 breaths of time it spoke. Damn it, you sinister scum, you can even turn the dead into the living, you can even turn white into black. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to release this shadow clone of mine? He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak, they looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, demanding, Vicious lightning fiend, I am very interested in your immortal killer move that can refine the Blue Charm Film into a clone. Why don't you teach it to me? Bullshit. This is a trump card that I, your father, had painstakingly cultivated in seclusion for 4 years and finally comprehended with great difficulty. You want to snatch away my hard work with just a few words, keep dreaming. Even if I have to destroy this shadow clone, I will not let you succeed. The Blue Charm Film was furious, rejecting him. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he knew Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled, saying slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, this immortal killer move of yours is just a hastily created creation. The success rate is definitely not high. The Blue Charm Film has rank 6 battle strength. If you give it up like this, won't you feel heartache? How about this? I will take a step back. I don't want your immortal killer move, I only want your blood deity remnant recipe. The Blue Charm Film's expression sank. How do you know I have blood deity remnant recipe? There are only a few Gu immortals in Myriad Dragon Dock who know this secret. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, even if few people know about it. Don't tell me I don't have Gu worms to deduce it? Fang Yuan showed an unfathomable attitude. Good, very good. I'm even more interested in your true identities now. I admit defeat this time. The Blue Charm Film gritted its teeth as it agreed. We will transact through Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan said. No, the transaction with Jewel Yellow Skies will expose the Blue Charm Film clone. My immortal killer move will be exposed in advance. The Blue Charm Film rejected him. Fang Yuan sneered, Vicious Lightning Fiend, don't think I don't know. After coming out of closed cultivation, you are going to travel the world and imitate Sword Immortal Bo Qing, challenging experts from all over the world to test your sword skills. Your first target should be Immortal Liao Mao. You really know a lot. The Blue Charm Film's tone was cold, but its heart was shaken. The other party's information was too detailed, it felt very passive. Fang Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to open Connecting Heaven Gu and connect to Jewel Yellow Skies, contacting Vicious Lightning Fiend's main body. After the two sides negotiated, Fang Yuan sent the Blue Charm Film in as merchandise. Immediately, treasure light soared to the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious Lightning Fiend quickly took out Blood Deity's Immortal Gu Remnant recipe, causing countless Gu immortals to gasp in shock. Rascal, quickly transact. Vicious Lightning Fiend's divine sense shouted. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you are being unreasonable. The Blood Deity Remnant recipe you have is 70% complete, are you trying to take advantage of my ignorance? You actually took out a 40% remnant recipe? Fang Yuan replied slowly. Vicious Lightning Fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% blood deity remnant recipe? I'm not in a hurry. The longer the blue charm film is exposed, the more people will know about it. Fang Yuan said leisurely. Vicious lightning fiend almost coughed blood from anger. Lad, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a wisdom path Gu Immortal backing you and can deduce things. I will remember you, just you wait. Saying so, he still took out the 70% blood deity remnant recipe. Such a high completion Immortal Gu remnant recipe actually appeared. Since when can the Calamity Blue Charm film be transacted? The Gu Immortals who were fortunate enough to see this transaction fell into deep shock. Fang Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time. The two quickly completed the transaction. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Fang Yuan kept the Immortal Gu remnant recipe, sighing inwardly, I had schemed so hard in my previous life but failed to obtain it, to think that it would be in my hands in this life. 70% blood deity Immortal Gu remnant recipe, combined with my previous life's accumulations, and with the help of Wisdom Gu, I should be able to truly complete the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe. He thought of Vicious Lightning Fiend. This expert had a fiery and vicious personality. He had reached rank 7 in his previous life and had immense battle strength. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength experts like the Blue Charm film. After Feng Jioge died, he fought with Immortal Monkey King Shirley for 3 days and 3 nights in order to obtain the number 1 rank 7 battle strength expert, but he lost in the end. The first thing Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life was the Immortal Gu blood deity. He had once schemed to snatch the Immortal Gu remnant recipe from Vicious Lightning Fiend, but his plan failed and he escaped with heavy injuries. Chapter 7:13. In Central Continent time, 3 days after extorting Vicious Lightning Fiend, Crane Gate announced, Fang Yuan is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a vassal force of Crane Gate, and can leave at any time. This shocking news was like a boulder being thrown into a lake. It immediately caused ripples. At once, Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was shocked. Earlier, Crane Gate had publicly announced that Fang Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would be punished. This kind of thing often happened in Central Continent. Many Gu masters, after obtaining fortuitous encounters, were unwilling to have their gains split by the sect, or because they were recruited by other sects, would choose to betray their original sect. The cohesiveness of a sect was indeed weaker than a clan system that was united by bloodline. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the strongest cohesiveness. But it was not unheard of for traitors to appear in ancient sections. In the past, Guyua's generation had obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Crane Gate, going to southern border and concealing his identity. In recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed the sect. He had matured in battle and was now a rank 7 Gu Immortal, known as Blood Dragon, a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, Fang Yuan's betrayal of Crane Gate as a rank 5 Gu master was only a small piece of news. But now, Immortal Crane sect sent a huge commotion to attack Fang Yuan, and out of everyone's expectations they got such a result. At once, many people who had thought that Fang Yuan was courting death heard this news and were dumbfounded. Next, even more insider information spread from Crane Gate, Vicious Lightning Fiend, as well as Fang Yuan himself. The legendary Danghun Mountain, the enormous strength of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the rise of a mysterious force. Vicious Lightning Fiend's immortal killer moves all became eye-catching highlights. And among them, the most eye-catching was the trait of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could actually leave Danghun Mountain and be traded. The huge benefits contained in this piece of information tempted the various forces. Gu Immortals finally understood why Crane Gate made such an announcement. It was because of the huge profits. For Guts Gu, giving up some reputation was nothing. Moreover, Fang Yuan had admitted that he was a subordinate of the Crane Gate, which could be considered as giving face to this ancient sect. The other 9 great ancient sects scolded the Crane Gate for being shameless. At the same time, they contacted Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's Guts Gu had not officially started selling, but he had already received a large number of information path Gu worms, and they were still not ending. Regardless of the size of the forces, Fang Yuan replied to them one by one. He had to familiarize himself with them first. Take this as an opportunity. Fang Yuan finally stepped onto the stage of Jianghu State. As an immortal zombie and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu Immortals and forces of all sizes. A few days later, He Lulan delivered the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were wild beast souls. Fang Yuan threw everything into Danghun Mountain, whose immortal land spirit released all of Danghun Mountain's power. These souls were shattered into pieces, and countless soul essences scattered on the surface of Danghun Mountain. They gradually condensed into Guts Goo. Letting the Guts Goo grow on this side, Fang Yuan started his preparations on the other side. He ordered all the hairy men under him to refine basic goo worms. For 7 days and 7 nights, he worked in 3 shifts, refining large numbers of goo worms. He also ordered the Rockman tribe to send manpower to build a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls had already disappeared. Large numbers of Guts Goo were born on Danghun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls to Hu Immortal blessed land again. Fang Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Danghun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, looking at the huge object below, feeling astonished at Fang Yuan's great work. This stone nest was several hundred square meters in size. It was dug to a depth of over 100 meters. Outside the stone nest there was a circular hole. It was man-made. It was straight up and down. The circular hole was 1 li in diameter and at least 3 li deep. It was like a long cup. At the center of the circular hole, there was a thick and huge stone pillar. The stone pillar had a radius of 150 meters. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular hole were not connected. There was a gap of 450 meters between them. There was even a space left behind. The stone pillar was like an ant hill. The structure inside was complex. It extended in all directions. Be it the outer walls of the stone pillar or the inside of the circular hole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room there was an old hairy man. They were all equipped with basic goo refinement tools and materials. Fairy Lulan, please. Fang Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, standing at the center. He Lulan continued to use investigative goo worms and found that be it this stone pillar or the hole in the pillar, there were many goo worms arranged at intervals of distance. These arrangements were very complex. He Lulan was dazzled by them. She could only sense that these goo worms were not arranged randomly. They were all connected and affected each other. There was a deep meaning behind them. Don't tell me. Just as He Lulan was guessing, Fang Yuan spoke. Fairy, I have finished my preparations. We are just waiting for Strength Chi Immortal Goo. Please advise me. Fairy, you only need to activate Strength Chi Immortal Goo and let your strength spread out freely. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan acted according to his words. The grand strength Chi gathered into air currents that spread everywhere. The strength Chi became denser. It gradually turned into a fog that spread out and covered the entire stone nest. Countless mortal goo were activated in the stone nest. They shined with all sorts of lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined efforts of these goo worms, the strength Chi that was like a sea of fog was drawn out bit by bit. After a few breaths of time, all of the strength Chi filled the space between the stone pillar and the circular hole. More than 10 breaths of time later, this strength Chi continued to move, forming a whirlwind that moved around the stone pillar. Goo refinement, begin. Fang Yuan gave the order. The hairy men in the room were ready to go. They opened their eyes and started to refine goo worms. Whenever they needed strength Chi as goo refinement materials, the rapidly moving strength Chi outside the room would enter the goo. This scene made He Lulan praise. Fang Yuan, your stone nest is huge. It can actually hold thousands of hairy men to refine goo at the same time. It is truly a wondrous idea. Fang Yuan smiled. Didn't I tell you that I am also a goo refinement master? The truth was, this stone nest was an invention of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war. The continuous battles caused huge losses to goo masters and goo worms. All the large forces needed to replenish their goo worms. They gradually created this stone nest that could hold many goo masters and refine goo together. I named it Fang Yuan Stone Nest. It is a place to refine mortal goo in large numbers. I will refine air sac goo. It is divided into more than 10 steps. The hairy men in the room at the highest level will finish the first step and send the half-finished product to the room at the next level. After processing it at the next level, the half-finished product will be sent to the 3rd level. This way the hairy men will focus on one step. Not only will the goo recipe not be leaked, they can also get familiar with it faster. This will increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He took the invention of someone else in his previous life as his own. He Lulan could not help but praise. This is the best way to refine mortal goo in large numbers. To a certain extent, it can even lower the standards of the goo refiner. After all, they only need to complete one of the steps. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, you will not have to worry about the repetitive refinement. You only need to control the materials. There are also some goo recipes that require the refiner to practice continuously. Thankfully, Airsac Gu does not need to do that. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. I was worried that the Airsac Gu would be too few, it would affect the sales of Guts Gu. After all, each Airsac Gu can only store one Guts Gu. But now that I have seen this stone nest, I am at ease. These Guts Gu. How do you intend to sell them? Fang Yuan already had a plan. I will mainly sell them to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as their whole Earth Gu. I have already constructed them. From now on, I will use whole Earth Gu to exchange for the goods. The remaining small portion will be sold in jewel yellow skies. You are not intending to sell some to the other sects of Central Continent? No need. Right now, Central Continent is dominated by the 10 great sects. Our identity and status are already very sensitive. We do not need to provoke the ancient sects at this time. The peace we have now is not easy to obtain. We only need to quietly earn some profits. He Lulan heard this and nodded. This time she was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed in Immortal blessed land. The first batch of Guts Gu had already been sold. After deducting the cost and the 40% of profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan obtained 43 Immortal Yuan stones. A month later in Immortal blessed land, the second batch of Guts Gu was sold. Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone storage increased to 46. The third batch of Guts Gu earned 47. The market feedback was very good. The demand from the 10 great ancient sects was increasing every time. Jewel Yellow Skies' sales were even more explosive. Often they would be sold out in a day or two. Guts Gu was once a treasure that even spectral soul demon Venerable revered. Its efficiency in strengthening the soul was extremely high, more than 10 times that of ordinary methods. In fact, not only soul path Gu masters needed it, enslavement path, refinement path and other related paths also needed the foundation of the soul. When a Gu master ascends to Gu Immortal, the soul was also an important factor in the density of human qi. No one would complain that their soul was too strong. Fang Yuan started to experience the benefits of monopolizing a business. He could control the market and the situation. He could sell to whoever he wanted, he could sell as much as he wanted. But he did not raise the price carelessly, because Guts Gu was not the only method to strengthen the soul. If the price was too high, others would use their original methods instead. This way Fang Yuan's profits would fall instead. After the 3 batches of Guts Gu were sold, Fang Yuan had over 100 Immortal Yuan stones in his possession. He started to purchase large numbers of hairy men and excavate more rooms in the stone nests, increasing the scale of production. The more hairy men there were, the higher the proficiency in Gu refinement, causing Fang Yuan's profits to increase with each batch of Guts Gu sold. 5 months later in Immortal blessed land, his profits finally stabilized. With each batch of Guts Gu, he could earn 48 Immortal Yuan stones in profit. This was a genuine windfall profit. What was even more terrifying was that Guts Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. It was gone once used, and the market's demand was endless. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel like they were burdens, because they were in charge of collecting souls. Chapter 7:14. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Bam bam bam. The huge ice-spiked divine ape's every footstep was like the rumbling of a drum. When it reached the cloud building, it stopped and raised its head to roar. The roar shook the wind and clouds, spreading far and wide. Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya were standing far away, chatting, but when they heard the roar they looked over. This little monkey. Land Spirit of Langya stretched out its left hand, stroking its beard as it laughed heartily. The chi path restriction on it had already decreased from over 10 layers to only 6 layers. It was all thanks to Northern Plains Inkman King's help. Thus, Land Spirit of Langya's left hand could already move freely. Only its right hand was left, it could not move. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the cloud building slowly rising, revealing the cave under the cloud soil foundation. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, gradually covering the ice-spiked divine ape. The ice-spiked divine ape slowly stepped into the cave, its mountain-like body gradually disappearing from Fang Yuan's vision. Finally the cloud building slowly descended, sealing the cave again. The goo worms in the cave were activated as the ice-spiked divine ape fell into a deep slumber. Not far away the other cloud buildings were also experiencing the same situation. It was just that the ones buried in the cloud building's foundation were not ice-spiked divine ape, but phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, and other desolate beasts. Ice-spiked divine ape, phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, azure dragon vine, swamp crab, peach dragon, iron crown eagle, earth chief desolate beast. I have returned the 8 desolate beasts you lent me to you in perfect condition. Actually, it is beneficial to let them out for a walk every once in a while. I always let them sleep. Although it saves food, it affects their battle strength. But it will affect their battle strength, Fang Yuan said. Land spirit of Langya rolled its eyes. Rascal, you think I can't tell what you are trying to say? You want to borrow my desolate beasts in the future? Help you fight? These desolate beasts of mine were accumulated with great difficulty. They are Langya blessed land's main defensive force. Next time you borrow them, you cannot borrow 8 at once. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly, stretching out his hand. All right, I have returned your desolate beast. According to the agreement, I will return it to you. You should return man as before and landscape as before to me. When the land spirit of Langya heard this, his aura immediately dropped and he smiled embarrassedly. This? Fang boy. I know, brother Fang, man as before and landscape as before. These two immortal gu are truly profound and extraordinary. I have not researched them thoroughly. Why don't you give me a few more days? Fang Yuan's face darkened. Don't even think about it. Give it to me. Brother Fang, no, brother Fang, you can't be so heartless. You have to know that my chi path is sealed. I can't use my full strength. I can't do anything about it. I'm at a huge disadvantage in this transaction. The land spirit of Langya cried out. You have to be willing to do business. I'm not forcing you. If you suffer a loss, it's your own business. You want to go back on your word now? Too late. Quickly hand it over. Don't forget that we swore using mountain pledge gu. And it also involves your friend Mo Tansang. If anyone goes back on their word, they will have to pay with their life. Fang Yuan snickered. O land spirit, you should return the immortal gu. Mo Tansang hurried over and looked at the land spirit of Langya anxiously. The land spirit of Langya looked at Mo Tansang. He could not endure the latter's gaze. He stomped his feet and reluctantly returned man as before and landscape as before to Fang Yuan. Brat, you get the better end of the deal every time. I'll give them to you, you sly scoundrel. The land spirit of Langya chattered endlessly. Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure. I got the better end of the deal? How did I get the better end of the deal? I fed all 8 of your dire beasts until they were full. There were no fierce battles. It was just like a warm-up. I saved you some expenses. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Settle the score? What score? Didn't I raise your Azure Cloud Immortal Gu as well? In order to buy food, I paid a lot of Immortal Yuan stones too. If you want to settle the score, let's settle the score and see who paid the most. The land spirit of Langya stomped his feet and retaliated. Feeding desolate beasts was much simpler and cheaper than feeding immortal gu. Fang Yuan could not win against the land spirit of Langya in this aspect, but he knew the weakness of the land spirit of Langya, thus his aura did not falter. He sneered, Land spirit of Langya, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you want to? The land spirit of Langya's expression changed. He gave a fawning smile. I want to even in my dreams. Just think about it. Fang Yuan patted the land spirit of Langya's head. Is there any meaning in being calculative? Who asked you to be worried about me and keep my Azure Cloud Immortal Gu as insurance? Get lost. The land spirit of Langya pushed Fang Yuan's hand away in anger. Rascal, you have no respect for your elders. I am your XXX senior. Fang Yuan's eyes widened as he showed the 2 immortal gu in his hands. The land spirit of Langya's expression immediately changed. He patted Fang Yuan's leg while chuckling. Fang Yuan, kid, I have no choice. You are pleasing to my eyes. We are good friends. Mo Tansang, who was standing at the side, was speechless as he witnessed this. Fang Yuan placed the 2 immortal gu into his immortal aperture and took out 3 immortal gu recipes. During the 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had already completed 6 transactions with the land spirit of Langya. The more incomplete the immortal gu recipe, the more green grape immortal essence would be expended during the deduction, and the longer the time required. The 3 immortal gu recipes that Fang Yuan handed over were originally only 60% complete. He had spent half a month to barely complete them. The land spirit of Langya received the immortal gu recipe and took a look, shaking his head and sighing. Kid, I have to say, you are indeed a genius in deducing gu recipes. It is a pity that you have degenerated into an immortal zombie. Fang Yuan took the opportunity to ask, I also want to find a way to get rid of my immortal zombie body. Do you not have any methods? Of course there are a lot of methods, but almost all of them are old methods that cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low chances, some materials have already gone extinct long ago, and some methods that even I am not sure about. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. I am a land spirit after all. I do not normally consider the problem of becoming an immortal zombie. Brother Fong might be able to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups are immortal zombies. They have been researching on how to get rid of their immortal zombie bodies. Methods to recover life. Moreover, some years ago, I had heard some rumors that there are people in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance who have made a breakthrough in this aspect. He has made a breakthrough in this aspect. Mo Tan Sang suggested. Fang Yuan nodded. I also have such a plan, but it is not good for me to show my face. I destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is not good for me to show my face in public. If I am deduced, that would be terrible. Now that Dongfang Naganori is dead, I am afraid there are no other Gu immortals in Northern Plains who can deduce Brother Fang's background. Mo Tan Sang said. It's hard to say. There are some thousand-year-old monsters. Or wisdom path Gu immortals hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Kid, aren't you a wisdom path Gu immortal? You can deduce so many immortal Gu recipes. Your wisdom path attainment is already extremely high. You can use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path Gu immortals have done this before. The land spirit of Langya said. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How was he a wisdom path Gu immortal? He was only borrowing some of the rank 9 wisdom Gu's power to make up for it. He was shameless. At this moment, he could only say this. My wisdom path methods are extremely focused on deducing Gu recipes. I am much weaker in other aspects. Moreover, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are living witnesses. They have personally experienced the changes in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my appearance has already been interrogated by Qin Baisheng. Speaking of Qin Baisheng, Mo Tan Sang's gaze shone. He could not help but praise. This person is truly amazing. I had thought that he only had outstanding battle strength. But to think that his schemes are also brilliant. He captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, and obtained the essence of the luck path true inheritance. He was about to be exterminated by the alliance of Northern Plains Gu immortals. But in this month of Northern Plains time, he formed alliances and gave up on his own benefits, persuading Fairy Li Shan to come forward. Using Mountain Pledge Gu, he gathered a large number of lone cultivators. Even Yi Lui tribe was persuaded by him. A huge battle was about to break out, but because of his efforts, it was resolved. He even held an auction in his blessed land, specially auctioning the luck path true inheritance's core immortal Gu. Even Ma and Zhao Lianyun became the auction items. After saying this, Mo Tan Sang looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. He knew that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Back then, when Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to borrow a desolate beast, he was present. The land spirit of Langya rejected him with a firm attitude, because desolate beasts were the main defense of Langya blessed land. If Fang Yuan had evil intentions and was in cahoots with the forces that attacked Langya blessed land, the land spirit of Langya would be in danger. But Fang Yuan unexpectedly took out Mountain Pledge Gu. Using this Gu to swear an oath, he completely dispelled the worries of the land spirit of Langya. Next, he used man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal Gu to lure the land spirit of Langya, attacking the weakness of the land spirit of Langya. Earlier, the land spirit of Langya had not hesitated to ask Tai Bai Yunxing for 5 immortal Yuan stone in order to research landscape as before. The land spirit of Langya was moved by the 2 immortal Gu, and was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He lent out 8 desolate beasts at once. Qin Baisheng knows when to give up, he knows when to adapt to the situation, and has powerful methods. He can be said to be well versed in both literature and martial arts. He is truly admirable. Fang Yuan added lightly before changing the topic, asking the land spirit, do you have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu? Fang Yuan had cleansed Soul Immortal Gu. He had not fed it yet. It had become weaker over this period of time. And to feed cleansed Soul Immortal Gu, he needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's flesh. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already asked the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit did not have the Gu recipe of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, not even an incomplete recipe. Thus, this time Fang Yuan only asked for clues and did not mention the Gu recipe. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. Lad, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. My main body experienced the 2 eras of Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, and finally died of old age. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rose up after Giant Sun Immortal. At that time I, the land spirit, had already stayed in the blessed land. Where would I get any clues? Chapter 7:15. Oh. Since it involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan could not help but feel interested. Is this the rumored familiar face? Regarding the immortal killer move Familiar Face, there were many interesting records in Gu Master history. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Familiar Face to change his appearance and form. He had once used rank 6 cultivation level to deceive a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Deng Zuiyan, making him think that he was his good friend, Wan Cheizhen. In the end, Deng Zuiyan led a wolf into the house, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this chance to steal many of the treasures in the Blessed Land. After the incident, Deng Zuiyan vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. In a fit of rage he sought out Wan Cheizhen and fought for 300 rounds. Wan Cheizhen was quite puzzled and tried his best to explain but to no avail. In the end he took a risk and didn't try to defend himself, allowing Deng Zuiyan to hit him with 3 moves. After 3 moves, Wan Cheizhen was on the verge of death, which finally made Deng Zuiyan believe in their friendship. Filled with regret, Deng Zuiyan treated Wan Cheizhen's injuries at all costs. Not long after, they found out the truth and treated Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as an enemy they had to kill. The 10,000 chariots were severely injured and Deng Zuiyan was about to face the natural disaster and earthly calamity. Unwilling to implicate his good friend, he secretly left. But who could have thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable would use this chance to disguise as him and deceive Deng Zuiyan? He pretended to be sick and extorted countless cultivation resources from Deng Zuiyan. After that, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left. Deng Zuiyan lost a great deal of his foundation and died in the heavenly calamity and earthly tribulation not long after. Wan Cheizhen was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood when he heard that his good friend had died. His body, which was already severely injured and weak, was finally unable to recover from this setback. He died a few days later. This was the greatest achievement of the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly killed 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. In history, apart from this rich and colorful record, there was no one else. There were countless records of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable using this move to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger, or to disguise as an expert to swindle others, or to transform into a snowman to wreak havoc in Inkman City, resulting in a war between the snowmen and Inkmen. The land spirit of Langia glared at Fang Yuan and shook his head repeatedly. Familiar Face? How dare you dream? It was an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude Gu. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. But I have this killer move. It is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is just enough for you to use. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Seeing that he had successfully aroused Fang Yuan's interest, the land spirit of Langia chuckled. He continued, this killer move is called Unfamiliar Face. But if you want it, you have to do me a favor. Fang Yuan already knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He nodded and said, go ahead. The land spirit of Langia revealed his plan. My 12 cloud pavilions are guarded by a wild beast. In the end, they were attacked by Gu Immortals of unknown forces. 2 of them died in battle, they were heavily injured afterwards and 1 died of illness. There were only 9 desolate beasts left. I want you to enslave a desolate beast with outstanding combat strength. I will not only give you the corresponding immortal yuan stone according to the market price. Moreover, I will also give you this mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan was slightly happy. He had made transactions with the land spirit of Langia to deduce immortal Gu remnant recipes, and also used Mountain Pledge Gu to dispel his suspicions. After returning the desolate beasts, his relationship with the land spirit of Langia had advanced greatly. If it were in the past, the land spirit of Langia would not ask Fang Yuan for such a favor. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. Next, he obtained 3 new immortal Gu remnant recipes from the land spirit of Langia. After saying goodbye, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Junior brother, you are back. Did it go smoothly? Tai Bai Yunxing was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now that the 8 desolate beasts had been returned, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan could not stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan entered Langia Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing was the only Gu Immortal left. And this trip was quite smooth. Fang Yuan said as he handed landscape as before Gu and man as before to Tai Bai Yunxing. Shark Demon is rushing me urgently, I will go to Eastern Sea now. Tai Bai Yunxing received the 2 Gu and left in a hurry without inspecting them. Fang Yuan did not stop him, he only reminded him to be careful. Finally, he was alone. He started to think about his next step. After resolving the huge crisis of Immortal Crane Sect's attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I was finally able to stand my ground and enter the righteous path as a vassal. I can also sell Guts Gu and use this to open up some space in Central Continent. In the past, Fang Yuan was only immortal. he did not even have the qualifications to speak with Gu Immortals. Even though he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it was like a child carrying Yuan stone in a bandit's nest. When the bandits saw Fang Yuan, they thought of how to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Now that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had some qualifications. They also formed alliances and raised their banners, temporarily intimidating Crane Gate and the other sections. Using the Guts Gu trade, they formed a relationship of benefits. The child had grown up into a young man. Seeing the bandits, he started to give out Yuan stones. The bandits wanted to snatch them, but they were afraid of the young man's retaliation and damaging their own teeth. Thus they took these Yuan stones and satisfied their appetites. Moreover, these bandits were also on guard against each other. They were also restraining each other. Their attention was divided. The young man was temporarily safe in this bandit's nest. But Fang Yuan was clear: in the future, as the Guts Gu trade got bigger and bigger, the profits would get heavier and heavier. It would attract even stronger attacks and robberies. Especially during the 5 regions chaotic war, the various forces would not let go of anything that could increase their strength. Even though the young man gave out some Yuan stones and satisfied the appetite of some bandits. But as the number of Yuan stones he had increased, it would definitely cause another fight. Thus, Fang Yuan was willing to lower his head and become a subordinate of Crane Gate in name. This way the young man became a small bandit. Bandits could not plunder as they pleased, they had to follow rules. But rules were only formless restraints. The longer time passed, the greater the benefits, the more powerless they would be. And this young bandit was not as strong as he appeared to be. 4 Gu Immortals, 8 desolate beasts, they are only a powerful illusion that I created by borrowing strength from all directions. The Snowy Mountain alliance with He Lulan had a time limit. Langya Blessed Land is facing strong enemies, it is hard to protect itself. The 8 desolate beasts cannot be borrowed at any time. Even though we forced Crane Gate to retreat and established a trade relationship with the 10 great ancient sects, since we have already surfaced, these sects will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not made a move yet because they do not know my background. Once they know my background, they will make a move again. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. If he were to use an analogy to describe the situation. Then when Fang Yuan first obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a storm with lightning. It was extremely bad. Only by risking his life could he have a chance of survival. After Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie. When he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like dark clouds covering the sky and land. Strong winds were blowing. His future was bleak. Only by meticulously planning, being careful and haggling over the smallest details, grasping every opportunity, could he climb out of this quagmire step by step. Right now, after Fang Yuan forced Crane Gate to retreat, he started to sell Guts Gu. The situation was like the wind had dissipated, the dark clouds were thinning and a corner of the sky was lifted, revealing the blue sky. There was a trace of light in front of him, but the dark clouds were still rumbling. If he was careless, they would cover the sky and land again. Lightning and rain would strike. It was like a person who had just escaped from a quagmire, standing at the edge of a deep pool, barely managing to stabilize himself. If he took a step back, Fang Yuan would fall into the quagmire again. If he wanted to climb out, he would need to struggle with all his might and also depend on his luck. But if he took a step forward, Fang Yuan would walk more steadily. He would truly be stepping on a wide path. Even if there were thorns along the way, he would not be struggling between life and death like before, struggling at death's door. Every step was dangerous. For the next period of time, I need to use this peaceful period that I have obtained with much difficulty to move forward. I need to accumulate my foundation and raise my cultivation level, becoming stronger and stronger, to the point that the surrounding forces will not dare to target me. Fang Yuan thought about it. There were still several problems in front of him. The first problem was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was the first. Land Spirit of Langya and Fairy Li Shan did not have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Even though he bought some from Jewel Yellow Skies at a high price, he could only barely maintain Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu and not let it starve to death. To feed Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu, he needed over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Even if Gu Immortals had some collections of these Gu, the quantity would be small. Unless Fang Yuan obtained the Gu recipe and refined it in large quantities, he would not be able to solve this problem. Looking at the other Immortal Gu, they also had problems feeding them. Although they had managed to survive the ordeal this time, the next feeding would still be a problem. The 6-headed snake's bones had already turned into black blood, supplying calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. The problem of delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu's feeding had not been solved yet. It was only because Mo Yao's will had fed it previously that it was delayed. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Even though the former had a large quantity, as long as there was enough immortal yuan stone, it was not hard to buy them. But the latter was also rare in the market. If it wasn't for Tai Bai Yunxing meeting the shark demon and sacrificing himself to take the risk, he wouldn't have been able to purchase enough. Rising azure cloud goo was in the hands of land spirit of Xianxia. He could not consider it for now. Connecting cloud immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. According to the situation of the dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms. It could support 3 more feeding sessions. The feeding of a woman's heart was more troublesome. Massacres would attract the attacks of righteous path goo immortals if they were done too often. After all, it was not the 5 regions' chaotic war yet. In the 5 regions, the righteous path suppressed the demonic path. Order had the upper hand. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal yuan stone now, but feeding immortal goo was not something that could be solved with just immortal yuan stone. Actually, feeding immortal goo was often linked to the goo immortal's blessed land. It was related to the goo immortal's cultivation. Chapter 7:16. For example, a water path goo immortal's blessed land would be a sea. After obtaining worldly wave trace goo, the goo immortal would raise underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels and others in the blessed land. This way he could feed immortal goo worldly wave trace with local materials and be self-sufficient. For example, Tai Bai Yunxing's 2 immortal goo could be used to manage his own blessed land and obtain food from it. Heilolan's Lulan blessed land contained a large amount of heavy gold ores. These heavy gold ores were the food of strength chi immortal goo. But Fang Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Most of their immortal goo were refined from their vital goo and core goo during their immortal ascension. They were of the same path as their own. Fang Yuan's immortal goo were mostly obtained through scheming. Although his vital goo was spring-autumn cicada, he did not have a time path inheritance. He walked the path of strength path. Fang Yuan's immortal goo were very messy. They involved time path, space path, water path, wisdom path and many other paths. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. Whatever he planted would die. He could no longer develop it like a normal blessed land. He could not feed immortal goo easily, and could not produce immortal essence. This caused the burden on immortal yuan stone to become even heavier. Fang Yuan's immortal essence not only had to be used for transactions, he also had to refine a portion into green grape immortal essence and feed immortal goo. After the intense battle with He Cheng, Fang Yuan's finances almost collapsed. The main reason was this. Thus, the second problem in front of Fang Yuan was his immortal aperture blessed land. His immortal aperture blessed land was dead. His cultivation was stagnant. Blessed lands involved many aspects. They were a huge burden to Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body, only then could he start his goo immortal cultivation. But after getting rid of his immortal zombie body and returning to his human body, Fang Yuan would not be able to rely on the light of wisdom. This was another problem. As for the final problem, it was battle strength. Right now, cleansed soul immortal goo was weak from hunger. It could not be used. Fang Yuan's trump card, immortal killer move myriad self, could not be used for the time being. As a result, Fang Yuan's battle prowess declined. Whether it was facing the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent in the future, or the pursuit of Northern Plains goo immortals, seizing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, or helping the land spirit of Xianxia capture the desolate beast, obtaining the thieving heaven inheritance of Luopa Valley, dealing with fairy Jianghu and seizing dark limit immortal goo, they all needed strong battle strength. The aspect that affects the goo immortal's battle strength. There were 4 main ones. The goo immortal's own battle attainment, immortal goo, killer moves and immortal essence. Now that he had the guts goo business, he did not lack immortal essence. A goo immortal's battle attainment was a foundation accumulated over time. It could not be raised in a short period of time. As for immortal goo, blood god's remnant recipe was enough. I can deduce the complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, but my current wealth is far from enough to refine an immortal goo. Fang Yuan thought about it. Even if he could refine a blood god, he didn't want to do it. Blood path had already been labeled as a demonic path. Even when the 10 great ancient sects researched blood path, they had to do it secretly, not daring to make it public. Moreover, the Celestial Court had Demon Judgment Board. Fang Yuan did not want to become famous so early. Moreover, Fang Yuan had immortal goo. He could barely feed them. The burden of feeding them was too heavy and he had to add new immortal goo. Feng Yuan himself lacked confidence. Thus, in front of Feng Yuan, the only thing that could raise his battle strength quickly was killer moves. And killer moves included immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. Now that I have enough immortal Yuan stone, I have much more money than before. Not only can I buy more and better mortal killer moves, I can also experiment, deduce and recreate some powerful killer moves from my previous life. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan acted quickly and immediately started. Central Continent. With Feng Jioge at the lead, a group of Gu immortals stood in front of a huge wall of light. The wall of light was extremely wide, connecting heaven and earth. The white light condensed into a solid wall. Golden light flickered inside. It was grand and majestic. This was Central Continent's fetal membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The 5 regions of the Gu Master World, Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Northern Plains were all covered in a layer of fetal membrane, forming the limit of heaven and earth, isolating each other. Old Oracle, what are the results of your deductions? Kanyang Laojun asked a young Gu immortal in the group. The young Gu immortal slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with clouds and mist. They were constantly changing. After a long while, the clouds dispersed. His eyes returned to normal black pupils and white pupils. The young Gu immortal said with a slightly joyful tone, "All right, this regional wall is rather weak. It is the 3rd weak point we have found these days. But it is much more stable than the 1st and 2nd weak points. I suggest we use this as a breakthrough point. We can break through the regional wall and enter Northern Plains." Haha, good, we have searched 1,000 locations, we have finally found an ideal weak spot. Old man Tianlong laughed loudly. Fairy Ling Mei let out a breath of turbid air, sighing, "After searching for so many days, we have finally found a good result. It was not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time, let's begin." Feng Jioge said concisely, "Who will go first?" Fairy Ao Shuer and Fairy Ling Mei looked at each other. They stood up together and said, "This time our Heaven's Envy Manor will be the vanguard." Saying so, they activated the immortal killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. The core of this killer move was a rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal Gu, with 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu assisting it. The immortal killer move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also involved one's mind. A single Gu immortal could not display its power. 2 Gu immortals were needed to activate it together. When the immortal killer move was activated, a green crescent moon was formed. The crescent moon was not big, it was only the size of a water vat, but it was condensed into a solid form, shining brightly like a beautiful work of art. Only the terrifying aura that leaked out occasionally let people know that it was not as harmless as it looked. The surrounding Gu immortals quickly moved away from Ao Shui and Ling Mei. The 2 fairies had gathered enough energy. They shouted together and let out a green crescent moon. The crescent moon flew at an extremely fast speed. The moonlight was gentle, the whole process was silent. The green crescent moon slashed on the Saint Regional Wall, creating a path of 76 steps. As expected of one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves, creating a path of 76 steps. Amazing. Gu Immortal Chen Jinqi praised. Feng Jioge took the lead, the other Gu Immortals followed behind, entering the Saint Regional Wall. Once they stepped into the Saint Regional Wall, many people's expressions changed, their bodies suddenly became heavy, their thoughts also became sluggish, the immortal apertures in their bodies also started to shake. "Quick, hurry up," Feng Jioge urged. Everyone walked 74 steps, they could not go any further. In just this short period of time, the Saint Regional Wall had already recovered, the original 76 steps had already been reduced by 2 steps. Kanyang Laojun stood up. "Next. Let me show my skills." He took out an immortal Gu. The immortal Gu was like a half-burnt candle, the tip was burning with a weak candlelight. Kanyang Laojun got close to the candlelight and blew it with his mouth. The candlelight flickered. Following the direction of the air current that Kanyang Laojun blew, countless sparkling specks of light scattered. The specks of light landed on the white gold Saint Regional Wall. The regional wall melted like snow, quickly forming a path of 63 steps. Everyone quickly moved forward. Old man Tianlong also stood up and activated an immortal Gu, creating a path of 67 steps. Like this, the Gu immortals took turns to work. They either activated immortal Gu or used immortal killer moves. They created a path and went deep into the Saint Regional Wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies. It even turned into a huge force that dragged them backwards, as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds were also becoming slower. This made it extremely difficult for Gu immortals to activate immortal killer moves. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, Old Oracle had to use all sorts of methods, even immortal killer moves, to reinforce the minds of other Gu immortals. But even so, Ao Shuer and Ling Mei could not use their peerless crescent moon slash. The most crucial thing was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the tremors in their immortal apertures. The ground in the blessed land cracked, rocks rolled down, countless living beings died tragically. These Gu immortals from the 10 great ancient sects all had outstanding battle strength, they were all famous experts. After walking a few hundred steps, most of their faces were pale, some with weaker cultivation level were even starting to sway. After 1,000 steps, most of the Gu immortals were covered in sweat, some were pale. Ao Shuer and Ling Mei were already supporting each other as they walked. Only Feng Jiuge was still walking at the front with his head held high, his expression was normal. Every time he attacked, he used an immortal killer move, creating a passage that was over 100 steps long. After walking about 3,000 steps, the platinum light in front of them was already thinning, and there was a hint of green in it. Old Oracle, you divined well, this is indeed the weakest area of the Saint Regional Wall, we have only walked about 3,000 steps. Someone immediately praised. After the Saint Regional Wall, we will reach Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. Let's work harder and break through it in one go. Kanyang Laojun was gasping for breath as he tried to boost the morale. The young Gu immortal, Old Oracle, was somewhat worried. My ability is limited, I can only deduce to the Saint Regional Wall. I hope this Licorice Regional Wall is not too thick. About 7 minutes later, the Gu immortals left the Saint Regional Wall and entered the Licorice Regional Wall. This regional wall was completely different from the Saint Regional Wall. The Gu immortals went in and felt a formless and enormous force pushing them away. The tremors in their immortal apertures were even greater. Many Gu immortals felt heartache over the losses. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal Gu in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Old man Tianlong said. Sai, when I was young I also passed through the regional wall and went to Northern Plains. The whole process only took 5 minutes, it was very easy. Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming sighed deeply. When he passed through the regional wall, he was only a rank 4 Gu master. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to pass through the regional wall. Half a day later, this group of people had no choice but to stop. They were in the Licorice Regional Wall, there was green fog everywhere. In the fog, grass grew wildly like a sea of snakes, like strands of hair, constantly twisting and twisting, blocking their advance. The leader, Feng Jiuge, was sweating profusely, his lips pale. We can't go on, this Licorice Regional Wall is very sturdy, we need to change direction even if we have to walk a bit more. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Feng Jiuge's decision. Old Oracle started to deduce, during this period the regional wall continued to recover, the Gu immortals retreated. This way. Finally, Old Oracle deduced a direction. The Gu immortals changed directions. After a day and night, they finally broke through the Licorice Regional Wall and arrived at Northern Plains. Let's rest for 3 days before we talk about other things. Feng Jiuge said weakly. Chapter 717. Flying cranes cried out, flying in the sky leisurely, showing off their beautiful bodies. A cool breeze blew, causing the pine trees on Feihe Mountain to rustle. The sun was high up in the sky, but the bright sunlight could not shine into this dark underground secret room. The underground secret room was simple and crude, with stone walls all around. Other than the stone bed in the center, there was nothing else. The moist water vapor caused moss to grow between the cracks of the stones. On the stone bed there was a rotting young rank 5 Gu master. It was Gue Fangzheng. In order to sense Fang Yuan's location and cooperate with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fangzheng was schemed against by Master Tenchiru and lost control of the failed blood demon Flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood and his soul to be on the verge of collapse, falling into a state of unconsciousness. You want to revive Fangzheng? He Fengyang stood beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea floating in the air. The spirit incubating flea stored Fang Yuan's Master Tenchiru's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Yes, Lord, I am willing to give up the chance of possession, please save Fangzheng. He Fengyang looked at the unconscious Fangzheng, saying softly, his injuries look terrifying but it is not serious. I do not need to do anything, the sect has many methods to heal him. The most troublesome part was his soul. He forcefully sensed it, causing his soul to be greatly damaged, and is only a step away from collapsing. Actually, the current situation is suitable for you to possess. This body's aptitude is a grade to begin with, and it has a rank 5 aperture. Its soul is also extremely weak. If you want to possess it, you will not be able to do so. There is no suspense in the battle of the soul. Possession was your plan all along, wasn't it? Master Tenshuru laughed bitterly. Ever since he used his methods to harm Fangjing. In the bottom of Master Tenshuru's heart, Fangjing's face would always appear, and he would always recall the times he spent with Fangjing. Fangjing's innocence and dedication to justice always reminded him of his youth. Fangjing's revenge was so similar to his own experience. Your subordinate's original plan was indeed to possess Fangjing. However, at this moment in this subordinate's heart, it was filled with reluctance and guilt. Logically speaking, he is Guyue's bloodline, but he keeps calling me master. He trusted me and never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice just like I used to. If I kill him, the possession will succeed. From now on, she would live in his body. How can I face myself? Master Tenshuru sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while. He suddenly raised his hand and lightly touched Fangjing's forehead. Green light flowed out of He Fengyang's palm like water, and quickly spread to Fangjing's entire body. Wherever the green light went, the swelling would disappear, the wounds would scab, and all the injuries could be seen with the naked eye. Rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fangjing's body had completely recovered. His breathing was steady and long, but he was still unconscious. I have healed all the injuries on his body and also maintained his soul. As repayment for your help in the past, I will give you another chance, Sky Crane. You do not need to be in a hurry to give up on the possession. I will give you some time to consider. He Fengyang said. Lord, He Fengyang retracted his hand. The possession method we have is not complete. It originates from northern plains. Right now, my sect's Kanyang Laojun has already followed Feng Jioga into northern plains. He has many sect missions on his shoulders. One of them is to collect more information and perfect the possession method. When he returns to the sect, Sky Crane, you will have a better chance to possess him. At that time, you will have already considered it carefully. Give me your answer. Lord, before Master Tenshuru finished speaking, He Fengyang waved his sleeves and disappeared. Who Immortal blessed land and underground cave. The rainbow-colored light of wisdom shone on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression was uncertain. Suddenly he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green zombie blood. At the same time, the countless joyful thoughts in his mind crumbled. This was the first time Feng Yuan was injured after using the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan left the light of wisdom. He found a small flesh mushroom and used it as a stool to sit down. He wiped away the zombie blood at the corner of his mouth while resisting the dizziness and checking his mind. His mind was unstable, all sorts of thoughts had just appeared when they automatically crumbled. The borders of his mind were showing signs of cracks. This was the backlash from Feng Yuan forcefully thinking earlier. At this moment, Feng Yuan only needed to think for his mind to feel intense pain. He simply closed his eyes and stopped all thoughts. He remained motionless like a stone statue. A long while later he slowly opened his eyes and checked his mind again. The tremors in his mind had disappeared, but the four walls of his mind still had traces of injuries. The speed at which thoughts were produced was slower than before, but they would not crumble on their own. This meant that Feng Yuan could continue thinking. This injury was undoubtedly a valuable experience. It allowed Feng Yuan to learn many things. Thinking in wisdom path has its risks and can be injured. Like strength path cultivation, overexerting one's strength will cause the body's muscles to be injured or even rupture. This time, I used a lot of joyful thoughts to think about the star path problem, using the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. Finally, I exceeded the limit of my mind and got injured. I had wanted to use Wisdom Gu's power to deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe. But now it seems that my star path foundation is too shallow. Unlimited inspiration brings countless possibilities and directions. Each possibility and direction needs to be deduced. And in the process of calculation, more choices will appear. Star Shoot Gu was Star Lord Wanxiang's unique Gu worm. Together with a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu and other things, they could form the killer move, Spring Star Rain. Spring Star Rain's effect could cause many plants to grow. Feng Yuan had used this killer move several times to water his Star Fragment grass. But Star Shoot Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm. It could only be bought from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang earned a profit from this. Feng Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but he did not succeed and was injured instead. Although Star Shoot Gu is Immortal Gu, Star Lord Wanxiang had tampered with it. It is hard to reverse deduce the Gu recipe. Unless my star path attainment reaches master level, it will be hard to succeed. Fang Yuan had a sudden realization. Star path master level represented the foundation of star path. It could greatly reduce the possibilities and directions of deductions, and help Fang Yuan get the correct answer faster. Fang Yuan deduced according to the difficulty, since reverse deducing star shoot gu already requires star path master level. Then researching a brand new gu recipe to refine starlight firefly gu will be even harder. I should need star path grandmaster level. And modifying Do Min Jun's star path inheritance into a brand new star path gu worm that can amplify the entire star path effect in terms of offense, defense, movement and healing, that is even harder. I should need star path quasi-great grandmaster level at least. Starlight firefly gu was a necessary ingredient to open Stargate gu, the more the better. And in Do Min Jun's inheritance, 1.5 star gu, 2 stars splendor gu, 3 stars in the sky gu, 4 stars cube gu and 5 stars consecutive gu, could strengthen the attack of star path gu worms. If this was spread, star path gu would definitely become very popular, and would have a slight influence on all the gu master paths. Fang Yuan's original plan was to reverse deduce star shoot gu and starlight firefly gu's recipes. One was to get rid of Star Lord Wanxiang's control, and another was to obtain more starlight firefly gu to use in stargates. And raising 1.5 star gu, 2 stars splendor gu, 3 stars in the sky gu, a series of star path gu's effects could be developed into a brand new star path killer move suitable for Fang Yuan, and raise his battle strength. But after putting it into practice, Fang Yuan realized that he had been thinking too much. Even if he had the light of wisdom and unlimited inspiration, his refinement path attainment was only master level, and his star path attainment was only ordinary. It was hard for him to realize his original plan. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I need to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my own advantages. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He was now a blood path grandmaster, strength path grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, refinement path master, enslavement path master and transformation path master. He first eliminated blood path. Blood path gu immortals were hated by everyone, because blood path cultivators harmed others and raised their battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were not willing to see such a strong threat from blood path gu immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the order of the regions was in chaos, would blood path appear. Although Fang Yuan had blood deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the complete gu recipe for the time being, and did not have the financial resources to refine blood deity immortal gu. Moreover, his previous life's blood path inheritance had not been completed yet. He could not collect it in advance. Next, Fang Yuan eliminated strength path. Strength path had once flourished for a period of time, but now it was on the decline. Even someone as talented as Chu Du would not be able to recreate the glory of strength path. A path's prosperity not only depended on genius gu masters and gu immortals, but also on resources. In the modern era, most of the resources used for strength path had disappeared or were extremely rare. Strength path's prospects were not good, many gu recipes were lost and the future was bleak. Even though Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie, he did not want to walk this path. The reason he chose strength path was because it was convenient. It could be a springboard for him to casually change paths in the future. Later he became a strength path immortal zombie because he was forced to do so at 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Unless Fang Yuan was like He Lulan and had several strength path immortal gu, he could rely on these immortal gu to raise his battle strength. But this situation was not realistic for Fang Yuan. Blood path and strength path were not enough. Flying quasi-grandmaster was only a battle attainment. Refinement path was not good at fighting. Fang Yuan's remaining options were enslavement path and transformation path. But enslavement path required beast groups. Especially at the level of gu immortals, ordinary wild beasts could not be used. The core of the beast groups had already risen from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to think for a long time. Chapter 7:18. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. He willed. The hair on his immortal zombie body grew rapidly, instantly forming a sinister pitch-black armor full of barbs. Icy drill stardust. Fang Yuan pinched with his 5 fingers. A lump of starlight formed in his hand. Small explosions could be heard from the starlight. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were countless icy drill particles inside, colliding with each other and exploding. Fang Yuan slowly pressed this lump of starlight on the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to crack. After more than 10 breaths of time, the area around the damaged area was dyed blue. A light blue frost started to spread. After more than 20 breaths of time, the hair armor completely shattered, forming a small hole on Fang Yuan's chest. This result was completely within Fang Yuan's expectations. Icy drill stardust was fused with Do Min Jun's inheritance. It could be sold for 4 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. As for the defensive killer move hair armor, it was only worth 2.5 immortal yuan stone. The starlight in his hand dissipated. Fang Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. But this hair armor was different from before. It was a new and improved version after so many days of experimentation. The hair armor quickly changed. The sinister barbs were useless to begin with, but now they were disappearing. The black iron-like color also changed, turning into a brass color. This was mainly because Fang Yuan had perfectly mixed a large number of golden lion hair goo on the original foundation. Golden lion hair goo was a rank 5 mortal goo. It could allow a goo master to grow golden lion hair. The increase in defense would be more effective against metal path attacks. After a few breaths of time, the black iron barbed armor disappeared. In its place was a streamlined brass armor that was twice as thick as the black armor from before. The helmet also turned into the shape of a roaring lion. The lion mouth opened wide, revealing Fang Yuan's face. His defense had also doubled in a half. If it were to defend against metal path attacks, its defense would be twice as strong as before. Fang Yuan sent out another lump of starlight, and like before he pressed it on the hair armor on his chest. The stardust kept grinding against the armor. But after a dozen or so breaths, when the starlight was almost exhausted, a crack appeared on the armor. "Let's call it lion fur armor," Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Then he raised his 8 arms and released 8 balls of starlight. The starlight flew high into the sky and gathered into a large ball. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, wearing the lion fur armor. He charged into the mass of stardust. The icy drill stardust kept exploding. From all directions, front, back, up and down, it crushed Fang Yuan's lion fur armor. Fang Yuan continued to activate the killer move lion fur armor, causing the cracks that appeared to quickly disappear. Fang Yuan persisted until the cluster of stars dissipated. Only then did he fly down with his head held high. There was not a single scar on his lion fur armor. This repair speed is about twice as fast as the previous armor. If he sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would sell very well. It can be sold for 4.5 immortal yuan stone. Lion fur armor was one of the fruits of Fang Yuan's hard work. He flew into Danghun Palace. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was activating connecting heaven goo, paying close attention to jewel yellow skies. "What's the situation?" Fang Yuan asked. "Master, the other party is still asking for 4 immortal yuan stone. There is no sign of them relenting." Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit replied. Fang Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. The other party killed this bat desolate beast and sold its corpse in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had asked for the bat wings earlier, but the other party asked for 4 immortal yuan stone, and their attitude was unyielding, not willing to lower the price. 4 immortal yuan stone was no doubt a bit expensive. Back then, Fang Yuan had only spent 3 immortal yuan stones to buy the entire corpse of the 6-headed snake. According to the normal price, it would be 2.5 at most. Fang Yuan personally activated Divine Sense Goo, using the identity of 8-arm immortal to contact the seller, saying, "I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings." But the seller's will shook its head. Not selling, at least 4 immortal yuan stone." Fang Yuan snorted, "Sir is too greedy, your desolate beast wings are damaged, normally they can only be sold for 2.5 immortal yuan stone. If not for the fact that I want to research some new goo and need this material, I would not even ask." The seller's will's tone softened, sighing, "I have no other choice, I suffered huge losses in hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood has already flowed dry, and I am heavily injured. If I cannot sell it for this price, my finances will collapse, and even my injuries will be delayed. What does your life or death have to do with me? Besides, how can I believe your one-sided story? 3 immortal yuan stone, are you selling it or not?" Fang Yuan said coldly. "Not selling." Fang Yuan heard this and immediately retracted his divine sense. A moment later he ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to ask for the price again, as he showed an attitude as if his patience was about to run out. "How about this, I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings. Just say it, are you selling it or not?" This time the seller's will hesitated, but he shook his head. "This pair of bat wings is the most valuable part of the desolate beast's corpse. If Sir wants to buy the bat wings alone, my remaining parts will be even harder to sell. If you are sincere, why don't you pay 5 immortal yuan stone to buy this desolate beast's corpse? Little Hu Immortal and Fang Yuan conversed for a while before answering, I only need the bat wings, why would I need anything else? I've already wasted enough time here. 3 immortal yuan stone is already a lot, I will pay 3 half immortal yuan stone, this is my bottom line. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. The seller's will was clearly shaken. He muttered, this, can I consider it? The land spirit urged, my patience has a limit, I will give you 5 breaths of time. As time drags on, I might go back on my words. For breaths of time passed, the seller's will heaved a long sigh. He knew that although desolate beast corpses had a huge market, his selling price was indeed too high. Gu immortals were shrewd people, there were too few who would spend money recklessly. Alright, I will sell it to you. The seller's will was about to agree, but right at this time, a divine sense interrupted him. Wait, I want this bat desolate beast corpse, I will give you 5 immortal yuan stone. Oh? Sir is immortal monkey king. This change naturally made the seller overjoyed. If he sold the bat wings to Fang Yuan for 3.5 immortal yuan stone, the remaining parts of the corpse would be extremely damaged, it would be a miracle if he could sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone. Now, immortal monkey king Shirlei interfered and was willing to pay 5 immortal yuan stone, the seller was naturally willing to accept this proposal. Wait, our transaction has already been settled. Immortal monkey king, you suddenly came out to disturb us, what is this? Hu immortal land spirit was indignant. What settled? Shirlei sneered, are you joking? Doing business in jewel yellow skies, is it first come first served? Whoever offers the highest price will naturally get to sell. Since the transaction has not been completed, then the deal has not been settled. Saying so, Shirlei said to the seller's Gu immortal, hey kid, you have made a profit this time, aren't you going to complete the transaction? The seller's will was about to nod when Hu immortal land spirit received Fang Yuan's instructions and immediately stopped him. Wait, I will pay 5.5 immortal yuan stone. Adding only half is too stingy. I will pay 7 immortal yuan stone. Shirlei said in an overbearing manner. Hu immortal land spirit's tone turned gloomy, in that case I will pay 8 immortal yuan stone. Shirlei laughed heartily, then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu immortal land spirit continued. That seller's will had not expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirlei was stunned before laughing loudly, good Hu immortal, you are indeed a Gutsku dealer, you have so much money. I will not compete with a junior like you this time. It is merely a broken desolate beast corpse, I hope you will be in a good mood when you take it back. After laughing, the divine sense retreated, it was very straightforward. Lord Hu immortal, what you said earlier, you weren't just saying it casually, right? The seller's will had a flattering smile as he stammered. It seemed his words were not false, he was indeed a poor rank 6 Gu immortal. Doing business requires honesty, would my words be false? Hu immortal land spirit coldly snorted. Soon after, both sides completed the transaction. The seller obtained 9.5 immortal yuan stone, while Fang Yuan obtained the bat desolate beast corpse. After this transaction, Fang Yuan checked his wealth again, he had 172 immortal yuan stones, and 77 green grape immortal essence beads. Up until now, Fang Yuan had already sold 6 batches of Guts Gu, 1 batch every month, and each batch brought him 48 immortal yuan stones. In these 6 months, Fang Yuan had completed another transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe, and obtained over 20 immortal yuan stones. But after feeding 8 desolate beasts and refining large amounts of immortal yuan stones, he obtained green grape immortal essence. After using green grape immortal essence to reverse deduce star path Gu recipe, he made a breakthrough in transformation path and upgraded his killer move. Not only did he modify the defensive killer move hair armor into lion fur armor, he even improved light illusion bat wings by a huge step. But to complete the brand new light illusion bat wings, he still needed to graft a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to buy this bat desolate beast corpse. Immortal Monkey King Shirlei asked me to pay 3 or 4 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I'll keep this in mind. Shirlei was a higher-up of Combat Immortal sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, after Feng Jioga died, he replaced Feng Jioga and became Central Continent's #1 battle strength. He was an Earth Path expert, but secretly cultivated Transformation Path, and obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan had wanted to raise the price of Guts Gu to combat Immortal sect, but after thinking about it he gave up on this idea. For the next half a month he concentrated on dealing with the Bat Desolate Beast corpse. He carefully cut off the bat wings and did more than a dozen meticulous treatments to maintain them. Next he used Fire Path Gu worms and Strength Path Gu worms to refine the bat wings. The bat wings, which were originally very wide, continued to shrink. Chapter 719. A wind wolf lowered its head, its four limbs were almost crawling as it moved through the lush grassland. The prey it had set its eyes on was a pink rabbit. The rabbit's ears were perked up, listening to every movement. The rabbit's head was buried in a large flower, absorbing the pollen to eat. A cool breeze blew on this hill, the green grass was lush and flowers were blooming, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit did not notice it. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow flitted across the ground. The pink flower rabbit was shocked, raising its head. Even though Immortal blessed land did not have eagle groups, it still ran away in fright, coincidentally escaping the calamity and causing the wind wolf to return empty-handed. Fang Yuan, who was flying in the air, saw this scene. Involuntarily, he had a thought. Now that I have ample funds and my blessed land has become a dead aperture, I might as well manage Immortal blessed land first. After my trip to northern plains, the beast groups in Immortal blessed land have fallen to rock bottom, they are very sparse. I'm already selling Guts Gu. If I carry out the Rockmen trade it would be superfluous. Immortal is an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Immortal blessed land is a grassland, it is most suitable for raising fox groups. If I manage Immortal blessed land and make it full of vitality, the rate of green grape immortal essence production will be higher. Little Immortal can use this green grape immortal essence to reduce my own immortal essence expenditure. When I revive in the future, if I merge Immortal blessed land the benefits will be even greater. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. Ever since he successfully transplanted the bat wings to his back, this was his third test flight. The condensed bat wings. Even with its full strength, it could not reach half the length of Fang Yuan's arm. It was yellowish-brown in color and looked rather small. It was not as impressive as the light illusion bat wings from before. But Fang Yuan did not care about the appearance, he cared more about its practical value. The brand new light illusion bat wings doubled Fang Yuan's speed, and at the same time, greatly increased his flight endurance. After all, the previous bat wings were just a shadow, but the current bat wings were real. But the bat wings now were genuine meat wings. The flesh membrane, fur, bones and flesh of the bat wings had all been compressed and purified by Fang Yuan over and over again. In the bat wings there were many Gu worms. These Gu worms living in the bat wing flesh skin Gu could form the improved movement killer move, light illusion bat wings. No. It was no longer practical to use the term light illusion bat wings to name this killer move. Let's call it true solid bat wings. Fang Yuan gave this modified movement killer move a new name. He was much more satisfied with this movement killer move true solid bat wings than the lion fur armor. To be placed in the jewel yellow skies. This movement killer move. It could be sold for as much as 6 immortal yuan stone. This was because the solid return bat wings had great potential. Just having a pair of bat wings was not its limit. At most, it could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings. The owner of these 3 pairs of bat wings was at least a desolate beast. Of course, it would be even better if it was an ancient desolate beast or a primordial desolate beast. If the 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings were successfully transplanted onto Fang Yuan's back, his speed would increase by more than 3 times. Light illusion bat wings was one of the most widely used movement killer moves during the 5 regions chaotic war with the highest cost-performance ratio. Based on its foundation, if his speed increased by more than 3 times, it would be very outstanding. Even though he did not need to use movement immortal Gu like Worldly Wave Trace or Rising Azure Cloud. But if Fang Yuan met Plump Lady again with just the latter's light sand escape, she would not be able to escape from Fang Yuan's pursuit. The sound of wind could be heard as Fang Yuan flapped the wings on his back, his body rising into the sky. After flying to the sky, Fang Yuan closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feeling of the air currents brushing past his bat wings. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was almost zero. This was both a strength and a weakness. When Fang Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he was willing to put in effort to preserve the sense of pain and touch of the bat wings. Only by doing so could he clearly and truly feel the feedback brought by each flap of the wings, he could feel the strength of the air currents and the state of the bat wings. Losing the sense of pain would make people numb, this allowed Fang Yuan to fight even more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required fine control, especially Fang Yuan's flying attainment. It had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by recovering his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his flying attainment. If it was the rigid bat wings, they would feel very rough, especially in intense battles. When he relied on the bat wings, the minute feeling would bring about exquisite responses and changes, while the opposite would be rough and rash. With my movement ability strengthened, I can advance and retreat at will. After gathering 3 pairs of bat wings, true solid bat wings can be considered outstanding among mortal killer moves. It is only slightly inferior to my worldly wave trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was a strength path Gu Immortal. He had a strength path Immortal body. Worldly wave trace Immortal Gu had the law of water path. When Fang Yuan used this Immortal Gu, water path and strength path were not perfectly compatible. There would be a disadvantage of restraining each other. If a fire path Gu Immortal used worldly wave trace Immortal Gu, their speed would be even slower than Fang Yuan. It was most suitable for water path Gu Immortals. Using the same Immortal Gu would expend the same amount of Immortal Essence, but the speed would be faster. Most importantly, true solid bat wings was a mortal killer move. It was much better than using worldly wave trace Immortal Gu. This was human wisdom. Through the combination of many mortal Gu, it could form an effect that was slightly inferior to Immortal Gu. Using Gu, nurturing Gu, and refining Gu, they were all profound and profound. Desolate beast corpses are rare. Even if Gu Immortals sell new beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I need to take the initiative. It seems it is time to take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 and 9 immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner was the rank 8 Gu Immortal 7-star child from 1,700 years ago. 7-star child had died long ago in Fang Yuan's previous life. One day Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from the sky of Central Continent, breaking into dozens of immortal aperture fragments that scattered all over Central Continent. Fang Yuan was already a Gu Immortal, but he could not enter this Grotto Heaven fragment. The Grotto Heaven fragment world was already very weak. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was too high. If he entered, he would directly shatter the extremely weak Grotto Heaven fragment. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Blood Wing Demon Sect and a group of elite subordinates. After fighting with several Gu Immortals, everyone divided a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fang Yuan and the other immortals sent their own Gu master disciples and subordinates to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world and obtain resources. Fang Yuan left a will in the minds of his capable subordinates to monitor and guide them. Thus, he was quite familiar with the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. At this time in this life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high in the sky above the 9 heavens. It has not fallen or broken into pieces. I have the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my memories, so I can use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance and plunder resources. I remember that there are many desolate beasts in the Grotto Heaven. There are even ancient desolate beasts, among which there is a star demon bat desolate beast. I will enter this time to kill the star demon bat and obtain the bat wings. At the same time, I can also observe the situation and see if there is a possibility of capturing a desolate beast and bringing it to the land spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. There were many places similar to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in Fang Yuan's memories. But it was not that the time was not right, it was extremely dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was far from being destroyed. It was many times stronger than in Fang Yuan's previous life. In my previous life, I only sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world indirectly. At that time, the heavenly spirit no longer existed. But in this life, if I go in and explore, the heavenly spirit should still be alive and can activate all of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's defenses. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to enter and explore. Fang Yuan did not know much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He could only use his previous life's experience to make deductions. In his previous life, he was not the biggest beneficiary of this fortuitous encounter. The one who rose up with this fortuitous encounter was a rank 8 immortal zombie. All along, the 10 great ancient sects had suffered losses at the hands of this immortal zombie. Later, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch and easily defeated the previous branch leader. He called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie and sat firmly on the number 1 position. He had once stirred up winds and clouds. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, he was an ambitious and ruthless overlord. As for the true Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit, Fang Yuan had not seen it personally. He did not know the conditions for a Grotto Heaven to recognize a master. Several days later, He Lulan brought strength Qi Immortal Gu and arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. In Fang Yuan's stone nest, Shi Fang Yuan and thousands of hairy men worked together to refine the 8th batch of air sac Gu. After this, He Lulan did not leave immediately. She stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Fang Yuan's information about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With just Fang Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was currently cooperating with Qin Baisheng. Mountain Pledge Gu was showing its brilliance, allowing Qin Baisheng to form alliances and eliminate his hostility. He was also preparing for an unprecedentedly grand auction in Northern Plains. Qin Baisheng's reward to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits in front of her, Fairy Li Shan naturally chose Qin Baisheng and gave up on this cooperation with Fang Yuan. As for Tai Baiyunxing, he was currently with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land in the deep sea. Even though Tai Baiyunxing wanted to help his junior brother Fang Yuan, he was affected by death and immortal Gu. He could not split himself and could only helplessly help. Only He Lulan was free. She agreed to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with Fang Yuan. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance's agreement, this was a joint exploration. Fang Yuan did not have the obligation to compensate He Lulan twice the amount of her losses. At the same time, the battle spoils were split according to Fang Yuan's 60% and He Lulan's 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel according to the scene in his mind. He tried 3 to 4 times but did not succeed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The scene in his memory was also a part of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but it had already crashed back then, and the scene had changed. Thankfully, there were many scenes in Fang Yuan's memory. After more than 10 attempts and spending more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. Chapter 720. The trees in front of him were lush and green, the foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Fang Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green. It was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows. They were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white respectively. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture and He Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby, Fang Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a Gu immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence. They could use mortal Gu as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative Gu worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, they could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground, and when they breathed they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed. The situation is not right. He Lulan stopped moving, saying to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. Fang Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, "That's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same." He Lulan raised her head. "Let's fly up." The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Fang Yuan and He Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan and He Lulan's investigative Gu were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the starry sky spirit has already started to target the two of us? He Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the grotto heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction and obscuring our true perception. Was a pity? I don't have an investigative killer move yet. Feng Yuan said. Don't you have wisdom path methods? Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. He Lulan frowned and asked. Feng Yuan shook his head. I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special. I cannot determine the direction. Do you have an investigative killer move? He Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength. Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fist chi. Fist chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears, they had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that He Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Feng Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for He Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped He Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. He Lulan had once used it in northern plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by He Lulan. The lower half was in the ground, but it was heavily tilted. The soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam bam bam. He Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake. Rocks flew, ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Feng Yuan flew into the air and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and He Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wildflowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique. It should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious. The place where we came in is precisely this forest. The strength path phantom giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Feng Yuan. Even with Feng Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest formed no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem, because he was the source of the information. In his previous life, starry sky grotto heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over central continent. In the grotto heaven fragment world that Feng Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale and many were destroyed, thus they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Feng Yuan, although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life he came to starry sky grotto heaven early. The situation was different. He could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. The strength path phantom giant looked at these ancient trees. Even if you don't say it, I also have the same plan. When the two had collected 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of this mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast roared. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint. Its target was He Lulan. He Lulan's strength path phantom giant did not have the cover of the forest. It was very obvious. Feng Yuan looked over, seeing that this desolate beast was the size of a small mountain. Its body covered in azure blue fur, glossy. Be it its head, abdomen, back, tail or limbs, they all had star-like stripes. These stripes gave off waves of weak blue light. Feng Yuan only took a glance and recognized this beast. He immediately reminded He Lulan, "This is a star-desolate hound, it should be the overlord of this mountain. We need to probe it. See what kind of battle strength the desolate beasts in starry sky grotto heaven have. If they are weak, don't casually kill them, it is best to capture them alive, I have other uses for them." He Lulan frowned. Although she had the strength extreme immortal physique, she had several great strength path immortal goo. It was not difficult to kill desolate beasts, but there was still some distance from capturing them alive. But at this time Feng Yuan said, "You attack, I will support. Act according to the situation. If we can really capture them, I will use immortal yuan stone to pay you." "Alright, it is settled." He Lulan was not a hesitant person, she shouted. The strength path phantom giant took large strides. Bam bam bam. It charged towards the Star Desolate Hound. The Star Desolate Hound looked down from above and fiercely dove down, pouncing on the Strength Path Phantom Giant. Hei Lulan was not to be outdone. She immediately used her fists and legs to wrestle with the Star Desolate Hound. Two huge figures rolled from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain like gourds. Along the way they were like a huge bulldozer, crushing trees, crushing rocks, and crushing birds and beasts that could not escape in time into meat paste. Fang Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not smash down. Hei Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant and the Star Desolate Hound alternated between each other, rolling down and entangling like a wheel. In close combat, the battle was in a stalemate. The attacks changed so quickly that even an old demon like Fang Yuan could not find a chance to attack. Rumble. Dust rose, the giant and the desolate beast rolled to the foot of the mountain, finally stopping. The Star Desolate Hound had great strength, pouncing on the giant. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were as sharp as swords and halberds. It was about to bite down. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity, his 8 arms swayed, and the 8 lumps of starlight that had been prepared in his hands smashed down together. Bang bang bang. Amidst the successive explosions, the Star Desolate Hound angrily barked. Its attack was interrupted. The huge hound's head swayed left and right, shaking off the starlight. But at this time Hei Lulan had already obtained the crucial information, and launched a sinister attack. The Strength Path Phantom Giant bent its knee, aiming at the vital point between the Star Desolate Hound's 2 hind legs. It fiercely struck. No. The Star Desolate Hound immediately let out an extremely mournful cry. Its huge body jumped away as if it had been electrocuted, and jumped around in the dense forest. Fang Yuan immediately pounced, not giving the Star Desolate Hound any chance to catch its breath. He flew in the air, his bat wings flapping, bringing his body as nimble as a fly. Lumps of starlight smashed down, not leaving the Star Desolate Hound's eyes, mouth, anus and other vital points. The Star Desolate Hound was beaten until it jumped around, facing Fang Yuan's crafty attacks. Its front and back were gradually unable to block them, and it howled in pain. The Star Desolate Hound also had defensive wild goo on its body. But facing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, ordinary wild goo's defensive effect was not good. Instead, because of resisting Icy Drill Stardust, the defensive wild goo were rapidly dying. On the other side, Hei Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant had already stood up. As expected of a desolate beast. Hei Lulan sighed inwardly. The Strength Path killer move that had never failed before was actually unable to resist the Star Desolate Hound's tyrannical beast strength. Especially the Strength Path Phantom Giant. It was an extreme transformation of the killer move, but it was still not the Star Desolate Hound's match. In that case, let me use Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Hei Lulan snickered and was about to make a move. Suddenly, from the 2 neighboring mountain peaks, familiar dog barks could be heard. Next, 2 female Star Desolate Hounds entered Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan's vision. Chapter 721. As the 3 Star Desolate Hounds chased after them, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan retreated. It was not that they could not defeat the 3 desolate beasts, but if they were to fight, they would have to use all their strength to defeat them. As for Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan, they were currently in the unfamiliar environment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They did not have any deep hatred with the 3 desolate beasts. Only a person with a screw loose in his head would fight with all his strength. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were both astute people. This time they came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to explore. They should be more cautious, and preserve their battle strength to deal with any accidents. Especially the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It had not appeared at all. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan entered, they would be detected immediately. Fang Yuan took the lead, constantly flapping the wings on his back. He flew extremely fast. He did not dare to fly high in the sky, he only flew at a low altitude. Hei Lulan flew much slower than Fang Yuan. She landed behind him. She could not help but look deeply at the wings on Fang Yuan's back. She secretly compared in her heart. Fang Yuan's current speed is not extraordinary, I can also reach it. But he is so nimble, his direction is so precise, he can even go around the lush treetops and branches. After traveling for nearly 10 li, the 3 Star Desolate Hounds behind them stopped. They gave up on Hei Lulan and Fang Yuan. They did not continue their pursuit. The 2 stopped on a large tree and rested. Fang Yuan stood on the treetops, trying his best to determine his direction. The surrounding green peaks were not far from each other, but they were also connected. Some of the peaks were covered with green pines. Some of the peaks were just shrubs. Some of the peaks did not even have trees, they were covered with grass and wildflowers. These were all obvious signs of human activity. Nature would not have such neat work. Fang Yuan could see the reason. The master of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had divided these peaks into different breeding and cultivation areas. In this way, the production of specific products could be increased. It seems like the owner of this Grotto Heaven has put a lot of effort into managing it. He Lulan walked up to Fang Yuan and looked around. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. The terrain in his memory was vastly different from the one in front of him. Could it be that a few hundred years later, the landscape of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven changed so much that it was different when it collapsed and fell? In this way, Fang Yuan's memories from his past life would no longer be able to play a valuable role as a guide. He Lulan's gaze landed on the small bat wings on Fang Yuan's back. She asked with even more interest, "Your killer move looks pretty good, where did you buy it?" According to the Snow Mountain Covenant, Fang Yuan could not deceive He Lulan, but he could choose to keep it a secret. But true solid bat wings killer move was Fang Yuan's usual method. There was nothing to hide. He answered frankly, "This killer move was modified based on the previous killer move. It is suitable for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, I will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back." He Lulan heard this and frowned. She pursued strength, she had no qualms about damaging her image. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Like our Gu immortal bodies, Dao marks are carved on them, they are closer to certain laws. Your wings should not have strength path Dao marks, they are closer to wind path. You are transplanting them so casually, aren't you afraid of strength path and wind path interfering with each other, causing the strength path killer move's power to fall? Fang Yuan chuckled. Do you know that reckless savage demon venerable can transform into all kinds of fierce beasts? Of course. Reckless savage demon venerable created transformation path. He is the ancestor of transformation path. He Lulan said. The essence of transformation path is to transform into a fierce beast or plant, possessing their strength and methods. A transformation path Gu master can transform into a wind path bird, a fire path tiger and a water path fish, using one path to reflect all paths. Why don't they have the interference of their Dao marks? Fang Yuan asked. A transformation path Gu master who purely transformed was not considered to have reached a higher level. A true transformation would not only change the outer appearance, the transformed beast body would also have the corresponding Dao marks. A Gu immortal who transformed into a desolate beast would not only possess the strength, defense and speed of the desolate beast, they would also be able to amplify the effects of the Gu worms of the corresponding path. That is because every time they transform they will only transform into one type of fierce beast, they will only have one type of Dao marks on their body, unlike you who have two types of Dao marks mixed together like a Gu master who cultivates two paths at the same time. Moreover, after they transform they will use the corresponding Gu worms to cleanse their body and wash away the remaining Dao marks. Only then can they transform into a fierce beast with another type of Dao mark. He Lulan said. Fang Yuan smiled proudly. No, that is because their cultivation skills are not up to par, their methods are still lacking. Reckless savage demon venerable is different. He devours immemorial desolate beasts and forms a desolate beast totem in his body. He can store countless Dao marks in his body and transform at any time. When you were undergoing tribulation, I obtained the demon venerable's true meaning infusion and became a transformation master. He Lulan was truly shocked. That means you obtained reckless savage demon venerable's guidance and have a method to balance different Dao marks? Fang Yuan nodded slightly before shaking his head. I am only a transformation master. I can balance 3 different Dao marks at most. There are also restrictions on transplanting and other aspects. I can transplant 3 pairs of true solid bat wings at most. This is the highest manifestation of my transformation master attainment level. He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's words and became even more interested in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me, I will buy it at a high price. Fang Yuan naturally shook his head and refused. He had modified this killer move with great difficulty. It was his unique method, how could he sell it to others so easily? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, he would consider selling the simplified version. He Lulan was slightly disappointed by Fang Yuan's refusal, but she was not surprised. If their positions were reversed, she would also refuse like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. Now I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats. What did the information say? Is the star demon bat nearby? He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan nodded. The information says it is nearby. But the terrain is different from the information. Let's take a look first. He observed for a long time but could not determine the true location. The place in his memory was a rotting poisonous swamp. But there were many green mountains here, how could there be a rotting swamp? 2 hours later. 2 figures surrounded a wild beast and began to attack. This desolate beast was transparent, it seemed to be made of dazzling diamond, it had the shape of a bear, but was as large as a mammoth, it was a rare diamond bear in the 5 regions. The ones fighting the diamond bear were He Lulan and Fang Yuan. Take this. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his 8 arms waving as he sent down lumps of starlight. The diamond bear stood up and waved its front paws, shattering the starlight. He Lulan turned into a strength path phantom giant again, she raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's stomach. The diamond bear roared, its diamond body suddenly lit up, He Lulan's strength path phantom giant's right leg broke. This diamond bear has a wild goo worm that counters my strength path. He Lulan was shocked, she quickly retreated. Killer moves were not omnipotent, they had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear was unwilling to let He Lulan go, it pounced over. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately dove down, the starlight cluster in his hand moved even faster than before, it was like a storm. At once, the diamond bear could not raise its head from Fang Yuan's bombardment. Come, give me a big one, have a taste. Fang Yuan raised his 4 arms high, gathering a large lump of icy drill stardust and throwing it down heavily. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was being crushed by the stardust inside, it roared in pain, it was truly enraged. Bam! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight cluster, flying into the sky. This bear can fly? Fang Yuan was too close, he was caught off guard, he was struck by the diamond bear's raised paw. Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped after smashing through dozens of towering trees. Blood flowed everywhere, 2 of the arms that blocked the bear's paw were broken, and 3 were heavily injured with fractures. Fang Yuan grinned, accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals, they did not have high intelligence, they did not know how many wild goo worms they had when they first encountered them. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's strength path phantom. It flew up and heavily injured Fang Yuan. Only after this did Fang Yuan and He Lulan realize that the goo worms on this diamond bear were very strong. Not only were there goo worms that countered strength path phantoms, there were also flying goo worms that could carry the diamond bear's heavy body. Retreat! Fang Yuan shouted at He Lulan. He Lulan had already wanted to retreat, she stopped her killer move and escaped with Fang Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase, it picked up Fang Yuan's 2 broken arms and chewed them. Crack, crack. The diamond bear's teeth were sharp, it easily broke Fang Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning them into minced meat. Jade green zombie blood flowed out of the diamond bear's teeth, an intense corpse stench spread to the surroundings. The diamond bear had a strange expression as it swallowed the corpse meat, but at the next moment, it opened its mouth and vomited the food out. It was too disgusting. The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it slammed Fang Yuan's remaining arms into the rock mountain, before angrily walking towards the cave at the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan and He Lulan snuck back here. Fang Yuan picked up the remaining arm, he identified it and placed it on the corresponding wound on his body. He activated a healing goo worm, using the recovery ability of an immortal zombie, he quickly reattached the arm. As for the remaining arm, it had already been chewed into minced meat by the diamond bear. Fang Yuan could not use it anymore, he sighed and decided to regrow it himself. But immortal zombies were not mortals, to regrow a limb, it would take around 6 to 8 hours. This was not a simple regrowth, it involved the replenishment of strength path Dao marks. He Lulan looked at the cave at the peak of the mountain, there is at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil in that cave. Diamond soil was actually the excrement of the diamond bear, it was extremely nutritious, it was the fertile soil that was sold at a high price in jewel yellow skies. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and He Lulan came to this mountain. Fang Yuan lured the diamond bear away, He Lulan took the chance to enter the cave and looted hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil, it was worth at least 30 immortal yuan stone. Chapter 722. After half a day, Fang Yuan and He Lulan had explored almost the entire area, they had seen many desolate beasts, but there were no star demon bats. Your information source is a little unreliable. He Lulan sat on the ground, saying as she healed her injuries. On her left arm, there was a long bloody wound that extended from the back of her hand to her elbow. This was the mark left behind by a desolate beast flying sword rat that He Lulan and Fang Yuan had encountered earlier. The flying sword rat was small in size but extremely fast. If one was not careful, they would be injured by its sharp claws. Even with He Lulan's great strength, true martial physique, strength path, immortal extreme physique, and incredible recovery speed, she had to spend a lot of effort to heal this wound. This was because the wound caused by the flying sword rat's claws was filled with metal path Dao marks. It repelled He Lulan's strength path Dao marks and suppressed the recovery ability of the great strength immortal physique. After a long while, He Lulan healed the wound, forming a thin layer of pink flesh cocoon. She came to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan sat on the ground. He raised his index finger that was as sharp as steel and drew the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat mountain rock. There were dozens of green peaks here. Most of the green peaks had a desolate beast guarding them, for example, star desolate hounds, flying sword rats, diamond bears and others. On the peaks without desolate beasts, there would be large numbers of beast groups, as well as a vast number of goo worms living together. Evidently, Seven-Star Child had put in a lot of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That was why there were so many desolate beasts living in this area. But the strange thing was, there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 battle strength. According to common sense, in such a well-managed Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, there should be ancient desolate beasts. This was only one of the strange things. The second strange thing was, the heavenly spirit had not appeared for a long time. Fang Yuan and He Lulan explored the area. Although they encountered many battles, they managed to escape successfully. Strictly speaking, the two of them were invaders. However, this starry sky-blessed land did not seem to have a spirit presiding over it. The encirclement and suppression that Fang Yuan had expected did not happen at all. The third strange thing was that Fang Yuan couldn't find the poisonous swamp no matter how hard he tried. According to the memories of his past life, the area he was currently in was the small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment that he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. In the poisonous swamp near the ancient forest, there was a poisonous gas swamp. Fang Yuan couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that the poisonous swamp only formed after hundreds of years? I came here ahead of time, so I couldn't find the poisonous swamp. If that's the case, then my plan to kill the star demon bat will fall through. Fang Yuan stared at the topographic map on the stone. He was thinking. Suddenly he felt a strong light shooting towards him. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time, seeing that in the green sky, countless stars had appeared at some point in time. These stars were increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire world. It was like a snowstorm. These are the changes in the weather of a grotto heaven. Fang Yuan stood up with a vigilant gaze. He activated his lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move. She was vigilant. The stars shined brightly, illuminating everything. Beast roars came from the mountains. Some were clear, some were crisp, some were long, some were hoarse. Strong winds blew. The countless stars suddenly gathered at the top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue light, the stars disappeared. A resplendent palace appeared on the mountain peak. It was exquisite and beautiful. This palace. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. The structure of the palace was very familiar. It was obviously the broken walls scattered everywhere in the fragmented world in his previous life's memories. However, the once dilapidated walls were not damaged in the slightest. Fang Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter guessed. Did the weather change at a specific time cause the palace to appear? Or maybe the heavenly spirit purposely set up a trap to lure us into it? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate the Star Hall. At the same time, in another area of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, an intense battle was coming to an end. Evil beast, eat this king's fist. A stone man that was as tall as a mountain roared and punched down. In an instant, a gale was stirred up and the air exploded. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was hit by the huge rock fist. It fell to the ground with a loud sound, creating a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The earth trembled. The stone giant didn't stop there. He spread out his 10 fingers and raised them up high before slamming them down. With a bang, his palms landed heavily on the snow-white fleshy body of the flying bear. The flying bear bounced back. It could not even let out a cry. It was already riddled with injuries. The punch earlier had even cracked its skull, causing it to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth Root. With the 2 palms as the center, Earth Chi rumbled intensely. Countless thick and sharp earth spikes shot out of the ground like spears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The desolate beast flying bear was pierced by hundreds of earth spikes of all sizes. It raised its head and suddenly opened its eyes. After letting out a mournful howl, its body stiffened, and its strength dissipated. Its head fell to the ground again. With a thud, it was as if a drum had been struck. A cloud of dust rose up and then fell back down. Thick, boiling blood flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead, there were no more movements. The rockman snorted, suddenly letting out a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a Gu Immortal stood arrogantly in the air with his arms crossed. He had short white hair and a pair of golden pupils, he had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a martial attire and gave off a valiant aura. A ray of starlight shot over, turning into a middle-aged man. He wore a tall hat and a wide-sleeved robe. He clapped and praised. As expected of immortal monkey Wang Da's subordinate, you only used a few minutes to kill the desolate beast flying bear. This white-haired man with golden pupils was Combat Immortal Sex Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley's indifferent golden pupils looked at the middle-aged man. 7-star halls have already appeared. Star-Lord Wanxiang, why has the 8-star hall not appeared yet? This middle-aged man was Star-Lord Wanxiang, who had sold goods to Fang Yuan many times. Star-Lord Wanxiang laughed heartily. Immortal Monkey King, don't be anxious. For the 8-star hall to appear, we need to kill enough desolate beasts and let their blood seep into the ground, only then can the 8-star hall appear. Although we have already killed 6 desolate beasts, the blood is not thick enough. How many more desolate beasts do we need to kill? Shirley asked impatiently. Star-Lord Wanxiang revealed a pondering expression. He thought for a while and said, according to my annual explorations over the past 20 years and my personal deductions, we only need to kill 1 more desolate beast. You better not lie to me. Shirley's tone was rude and unreasonable. Star-Lord Wanxiang lowered his head. I am merely a lone immortal, I would not dare to lie to you, Immortal Monkey King. Every year in Central Continent time, I can only forcefully barge into this Star Path Grotto Heaven at this time. Moreover, I can only enter for 2 days each time. After 2 days the Grotto Heaven's crack will close and we will not be able to leave. Time is so limited, why would I lie to you? I can't wait to plunder more resources, but a few years ago I accidentally saw the 8-star hall. That star hall's aura was strict, and ancient desolate beasts guarded the star hall. It must be the core of this Grotto Heaven, and it's very likely that the heavenly spirit is there. Shirley nodded, he believed Star-Lord Wanxiang's words. He and Star-Lord Wanxiang had known each other for a period of time. He was familiar with the latter's personality. Sigh, if not for my battle with Song Zixing and expending large amounts of immortal essence, and the blessed land's tribulation before us, I would not have told you such an important secret. I won't tell you this important secret, Star-Lord Wanxiang sighed. Shirley's tone relaxed. Don't worry, I will abide by the agreement, you get 80% of the spoils, I get 20%. Also, I will not tell a third person about this secret. In the future we will come here to explore every year. Currently, only Star-Lord Wanxiang had unique methods to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Shirley did not have them. Lord Shirley's reputation is outstanding, I am assured of this. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away, it is rather easy to kill. Alright, let's go there. Same rules, when we fight, stand to the side, don't hinder me. Shirley was swift and decisive as he spoke, he started flying. Star-Lord Wanxiang smiled bitterly, quickly following. Fang Yuan and He Lulan carefully entered the Star Hall. This Star Hall did not have any defenses, there was not a single person in the hall, only 6 large wells were at the center of the hall. All 6 of these wells were brimming with water. The well water had different colors, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. The well water was clear and translucent, emitting a faint light. He Lulan and Fang Yuan used investigative goo worms to investigate. They found that the well water and the Star Hall were all ordinary. This was impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of nowhere? How could ordinary well water have different colors and even emit a faint light? The only explanation was that this Star Hall and the 6 wells were the changes in the Grotto Heaven's weather. Only like this, if the mortal goo in He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hands were not high enough, they would not be able to investigate anything. The two could not determine the profundity of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament. This color? He Lulan observed for a while and could not help but ponder. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking, he remembered that when the two had just arrived at Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had looked at the sky. In the sky there were 6 star shadows, each as large as a full moon, filling their field of vision. These 6 star shadows were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white, corresponding to the 6 wells in front of them. There must be some connection. Fang Yuan muttered, activating the storage mortal goo and diving into a well, trying to get some water to research. Chapter 723. The well water quickly calmed down. There were no ripples, it was still shining brightly. However, the mortal goo that Fang Yuan threw in had completely vanished in the well water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal goo had not been destroyed, because he could still sense its existence. But this feeling was extremely faint and weak. The connection between goo worms and goo masters was greatly related to distance. The further the goo worm was from the goo master, the weaker the connection. When a goo master uses a goo worm, their thoughts will move, and if they give out 10 orders they might miss out on 9, and the goo worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was only in most cases. There were also a small number of goo worms that had a very long distance connection, and could be used casually from a long distance. Some goo worms were even more special. The closer the distance, the weaker the connection, and the further the distance, the clearer the connection. Fang Yuan's connection with the mortal goo was originally very close, but now it had become much weaker, as if the distance between the two had increased. Fang Yuan followed the faint connection in his heart, and slowly found the direction, raising his head. He only saw the grand ceiling of the Star Hall. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, and in his vision, the ceiling of the Star Hall gradually became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the ceiling of the Star Hall, and saw the 6 huge round star shadows in the blue sky. He had a feeling, and his gaze stopped on one of the star shadows. According to the remnant connection in his heart, he knew that the mortal goo that disappeared was on that star shadow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The star demon bat flapped its huge bat wings, and immediately created a huge hurricane. At the same time, countless arrows were shot out of thin air. These arrows were completely made of starlight, and their speed was extremely fast. They pierced through the air. There were many of them, and like a rainstorm they flew towards Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Looking at the majestic attack, Shirley snorted in disdain. Merely rank 2-star arrow goo, it's just that there are a lot of them. Mortal killer move, falling gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, and a thin layer of yellow-white dust covered his body. He did not dodge. He let the star arrows hit him. No matter how many star arrows came, when they touched the dust formed by the killer move falling gray cloak, the starlight quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the number of parasitic wild goo worms on his body was huge, he could only rely on the accumulation of numbers. This effect. How could it be compared to the killing technique that human cultivators had painstakingly thought about? This time. Watch my eagle transformation. Shirley gave a loud shout, his whole body erupting with a dazzling golden radiance. The light quickly dissipated. Shirley had already disappeared, replaced by a desolate beast iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle spread its wings and circled in the air. Its sharp claws and thorns emitted a threatening aura. The size of its body was not inferior to that of the star demon bat at all. In the distance, Star Lord Wuxia quietly watched the battle and saw this scene. He sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley loved to fight, he didn't need to do anything in every battle. Up until now, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Each time he fought a desolate beast, he had to use a different transformation path killer move to transform into a different desolate beast to fight. Star Lord Wuxia cherished his time. He had once advised Shirley to use his strongest method. However, Shirley sternly refused. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched, it became ferocious, it did not dodge, it flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The 2 giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth, the iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it, it retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered, it flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path Dao marks. Blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from goo immortals. Goo immortals had weak bodies, their strength came from their goo worms. Even if a strength path goo immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of goo worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature, they would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome. Not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. Ignoring its injuries, it pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness. It flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy, it fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air, it flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time intense winds blew, thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time starlight shined, tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground, rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. But the moment it raised its head, it was slashed by the wind blades. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked, it did not retreat, forcefully enduring the wind blades as hundreds of shallow wounds appeared on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows also shot out. These star arrows had great power, they pierced into the iron-crowned eagle's body and caused a large number of wounds, but they were not deep. Next, the black demonic shadow flew over, but it did not have a physical body, it directly entered the iron-crowned eagle's mind. If it were an ordinary desolate beast, it would have fallen, but this iron-crowned eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly, thoughts and wills surged in his mind, destroying the demonic shadow that charged in. Although he was an Earth Path Goo Immortal who cultivated Transformation Path, he had been famous for many years, he was an experienced Goo Immortal, he was proficient in many paths, he had a complete set of defensive methods against Goo worms of other paths. Immortal Monkey Wang Da. At the side, Star-Lord Wanxiang shouted in concern. The iron-crowned eagle spoke in human language, laughing loudly, "Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle." The eagle's eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Shirley flapped his wings and flew towards the star demon bat, but was sent flying again. With a loud bang, the eagle fell to the ground again. Good, interesting. Shirley cheered, his fighting spirit surged, disregarding his injuries, he charged forward again. He gave up his advantages and chose his weaknesses in terms of physical combat. How could he be the star demon bat's match? In the exchange of blows, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, the more he fought, the eagle's head was raised high, its eagle eyes staring at its opponent forever. This lunatic. Star-Lord Wanxiang grinned as he watched. Shirley clearly had defensive measures like falling gray cloak, but after transforming into the iron-crowned eagle, he had not used them in battle. This phenomenon had occurred many times in the previous battles. Star-Lord Wanxiang had once asked, Shirley had replied that he had purposely not used them, it was to truly experience the joy of battle, only then could he raise his battle foundation more efficiently. Shirley was a battle addict, he was a fierce person who truly experienced the joy of battle. Again? Shirley shouted, flapping his wings and flying towards the star demon bat. Both sides got closer and were about to collide, but this time the star demon bat suddenly flapped its wings and displayed an exquisite flying technique, brushing past the iron-crowned eagle. Whoosh! The star demon bat suddenly spat out a meteor, directly hitting the back of the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle coughed out a mouthful of blood, its body shook and it flapped its wings repeatedly before stabilizing itself. Next, Star-Lord Wanxiang heard Shirley's laughter. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment level, it is only master level? Saying so, he flapped his wings again and charged forward. The star demon bat did not fight head-on, it continued to retreat, using star path, wind path or dark path goo worms to attack from afar. Both sides fought many times and unknowingly, the star demon bat's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. These wounds were filled with metal path Dao marks, they could not be healed in a short time. Of course, the iron-crowned eagle's injuries were at least twice as severe as the star demon bat's. But Shirley's bravery and craziness had intimidated the star demon bat, causing this desolate beast that was a tyrant of the mountain to feel guilty, not daring to fight him head-on. The star demon bat had low intelligence, it was abandoning its strong points and using its weak points. It had mortal goo on its body, although it caused trouble to Shirley, it was not as dangerous as fighting him head-on. The iron-crowned eagle still did not need to defend, its aura surged as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the star demon bat. With a sharp screech, the eagle's claws slashed down. The star demon bat dodged agilely, Shirley's claws missed. In terms of flying attainment, the star demon bat that had been flying since it was young was at least a flying grandmaster. The star demon bat pulled some distance and used goo worms to attack from afar again, while the iron crown eagle tried all ways to engage in close combat. Like this, both sides were in a deadlock. The star demon bat was bound to lose after defending for a while. Finally, the iron crown eagle found a flaw and used its sharp claws to break the bat's wings. The bat's wings were leaking air, and the star demon bat's flying ability fell by a level. Before it could adapt, the iron crown eagle had more flaws. Shirley chased after it, and after blocking the star demon bat's final attack, he finally killed it. The star demon bat fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The ground absorbed the blood, and just like Star Lord Wuxia had said, a formless force was activated. Chapter 724. The stars danced around for a while and gathered in the sky, forming a brand new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was suspended in the air. It was magnificent, exquisite and gorgeous, and it was much better than the star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My guess was right. Star Lord Wuxia said excitedly. Shirley dispelled the iron-crowned eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The wounds on his body healed, but blood flowed freely. He turned his golden eyes and glanced at the sky. No wonder you guessed that this is the center of the grotto heaven. Judging from its aura, it is most likely it. As he spoke, he grimaced in pain as he sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Healing his injuries was not simple. He needed to use a large number of goo worms to get rid of the star path, wind path, dark path, and other Dao marks on his wounds before using goo worms to heal them. Star Lord Wuxia waited for a moment, and seeing that Shirley's injuries were almost healed, he finally could not hold it in any longer and urged, "Is it enough?" Time was limited. Immortal Monkey Wangda. The prerequisite for the appearance of the 8-star hall was the formation of the 7-star hall. Every time the 7 stars palace appeared, it would only exist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If the 7-star hall disappears, the 8-star hall will disappear along with it. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Wuxia. Lord Shir, you must be joking. My combat strength has fallen to rock bottom. To break through the ancient desolate beast's defense, I will still need to rely on you, Lord. Star Lord Wuxia chuckled and did not speak further. However, his fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. If not for the fact that his strength had plummeted and the heavenly tribulation was upon him, why would he expose the location of this treasure? How could he endure such vexation? He knew Shirley's schemes and plans. Shirley was addicted to battle and had a rude and violent temperament, but he was not stupid. As long as one was in a high position, there must be something special about him. The illustrious Shirley was not lacking in shrewdness. Shirley was invited by Star Lord Wuxia to explore the starry sky grotto heaven and plunder resources. Although he was interested in breaking through to the 8-star hall, he did not want to see Star Lord Wuxia prosper and obtain large amounts of resources. She had successfully overcome the crisis and escaped his control. If Star Monarch Wuxia didn't obtain a large amount of resources during this trip, he would have died during his tribulation. He had to ask for help from others. Shirley would then be able to act. While helping him, he would also be restricting him. In this way, when he entered the starry sky grotto heaven in the future, he would not be able to do so. Shirley would be able to obtain even greater benefits. It was definitely not a 50-50 split like this time. Every year, starry sky grotto heaven would open a crack and allow goo immortals to enter. Each time, the goo immortal could only stay inside for 2 days in central continent time. The starry sky grotto heaven had many desolate beasts and rich resources. Wasn't Star Lord Wuxia the same? He was clearly just a loose cultivator. However, he relied on entering the starry sky grotto heaven again and again to strengthen himself. At his peak, he had immense battle strength, not weaker than most of the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when he was fighting with Song Zixing, that ferocious person, he had a good fight. After waiting for a while, Shirley finished his treatment, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. Due to the previous oath, Shirley could not go too far. After checking his body, he stood up and said to Star-Lord Wanxiang, "I've made you wait for a long time. We can set off now." Star-Lord Wanxiang smiled and waved his hand. "I was too anxious. I hope Immortal Monkey King won't blame me. Hard work pays off. I will have to rely on your strength from now on." Shirley nodded without any politeness. "Of course." Saying so, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. Star-Lord Wanxiang followed closely behind. The two immortals flew towards the 8-star hall in the sky. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of the well. "This is another star hall." Fang Yuan looked around and said. He Lulan nodded. "We used many methods to probe earlier, and sure enough, these 6 wells are the transportation passages." The two looked behind them. At the center of this star hall there were still 6 wells. But the color was slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 wells were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. However, the water in these 6 wells emitted 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, green and white. There was 1 less purple color and 1 more green color. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The two were astute and shrewd people. They had a sudden realization. "What did you think of?" He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, revealing his sharp fangs as he answered in a hoarse voice. "If I am not wrong, this starry sky grotto heaven has a special terrain. It is divided into 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated from each other. Outsiders can only enter and exit through the 6 wells in the star hall." He Lulan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. "This mortal goo is the one I threw into the purple well. It is the best evidence. If I am not wrong, there is another piece of evidence: the sky. When we leave the star hall, the sky of this space should also have 6 round star silhouettes. But there is 1 less purple star silhouette and 1 more green star silhouette." Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's conjecture. Ordinary grotto heavens and blessed lands had a seamless internal space. But starry sky grotto heaven was somewhat special. It was actually divided into 7 subspaces, each with its own heaven and earth and ecology. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had explored starry sky grotto heaven's fragment world. He did not know this secret. He and He Lulan finished their discussion and walked out of the star hall, pushing open the door and looking up. Seeing the 6 round star silhouettes hanging in the sky like 6 full moons, He Lulan clapped and laughed. "Just as I guessed. Wait, someone is here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He first saw something moving and saw Shirley and Star-Lord Wanxiang flying upwards. Following their direction, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard, floating in the sky and being coveted by others. It is very likely to be the core of starry sky grotto heaven. He Lulan's gaze was glued to the 8th star hall as she guessed. "There are actually people here before us." Fang Yuan mumbled. He was inwardly shocked. According to his previous estimations, starry sky grotto heaven should be uninhabited. Only the heavenly spirit existed. If not for this, starry sky grotto heaven would not have been destroyed in the 500 years of his previous life. But in the current situation he did not see the heavenly spirit, but instead saw 2 goo immortals. As for the appearance and identity of the goo immortals, because they were too far away, Fang Yuan and He Lulan naturally did not know. But the two felt that these 2 goo immortals flying in the sky were not the owner of this grotto heaven. If they were really the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have sensed He Lulan and Fang Yuan long ago. They would not have remained indifferent until now. What is so strange about this? You can obtain this secret information regarding starry sky grotto heaven from certain channels, so other goo immortals can also obtain it. He Lulan could accept this fact more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. He had concealed the information from He Lulan, but the so-called source of information was himself. But now, it seemed that the truth was very different from his expectations. The first reason was Fang Yuan's rebirth and continuous influence, causing the butterfly effect. The second reason was that the destruction of starry sky grotto heaven in his previous life had a lot of inside information. It was just that he did not notice it in his previous life and only saw it in this life. Fang Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leaning towards the second reason. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard from far away in the 8th star hall. It seems that these 2 goo immortals have the same identity as us. They are both outsiders. But they arrived before us. He Lulan's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan did not reply. He only snickered. His laughter was very cold. He Lulan also laughed silently. These two were ambitious people, they were both schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. They both felt that they had a huge advantage, they might as well be the Oriole in this situation. Immediately, Fang Yuan and He Lulan activated large numbers of mortal goo, concealing their bodies and auras. They also used all kinds of investigative methods to investigate. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, getting rid of all traces and moving out of the hall. After a while, Fang Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lulan, "Wait, there is a rank 5 investigative goo ahead." He Lulan carefully looked over and saw an eyeball-shaped goo worm quietly floating in the air. Her eyes moved slowly, constantly scanning the surroundings. The two were not surprised. This goo worm was not a wild goo worm, it was clearly left behind by the two goo immortals earlier. This was normal. When Fang Yuan and He Lulan were exploring Green Star space, they had also left behind similar investigative goo in the places they had passed. Goo immortals no longer lacked mortal goo. If these mortal goo were left behind, they could be used to investigate, mark and warn the goo immortals. They were very useful. He Lulan was young after all, she had just advanced to an immortal and could not recognize this goo. She cautiously suggested, "Let's go around it." Fang Yuan, however, smiled, "No need. This goo is starlight fake eye goo, it has a long-range detection range, goo immortals can connect to this place at any time and observe the surroundings through the fake eye goo. Its range is 5 li, it cannot detect invisibility, maintaining this goo not only expends primeval essence, it also exhausts the soul. We can use all kinds of methods to conceal ourselves, it is fine to just walk in." At the same time, Fang Yuan recalled and added, "This goo worm is often used together with true vision goo, it can detect invisibility. But that was during the 5 regions chaotic war. At this time, true vision goo is still in the hands of a small sect, it has not spread widely." He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, still feeling uneasy. "Are you sure you did not make a mistake? After all, goo immortals can secretly research and develop new goo, maybe this goo worm is newly invented and can see through invisibility?" Chapter 725. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty, He Lulan chose to believe him. The two concealed their figures and swaggered past the range of Star Splendor fake eye goo. As expected, they did not attract the attention of goo immortals. Next, the two continued to discover investigative goo worms similar to Star Splendor fake eye goo on the way. Some of these goo worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as leaves and some were hidden in streams flowing along with the flow. Fang Yuan used his methods one by one, concealing himself, using goo worms to target them, or burrowing into the ground and water, avoiding these investigative goo worms. The two had wanted to walk below the 8-star hall, that way the shortest distance would be the closest to the 8-star hall. If there was an opportunity, they would be able to react quickly and rush to the 8-star hall in the shortest time possible, clearing up the mess and taking advantage of the situation. But as they walked, there was a smell of blood ahead. Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, the latter's eyes revealed a puzzled light as she transmitted, "Strange, the number and types of investigative goo along the way are increasing. Let's go and take a look." Fang Yuan replied. The two became more careful, dodging or deceiving investigative goo worms. They found more and more traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the source of the thick smell of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on a pile of broken rocks. The black leopard was huge, comparable to an elephant. Its fur was long and shiny, it had a wild charm. The remnant aura showed the black leopard's identity, this was a true desolate beast. "This is a desolate beast, vanishing shadow leopard." Fang Yuan sighed. "Who killed this vanishing shadow leopard and left the desolate beast's corpse here?" He Lulan's gaze moved around. Her beautiful eyes showed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down, half kneeling on the ground, touching the ravine beside his feet. Next, he took out a time path goo worm and activated it carefully. This goo worm was rank 5, it was extremely rare and looked like a crystal ball. Its name was Backtrack Goo, it was a time path investigative goo that could rewind past events within a certain range. Backtrack Goo activated. It displayed a blurry, soundless battle scene. On the screen, 2 huge figures were fighting fiercely. There was also a tiny figure standing far away. Backtrack Goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, be it Shirley, Vanishing Shadow Leopard, or Star Lord Wanxiang, they were all rank 6, their immortal bodies and beast bodies had Dao marks. Thus, the results of the reconnaissance were very limited. He Lulan leaned over. He watched for a while. The soundless battle scene was very blurry and unclear. But from the general shape he could guess that one of them was a Vanishing Shadow Leopard. The one fighting the Vanishing Shadow Leopard did not look like a human, but a tiger-type wild beast. And far away there was a human figure. It was likely to be a Gu Immortal. But his face was a blur. He couldn't see clearly at all. Not only that, but the battle was also intermittent. It was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lulan watched with bated breath. For a moment, there was no sound except for the gentle breeze in the forest. After activating it for more than 10 breaths of time, Backtrack Gu emitted smoke and the battle scene disappeared. Forcefully backtracking a Gu Immortal level battle scene had caused this Backtrack Gu to die. Fang Yuan felt a slight heartache. He placed the charred corpse of Backtrack Gu into his Immortal aperture, trying not to leave any traces behind. Even though he had been collecting this Backtrack Gu in jewel yellow skies recently, he only collected 50 to 60 of them. This was still during the peaceful times of the 5 regions. During the late stages of the chaotic war, Backtrack Gu would be widely used and would be in high demand. They were all produced for their own use. Jewel Yellow Skies did not sell them at all. He Lulan was very interested. This Gu worm of yours is amazing. What is it called? Did you buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies? There were countless types of Gu worms. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and not Time Path. She only had a general understanding of it. As for other paths, she was limited to the classic Gu worms. Gu worms like Backtrack Gu were rare. It was normal that she did not know much about them. Fang Yuan did not answer. He took out another Gu. This Gu was refined by him according to his memories. According to the course of history, it had appeared 300 years earlier. It was called Thread Trace Gu. The Gu worm had a unique appearance. It was like a small horsewhip, a toy for Northern Plains children. Fang Yuan held it with his huge and sinister zombie claws, making this Gu look even smaller. Fang Yuan held the horsewhip in front of him and lightly whipped it. With a snap, traces of something suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. What is this? He Lulan's beautiful eyes stared at the traces without blinking. Snap, snap, snap. Fang Yuan continuously whipped the horsewhip-shaped thread trace Gu. Immediately, more and more lines appeared in the air. He Lulan saw this and quickly realized that the location where Fang Yuan whipped was the location of the intense battle in the scene earlier. Other than that, it was also the location where that vague Gu Immortal was standing. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. He Lulan's pupils expanded as she blurted out, "Don't tell me these traces are Dao marks?" Fang Yuan smiled smugly. "That's right, they are Dao marks. Be it Gu Immortals or desolate beasts, their bodies are filled with Dao marks. Wherever they stand, there will be Dao marks left behind for a period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are very weak. Even the most sensitive Gu Immortal cannot sense them. Unless I use the thread trace Gu that I developed, they will not show up. I can observe them and see the types of Dao marks, thus deducing some information about them." Fang Yuan once again shamelessly took the creations of others in his previous life and used them on himself. Thread trace Gu. He Lulan muttered. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed slightly. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where Star Lord Wuxia was standing, continuing, "Look there, the Dao marks are in the shape of a human. They are blue in color." Evidently, there was a Star Path Gu Immortal who was watching the battle with his arms crossed. The main body of the Dao marks has been staying there. Although there are some Dao marks around, they are all surrounding the main body. It can be seen that this Star Path Gu Immortal did not make a move during the entire battle. Look at the density of the Dao marks. It seems to be a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He Lulan's ears pricked up. She looked at the direction where Fang Yuan was pointing, paying full attention to what he was saying. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where the vanishing shadow leopard died. There were black dark path Dao marks there. There were also red fire path Dao marks. He continued, "The dark path Dao marks are clearly the vanishing shadow leopards. The red Dao marks should be the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they were human or beast, it is uncertain. Look at the dense number of Dao marks. They are intertwining with each other. It shows how intense the battle was. The dark path Dao marks are sparse, while the red Dao marks are denser. It can be determined that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal." He Lulan's lips were slightly agape as she listened. Her gaze landed on the thread trace Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Her gaze was slightly heated. Although this thread trace Gu was only a rank 5 mortal Gu, it was too useful. Using this Gu, she could obtain so much useful information. The key was the thought that went into refining it. It was very unique. Taking a different path, bypassing the norm, it was unexpected. Although He Lulan had just become an immortal, she knew the importance of information. She placed great importance on Fang Yuan's invention of thread trace Gu. If Shirley and Star Lord Wuxia were here, they would be sweating profusely. They were currently using traditional investigative and anti-investigative methods. Thread Trace Gu just happened to find a gap in their anti-investigative methods. Fang Yuan's method. After all, it originated from the Five Regions' chaotic war. It was the crystallization of the entire Five Regions' wisdom. It was equivalent to being half a generation ahead of the current Gu immortals. It had a huge advantage. Crack crack crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horse whip a few more times, more Dao marks appeared, but at the same time many Dao marks disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak. Under the effect of Thread Trace Gu, they condensed and appeared. Their lifespan was greatly shortened. The Dao marks intertwined with each other, becoming more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan finally stopped whipping the horse whip, sighing, "This Thread Trace Gu's effect is only so. The appearance of Dao marks can only last for a period of time. It requires the observer to have experience. Moreover, activating the Immortal Gu will leave behind corresponding Dao marks." In an intense battle, many methods were used. The Dao marks were tangled together. It was very chaotic and could not be seen. But thankfully, both sides did not use many methods in this battle. We can still see the general situation. Heilolan's eyelids twitched slightly. Just a mere rank 5 mortal Gu was able to obtain so much useful information. Was he still not satisfied with it? Her gaze was fixed on Thread Trace Gu, until Fang Yuan stored it in his immortal aperture. She acutely discovered that Thread Trace Gu's whip was originally in good condition, but after using it, it was very damaged. Evidently there was a price to pay for awakening Dao marks. Heilulan estimated that this Thread Trace Gu could be used at least 2 more times. Immediately her evaluation of the Thread Trace Gu rose to another level. A total of 3 chances. A mere rank 5 Gu could have 3 chances to investigate a rank 6 existence and obtain so much information. Just as Heilulan was about to ask Fang Yuan if he was selling Thread Trace Gu, Fang Yuan took out an investigative Gu worm. This was a Chi Path Gu worm. Fang Yuan activated it and allowed it to absorb aura. Next, Fang Yuan put this Chi Path Gu worm back and took out another Gu worm. He roamed around the battlefield like this, using Gu worms from time to time. Heilulan only recognized a small portion of these Gu worms, and it was only vague to the extent that she could not be sure. As for the rest, Heilulan was completely clueless and could not recognize them at all. She subconsciously pursed her lips. For the first time, she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. During the trip to Northern Plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was astute. He was her greatest enemy. She had no choice but to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She was clear that this was asking a tiger for its skin. She borrowed Fang Yuan's strength to successfully pass the heavenly calamity and ascend to an immortal. She had thought that she could suppress Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan borrowed her and Fairy Li Shan's strength to intimidate the Gu immortals of Crane Gate. The whole process was accomplished without a fight. Heilulan did not even have a chance to make a move. Since there were no losses, Fang Yuan did not have double the compensation. He achieved his goal without expending a single soldier. In contrast, Heilulan herself, in order to coax Fang Yuan into helping her, she gave reckless savage demon venerables precious true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was truly a ruthless person. He directly swallowed it, not even leaving any leftovers for Heilulan. Later, when Fang Yuan started the Guts Gu business, he gave the profits to Heilulan and Fairy Li Shan of his own accord. Although Heilulan's strength Chi Immortal Gu was needed in the process, Heilulan felt uncomfortable all along, as if she was being controlled by someone. Now that Heilulan saw these methods used by Fang Yuan, her heart shuddered. Chapter 726. After Heilulan became a Gu immortal, she received Fairy Li Shan's teachings, guiding her step by step, including all aspects. It could be said that she held nothing back. Thus, Heilulan's investigative methods were far beyond ordinary Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan's foundation is so deep that he is far ahead of most Gu immortals. Even though I have several immortal Gu, can I refine new Gu and modify killer moves like Fang Yuan? Heilulan shook her head inwardly. Her strength path killer moves were given to her by her mother. And to refine new Gu, she needed to create new Gu recipes. This process not only needed resources and sufficient foundation attainment level, it also needed inspiration and luck. Heilulan was a Gu immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master. She was not even skilled in refinement path. However, these things required a long period of time and practice to slowly accumulate. At this time, Fang Yuan walked over with large strides. He said, "After summarizing all the clues, I almost know the other party's identity. One is a rank 6-star path Gu immortal. He has never fought before. He is quite mysterious. The other is an earth path and transformation path Gu immortal. He has a strong aura. Using a Gu worm to reconstruct a trace of his voice, it is very likely to be combat immortal Sex Shirley." Fang Yuan said. That immortal monkey king? He Lulan and Fang Yuan had shared most of the information. She naturally knew what kind of person Shirley was. She frowned slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several strength path immortal Gu, Shirley also had earth path immortal Gu. And he had them long ago. He had even created his own immortal killer move. Not just that, he also cultivated transformation path. His battle talent could be said to be 1 in a million. He Lulan had self-strength immortal Gu. She used it to activate her mortal killer move, forming a strength path phantom giant. It could be considered an immortal killer move. All along, He Lulan had been trying to perfect it, but her progress had been slow. Fang Yuan, if you use the killer move Myriad Self and join hands with me, I will be able to kill you. It might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King. But no one can deal with that mysterious star path Gu immortal. He Lulan pondered. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I have not told you yet because the core immortal Gu is hungry. He could not use Myriad Self anymore. I can only use mortal killer moves. He Lulan took a long look at Fang Yuan, then narrowed her eyes. In that case we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Roar 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 dash. High in the sky. Roars and roars could be heard. Fang Yuan looked up and said, when two strong forces fight, there are bound to be casualties. We'll just play it by ear. Although our battle strength is lower than theirs, if we have the chance we might be able to kill the two of them. Even if things go south, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can fight them head-on and gain some time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan's words were to her liking. The two decided. First, they would take advantage of the situation. The corpse of the vanishing shadow leopard was a considerable amount of wealth. Even though there were large numbers of investigative Gu around. There were large numbers of investigative Gu worms, but it was not a problem for this old demon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had methods that were half an era ahead. He took action, sealing or deceiving. After a while, without attracting Star Lord Wuxiang's attention, he obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to refine many defensive Gu. Its bones can be refined into shadow attachment Gu, shadow trace Gu and others. Its eyes are excellent materials for dark vision Gu, black fog Gu and others. It is a pity that its blood is all gone, otherwise it would be more valuable. He Lulan placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with joy. The other party seems to be purposely letting them bleed. It seems that the star hall in the sky is indeed an important place. They should have placed the desolate beast corpses aside for now. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for preserving corpses. Thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse in He Lulan's hands. Both of them were bold and lawless people. Even though the enemy was strong, they still dared to plot against them. Next, they followed their previous plan and sneaked forward, still trying to get close to the 8-star hall in the sky. But on the way they soon made a new discovery. There are more investigative Gu ahead, don't tell me? He Lulan's gaze showed anticipation. Soon, the two evaded all the investigative Gu. They passed through a mountain pass and arrived at a valley. In the valley there was a desolate beast corpse the size of a hill. It was shaped like a colt, but it was huge. Its forehooves were thick and black like iron. Its whole body was red. It had firm muscles and a strong body. The mane and ponytail on its neck were very lush and golden in color. Streams of blood flowed out of the hole like wounds on its body. The blood was boiling. The heat caused the nearby grass and trees to turn yellow. Fang Yuan and He Lulan got closer, feeling the heat of summer. This is a desolate beast Scarlet Stampede Divine Colt. It has a large number of fire path wild Gu in its body. It can walk on fire. Its blood is hot. It is an excellent material for refining fire path Gu worms. It is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. He Lulan looked at the horse's blood flowing out. She felt a heartache. The two worked for a while before getting the Scarlet Stampede Divine Colt's corpse. Star Lord Wuxiang was still in the dark. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily for a while before Fang Yuan slowed down. Our destination is in front of us. But there seems to be a large number of investigative Gu on the left. Should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, transmitting. Of course. He Lulan replied straightforwardly. The two came to the location surrounded by investigative Gu, and saw another desolate beast corpse. This was a yellow jade lion. It was like an elephant. It was lying on the ground. Its eyes were almost closed, only a slit was left. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed out of the wound on its stomach. Fang Yuan and He Lulan quietly got closer. This yellow jade lion's body actually started to tremble. it struggled to open its eyelids and slowly opened its bloody mouth, letting out a weak roar as if it wanted to continue fighting. Yellow jade lions are brave indeed. To be able to injure this yellow jade lion to this extent, it seems that Shirley's transformation path battle strength is more outstanding than I expected. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He quickly took action, stealing the yellow jade lion under the watchful eyes of many investigative goo. He clapped his hands, a large number of healing goo flew out of his immortal aperture and landed on the yellow jade lion's body, quickly stabilizing its injuries and giving it its last breath. You plan to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing a desolate beast, why not? I will leave this desolate beast with you, protect it carefully, count it as my share. This way, as long as things progressed smoothly, Fang Yuan's promise to the land spirit of Langya would be completed. He Lulan kept the yellow jade lion in her immortal aperture. Her gaze flashed as she made up her mind, saying, the 3 desolate beasts we encountered were purposely bled. This is likely a step that Shirley's side must complete. Or maybe the star hall in the sky appeared because of this. After all, when we were in the green star space earlier, there was nothing in the sky. How many desolate beast corpses do you think there are other than these 3 places? Fang Yuan chuckled. Even if you didn't mention it, I wanted to say it. That's right, according to this situation there are many desolate beast corpses. If a desolate beast corpse is sold well, we can get around 40 immortal yuan stone. We are simply reaping without any effort by picking up these desolate beast corpses. The profits are huge and the cost is negligible. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, moreover we might not have the chance. It is more appropriate to swallow these pieces of meat first. The 2 had the same idea, immediately changing their strategy and starting to search for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo worms openly, but the clues were quite obvious. Star-Lord Wanxiang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses and deal with them when they conquered the 8th star hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still lingering. They did not have to worry about being eaten by other wild beasts. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star-Lord Wanxiang was in charge of setting up investigative goo. Naturally, he would set up even more investigative goo near the desolate beast corpses. But he would never have thought that the gathering of these investigative goo would be the most obvious clue, the beacon for Fang Yuan and He Lulan. This is a chestnut yak. Its meat is like chestnut and can be eaten raw. It has a gentle nature and is a special desolate beast. Keep it, keep it. He Lulan laughed happily. Oh my, there is a golden pangolin. Unfortunately, its armor is damaged, otherwise it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some pity. Flying bear, there is actually a flying bear corpse. Good, this is great. I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this poisonous swamp looked familiar. Unfortunately, the bat wings are mostly torn. If I transplant them, my movement speed will be affected. I wonder if I can repair them first. Fang Yuan also stole the star demon bat's corpse. He was a little regretful but soon felt relieved. After all, if Fang Yuan did not make a move himself, why would Shirley take care of Fang Yuan's plan? Reaping without sowing was already a great bargain. He had not encountered such good luck in a long time. The 2 obtained close to 10 desolate beast corpses, making a fortune. Next, the 2 searched carefully and after confirming there were no desolate beast corpses left, they rushed to the bottom of the 8th star hall. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, a giant figure the size of a small mountain would fall down heavily. With a loud sound, it smashed on the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. It is the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Chapter 727. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar was right in front of them. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were tempted, but they did not move. The 2 raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. High up in the sky, the 8th star hall was shaking. Rumbling sounds of explosions, the roars of wild beasts came from the hall. With a loud bang, the star hall shook fiercely. A resplendent pillar of flames shot out from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole in the roof. The star hall was not a physical body, it was the condensation of the grotto heaven's atmosphere. The damaged area of the roof started to emit specks of starlight, the hole continued to spread outwards. A beacon of smoke shot up to the sky. Such an intense fight. He Lulan sighed. Fight, fight, the more intense the better. Fang Yuan muttered. The 8th star hall was in a mess, both sides were fighting intensely. A desolate beast flame tiger that was riddled with wounds roared, spitting out a huge fireball. The fireball shot towards the giant tree while it was still in the air. The flame tiger moved its claws, following behind the fireball, charging towards the giant tree. The giant tree moved its soft and huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar, they were like thick and supple octopus tentacles. With a paw sound, a tentacle-like branch smashed the fireball. With another smack, another branch whipped over, sending the flame tiger desolate beast behind fireball flying. The flame tiger howled in pain, flying back 100 steps and landing on the ground. Light exploded, revealing a human form. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth, his expression was fanatical and excited. What a walking meat tree. It is indeed worthy of being a legendary item. Ancient desolate plants are indeed extraordinary. Star Lord Wuxia at the side was continuously shooting out starlight attacks from afar. Hearing Shirley's shouts, he transmitted helplessly, Immortal Monkey Wangda is very strong against humans, stop playing around, use your Earth Path Master battle power. Shirley was not someone who did not understand the situation, he said without hesitation. Alright, I have already used Transformation Path battle power. He was satisfied that he had managed to kill a astral soaring heavenly boar. Next, I will use my true Earth Path Cultivation to get rid of this lively walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wuxia was overjoyed. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true abilities. But at the next moment, Shirley sat cross-legged on the bricks of the hall and started healing. Star-Lord Wuxia, hold on for now, after I get rid of the fire path Dao marks on my body, I will be able to heal you. Then use Earth Path methods. Hearing this, Star-Lord Wuxia nodded. He almost cursed out loud. But he did not say anything in the end. Shirley's request was reasonable. He had fire path Dao marks on him. It would greatly disrupt and weaken the power of Earth Path Goo worms. Star-Lord Wuxia had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He took the initiative to fly forward and face the walking meat tree head-on. Although Star Monarch Wuxia had been beaten by Song Zixing and his foundation had been damaged, he was not a match for Song Zixing. However, his methods were still impressive. Beams of starlight shot out like pillars, giving off a majestic aura. Hit the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 of its branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wuxia's body suddenly shook as 5 starlight clones appeared. The clones and the main body split up and occupied 6 different positions, each using a different star path killer move to attack the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit a few times, it was furious and moved more than 10 branches to retaliate. Crack crack crack. Star-Lord Wuxia's starlight clones were destroyed one by one. Star-Lord Wuxia dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack. With a crisp sound, Star-Lord Wuxia lost his footing after defending for too long. He was sent flying. Along the way he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the Star Hall. Without Star-Lord Wuxia in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash. Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wuxia drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8-star hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight? Suddenly, Star-Lord Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path Dao mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star-Lord Wuxia did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star-Lord Wuxia summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while he opened his eyes, his injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8-star hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses, considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star-Lord Wuxia stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8-star hall. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Fang Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. My method can only simulate an image, it cannot be used to investigate. Quick, let's not talk about this, let's take advantage of this first. Fang Yuan did not have time to be proud. He took the lead and sneaked towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. The two quickly arrived beside the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. The astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was as large as a hill, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Fang Yuan and He Lulan purposely went around it, hiding in the shadows and making preparations before making their move. They first plundered the wild goo on the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. There were many wild goo, but in the battle with Shirley, more than half of them were destroyed. After the flying heavenly boar died, another half escaped, leaving only a few goo worms. After Fang Yuan plundered for a while, he started to collect the astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier did not have souls. Maybe after a long time the soul left the body, or more likely, it was taken away by Shirley or Star-Lord Wuxia. But this astral wind flying heavenly boar, because the battle had just ended, Shirley's side had no time to collect it, thus Fang Yuan had a chance. But the result was disappointing to Fang Yuan. This astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul was almost completely damaged, only a tiny bit was left. It was obvious that he had suffered a soul attack in the previous battle. No wonder the star path goo Immortal from earlier did not fly down to collect this boar's soul. Fang Yuan sighed, he willed and took out hundreds of goo worms. These goo worms included light path, dark path, and a small number of strength path, blood path, bone path, and chi path. Under Fang Yuan's control, these goo worms flew closely around the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body. After going one round after another, Fang Yuan nodded at He Lulan. He Lulan was already prepared. After receiving Fang Yuan's instructions, she immediately activated the dozens of goo worms that she had prepared. With the help of these goo worms, the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was pushed into He Lulan's immortal aperture in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the hundreds of goo worms that Fang Yuan had activated remained at the same spot, flying according to their original trajectory. They let out bursts of light and shadows that connected into one, forming the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. It was extremely lifelike. At first glance, one would think that the real astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was right in front of them. Your method is really good. He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star-Lord Wuxia did not sense anything strange because he was deceived by this method. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only a simple method, it cannot be inspected carefully. If it is raised into a killer move, the effect will be even better. Oh no. He Lulan's expression suddenly froze. She pointed at a place and quickly reminded Fang Yuan, there is a flaw here. Fang Yuan looked over. Sure enough, the simulation of the astral wind flying heavenly boar was missing its anus. How could a flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fang Yuan quickly controlled his goo worms, adjusting the simulation and simulating the anus. But He Lulan said again, oh no, the anus is out, it is gone. Fang Yuan looked and blushed with shame. The astral wind flying heavenly boar's rank is too high, its body is too big, my method cannot simulate it completely, I have already reached my limit. To mend Peter, I have to tear down Paul. He Lulan nodded, her tone was bold and unrestrained as she said without any reservations, then don't change it, keep it, don't have an anus, it will be more realistic. Fang Yuan did as he was told, changing the simulation back to its original state. I say Fang Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. He Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough, there is no need to raise it to killer move level. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the Star Hall, there was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the Star Hall. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Fang Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. Chapter 728. The walking meat tree was a legendary plant recorded in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16. Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul. Because of accident Gu's revival, he was left outside. Encountering desolate Guyue gave second sister a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the siblings went to the Blue Sea together, searching for the life gem that could revive their father Renzu. In the end, desolate Guyue discovered the mystery of life and took the initiative to sacrifice itself, turning itself into a damaged gem of life. The Northern Dark Eye Soul took the gem of life and tried to return to his father's side to save Renzu. However, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the gate of life and death. There were two paths in the gate of life and death, one was the path of life and the other was the path of death. Regardless of which path, there would be many worry Gu. And to overcome the interference of distress Gu and enter the door of life and death, he needed the help of Courage Gu. Then the Courage Gu was brought in by Renzu and was currently on his body. The Northern Dark Eye Soul didn't have the courage to enter the gate of life and death. He had no choice but to use Vagrant to find a solution. He walked over high mountains, crossed rivers, ran for his life while being chased by wild beasts, endured hunger in the cold and suffered many hardships. Beiming Eye Soul was filled with deep guilt and anxiety. What he felt guilty about was that he had given desolate Guyue the meaning of life, resulting in desolate Guyue sacrificing himself to become a gem of life. Northern Dark Eye Soul was the same as the murderer who killed his second sister. What made him anxious was that even though he had the gem of life, he couldn't return to his father's side. He was worried that after a long time his father's soul would scatter in Luopa Valley, and Guyue Desolate Een would also sacrifice himself in vain. He walked and walked. The purple sky above his head slowly faded and turned black. The immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple and black. One day it would cover all 5 regions. In the primordial era, the sky was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth intersected with each other. People could walk up to the sky from the earth, and they could also walk down from the sky. The Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered aimlessly and unknowingly left the ground. He walked into the depths of the black sky. The black sky was completely dark, but it wasn't deathly still. There were many life forms living here. In the darkness, the Northern Dark Eye Soul could not find the way back. He became even more anxious, terrified, and lost. He walked and walked without knowing where he was going. He didn't know how many times he had fallen and tumbled. Suddenly he saw a ball of fire in front of him. It was the only light in the dark sky. Dark North Eye Soul was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the flame. He walked closer to the ball of fire and found that it was a Gu. Northern Dark Eye Soul was very curious and asked, "What Gu are you? You can actually emit light in the dark sky. Please help me, I want to get out of the dark sky. Go back to the surface. I have something important to do." Gu's tone was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Eye Soul, "My name is Fire. And who are you?" The Northern Dark Eye Soul said, "I am a human, my name is the Northern Dark Eye Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the road clearly and return to the surface." Gu sighed, "So you are a human, I have heard of a famous person, he is called Verdant Great Sunday, so it was Verdant Great Sunday. He had reputation Gu and his reputation spread all over the world. Almost no one did not know of him." The Northern Dark Eye Soul said happily, Right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Gu continued, "I can help you. But before that, you have to help me first. I am too hungry, I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back." The Northern Dark Eye Soul asked, "Fire Gu, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness?" Fire Gu said, "I am one of the least picky Gu worms in the world, I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." The Northern Dark Eye Soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Gu. After the Fire Gu ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you give me more food?" The Northern Dark Eye Soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the Fire Gu. The Fire Gu ate for a long time before sighing, "Sigh, I am too hungry, my teeth are not good, I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest." The Northern Dark Eye Soul thought for a moment, "How about this, Fire Gu, follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you, how about that?" The fire goo agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the northern dark ice soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the northern dark ice soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the fire goo. After many times, the fire goo became bigger and bigger. On this day, the northern dark ice soul stopped to rest. The fire goo was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. The northern dark ice soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The northern dark ice soul was frightened, immediately picking up the fire goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the northern dark ice soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted, "The one in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we only want to escape from the fire. The dream realm is about to catch up, do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives." The northern dark ice soul gasped for breath, he could not run anymore, the pursuers were about to catch up. At this time the fire goo said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, I will help you. You can just toss me over." The northern dark ice soul was forced by the situation. He could only listen to the fire goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the fire goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The fire goo burned the trees, the tree trunks were burnt to ashes, the branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The fragrance of the meat attracted the northern dark ice soul, he picked it up and took a big bite. He was overjoyed, saying it was delicious. Heilolan's eyes widened slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the broken trunk and tentacle-like branches. There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. "This is the walking meat tree?" "Absolutely." Feng Yuan nodded, his gaze similarly burning. The immemorial 9 heavens only have black heaven and white heaven left. The walking meat tree was a life form of black heaven, so it was much easier to obtain it compared to the primordial life forms of other heavens. At least black heaven was still alive. 7-star child is a rank 8 goo immortal, he has the ability to explore black heaven, it is likely that this walking meat tree was obtained from his exploration. This walking meat tree. The aura surged, he had at least rank 7 battle strength. Even better, it's a rare strength path plant. Hei Lulan licked her lips and said excitedly. Feng Yuan was also delighted. The walking meat tree was a strength path plant with branches, trunk and leaves. They were all excellent materials for refining strength path goo worms. Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan were both strength path goo immortals, they needed it. But when the two were about to sneak over and take the walking meat tree away, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. This sound was unprecedented. It shook the heavens and an invisible sound wave swept through the surroundings. The 8-star hall shook intensely, almost breaking apart. Large amounts of starlight scattered, it was close to being destroyed. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, it was not inferior to the previous explosion. It resounded in the world. Next, Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan saw Shirlei and Star Lord Wanxiang flying out of the Star Hall. A giant dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was over 1,000 feet long, it was filled with eerie aura and looked majestic. The dragon horns on its head were like silver, its eyes were half closed, and its dragon scales were like gray stones. Its 8 dragon claws were sinister and terrifying, a vast amount of pale white corpse chi was like clouds or mist. It coiled around its entire body. "Don't tell me this is a zombie dragon?" Hei Lulan blurted out this dragon's origin. A zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. It was because Fate Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were not sucked away by the door of life and death. They turned into zombies. A zombie dragon was a flying dragon, after its death, its soul did not leave its body, it turned into a zombie. This zombie dragon has 8 claws, it should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it had rank 8 battle strength. Now that it has died and turned into a zombie dragon, it has rank 7 peak stage battle strength, no wonder Shirlei was forced out. Feng Yuan analyzed. In the sky, the zombie dragon roared, its body twisted as it flew towards Shirlei. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pale white corpse fire. Dragon fire was the attack of a giant dragon, it was its innate ability, it was like a bull's horn, a bear's paw or a bee's sting. Wariness flashed in Shirlei's eyes, he did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly moved to the left, just as he dodged the corpse fire, he saw a huge dragon tail. Shirlei's eyes opened wide, he raised his arms to protect his chest. He could not dodge it. In Feng Yuan, Star Lord Wanxiang and Hei Lulan's vision, They saw the zombie dragon moving elegantly, turning its huge body and swinging its tail. It hit Shirley, who had just dodged the corpse fire. With a loud sound, Shirley was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the middle of a mountain, burrowing deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain peak shook intensely, rocks and soil rolled and fell down, burying him. Star Monarch Xiang sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. The zombie dragon was so powerful, this was the first time he had seen Immortal Monkey King Shirley in such a pathetic state. But soon he heard Shirley's angry roar from under the rocks. "Loach, you have successfully angered me. Take this immortal killer move of mine." Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open, a small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. Halolan's eyelids twitched. This immortal killer move activates so quickly? Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirley's earth-shattering move defied logic. Not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging. Looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful. He charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. One man and one dragon fought in the sky. The wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. Its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm.